Welcome to another video series in which we are going to learn about CSS tutorial for beginners. So guys, we are going to learn a lot about the CSS which we use along with the HTML documents, and it is very important if you want to become a front-end developer. So guys, by the end of this video series, you will go from the 0th level to the advanced level of the CSS concepts that you should know as far as front-end development is concerned. So the very first part is introduction and overview of CSS. So guys, basically CSS is the language we use to style the HTML document. So I have already created a separate video series regarding the HTML and how you can use HTML in order to make the web pages. So you can watch that video series as well, the link to which I have given in the description section below. So guys, it is very important that before learning CSS, you should know at least the basics of the HTML and how the HTML tags work. Now CSS full form is cascading style sheets, and you can define the CSS document externally, or internal style is also allowed to be defined inside the HTML document, or you can also define the inline CSS properties as well. So basically it describes how HTML elements should be displayed in a web page. So guys, so far in the HTML video playlist, we have seen that how we can create the HTML elements, but how they should be displayed on the web page along with some color or a different font family or the font size, we can describe it by using the CSS property. So CSS saves a lot of work. It can control the layout of multiple pages all at once. So we are going to check this with the help of examples as well. Now there are three locations to write CSS code. Basically the inline CSS, which we write inside the HTML tag, and then we have something called as internal CSS, which we define inside the head element of the HTML document, and then we have something called as external CSS, which is a separate CSS file that we use in order to separate the HTML code from the CSS code. Now guys, what is the CSS syntax? So basically a CSS rule consists of a selector and a declaration block. So as you can see, this is the example. We have the h1 tag. So basically this is called a selector, by which we are identifying which tag needs to be provided a particular CSS property. And then we have the open curly braces, and then this is called declaration. So this block of code is called declaration over here, which is followed by the selector. So inside the curly braces we write different CSS properties. So as you can see, this is the example, that is color followed by colon, and then we have the color value, that is blue. So basically this is going to set the font color of the h1 text that we have set inside the HTML document that will be present inside the body tag. And then apart from this, we also have font size that is set to 22 pixels in this case. So guys, basically these are the two CSS properties that will be applied to the h1 element that is present inside the web page. Apart from this, we also have another selector, that is p. So guys, after this block of code over here, in case we want to mention the CSS property for some another tag, so in this case we have the p tag, that is the paragraph tag. We want the background color of this paragraph tag to be yellow. So all the paragraph tags inside the web page will have the background color as yellow, that will be set and will be displayed to the user. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples as well in VS Code. So basically over here I have included the CSS folder, inside which we have the CSS tutorial.txt file, which is having this particular content that I am explaining you. And apart from this, we have also included a sample image over here that we are going to use in the upcoming concepts as well. So guys, it becomes very important that you create a folder in a particular directory and include that directory inside the VS Code so that all your files are organized over here. Now guys, what we are going to do is we will be creating a new HTML document. So we will click on this new file icon over here, and then simply we will name it as index.html. So guys, basically this is going to be the HTML document that we are going to work with. Now guys, we are going to include the HTML5 code. So over here simply we have to write HTML followed by colon, and then as you can see, this is the emmet abbreviation HTML:5. And when we click on this, the default template that we can use is generated for us inside the VS Code. And guys, this is one of the important functionalities that makes VS Code very attractive as far as writing HTML or any other code is concerned. So basically it provides us with the HTML starting and the ending tag over here, inside which we have the head tags as well. Apart from this, inside the head tag we have the default tags, that is meta tag over here, and the title of the document. So this is basically the text that will be displayed on the browser tab. So guys, over here we are going to say CSS tutorial in this case. And apart from this, inside the body we are going to include just one element, that is h1, which is a header element inside HTML. So guys, if you are not aware about the HTML elements, I would recommend you to go through my other tutorial playlist related to the HTML tutorial videos, the link to which I have given in the description section below. So over here we will say this is heading 1. So guys, basically this is the text that will be displayed inside the web page when we are going to open this particular web page. So let me just save this file now and try opening this page on the browser. So I'll right click over here on the index.html and copy the path from this particular option. So I have copied it, and simply we are going to open the browser. You can open the browser of your choice. I am working with the Google Chrome browser over here, and we are going to paste this link. So over here, after pasting the link to that particular HTML document, we are going to press enter. So as you can see, I'll zoom in a little bit so that it is properly visible to you guys. So this is heading 1 is getting displayed over here, and this is the text that we have written inside this HTML document. Now guys, let us say in this example we want to change the color to blue color in this case. So what we can do is, inside this head element of the HTML document, and after this title tag, we have something called a style tag over here. So guys, as you can see, this is the Emmet abbreviation that we can use. So basically it will help us in order to generate the starting and the ending tags over here. So inside the style tag, simply we can provide the tag name. So in this case we want h1, for which the text should be of the color blue in this case. So we will say h1 over here. So this is the selector, which is part of the format when we are defining the CSS property, and then followed by open and close curly braces over here. Now guys, inside the curly braces we can define our CSS properties. So one of the property is color over here, which is the font color. So simply when we type color, as you can see, VS Code is suggesting us various options in order to use the CSS properties. So in this case we are going to use this color property, and then simply we are going to provide the value, that is blue. So we are going to select this blue option. So let me just save this file now. So when we reload this page, basically all the h1 tags that are present inside the body tag over here should be having the font color as blue. So when we reload this page once again on the browser, so as you can see, the color has been updated to blue color in this case, and this is how the CSS property works. Guys, apart from this, let us say if we want to change the background color of this entire page, then we can do so by applying the background color property to the body tag. So guys, basically this entire section, that is the white color on the web page, is the body section over here, inside which we have the different HTML elements. So let us say we provide the body tag over here inside the style tag, and then after this we have open and close curly braces, and then we apply something called as background color over here. So we have background hyphen color in this case, and then followed by colon, and then let's say we have the color that is yellow to be applied to the background. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the entire background of the web page has been updated to yellow color. And guys, this is the way that you can use CSS in order to display the various elements of the HTML document in the way you want based on your requirements. We can also set the font size of a particular tag to a particular value based on your requirements. So this font size property I'll leave up to you as a homework for you. So now we will see inline versus internal versus external CSS. So guys, basically the CSS properties that are read last will be applied to the HTML elements. So the full form of CSS is cascading style sheet. So basically whatever properties are being mentioned in the end will be applied to that particular HTML element, and this we are going to see with the help of examples as well. and mostly in big projects we should use the external CSS to keep the HTML and CSS codes separate. So guys, basically it is a best practice in order to keep the HTML and CSS code separate by using the external CSS file, which will be a separate file that will only define the list of CSS properties for the different HTML tags that we have defined in the web pages. So guys, let us check the difference and the priorities of the inline, internal and the external CSS over here. So let us move to the VS Code in this case, and I'll remove the previous lines of code, that is the style tag that we had written previously, and then we are going to keep this h1 tag, that is this is heading 1 text inside the h1, and then let's say we want to add a paragraph tag over here with the help of the p tag, and then simply we will say this is a paragraph. So guys, over here we have two tags, that is h1 tag, this is heading 1, and then we have the paragraph tag, that is this is a paragraph, text is being displayed inside this tag. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the heading 1 h1 and then we have the paragraph. Now guys, let us say we want to apply some color to this particular paragraph. So let's say if we want to apply the red color to this paragraph tag. Now guys, there are three ways in which we can define the CSS properties, and first of all we are going to see how we can do it using the inline method. Now what do we mean by inline CSS? So basically we can also define the CSS properties inside the starting tag over here. In this case we want to apply the red color to this paragraph, so we can apply the CSS property inside this starting tag, that is the p tag. So after this p character we can have the space character over here, and simply we can provide the style attribute. So as you can see, this is the suggestion that is being provided by the VS Code, and then after this we have equal to operator followed by double quotes, and then guys, inside the double quotes we have to provide the CSS property that we want to apply to this particular tag. So in this case we want to update the color to red. So over here inside the double quotes we will say color followed by colon, and then we can provide the name of the color. So in this case it is red, and then after this simply we can provide semicolon. Now guys, similarly like how we have applied color property, we can apply more properties over here on the same line separated with the help of this semicolon that we have provided. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is a paragraph text is being displayed with the red color now. And guys, in this way the inline CSS property works, that is we can provide the CSS property inside the starting tag of the HTML element for which we want to apply the CSS property based on our requirements. Now guys, what is the meaning of the internal CSS? So over here the second type of CSS is the internal CSS in this case. So previously we had seen inside the head tag we can define the style tag as well. So the style tag that we define inside the head tag after the title tag over here is called internal CSS. So the CSS that we define in this way, that is present inside the head tag, is called the internal CSS. That's because it is present inside this particular HTML document itself. So guys, over here let's say we provide the selector, that is P in this case. So we want to apply the font color to the paragraph tag over here, and after this selector we provide the open and close curly braces, and inside this we are going to provide the property that is color. So after this property we need to provide the value of the color. So in this case after colon we provide the value. So let's say we provide the value as blue color in this case. So guys, basically for the internal CSS we are applying the color blue for the p tag, so that the text that is present in all the paragraph tags will be displayed with the blue color. So guys, let me just save this file now and let us see whether this color, that is blue, will be applied to the text color of the paragraph or not. So let me just reload this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, still we are able to see the red color for this paragraph text. Why so? That's because we have also provided the inline CSS over here. And guys, always remember the inline CSS property that we have provided to any of the HTML document will be given the highest priority compared to the internal CSS and the external CSS that we are going to see. So in case you are making any changes in the internal CSS or the external CSS and those changes are not getting reflected to the element which you are expecting to change, then please check if that particular element is having any inline CSS property that is being defined over here. Now guys, if we simply remove this style attribute from this paragraph tag, that is the inline CSS. So over here we have removed the inline CSS. Let me just save this file now. So now if we reload the page once again, then this particular color, that is blue, should be displayed as the font color for the paragraph. So let me just reload this page once again. So before reloading, it is red color over here, and when we reload this page, as you can see, now the paragraph text is having the blue color that is being applied with the help of this internal CSS in this case. So guys, this is the way that we can define the internal CSS as well for a particular HTML document. Now guys, the other way in order to define the CSS is external CSS, and this is the common way in which we provide the CSS properties. So what we can do is simply over here inside the head tag, we provide the link tag over here. So guys, in this case, link followed by colon, and then we have something called as CSS. So as you can see, this is the emmet abbreviation that is provided by the VS Code. We click on this particular option, and then you can see that the relation, that is rel attribute, it is being defined as style sheet, and href attribute is having the name of the CSS file, that is style.css. So guys, we can provide any name over here, but the extension should be .css in this case, in order to have the CSS property being defined in the external file. So guys, over here we are going to create another file, for which we will name that file as style.css, that is provided over here to the href property. So we add new file in this case, and simply we provide style.css over here and press on enter. So as you can see, this is a new file that is created, style.css, and over here we can simply provide the CSS properties to be applied to different elements of the HTML. So let's say to the same paragraph we want to set the color to some other value. So over here, let's say we come to the style.css, we provide the P, that is the paragraph tag, which is the selector, and inside the open and close curly braces we provide the color property over here, and then followed by colon, and let's say we want to change the color to green in this case. So guys, basically we want this green color to be set as the font color for the paragraph tag. So let me just save this file now. Always remember to save this file, that is style.css, and the HTML file as well. So both the files should be saved in order to see the latest changes that are being made in both the files. So let me save this file as well. And after saving this file, let me just reload this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the font color for this paragraph has been changed to green in this case. So in this way we are able to use the external CSS as well in order to apply the various CSS properties to the HTML elements. Now guys, what is the priority between the internal and external CSS? We have already seen that the highest priority is given to the inline CSS property that we had already defined, which we have removed now. But apart from this, we also have both the types of CSS being defined over here. We have the style tag inside the head document, which is the internal CSS, and we also have the link tag, that is linking to the external CSS file over here, and in this case it is giving the priority to the external CSS file. That's because we are able to see the color as green. Now guys, since we have provided this particular link tag after the style tag, that is the reason the green color is getting more priority compared to the blue color which we had defined inside the internal CSS. So guys, what we can do in order to give more priority to the internal CSS over here, so first we need to define the link. So we can simply remove the link tag from here, that is after the style tag, and we can provide the link tag before these style tags over here. So before the style tag, simply I am going to provide the link tag in this case. So what exactly is happening over here? The control flow is first checking this particular link tag and it sees that there is an external CSS file in this case. So it applies this particular green color, but then it also sees later on that there is an internal styling that is also provided, and in this case the color blue is applied. So the latest color that is applied over here is from the internal style, that is the color blue, and that color will be applied to the paragraph tag over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. If you notice, the current color is green, which is from the external CSS file, but since we have changed the position of the external CSS file, now this particular color should be applied. So when we reload this page, as you can see, blue color is getting applied to the paragraph text over here. So guys, these are the different ways in which you can provide the CSS properties inside the HTML document. The most common way is to use the external CSS that we have just seen in order to separate the code, that is the CSS code and the HTML code. So now we are going to see the different types of CSS selectors. So guys, basically below are some of the CSS selectors that we can use. Now CSS selectors are nothing but how do we identify that for which element the CSS properties are to be applied. So basically the CSS selectors helps us in order to identify a particular HTML element to which the CSS properties will be applied. Now the first way is to use the CSS element selector. So in this case, simply we are going to mention the HTML tag to which the CSS properties needs to be applied. So let us move to the VS Code over here, and I'll simply remove the internal styling that we had applied previously, and we have a link tag that is linking us to the style.css external file over here, where we are going to provide the CSS properties. So guys, we have two tags in this case. The first is the h1 tag and the next is the p tag, that is the paragraph tag over here. So we are going to switch to the style.css file as well. So we'll remove the previous lines of code over here, and simply we are going to apply certain styling with the help of the CSS element selector. So guys, let's say we want to apply some color to this header element in this case. So what we are going to do is, in the style.css external file, simply we can provide the tag name, that is h1 in this case, followed by open and close curly braces, and inside these curly braces we can provide some color. So let's say if you want to apply this brown color over here, so simply we select the value of the color as brown. So guys, this is the first way, that is by using the CSS element selector, which is just the name of the HTML tag to which the CSS properties needs to be applied. Let me just save both these files now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the color of this header element, that is this is heading 1, is updated to brown color in this case. So this is one of the simplest ways in order to provide the CSS properties by using the CSS element selector. Now let us move to another type, that is CSS ID selector. So guys, in case if you have certain ID to the HTML document, then we can use that ID in order to provide the CSS property. So let us check that as well. So in case we want to apply certain property to this particular paragraph over here, so what we can do is simply we can provide the ID to this paragraph. So I'm going to provide the ID and then followed by equal to operator, and then after that we have the double quotes over here. So guys, let's say we provide the ID as para1 in this case. Let me just save this file now, and we can use this ID in order to identify this particular paragraph. So I'm going to copy this ID, and inside the style.css we are going to provide this ID as the selector. Now guys, when we are going to provide the ID as the selector, we need to start with the hash character. So this is the hash character that we should have a prefix before providing the ID for the HTML element, and simply we are going to have the ID, that is para1. So basically para1 is the ID, and the prefix that we need to apply is the hash character over here when we use any of the ID values in order to provide the CSS property. So after this selector, we are going to provide the open and close curly braces, and then we can provide our CSS properties. So let's say we want the background color for this paragraph to be yellow. So we provide the background color property and we set the color as yellow in this case. Let me just save both the files over here and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, for this paragraph, the background color is set to yellow, and this is the way that we can use CSS ID selector in order to apply the CSS properties. Now guys, we can also use the class selector as well, in which case we need to have the class for a particular HTML element. So let us say we have another HTML element over here inside our web page, and we will have the div element in this case with the class attribute as class 1 over here. So guys, basically we have the class attribute which is having the value as class 1, and inside this div basically we are going to have, this is a div element. So this content we are providing inside the div element over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is a div element is getting displayed over here right now. Now guys, let us say we want to apply certain font size to this particular text inside the div element. So how we can do that? By using the class attribute. So as you can see, we have the class attribute which is having the value that is class 1. We are going to copy this value that is class 1 and apply styling by using this particular class value. So inside the style.css external file, we have to come to the next line, and the way that we use the class name is by using the period, that is dot over here. So guys, basically we need to have the prefix that is dot and then followed by the class name in this case. So we have dot followed by class 1, which is the name of the class, and then after this we are going to provide our CSS properties inside the open and close curly braces. So let's say we provide the font size property over here, and we want the font size to be 30 pixels in this case. So we provide 30 pixels over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Before reloading, as you can see, this is the font size, that is the default font size, which is 16 pixels by default on this particular browser. It depends on your browser, which web browser you are working, and what is the default font size for that particular browser. So when we reload this page, as you can see, the font size is updated now to 30 pixels and the text is looking little bit larger over here. So guys, in this way we can also use the CSS class selector in order to provide certain CSS properties in this case. Now let us move to another CSS selector, and in this case we can also use the CSS class along with the HTML element. So guys, in the HTML tutorial series we have seen that the same class value can be provided to multiple HTML elements, and that is what we are going to do in this case as well. So let us say inside the HTML document, for this paragraph tag we have the same class value, that is class 1 over here. So I'm going to copy this class attribute and paste it inside the starting paragraph tag over here. For this is a paragraph text. So guys, basically we have two elements with the same class name, that is a paragraph and the div HTML elements. Class 1 is the value for both the classes. Now guys, for both these classes we have a class property that is font size 30 pixels. So let me just save this file now, that is HTML and the CSS files, and reload this page once again on the web browser. Currently the font size is not updated, but when we click on this reload button, the font size that we have applied to the class name will also be applied to the paragraph tag as well, since we have provided the class attribute with the same value for this paragraph tag. So when we reload this page, as you can see, the paragraph and the div both are having the same font size. Now guys, let us say we only want the font size of 30 pixels to be applied to this particular div element. So what we can do is, we can first of all have the element name in this case. So over here we can have the div, that is the element name, or we can say HTML tag, and then after that HTML tag we have dot followed by the name of the class. So as you can see, this is the format. First of all we provide HTML tag followed by dot, that is period, and then the name of the class. So guys, in this way we can specify that to which particular element we want the font size to be applied. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. This time the font size property should only be applied to the div element, and the paragraph text should be displayed with the normal font size, which is 16 pixels over here. So when we reload this page, as you can see, the font size is normal for the paragraph, whereas the font size for the div element is 30 pixels right now. And in case if we want the font size to be applied to only the paragraph and not the div element, so simply we can provide the p tag in this case instead of div. So we provide p followed by dot and then class 1. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the size of the paragraph text is now increased to 30 pixels, whereas the text size for the div element is being displayed with the default text size over here. And guys, if we want both the elements to have the same font size, then simply we don't have to specify any of the tags over here, and simply we can provide the class name before which we have a period, that is dot, as the prefix. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, both the HTML elements will be having the same font size, and whatever HTML element that we provide inside our HTML document, which will be having the class, that is class 1, will have the font size as 30 pixels, since we have applied this font size at the class level over here. Now guys, apart from this, we have another selector as well. As you can see, there's a universal selector. So basically we can also use the universal selector in order to apply a common styling to all the elements. So let us say if we want the font size of all the elements over here inside the HTML documents to be set as 20 pixels, so including the header and the paragraph tag and the div tag as well. So what we can do is simply we can use the universal selector over here. Now how do we mention the universal selector? It is best practice that we provide the universal selector at the start of the CSS document. So over here at the start, that is the first line, we will be providing the universal selector, that is star. So guys, basically star character is used in order to apply the CSS properties to all the HTML elements that are present inside the index.html. So after this, we are going to provide the open and close curly braces, and let's say we provide the font size property and the value to be 20 pixels over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, 20 pixels is getting applied to the header but not to the paragraph and the div element over here. Guys, we can also confirm this by right clicking on this element and going to the inspect option. So when we click on this inspect option, as you can see, if we highlight this header, that is this is heading 1, on the right hand side you can see that H1 is having the CSS, that is color is equal to brown, and if we scroll down, it is also having the property, that is the universal property over here, for which the font size is 20 pixels. We can play around over here by checking and unchecking these options as well. So when we uncheck this option of color is equal to brown, so when we click on this option, as you can see, the color is now updated to the default color, that is black in this case. And when we check this option once again, so it is updated to brown color now. So guys, basically we can play around with these options and see what is the best combination of the CSS properties that we can apply by checking and unchecking the options that are being present over here. We can also uncheck this option. So when we uncheck this, the default font size of the header is being used in this case, and when we check this option once again, that is the font size is 20 pixels, then again the 20 pixels font size is applied to this particular header. Now guys, the important question is why the font size is not applied to this paragraph tag and the div element over here. So the main reason is basically after applying the font size of 20 pixels to the universal selector, we also have the class 1 that is having the font size over here, and as we have discussed previously, whatever CSS properties are mentioned in the end will be applied to the HTML element. So after this font size, if let's say we have the internal styling as well after this link tag, then that particular styling will be applied to the HTML element. And in case if we have the inline styling over here, then inline CSS properties will be given the highest priority. So guys, basically what we have to do is, I'll comment out this line of code over here. So simply we have to select this and press Ctrl// on the keyboard. So as you can see, this is the way that we can provide the comments in the CSS, that is / followed by the star character, and then in the end over here we have star character followed by /. So this is a comment that we provide in the CSS styling. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. I'll just exit this inspect option, and when we reload this page, as you can see, the font size is updated to 20 pixels for all the elements consistently throughout the document. So guys, this is the main functionality of the universal selector, which means the CSS properties will be applied to all the elements. Let's say if we want to underline all the elements over here, then we have something called as text decoration property. So in this case we will say text decoration. So as you can see, this is the property that we will be using, and then simply we can provide the underline value. Apart from this, we have many other values that you can use, but we will be using the underline value over here. So when we select this underline value, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, all the elements are now being underlined with the help of the text decoration property that we have defined in the universal selector over here. Another way is to use the CSS grouping selector. Now guys, in this case we use multiple HTML tags in order to have the common CSS property. So let's say instead of providing the universal selector over here, in which case all the elements will get the font size as 20 pixels. If we only want this h1 and the paragraph tag to have the font size of 20 pixels, then what we can do is over here we'll remove these lines of code, that is the universal selector. We will also remove the dot class selector in this case, and simply we have to use these two tags, that is h1 and p, which will be separated by comma. So over here we provide h1 followed by comma, and then we have p, that is the paragraph tag over here. So guys, basically this is the meaning of the grouping selector in this case. After this we can provide the open and close curly braces, and simply we can provide the font size property. So over here let us say we change it to 25 pixels in this case. So guys, what is the meaning of this block of code? So we have the font size of 25 pixels which will be applied to two elements, that is h1 and paragraph tags only. So I'll save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have this is heading 1 which is having the 25 pixels font size, and this is a paragraph is also having the 25 pixels font size. Let us verify that as well. We will right click on this header element and click on the inspect option over here. So as you can see on the right hand side, we have the font size of 25 pixels for this header tag in this case. And let's say we select this paragraph tag over here and we click on this. You can see para 1, it is having the background color as yellow, and over here below we have h1 comma p which is having the font size as 25 pixels. What if we remove this checkbox? When we uncheck this, as you can see, this is a paragraph is now having the default font size over here, and when we check this option once again, both the header and the paragraph text are having the font size of 25 pixels again. So guys, these are certain ways in order to provide the CSS selectors, that is by using the CSS element name. Then we can also use the CSS ID, we can use the CSS class, and then class with the HTML name as well. And then apart from this, we also have the universal selector which will apply the CSS properties defined inside the universal selector to all the HTML elements. And apart from this, we also have the CSS grouping selector that we have just seen while combining the different HTML tags. So now we will see color values in CSS. So guys, basically there are various ways in order to define the colors in CSS. So the very first way is by using the color names that we have seen previously as well, and this is one of the examples that we can give the color name as red, yellow, green to some of the CSS properties. So let us check this with the help of examples as well in VS Code. So basically I'm going to remove the attributes in the existing HTML elements that we had written previously. So as you can see over here, we have a header element with the text, this is heading 1, then we have a paragraph tag, this is a paragraph, and we have a div element, that is this is a div element over here. Let me just save this file now, and we'll also remove the content inside the style.css. So we don't have any styling right now. So let me just save these files and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the default way using which all the HTML elements are getting displayed. Now guys, let us say we want to have certain background color to this entire page over here. So in order to have the background color to this entire page, which is being represented by the body tag, what we can do is we can provide the background color to this body tag. So inside the style.css, we will provide the selector, that is body tag in this case, followed by open and close curly braces, and then over here we will be providing the background color. Now guys, how do we provide the background color in this case? So the very first example is by using the color name. So let us say we want the background color to be yellow. So simply we can provide the yellow color name in this case. So guys, this is one of the basic ways in order to use the color names so that a particular color can be applied to the CSS property. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the background color of the entire body has been updated to yellow color. Now guys, let us move to another way. Over here we can also use the RGB values for color. So we have to use the RGB function in this case, inside which we will be having the numbers. Now these numbers are representing the red component, green component and the blue component. So over here we have three numbers which are separated by commas in this case, and the numbers can go from 0 up to 255. Now 0 means no red component is present and 255 means the entire red component is present inside this particular color. And the same values are applicable for green and blue as well. So guys, this RGB stands for red, green and blue, which will have their own components based on our requirements that we can define. So how do we apply this particular color? So let us check that as well. So let's say if we want the heading color to be red, so what we can do is inside the style.css we have to provide the header tag, that is h1 in this case, followed by open and close curly braces. Now guys, we want the font color to be red color. So simply we can use the color property, and this time instead of using the color name that we had used previously, we will be using the RGB values. So over here as you can see, VS Code is suggesting us this RGB option, which is having the red, green and blue parameters which we have to define as numbers, which should go from 0 up to 255. So guys, over here the red component we will apply it as 255. The green component, let's say we don't want any green component to be displayed over here, so we simply have to provide 0 number. And then for the blue component as well, we provide 0 so that no blue component is applied to the color. So basically it is going to be a pure red color in this case, since it is having 255 value for the red component. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the header element is now having the font color as the red color with the help of this RGB function in this case. So guys, you can play around with the values of these RGB that you can provide with the help of these numbers. Let's say I want to reduce some portion of this red component. So simply set it as 200. So instead of 255, we set it as 200 over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So it has been updated to a little darker version of the red color now. One important point to note over here is when all the components are 0, then it will be a black color. So let's say we provide 0 as the red component as well. So it has been updated to black color as you can see over here in this square. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So it is a black color, and if we provide the entire portion, that is 255, to all the components, so let's say we provide 255 to red, green, and then let's say we provide 255 to blue as well, so it will be converted to a white color now. So let me just save this file and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So this is a white color which is not mixing well with the background color which we have already applied as the yellow color. So guys, in this way you can play around with these numbers and set the color based on your requirements. So currently we want to set it as the red color for the text of the header element. So I'll save this file now and try reloading this page. So this is the red color by using the RGB values. Now guys, let us move to another way of using the color values. So we have another way as the hex values in this case, for which we use the hash character followed by red component that is being represented by the first two characters. Then we have green component that is third and fourth character, and then fifth and sixth character as the blue component over here. So just like RGB, in which case we are having the numbers from 0 up to 255, in the hex color we have 00 up to FF. So 00 will be representing the black color, and FF, that is the maximum number, will be representing the white color over here. So guys, let us say we want to change the font color of paragraph this time with the help of the hex color. So what we can do is, again we have to come to the style.css file, and then we provide the p tag, which will help us in order to provide the CSS property to the paragraph. And let's say we want the color, in which case we will be using the hex color. So this time we will be using the blue color in order to be applied to the text of this paragraph. So what we can do is, we provide the hash character. So the red component should be 0, so this time we will provide 0 0, and then we have the green component which should be again 0, so 2 times 0. So guys, total 4 times 0, and then followed by 2 times F, because we want 100% of the blue color over here, and that is why we have provided FF character in the end. So guys, total 6 characters will be there. 2 characters from each, that is red, green and blue, will be used in order to represent a particular color. So let me just save this file now, and this time we have applied the blue color to the text, and let us reload this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is a paragraph is getting displayed with the blue color as the text color. Now what if we provide the green component as well in this particular color? So instead of 0 0, we will provide FF. So this is the color that is the result of the combination of the green and the blue color now. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is a paragraph is getting displayed in a different color, which we have set by using this particular hex color. So guys, you can play around with this hex color values as well and understand how it works, so that you can use it based on your requirements. Now guys, apart from this, we also have something called as alpha component in the RGBA values of the color. Now guys, alpha is nothing but it defines the transparency, that is how much transparent a particular color should be. So let's say we want to apply certain background color to this div element over here. So what we can do is, simply we have the div element in this case inside the style.css file, followed by open and close curly braces, and this time we are going to use the background color property, and we are going to provide RGB, and as you can see, we have the A component as well. So you provide red, green, blue colors, and then in the end you provide the alpha, which will go from 0 up to 1. So let us check that as well. So when we provide the red, green and blue components, so let's say we provide the same color, that is red color over here, as the background color for the div element. So for the red component we provide 255 as the number, for the green component we provide 0 as the number, and for the blue component we provide 0 as the number. And let's say we provide the alpha value as 1 this time. So what will happen? So let us check that. I'll save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the div element is now having the background color as red color now, and guys, it is a pure red color. So basically when we provide the alpha value as 1, there is no transparency for that particular color. Now let us say we want this background color to be transparent to some extent. So let us say we change this alpha component to 0.5 over here. So when we change it from 1 to 0.5 in this case, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, the background color, that is red, is now little bit transparent, and this is the way that you can define transparency by using the alpha component in the RGB values. Let us say we want to make it more transparent. So when we change it to 0.1, I'll save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So it has become very transparent now. There is a red color as you can see, but it is very transparent in this case, and when we set it to 0, then it should disappear. So when we change the alpha component to 0, I'll save this file now and try reloading this page. So there is no red component that is getting displayed as the background color. Let me just set it to 0.3 over here so that we can see that red color to some extent. I'll save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, we have the red color, but it is little bit transparent over here, and this is the way that we can use the alpha component if we want to show certain transparency to the colors based on our requirements. So guys, these are certain ways in order to provide the color values in CSS. Comment in the comment section below which is your favorite way of providing the CSS colors. So now we will see background property in CSS. So guys, basically the CSS background properties are used to add background effects for elements, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. So below are some of the background properties in CSS that we can use. So the very first property that we are going to see is the background color. So let us move to the VS Code over here. So we already have three elements in this case, that is h1 element, this is heading 1, then we have a paragraph and we have a div element as well. Now guys, we have a style.css property, so I'll remove all the lines of code that we had written previously, and let's say for this header, that is h1, we want to have the background color as yellow. So what we can do is, I'll save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser first. So this is the default page without any CSS that is applied on the web page. So we will be applying the background color as yellow to this header element. So we come to this style.css external file, and over here we provide the selector that is h1. So for this h1 tag, we are going to provide the background color property, and the color that we are going to provide is yellow in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the way that we can provide the background color to any HTML element. We can provide the background color to the entire body of the web page as well. So instead of having this h1 selector, we can simply provide the body tag, and the same background color that is yellow will be applied to the entire body. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the color that is being applied to the body with the help of the background color. Now guys, let us move to another property. We have something called as opacity, which means it specifies the opacity or transparency of an element. It can take a value from 0.0 up to 1.0. The lower the value is, the more transparent the color will be. So guys, what we can do is simply inside the same body tag, we will have the opacity element as well. So let's say we want the transparency to be 50%. So simply we will provide the value as 0.5 for the opacity property in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the opacity of the yellow background color is being updated with the help of this 0.5 opacity. So in this way you can provide the opacity property as well. I'll remove this opacity factor for now so that we are going to deal with the pure colors in this case. So let me just reload this page. So as you can see, we have the yellow background color for the property. Now guys, let us move to another property. We have something called as background image. So guys, this is one of the important properties if you want to set the background image for the HTML element. So let's say we want to set the background image for the entire body. So instead of a background color, we should be having the background image. So how do we define that? So basically we are going to have the background image in this case. So as you can see, this is the property that is suggested by the VS Code. So over here, after we provide background image followed by colon, we have to use the URL function. So this is the function that we will be using, and inside the open and close parenthesis we will provide the double quotes. Now guys, we already have the sample image over here. As you can see, sample underscore image.png file is being stored in the same directory. So what we have to do is simply we need to provide the name of this file. So the sample underscore image.png is the file that we are going to select. So basically this is the image that will be displayed as the background image for the body element of the web page. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, there is a background image that is set over here. I'll just zoom out a little bit so that you can see the background image properly. So as you can see, this is the background image that is being set over here. Now guys, by default, whenever you set the background image to a particular HTML element, the image will repeat itself in order to cover the entire screen. So as you can see, the same image is getting repeated over here multiple number of times. So the next property, that is background repeat, will help us in order to set whether we want to repeat it in the horizontal direction, or if we want to repeat it in the vertical direction, or we don't want to repeat the background image. So simply we have to come over here inside the same body tag. In this case, we will say background followed by hyphen, and then we have the repeat words. So basically it is the background repeat property that we are going to use, and simply let's say if we want to repeat it in the horizontal direction, then we can use the repeat -x. By default the repeat value is being used, in which case it is going to repeat horizontally and vertically as well. But this time let's say if we want to repeat it horizontally, so we'll set it as repeat -x in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the image is getting repeated in the horizontal direction now, and we also have the background color that is being applied to the remaining portion of the background. Now guys, let us say if we want to repeat the image in the vertical direction, so what we can do is simply we can set the background repeat to repeat -y in this case. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the image is getting repeated in the vertical direction now. And let's say if we don't want to repeat the image, if we want the image to be displayed only once, so simply we can set the value as no repeat in this case. So we have this no repeat value as well. So we provide this no repeat value. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the image is getting displayed only once. So guys, in this way you can also handle the background repeat property and set it accordingly whether you want to repeat the images or not. Now guys, apart from this we have another property that is background position. So guys, basically this will help us in order to provide certain position to the image. So by default it is the top left position at which the background image is getting displayed right now. But let's say if we want to display it at the top right position over here on the right hand side of the screen, so what we can do is simply we have to provide the background position property in this case. So we have background -position, and this time we are going to provide right and then followed by space, and then we also have the top keyword. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the image is getting displayed on the right hand side and at the top side of the web page. So guys, the background position property will help us in order to provide certain position to the image that we want to display on the web page. Now guys, apart from this we also have something called as background attachment over here. Now in order to check this, we need to have multiple lines of code inside our HTML document. So currently we are having only 3 elements, that is header, then we have paragraph and the div element. So as you can see, these are the elements over here. I'll zoom out little bit so that you can properly see the image on the right hand side in this case. Now guys, what we can do is simply I'm going to add more HTML elements over here in such a way that we are able to scroll this page. So simply I'll come to this HTML document and we will have the paragraph tag over here, and then we will have the lorem that will help us in order to generate the text. Now how many times we want this lorem sample text? We are going to multiply it by 100 times, which means 100 such sentences needs to be generated inside this paragraph tag over here. So when we press enter, as you can see, automatically the entire text is getting generated. So there's a very long text that is being displayed over here right now inside the paragraph tag. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the text that is getting displayed right now. Let me just zoom in a little bit over here. Now as you can see, there is a scroll bar in this case. Now guys, the important thing to note over here is when we scroll this web page, as you can see, the image is also getting scrolled. So this is the background image that we have applied on this web page, and when we scroll it vertically, the image is going on the top and now it is getting disappeared from the screen. So guys, over here the background attachment property is being used and it is being set to scroll by default. So what we can do is we have to come to the style.css external file, and then simply we have to provide background attachment over here. So this is the CSS property that we will be using. So by default it is being set to scroll over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. As you can see, the image is getting scrolled and it is getting disappeared. But let's say if we want this image to be fixed at this particular position or any position based on your requirement, so what we can do is we need to set this background attachment property to fixed value. So I'll just remove this value and then we are going to provide the value that is fixed in this case. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Now if we try to scroll, so as you can see we are scrolling the content, but the image is at its fixed position over here. That's because we have provided the background attachment property with the value that is fixed in this case. So guys, basically this line of code will help you in order to make your background image fixed and do not scroll based on the content of the web page. So in this way we can use multiple background properties inside our CSS based on our requirements. Now guys, apart from this, we also have something called as background shorthand property. So instead of using all these properties individually, we can combine them, and the sequence in which it is going to be combined is the same sequence. That is, first we are going to provide the background color, then we have something called as background image, then we have background repeat, background position, and background attachment. So let me just remove all these lines of code over here, and then let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we don't have any background property right now, and simply we are having the normal text that we had defined inside the HTML page. So let's say we want to define certain background properties with the help of the shorthand method. So simply we provide background CSS property, and first of all we can provide the color. So as you can see, we need to provide the background color over here. So let's say we provide the same color, that is yellow in this case, and then after this we need to provide the space character in order to provide the value for the next background CSS property. So over here we have the background image property. So simply we can provide the value for this image. So how do we provide the value? We use the URL function, and then inside the parenthesis and double quotes we have the name of the image or the directory path along with the image name. So we have sample underscore image.png in this case, and then again followed by the space character, and then we can have the background repeat property. In case if you don't want to mention any of the values for a specific background property over here, then you can ignore that property and move to the next property. So over here background repeat is the next property. So simply we can provide no repeat in this case, which is one of the values for the background repeat property. Next, after the space we are going to keep the position again as top right over here. So we simply have to provide right followed by space, and then we have top keyword in this case. And then guys, the last property, that is background attachment, can be provided with a particular value over here. So let's say if you want to ignore that property, so simply we don't provide any value to that particular property. So let me just save this file now. If you notice that instead of having the 4 or 5 lines of code, we have just provided the shorthand method, that is background property, and we have provided all the values in just one line. And this is one of the efficient ways in order to provide multiple values to the CSS shorthand property of background. Guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now as you can see, there is an image that is getting displayed. The first value, that is yellow, which is the background color of the body, is being displayed over here. And then after that the image is getting displayed, which is not repeating itself. So no repeat is also working, and it is at the position that is right top. What if we want to get this image at the center of the screen, at the top position? So simply we provide the top keyword so that it is present at the top and at the center as well. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, it is at the top and at the center position if we check it horizontally. And then when we scroll this web page, so as you can see, the image is scrollable right now. That's because we have not provided the fixed value of the background attachment property. If we provide the fixed value in the end in this case, so let me just provide that value as well. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. And if we scroll now, so as you can see, the image is getting fixed right now. So guys, this is one of the important ways in order to provide the background properties that you want to apply based on your requirements. So now we will see border property in CSS. So guys, basically the CSS border properties allow you to specify the style, width, and the color of the elements border. So whatever HTML HTML elements you have defined in the web page, you can provide the border to that particular HTML element, such as a div element or the paragraph element as well. And we are going to check this with the help of examples. Now below are some of the border properties in CSS. So the very first property that we are going to see is border style. So guys, let us move to the VS Code over here, and basically we are going to have a simple div in this case. So we have defined the div and we are going to simply have the sample text, so that is lorem. So lorem emit abbreviation is being provided by the VS Code over here. So we simply have to click on this emit abbreviation so that random content is automatically generated for us. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, this is the content that is being provided inside the div element. Now guys, let us provide certain background to this div element. So over here what we have to do is we have to come to the style.css file in this case, and simply we are going to define the tag that is div. So by using the tag name, we are going to define the background color. So in this case we provide background color as the name of the property, and let's say we provide the color as yellow in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the background color as yellow for this particular div. Now guys, let us say we want to provide certain border. So what we can do is we can provide the border style in this case. So when we provide border style over here, there are multiple values that you can select from. So as you can see, this is the border style, and apart from that you can also provide the individual style for the individual sides. So as you can see, we have the top border over here, then border left style, then border right style, and border bottom style. So basically there are 4 sides for this div, that is top, right, bottom, and then left. So guys, you can select which of the sides you want the border to be provided and what style needs to be implemented for that particular HTML element. So in this example, we are going to simply provide the border style which will be applicable to all the 4 sides, and in this case simply we are going to provide the solid border style. So guys, basically this is a very simple border style that we can use in order to provide the border to the div element over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the border for the div element is being displayed over here, and by default the color of the border is black and a specific border width is given to the div element. Now guys, we can also define the border width as well by using the border width property in this case. Before going to that property, we can also have different values to this border style as well. So as you can see, we have dashed border style, then we have dotted, double, groove, and many other border styles that you can see. So if we provide dashed border style in this case, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, the border style is now dashed and it is not solid in this case. We can also provide the double value as well. So when we provide double, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So it is the double border that is getting implemented over here. So guys, basically we are going to keep the border style as solid, and let us move to another property, that is border width. So let's say we want to define the border width as 5 pixels in this case. So we simply have to provide the border width property, and the value that we provide is 5 pixels over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the border width has been updated to 5 pixels in this case. Apart from this, we also have another property, that is border color over here. By default, we can see that the border color is black in this case. What if you want to provide the border color to be red? So over here in the style.css file, simply we have to provide the border color property. So as you can see, border hyphen color is the property name, and simply we can provide the color name, that is red. You can also use the hex value or the RGB value as well based on your requirements. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the border color is being implemented over here and it is red in color. Now guys, apart from this, as we have already discussed, we can have the border for individual sites as well, such as border top style, border right style, and so on. So guys, let us check that as well. So instead of providing the border style in this case, simply we will provide border top style in this case. So we have border top style over here, and then let's say we want the border top style to have dashed value over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, only the top part of this div is having the border style now. The other three sides are not having any border. That's because we have specified the border top style over here, which is defined as dashed value over here. So guys, in this way you can also provide the border styles to the specific sides of the HTML element that you want. Guys, apart from this, we also have something called as border shorthand property. So guys, so far we have defined the border style, border width and border color separately in order to define the border for this particular div element. But we also have the shorthand property which will help you in order to define all these values by just using one property over here. So simply we can provide border, and then first of all we need to provide the border width in this case. So we say 5 pixels followed by the border style. So let's say we want the color to be red in this case. So guys, just by using this shorthand property, that is the border property, you can define the 3 values. That is, first value is for the border width, and then we have the border style followed by the border color value. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, depending on the values that we have set, the 5 pixel border is being defined over here with the border style value that is solid and the border color is red. So guys, you can also use the shorthand property in order to define your borders along with their colors based on your requirements. Now guys, there is something called as border radius as well, which will help us in order to provide certain radius to the border corners. So guys, let us check this as well. So over here what we can do is simply we can provide border followed by hyphen, and then we have something called as radius. So guys, let's say we provide 10 pixels as the radius in this case. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, we have provided certain border radius over here. So the corner of the border is having certain radius that is being defined by the border radius property. So guys, these are some of the border properties that you can use while defining the HTML elements. So now we will see margin property in CSS. So guys, basically margins are used to create space around elements outside of any defined borders. So previously we had seen how we can define the borders for the HTML elements, and if you want to provide certain spacing outside the borders of the HTML elements and in between the HTML elements, then we can use the margin property in CSS. So there are properties for setting the margin for each side of an element, that is in the sequence of top, right, bottom and left. So guys, we will check this with the help of examples as well. So the very first thing is we are going to see how we can define the margin for a simple HTML element over here. So let me just move to the VS Code in this case, and I'll just remove the previous lines of code in the index.html file and the style.css file as well that we had defined previously. Now guys, what we will do is we will have 2 div elements over here. So the first div element will be having the ID, that is div1 in this case, and simply we are going to say this is div1, and then guys, I'm going to copy this line of code and paste this over here, and we are going to have the second ID, that is div2, and we will define this div as this is div2 in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have 2 divs in this case, that is div1 and div2. Now guys, let us have some background color to both the divs. So what we will do is inside the style.css file, we are going to define the ID1, that is div1 in this case, which should have the background color as yellow. So we are going to provide the background color property and we will define the value as yellow in this case. And the second div, which is having the ID as div2, so we are going to provide hash div2 in this case, and then inside this we are going to provide the background color as aqua in this case. So guys, basically we have provided this value, that is aqua. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the background colors that are set for both the divs, that is div1 and div2. Now guys, if you notice, there is a white portion over here on the left, on the top and on the right of these background colors. So that is the default nature of the browser when a particular HTML page is being displayed to the user. So guys, what we can do is we can remove those margins or paddings that are being provided with the help of the body tag. So inside the style.css file, what we can do is for the body tag over here, simply we are going to set the margin as 0 in this case. So we set it as 0, and also the padding property needs to be set as 0. So guys, these are the two settings that we can do in order to remove those white area that we can see on the web page outside of the background colors of the both the divs that we have defined. So let me just save this file now, and if you notice, when we refresh this page, this white portion to the top left and right of these background colors should disappear. So when we reload this page, as you can see, there is no white portion now, and the entire width of the screen is being taken by the background color of both the div elements. Now guys, how do we provide the margin over here? So let's say we want to provide the margin of 10 pixels to div 1. So in this case, margin is nothing but it will be a blank space that will be provided in all the 4 directions outside of the border. So inside the style.css file, for ID that is div 1 over here, simply we are going to provide margin in this case, and we will say 10 pixels over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, when we provide the margin of 10 pixels to the div 1, you can notice that on the top side, right side, bottom side, and on the left hand side as well, the margin is being provided with the help of the 10 pixels value that we have provided inside the style.css property. And guys, this is the meaning of providing margin over here. It is the space outside of the border of the HTML element. So if we provide the border to this first div element, in this case, the border will enclose this first div element around this background color that we have already set. So guys, let us check that as well. So over here, simply we are going to provide border. In this case, we will say the border width as 2 pixels and the border style as solid and color is black. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the border is being provided to the first div element and the margin is 10 pixels from all the sides. So guys, with the help of the margin property, you can provide the margin on all the sides over here. And this is the example of the margin shorthand property, which means you can provide the margin to all the sides with the help of the margin property. Now guys, let us say you only want to provide the margin to the left and right of the web element. So in this case, you don't want the margin to be displayed on the top and the bottom of the first div element over here. So what we can do is simply I'll remove this line of code. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So we don't have any margin right now to the first div element. Now let's say we want to provide 5 pixels margin to the left and 5 pixels margin to the right. So what we can do is simply we can say margin left in this case. So margin hyphen left is the property that you should be using. So we provide 5 pixels over here, and again we will provide margin right in this case, and we will provide the value as 5 pixels over here. Now let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the 5 pixels margin on the left and 5 pixels margin on the right. Let us increase the margin values over here so that you can clearly see the margin on the UI. So let us set the margin left and right to 20 pixels over here, and when we reload this page once again on the browser, as you can see, the margin has been increased now. So guys, in this way you can specifically provide the margin to a particular side of the web element in this case. Now guys, apart from this, you can also define such margins inside the margin property as well. So I'll simply remove these lines of code and we will simply use the margin property, and over here the sequence of the values for the margins that you are supposed to set is, first of all, you should be setting the margin for the top side of the web element. So let's say we don't want the margin at the top side, so simply we provide 0 pixels over here followed by space, and then let's say we want the margin to the right side to be 30 pixels over here. So simply on the right hand side we can provide 30 pixels followed by we have the bottom side of the web element in this case. So guys, over here let's say we want the margin to be 10 pixels, so in this case we provide 10 pixels. Now guys, this 10 pixels will help us in order to have some space in between the first div element and the second div element when we refresh the page. And then after this we can define the margin for the left hand side. So let's say we want 100 pixels as margin on the left hand side over here. So guys, on the left hand side we are going to have the highest margin in this case, and we are going to check that on the UI as well. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, on top there is no margin because we have provided 0 pixels, and then on the right it is 30 pixels over here. So you can see this is the 30 pixels margin, and at the bottom we have the 10 pixels margin over here. So this is the 10 pixels margin which is dividing the first div element and the second div element as well, and the last element inside the shorthand margin property is the left side margin, which is 100 pixels. So we are going to have 100 pixels in this case. Guys, we can also right click over here on the web element and select the inspect option in this case. So on any browser that you are working, you will be able to see the CSS properties for a particular web element over here. So when we select this web element, what we can do is we can scroll down, and as you can see, this is the margin that is being provided to this particular web element. So on the top we don't have any margin, on the right hand side we have 30 pixels, on the bottom side we have 10 pixels, and on the left hand side we have 100 pixels, and that is what we have defined over here by using the margin shorthand property. So guys, based on your requirements, you can provide the margin to the different web elements and check whether it is being reflected over here by inspecting that element. Now guys, apart from this, we also have something called as margin auto. So basically the auto value will help us in order to align the web element at the center of the page. So guys, let us say we have certain width to this first div element. So what we will do is I'll simply remove this line of code over here, and simply we are going to have the width as 500 pixels in this case. So when we say 500 pixels, let me just save this file now and see how it looks like on the UI. So as you can see, this is the 500 pixels width for the first div element over here, and it is taking the space up to almost the center of the screen in this case, but the second div is taking the entire width of the screen. So guys, since we have limited the width to 500 pixels over here, it is being displayed in this way. Now guys, let us say we want this particular div element to be at the center of the page. So what we can do is simply we can provide the margin auto in this case. So we provide the margin property, and the value that we must define is auto. So guys, this value is responsible in order to align the web element at the center of the page horizontally. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the div element is being aligned at the center of the page with the help of the auto value for the margin. Guys, it is very important to note that when you are providing the auto value, then you should have certain width for a particular web element that you want to be aligned at the center of the page. Now guys, apart from this, we have something called as margin inherit as well. So the inherit value will help us in order to get the margin value from the parent value. Now guys, apart from this, the margin property can also have the negative values that we can set. So to understand this, when we have the margin value as positive for the left hand side margin over here, the web element tends to go on the right hand side. But guys, when we have the margin as the negative value, so the web element will go on the left hand side of the screen and it will be invisible to some extent. So guys, let us check that as well. So for this web element that is having the ID div2 over here, we are going to have the negative left margin. So we will define margin hyphen left in this case, and let's say we provide negative 10 pixels in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the content of this second div element is going on the left hand side. The T character over here that was present inside the div2 is now going to the left of the screen in this case. So guys, basically this is the functionality of having the negative margins, which means when we provide the margin left as a negative value, then the div element will go on the left hand side over here, and when the margin top property is negative, then the web element will go on the top side of the screen. Now guys, apart from this, we have something called as margin collapse as well. So what is the meaning of this? So guys, the meaning of margin collapse is when we have the margin bottom for the first div element and the margin top for the second div element. So let's say we have the margin bottom as 50 pixels for this first element and 20 pixels as the margin top for the second element over here. So let us check that as well, how it will look like. So over here inside the style.css property, I'll simply remove all the margins over here and the width as well. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, these are the two div elements. Now guys, let us say we provide the margin bottom to first div element over here, and the margin bottom is 50 pixels in this case. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, the margin bottom is provided to the first div element. Now guys, let us say we provide the margin top to the second div element. So ideally it should move away from the div 1 by more 20 pixels over here. So 70 pixels should be the total margin in between both these elements. So let us check that as well. So in this case, when we provide margin top over here to the second div element and we provide the value as 20 pixels in this case, over here we have provided margin bottom and over here we have provided margin top. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Before reloading, you can see that this is the space, but when we reload over here, as you can see, there is no change now. So guys, even though we have provided additional 20 pixels, but since margin bottom and margin top in this case means the same thing, that is, it will provide the space in between both these elements. So in this case, the highest value will be taken from both these margins and only that margin will be implemented on the web page. So if we inspect this, so when we right click and inspect over here, and let us inspect the first and the second element in this case. As you can see, we have the 50 pixels margin and that is what is being highlighted as brown color on the screen. But guys, we have also provided 20 pixels to the margin top of the second element. So what happened to that? So let us check that as well. So in this case, when we highlight the second div over here, it is showing that we have 20 pixels. This is the normal behavior of the web page when you provide the margin bottom and the margin top for two consecutive elements that are being displayed on the screen. So guys, if we provide 60 pixels to any of these margins over here, so let's say we provide 60 pixels as the margin top for the div 2 element, when we reload this page once again on the browser, you will notice that 60 pixels margin will be present in between both these div elements. So when we reload this page, as you can see, this is the 60 pixels margin that is being implemented over here on the web page. So this is the 60 pixels margin as the top margin for the div 2 element. And this is the meaning of margin collapse, which you should be aware of when you are implementing margins in your project. So now we will see padding property in CSS. So guys, basically padding is used to create space around an element's content inside of any defined borders. So guys, if you want to provide certain space inside the web element and within the borders of that particular web element, then we can use the padding property in CSS. So there are properties for setting the padding for each side of an element, that is in the sequence top, right, bottom and left. And guys, we will check this with the help of examples as well. So let us move to the VS Code over here. And previously we had written certain lines of code in order to understand the margin property in CSS. So guys, we have the first div over here, that is this is div 1 with ID, that is div 1 in this case, and we have another div, that is this is div 2 with ID div 2 over here. And inside the style.css property, we had defined certain properties and we are going to remove these properties so that we understand padding property in CSS. Now guys, let me just save both these files now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have this is div 1 and this is div 2 without any CSS property. Now guys, what we can do is inside the style.css, we can provide certain background colors over here to both the div elements. So first of all, we are going to define the CSS property for the ID, that is div 1 over here, which will be reflected to this div element, that is the first div. So in this case, we will simply provide the background color as the property, and let's say we provide the background color as yellow in this case. And guys, the second ID, that is div 2, we are going to define another background color over here. So we say background color property, and let's say we provide the value as aqua in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the background color to both the properties, which is being extended to the width of the screen. Guys, if you notice, we have certain white spaces on the left, top and the right of the div elements. So we can get rid of it by using the margin and padding as 0 pixels by defining those CSS properties for the body tag over here. So guys, let us do that as well so that we understand the padding property more easily. So over here we provide the body tag and we simply provide margin as 0 pixels in this case. So we say 0 pixels and padding as well as 0 pixels over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we don't have any spaces around both these div elements. Now guys, what is the meaning of padding? So over here, first of all, we will define the border for this first div in this case. So let's say we provide the border to first div element by using the border property. We will provide 2 pixels border followed by the border style that is solid and the color of the border as black color. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the border of the first div element. Now guys, when we provide padding for a particular web element, the space is provided in between the border and the content of the element. So let us check that as well. We are going to provide the padding to the left hand side of this first div over here. So simply we are going to come to this div1 ID and we will say padding followed by hyphen and then we have left in this case, and let's say we provide 20 pixels as the padding to the left hand side of the div1. So when we save this file now and try reloading this page, as you can see, this is the space that we have provided in between the border and the content of this div, and this can be achieved by using the padding left property over here. And when we say padding top property, the padding will be provided from the top side of the web element. So let us check that as well. So when we say padding top in this case, and let's say we provide 30 pixels over here as the padding top. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, 30 pixels padding top is being provided over here. Similarly, we can provide padding bottom as well and padding right as well in this case. So guys, in this way, based on your requirements, you can provide the padding property to the required HTML element. So let us check the padding bottom as well. So over here we simply provide padding bottom property, and let's say we provide 50 pixels as padding bottom. So when we save this file now and try reloading this page, as you can see, this is the padding that is being provided at the bottom of the side. Now guys, apart from this, we have something called as padding shorthand property. So in short, we can also provide all these padding values with the help of just one property, that is padding over here. So I'll simply comment out these lines of code in this case, and simply we are going to say padding over here, and let's say we want padding to be 50 pixels from all the sides. So simply we are going to provide 50 pixels as the value from all the sides over here. So when we save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser, so this is the 50 pixels padding from all the sides. So if you want to verify this, simply we can right click and click on this inspect option of the browser, and on the right hand side you can see the CSS properties for a particular web element over here. So this is the padding that is being applied over here, that is 50 pixels from all the 4 sides, that is being highlighted in light green color. Now guys, apart from that, let's say if you want to provide the padding top and padding bottom to be 20 pixels and padding left and padding right to be 50 pixels over here. So what we can do is, the first value is taken as the padding top value. So over here simply we will provide 20 pixels over here. The second value will be taken as padding right in this case. So let's say we provide 50 pixels over here as padding right, and the third element will be taken as padding bottom over here. So simply we are going to say 20 pixels once again and followed by the padding left. So over here we will provide 50 pixels once again. So the sequence is padding top followed by padding right and then padding bottom and then padding left. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again over here. So as you can see, this is the padding top and padding bottom, which is 20 pixels. We can verify that using the inspect option over here. So when we click on this and come down over here, as you can see, padding top is being defined as 20 pixels and padding right and left is being defined as 50 pixels over here. So guys, this is the way that you can define the padding for individual sides of a web element over here. Also, when the padding top and bottom are same and left and right are same, what you can do is, this additional 20 and 50 pixels are not required. So over here when we provide two values, so padding top and padding bottom will be provided as 20 pixels and padding right and left will be provided as 50 pixels over here. I'll just change this value to 10 pixels so that we can see the change on the web browser, and this one as 30 pixels over here. So the padding will be 10 from top and bottom and 30 at the left and right. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the padding has been updated, and we can verify this on the right hand side, that is the box model over here. So at the top and bottom it is 10 pixels, on the left and right it is 30 pixels. So guys, this is the way that you can use the padding shorthand property as well. Now guys, it is very important to note that we have something called as box sizing property while we use padding. Now it becomes very important when we provide the width of the element and the padding of the element as well. So I'll just remove these lines of code over here that we have already defined. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser, and let me just provide the border to the second div element as well. So I'll simply copy this line of code and paste it inside the div2 ID over here. So as you can see, we have provided the border to both the properties in this case. Now guys, let us provide certain space in between both these web elements. So over here simply we are going to provide certain line breaks. So couple of line breaks we can provide so that some blank space is being created in between both these div elements over here. Now guys, what we will do is we will provide the width and padding to the first div element. So in this case, what we can do is, let's say we provide the width as 500 pixels. So over here we simply provide 500 pixels as width, and let's say we provide the padding as 50 pixels over here. So simply we are going to provide 50 pixels in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have provided the width as 500 pixels and padding as 50 pixels from all the sides over here. But guys, if you see, the entire width of the div now is more than 500 pixels. That's because we have added additional padding over here on the left and right hand side. So when we right click and click on the inspect option over here and check the CSS, in this case you can see that the 500 width is being highlighted as the green color over here, but the width is more than 500 pixels. That's because we have provided this additional padding over here of 50 pixels on the left and the right as well, and we also have 2 pixels border as well. So the entire width will be 500 plus 50 into 2 plus 2 into 2, which is equal to 604. So basically the entire width of this particular div element has now become 604 pixels, which was not the case when we had provided the width as 500 pixels. So guys, this is the problem when we provide padding and border to a particular web element. So basically the padding and the border, which is having their own size, will be added to the HTML element, and the entire width of the HTML element will be increased and displayed to the user. So guys, basically in order to strictly keep the width as 500 pixels, what we can do is we can define the box sizing property over here. So let us check that with the second div over here. So I'll simply copy these lines of code, that is width and padding, for which we are going to keep the same values over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, both the elements are having the same width now. They are also having the padding and the borders as same. The only difference is the background color over here. But since we have seen the actual width of this entire div is more than 500 pixels, so in order to strictly keep the width as 500 pixels, simply we can say box sizing in this case, and the value that we are going to set is border box over here. So when we set this border, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Now if you see, the actual width of the entire div will be 500 pixels over here. Let me just right click and click on the inspect option in this case. So as you can see on the right hand side, we have the actual width of the content as 396 pixels, and then we have 50 pixels left padding and the right padding as well, which is equal to 100. So it becomes 496 plus 2 pixels border on the left and the right hand side of the div element, which makes it as 500 pixels as the total width. So guys, this is the way that you can set the width strictly to this particular value when we are using the padding and the borders for a particular HTML element by using the box sizing property, and the value should be border box. If you notice, both these div elements are having the same CSS properties. The only difference is box sizing, which is helping us in order to set the actual width of the HTML element. Now guys, apart from this, we had already discussed that margin can have negative values, but can padding have negative values? No, we cannot have negative values for padding, and it is not allowed. So you have to make note of this while you are implementing margin and padding as per your requirements. And to understand the difference between the padding and margin over here, you can see that the padding is the space that we have provided inside the div element and inside the border of this div element. Let's say we provide the margin to the same div element over here and see what is the difference. So when we provide margin left over here, so in this case we say margin left, and let's say we provide 50 pixels as margin left in this case. When we save this file now and try reloading this page, so as you can see, this is the margin property, which means the space that is outside of the border of the web element. So when you want to provide the space outside of the border of the web element, you can use margin, and when you want to provide certain space inside of the border of the web element, then you can provide the padding property in CSS based on your requirements. So now we will see height, width and max width properties in CSS. So guys, basically the height and width properties are used to set the height and width of an element inside the web page. So this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. The height and width properties do not include the padding, borders or margins that we have seen previously. So guys, whatever padding or margin that you define for a particular HTML element for which you have defined the height and width, so those numbers that you add to the padding and margins will be added after the actual height and width numbers that you have already provided. So we will check it with the help of examples as well. So basically the height and width properties sets the height and width of the area inside the padding, border and margin of the element. So this you should be knowing while you are implementing these properties in your current project based on the requirements. Now guys, the max width property is used to set the maximum width of an element. So let us move to the VS Code in order to see the working of all these properties. I'll simply remove the previous lines of code over here from the index.html file and also from the style.css file that we had written previously. So we have the blank style.css file over here in which we are going to define all the required CSS properties. So guys, first of all, we are going to have a simple div over here with the ID that is div1 in this case. So we have the div tag with the ID div1 and let us provide some content over here. So simply we will say this is div1. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So this is a simple statement that is this is div1 over here, and we have not provided any styling for now to this div element. Now guys, let us provide certain styling. So what we will do is, first of all, we will have the background color for this div. So simply we can use the div tag, or we can also specify the ID that is div1 over here. So since we do not have any other div element, simply we are going to provide the div tag name in this case as the CSS selector. Now guys, let us provide the background color by using the background color property in this case, and let us say we have the background color as yellow in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the background color that is yellow in this case for this particular div element. Also guys, we have certain margin and padding that is provided to the body element over here. So simply before this div tag, we will provide the body tag as well, and what we are going to do is we will keep the margin as 0 and padding as well as 0. So over here we have set the margin and padding as 0 so that we get this background color on the extreme top left over here for this div element. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, there is no more padding or margin on the top, left and the right of the web page. Now guys, by default the width of this particular div element is set in such a way that the entire width of the screen is being taken over here. So as you can see, from the extreme left to the extreme right, the background color is being implemented over here. And apart from that, the height of this particular div is set in such a way that the required content fits into this particular height in this case. So guys, let us provide a border as well over here to the div element. So simply we will provide border of 2 pixels with solid border style in this case, and the border color will be black. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. As you can see, the entire screen width is being occupied by this particular div element on the top of this page. Now guys, if you want to provide the width of this particular div element, let's say you want to set the width as 500 pixels, so simply you can provide the width property over here. So when we provide the width property, as you can see, this is the width CSS property that you can use, and simply we can provide 500 pixels over here. So we are using the pixels pixels unit, you can also use the percentage. If you provide 100%, the entire width of the screen will be taken, and if you provide 50%, half of the screen width will be used in order to display this web element. So guys, over here we have provided 500 pixels for now. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, now the width of this particular div element is restricted to 500 pixels in this case, and it is not taking the width of the entire screen over here. So guys, in this way you can set the width of the particular HTML element over here. And if you want to set the height of this web element, simply you can use the height property over here. So we have the height property, and let's say we want 100 pixels as the height of this particular div element. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, the height is now set as the 100 pixels. Simply you can right click on this element and go to the inspect option in order to check the actual width and height of this element. As you can see, inside this box model we have this 500 into 100, which means the width is 500 pixels followed by height, that is 100 pixels over here. And apart from that, we also have the 2 pixels border that is surrounding this particular div element. Now guys, we have seen the height and the width properties over here. Now what is the meaning of max width property? So in some cases what happens is, some of the HTML elements width is more than the screen size of the device that the user is using. So let's say if we try to resize this browser over here. So as you can see, when we resize this browser, you can see this horizontal scroll bar is appearing now. That's because the width of this particular div element is more than the width of this browser in this case. So in some cases, when you provide 500 pixels as the width of the div element, and if the user is viewing this particular HTML element from a mobile device which is having a small screen over here, the user will be noticing this horizontal scroll bar, which is not a good user experience. So guys, in order to avoid this horizontal scroll bar, we can use the max width property in CSS. So what we can do is, simply I will comment out this line of code that is having the width property. We will keep the height property as 100 pixels, and over here we will define another CSS property that is max width over here. Now guys, in this case, let's say we have the max width as 500 pixels, which means maximum the width of the HTML element will go to 500 pixels, and it will adjust its width based on the device that the user is using in order to access this particular HTML page. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So on the normal browser you will not see any difference, and in this case the width is being set to 500 pixels and not more than 500 pixels. But when the user tries to reduce the size of the browser over here, so as you can see, there is no horizontal scroll bar now. So maximum 500 pixels will be allocated to this particular HTML element, but when the user reduces the width of the browser, as you can see, the width of the div element is also decreasing over here, and there is no horizontal scroll bar that is being displayed right now. So let me just right click over here and click on the inspect option. So let us check the box model in this case. So as you can see, 318 multiplied by 100 is the size now, where 318 is the width of the div element over here and 100 is the height. So as we increase the size of the browser, you can see that the width is also increasing. So currently it is 391.333 pixels over here. So if we keep on increasing the size, the maximum value for the width will be 500 pixels over here. So as you can see, 500 multiplied by 100 is the size of this particular div element now. So this feature of CSS will help us in order to make the web pages responsive, which means that the size of the HTML elements will be adjusted based on the screen size of the device that the user is using. And guys, this is the way that you can use the max width property in CSS. So now we will complete the exercise on the border, margin and padding by using the CSS properties. So guys, it is very important that you practice on your own while you are learning the CSS, so that you get the better understanding about the different properties that you can use based on your project requirements. Now we will be following the below steps in order to complete this exercise. So as you can see, the first step is to create a div with 200 pixels height, and 50% width with the yellow background color. So guys, let us complete this first task over here. You can also pause this video and practice on your own VS Code and try to solve this problem as we go step by step to complete all these 5 tasks over here. So guys, let us move to the VS Code in this case, and I'll simply remove the previous lines of code in the HTML file and the CSS file as well. Now guys, over here we are going to define the div with 200 pixels height and 50% width. So in this case, simply we are going to have the div tag, and over here we are going to generate the random text. So simply we are going to type lorem, and this is the emmet abbreviation that you can use in order to simply generate the random text over here. So simply we click on this particular emmet abbreviation and we get the random text that is being generated in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, this is the div element that is having some random text over here. Now guys, what is the requirement? We need to have the width of this particular div as 50% and height as 200 pixels. So simply we are going to go inside the style.css file, since it is linked to this particular HTML file over here with the help of the link tag in this case. So over here inside the style.css file, we are going to have the tag name that is div, and for this div, so simply we define 200 pixel as the value for height property, and the width property we are going to define it as 50%. So guys, so far we have used the pixel unit in order to define the height and width, but we can also use the percentage in order to define the property in terms of the screen size of the device. So over here the width of 50% meaning from the entire 100% of the screen width, only the 50%, that is half of the screen width, will be considered in order to display this particular div element. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, now the text is being displayed over here only in the 50% width of the screen, which will be somewhere over here. So this we will be able to make out by providing the yellow background color in this case, which is the part of the first task over here. So guys, let us add the background color that is yellow to this div element. So simply we will be using the background color CSS property over here, and then we will provide the value as yellow in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the width is being taken as 50% and the height is 200 pixels over here. Let us verify that. We can simply right click on this div element on the web page and go to the inspect option, and on the right you can scroll down. As you can see, 441.667 pixels, which means it is the 50% of this particular screen size is the width of the div element, and the height is defined as 200 pixels over here, and this is what is being highlighted in green color inside this web page over here. So guys, this is the way that you can define the width and height and the background color for a particular HTML element. Now guys, let us move to the second task over here. Have a black color border for this div with 5px border width. So guys, basically we are going to have the border as well. So simply we can define the border property over here, and the first parameter will be the border width, which is 5 pixels as per the task, followed by the border style that is solid, and by default the color will be black. So simply we are going to define that color as well, which is the border color that is black color. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, a 5 pixels border is being defined to this div element. Now guys, let us move to the next task over here. Set margin as 70 pixels from top and bottom and 50 pixels from left and right. So guys, basically we will be using the margin property in this case in order to define the margins from all the sides. So over here inside the style.css, simply we are going to define the margin shorthand method. If we simply provide 70 pixels over here, the 70 pixels margin will be provided from all the sides. But if you want to provide different margins from individual sides of the div element, then you can provide multiple values for this margin shorthand property. So over here the first value will reflect to the top of the div element, the second value will be reflecting the right of this div element. So in this case, on the right we want 50 pixels as the margin, and then followed by the bottom margin, which will be 70 pixels once again, and then followed by the left margin, that is 50 pixels once again. So guys, over here we have the 4 values from all the sides. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, from top we have the 70 pixels margin, and from the left we have defined the 50 pixels margin over here, and same margins are applied on the bottom and right respectively. So if we right click on this div element and click on the inspect option, let's see the box model over here. As you can see, the margin top it is 70, margin left is 50, margin right is 50, and margin bottom is 70 in this case, based on the task that we want to achieve. So guys, this is the way that we can provide the margin to this particular div element as well. Now guys, let us move to another task. We need to set the padding as 30 pixels from all the sides. Now guys, what is the difference between margin and padding? So we have seen previously that margin is the space that we provide outside of the border of the HTML element. So over here, since this is the border that is black in color, which is enclosing the yellow background and the content as well, the space is being provided outside of this border when we have defined the margin. But when we provide padding over here of 30 pixels, the space will be provided in between the content and the border over here, which means the space will be provided inside of the border, and that is the only difference. So let us check that as well. So in this case, simply we are going to provide a padding of 30 pixels from all sides. So in this case, we provide 30 pixels, and this padding will be provided to all the sides of the div element. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the space inside the border, that is 30 pixels is being provided from all the sides as the padding. So if we right click on this HTML element and click on the inspect option, we can also see the padding that is being provided over here. So as you can see, after this border, we have the padding that is 30 that is being provided on all the sides of this particular div element. Now guys, let us move to another task. Over here, update the margin to get the div in center. So how do we do that? Here is a hint that is being provided. You can use the auto value for the margin. So guys, previously we had seen whenever we use the width as the CSS property for the HTML element, we can use the auto value for the margin in order to get that element at the center of the page. So guys, I'll simply remove this margin property for now, and let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So we don't have any margins for now over here outside of the border. Now the task is to get the div in the center of the page horizontally. So guys, how do we do it? Simply we can provide the margin property over here. So we say margin, and then we have the value that is auto in this case. Now guys, the value auto will help us in order to provide the proper margin from left and right side of the div element in such a way that the div element will be displayed at the center of the page horizontally when we have the width that is being defined over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the required margin is provided on the left and the right hand side so that the div element is present at the center of the page. We can simply right click and go to the inspect option over here in order to check the values of the margin. So as you can see, it is 186.167 on the left and on the right as well. So this is possible when we provide the margin property with the value auto in this case. Guys, what if we don't provide the width of this particular div element? So what will happen in this case? So simply if we remove the width of this web element over here, let me just comment out this particular line of code. So we have commented out this with CSS property. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, since the div element is taking the entire width of the screen, we are not able to make out whether the div element is at the center of the page, and that is why we should be using the width property in such a case where we are using margin as auto over here. So when we save this file now and try reloading this page, as you can see, the width of the div element is 50% of the screen right now. We can also increase the width to 80%, which means the width of the div element will be defined as 80% of the screen. Let me just reload this page once again on the browser. So as you can see on the left, 10% of the screen width is being left out, and on the right as well, another 10% of the screen width is left out, and the remaining 80% of the width is being occupied over here by the div element as we have defined over here. So guys, let me just change this width to 50% over here as per the task. So guys, we have completed all the tasks over here inside the exercise. So now we will see box model in CSS. So guys, basically in CSS, the term box model is used when talking about design and layouts, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. The CSS box model is essentially a box that wraps around every HTML element. So guys, whatever HTML element that you write in your web page will have the CSS box model that will be applied behind the scenes, and it will consist of the various components that is in the sequence. We have the content first, and then outside the content we will be having the padding that we will be specifying in our CSS file. Outside of the padding we have the borders, and then followed by the margins from all the four sides, and this is the components of the box model in CSS. So guys, if you see, this is the example of box model in CSS. So first of all, we have content in the middle over here, and then which is surrounded by the padding element which we specify in the CSS file. If there is no padding element that we have specified, so this padding will not occur and it will be 0 pixels when we see the box model on the web page. Apart from that, we have the border as well, which surrounds the padding of the web element over here, and then followed by the margin from all the four sides in this case. And this is the box model in CSS, that every HTML element will be represented when you inspect them on your web page. So guys, let us check this with the help of example in VS Code over here. So basically we are going to remove the previous lines of code that we had written from the HTML file as well as the style.css file over here. So guys, we do not have any content right now, so basically we are going to have a simple div over here. So let's say we provide the div element, and then let's say we simply provide a test statement, that is, this is a test div element. So guys, basically we have a very simple statement, that is, this is a test div element over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, this is the div element that we can see. Now guys, let us provide some styling over here. So let's say we provide a background color to this particular div element. So we will be providing the background color property inside the style.css file over here. So guys, this particular file is being linked to the HTML file by using the link tag in this case. So basically we are going to provide the tag name, that is div in this case, and then inside this we are going to provide the background color property. So let's say we want the background color to be yellow in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have a background color that is yellow over here. Now guys, let us say we want to see the box model for this particular div element. So what we can do is simply we have to right click on this HTML element over here, and as you can see, we have this inspect option. So when we click on this inspect option, on the right hand side you can see the CSS properties that are being provided to this div element over here, and when you scroll down you can see that this is the box model for this particular HTML element. So currently we have only the content of this div, that is, this is a test div element, and it is being highlighted in green color right now when we get the cursor on this content over here. And as you can see, this content is being surrounded by the padding which is currently not being defined, and then followed by the border, and then we also have the margin in this case. So guys, let us provide all these components in the style.css file one at a time over here. So what we will do is, let's say we provide padding in this case of 5 pixels from all the four sides. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have provided the padding to this content, and the padding can be reflected on this background color over here. We have certain spacing in between the border of the background color and the content itself. So when we check the box model right now, as you can see, for the padding part we are getting the 5 pixels over here as the number from all the four sides, and it is being highlighted as light green color right now on the UI as well, that is wrapping the content. So basically this is the content that is being highlighted in light green color, followed by the padding which is now getting highlighted. Now guys, let us provide the border as well for this particular HTML element. So let's say we provide the border shorten property, and in this case we provide 5 pixels solid border, which is going to be in the black color over here. So we have provided 5 pixels solid border type and the border color is black. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the border that is of the width 5 pixels in this case. So let me just show you the box model over here. As you can see, the border is also getting highlighted now and it is being represented on the box model as well. So this is the way that you can apply the border and check in the box model in this case. Now guys, the last thing, that is margin, needs to be applied to this particular HTML element. So let us apply that as well. So over here we will provide margin and then 10 pixels of margin from all the 4 sides. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, if you scroll down, we have the margin of 10 pixels from all the 4 sides. So this is the brown color that we can see, that is at the outside of the HTML element, which represents the margin of the HTML element. So guys, this is the sequence that you should remember whenever you are going to study more about the box model in CSS. First of all, there is a content. As you can see, this is the content of the HTML element, which is then wrapped by the padding property of the HTML element, which is then again wrapped by the border property of the HTML element, and then followed by wrapping by the margin property of the HTML element over here. So it is very important that you understand the sequence of the box model over here so that you can distinguish between the margins and padding. So basically the padding comes inside the border and the margin comes outside of the borders over here as far as box model is concerned. Now guys, when we provide the width and height attributes, basically these attributes will be applied to the content of the HTML element and not on the other attributes. As you can see, the padding, borders and margins of the HTML element. So let us apply the width and height attributes for this particular HTML element over here. Currently, if you see inside the box model, the width is 855 followed by the height, that is 18 pixels over here. So what if we provide the width of 500 pixels in this case? So let us provide that as well. So over here, when we provide width as 500 pixels over here, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the width of the div element is being reduced now to 500 pixels. Let us check the box model over here. So it is 500 multiplied by 18, which means only the content of this HTML element is 500 pixels and not the width of the entire box model over here. So 500 is the width of the content followed by the padding, which is again 5 pixels from the left and 5 pixels from the right, which makes a total width of 10 pixels over here. Again we have the border of total 10 pixels as far as width is concerned, and the width of the margin will be 20 pixels, that is 10 pixels on the left and 10 pixels on the right. So basically the entire width of the box model over here will be 540 pixels, whereas the width that we had provided was 500 pixels, and this will only reflect to the content of this div element that you can see over here, which is a simple text in this case. So guys, you should remember this whenever you are going to apply the width and height attributes as well. So if we provide the height property as well over here, we need to provide height of, let's say, 100 pixels in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see now, we have 500 multiplied by 100, which is the width and height of the content of this HTML element, which is getting highlighted with the light green color. Now guys, in order to make the entire box model have the width of 500 pixels and height of 100 pixels, what we can do is we can provide the box sizing property. So over here we have something called as box sizing property in this case. So this is the property that we can use with the value that is box border. So guys, this will tell the CSS in order to have the width and height that is being provided inside this div tag over here to be applied to the entire box model. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now if you see, we have 480 multiplied by 80 as the width and height of the content over here. So basically the content width and height will be adjusted after providing the required spacing for the padding, borders and the margins as well if they are provided inside the CSS file. So guys, basically this is the way in order to provide the entire width and height that is being specified over here inside the CSS to the box model of the HTML element. So simply you can use the box sizing property with the value that is border box over here. So now we will see outline property in CSS. So guys, basically an outline is a line drawn outside of the element's border. So whatever border is being provided to the HTML element, you can provide the outline which will appear outside of the border of that particular HTML element, and we will check this with the help of examples as well with the help of different outline properties. So the very first outline property is the outline style, which is the required property over here. So guys, let us move to the VS Code in this case, and simply I'm going to remove the previous lines of code that we had written over here, and we will have the div element with a sample text that is lorem, which is the emmet abbreviation over here that will help us in order to generate the random text in this case. Apart from that, in the style.css file, I'll simply remove all the lines of code over here. So let me just save these files now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have the random text that is getting generated and being displayed on the web page. Now guys, what we need to check is the border of this particular HTML element needs to be implemented over here, and then after that we are going to provide the outline property as well. So the very first property in the style.css that we are going to apply is the background color over here. So let's say we have the background color and the color is aqua in this case, and then apart from this, let us say we have the border which is going to be 5 pixels and the border style will be solid in this case with the color that is black over here. So guys, we have a border of 5 pixels that is of the solid style in this case, and the color is black. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, for this div element we have the background color that is aqua and we have the border color that is black with 5 pixels width. Now guys, simply we can use the outline style property in order to provide the outline to this particular HTML element. So let us check that as well. So over here we will provide outline in this case, and then as you can see, these are the suggestions that is being provided by the VS Code over here. We will be using the outline style, and you can see multiple values in this case for the outline style property. So we have dashed value or the dotted, double, groove, hidden, inherit, and multiple other values as well. So let's say we want to provide the dotted outline style. So over here we are going to apply the dotted outline style. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, there is a dotted outline that is getting displayed outside of the border that we had implemented. Now guys, let us change the border color so that we can identify the outline that is wrapping the border. So over here what we will do is, instead of having the black color, let's say we provide red color border. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, after this red color we have the dotted outline over here, and that is the meaning of the outline which we can provide outside of the border of the HTML element. Now guys, let us move to another property. So we have only provided the outline style so far. Let us provide the outline width as well of 5 pixels in this case. So when we provide the outline width in this case, so basically the width of the outline will be increased and it will be set to 5 pixels. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the dotted outline of 5 pixels width that we have provided outside of the border of the HTML element. Now guys, let us move to another attribute. We have something called as outline color as well. So by default the color of the outline is black color. Let us provide the outline color in the CSS file. So in this case we will provide outline color property, and let's say we want to provide the outline color as blue color in this case. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the blue color outline that is getting displayed over here outside of the red color border. Now guys, apart from this we can also use the outline shorthand property. So similar to the border property that we have used over here, this is the border shorthand property. We can provide the values of all these outline properties properties inside the outline shorthand property. So simply I'm going to comment out these lines of code over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, there is no outline for now. So what we are going to do is simply we are going to use the outline shorthand property in this case, and one by one we are going to provide all these values. So first of all, we are going to provide the outline width. So let's say we have 5 pixels outline over here, and then let's say instead of the dotted style we want to have the solid style of the outline. So we provide the solid outline style and then followed by the outline color. So let's say we provide the outline color as blue in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the outline of blue color now, which is wrapping the border of red color. So this outline style is being set as the solid outline, and that is why you can see the style of the outline is same as that of the style of the border. The only difference is the color over here. You can change the border and the outline width as well in order to identify the outline and border colors more clearly. So we have updated the border and the outline width as 10 pixels over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the border which is having the red color, and then we have the blue color outline in this case. Now guys, apart from this, we have something called as outline offset as well, which means what should be the space in between the border and the outline. So by default we don't have any space in this case in between the outline and the border colors over here. So what if we want a certain space? Let's say we want 2 pixels of space in between the outline and the border. So what we can do is simply we have to provide the outline offset property inside our CSS file. So over here we simply have to provide the 2 pixels width so that there is a space in between the outline and the border for a particular HTML element. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, there is a white space you can see in between the red and the blue color, which are representing the border and the outline respectively. Let us increase the space in between the outline and the border. So over here, let's say we provide 5 pixels as the outline offset. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, there's a space in between the border and the outline now, and that is how the outline offset will work in order to provide certain spacing in between the border and the outline of the HTML element based on your requirements. So guys, in this way you can easily use the properties of the outline over here, either by using the outline shorthand property or the individual properties of the outlines. So now we will see text color and alignment property in CSS. So guys, basically the color property is used to set the color of the text, and apart from this, the text align property is used to set the horizontal alignment of a text. So we will check this with the help of examples as well in VS Code. So the very first property that we are going to see related to the text in HTML is the color property. So guys, let us move to the VS Code over here, and I'll simply remove the previous lines of code in this case, and basically we are going to have a simple heading, that is with the tag h1 over here, and we will say this is heading 1. So basically we have the statement that is this is heading 1 inside the h1 heading tag over here. Let me just save this file now, and we will also clear the lines of code that we had written previously inside the style.css. So let me just save these files now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have this is heading 1 over here. Now guys, by default the color of this text is black color. So what if we want to provide the different text color to this heading? So let me just go to the style.css file over here, since the HTML file is linked to the style.css by using the link tag in this case. So guys, over here we will provide the tag name, that is h1, and simply we are going to provide the color property over here. So as you can see, this is the property that we are going to use, and we can provide any color in this case in order to be reflected as the text color for this heading, that is h1 over here. So guys, what we will do is simply we are going to provide the color, that is red color in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, now the color of this heading is being updated as red color. So this is the way that we can use the color property in order to update the text color for a specific HTML element. Now guys, apart from this, you can also use the hex color or the RGB values as well for the color value. So let's say we want to provide the hex value over here. So we provide hashtag followed by the red color component, that is $F, and then the green color component, that is 00, and then we have the blue color component, that is 00 over here. So this will be the red color. What if we want to mix the red and green color over here? So simply we have to provide the 2 times F for the green component as well. So it will be updated to this particular color, that is the yellow color over here, which is the mixture of red color and the green color. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, this is the yellow color that is being displayed on the UI. It is not going so well with the white color background over here. So let me just change the background color as well. So in this case, we will provide the background color as black in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, we have the background color is black and the text color is yellow now. So guys, this is the way that you can define the color value using the hex value or the color name or the RGB values as well. Now guys, apart from this, in order to align the text, you can use the text align property as well. So by default over here, as you can see on the UI, the text is being aligned on the left hand side. Let's say we want this text to be displayed at the center over here of this particular screen. So what we can do is simply we can use the text align property. So over here we have text hyphen align. So this is the text align property that we will be using, and it is having multiple values. So as you can see, center is the value. We also have and, justify, left, right. So basically by default, this is the value, that is left value for the text align, which is getting applied on all the HTML elements. So over here, let's say we want the text to be displayed at the center. So simply we provide the center value to the text align property. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the text is getting displayed at the center of the screen now with the help of the text align property. Similarly, if we want this text to be displayed on the right hand side of the screen, so what we can do is, instead of having the center value, we can have the right value over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we are having this particular text on the right side of the browser. So this is the way that the text align property works for a particular text element, which is the part of the HTML element. Now guys, apart from this, we also have something called as text align last. So basically this reflects the alignment of the last line of a particular paragraph. So let us check that as well. So guys, in order to understand this, we need to have a paragraph which is having multiple lines over here. So let's say we have the P tag. We can also have the text inside the div tag as well. And over here we are going to simply generate the random text by using the lorem emmet abbreviation. So over here we have the simple random text that is getting generated. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, this is the text that is generated inside the paragraph tag over here. Now guys, what is the meaning of the text align last property? So basically the last line over here inside the paragraph will be aligned based on the value that we provide to this text align last property. So let us check that as well. So over here, since we have used the paragraph tag in the style.css property, we will be defining the P tag over here, and for this tag we are going to provide the text align last property. So as you can see, this is the property that we are going to use, and let's say we want the last line to be at the center of the screen. So simply we can provide the center. Apart from the center, we also have many other values. As you can see, we have justify, left, right, and so on. So basically we are going to apply the center value in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the last line of this paragraph is now getting displayed at the center of the screen. Now guys, if we want to display it on the right hand side of the screen, so what we can do is simply we can provide the right value to this property over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, the last line of the paragraph is now getting displayed on the right of the screen. And apart from that, we also have something called as justify value. So let us check what happens. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, every word on this last line is now getting separated with the help of equal spaces in between them. So guys, if you want the last line of the paragraph to be displayed in this way, you can use the justify value for the text align last property inside the CSS file. So this is the working of another text align property that you can apply for the last line of a particular paragraph or the div element. Now guys, apart from this, we have something called as direction as well. So basically this will define the direction of text which will be displayed on the browser. So by default it will be left to right. So over here, as you can see, the direction of the text is from left to right. Let us check this with another example over here. So let's say we have another div tag in this case. So simply we are going to have the div tag and we will say this is a test div element. So guys, basically we have a simple, this is a test div element over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is a div element. Now guys, what is the meaning of direction CSS property? So let us provide that property in the style.css file over here. So inside this file we are going to provide the div tag in this case, and simply we are going to provide the direction CSS property. So guys, basically we have the values, that is LTR, which stands for left to right, which is the default value, which means the letters will be displayed from left to right, and that is the standard way in order to display the letters. And apart from that, we also have other value, that is RTL, which stands for right to left. So guys, let us check what happens in this case. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, now the text is getting displayed on the right. But in order to reverse this text, we have another property. So we can use that as well. So we have the property that is Unicode-BD. So guys, over here we are going to use this property and we say the value, that is BD override. So in this case, what will happen is the letters will be displayed from the right to left direction. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now if you see, the letters are reversed. So basically you need to read from the right to the left in order to understand the statement that is being provided inside this div element. So guys, in this way, if you want to reverse the direction of the letters that are being displayed on the UI, you can use the combination of these two CSS properties, that is direction should be RTL and the Unicode BD should be BD-override in this case. So guys, these are certain CSS properties as far as the text color and the text alignment is concerned. So now we will see text decoration property in CSS. So guys, basically the text decoration property is used to format the text using CSS, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. There are multiple properties inside the text decoration, and the first property that we are going to use is the text decoration line. So guys, let us check this with the help of example in VS Code over here. So I'll simply remove the previous lines of code from the index.html file and also from the style.css file over here. Basically we have a simple statement, that is this is a test div element. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, this is the div tag inside which we have the statement, that is this is a test div element. Now guys, what is the meaning of the text decoration line? So over here we have the CSS property that we can define inside the style.css file. So let us move to the style.css file here. So guys, basically this is the property that we are going to use, and you can see there are multiple values for this text decoration line, such as line through, and then we have overline, underline and none. So guys, basically the value that is underline will help us in order to underline this particular text inside the div element. So let us check that with the help of the underline value. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, the text is getting underlined over here. So the text decoration line helps us in order to provide a line to the text in this case. Apart from underline, we have other values as well. So let us check what is the meaning of line through over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So it will be kind of a strike through in this case, where the text will be displayed behind the strike through over here with the help of the line through value. Apart from this, we also have other value as well. So let us check that. So we have something called as overline over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So similar to underline, a line will be drawn above the text with the help of the overline value for the text decoration line. So guys, this is the way that we can provide the different values for the text decoration line over here. Simply we will provide the value that is underlined. So let us reload this page once again. So the text is getting underlined now inside this div element. Now guys, apart from this, we can also have the text decoration color. So let us apply the color to this underline that we have provided to this div element. So inside the div tag, simply we are going to provide text decoration hyphen color. So this is the property that we are going to use, and let us say we want to provide red color as the color for the underline. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the underline is having the red color now with the help of the text decoration color. Apart from that, we also have something called as text decoration style. So let us check what will be the values of the text decoration style over here. So we simply have to provide text decoration hyphen style in this case. So this is the CSS property, and as you can see, we have multiple values over here. By default, the value will be solid in this case. So let us provide the dashed value to the text decoration style. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So this is the text decoration style that is having the dashed value in this case. Apart from that, we can also provide the dotted value as well. So let us check how it looks like. So now the underline is getting represented with the help of the dots for this particular HTML element. Now guys, apart from that, we have something called as text decoration thickness. So basically you can provide the width of the underline that is being provided to the HTML element. So we can use this thickness property in order to provide the width of the underline. So over here we have the text decoration thickness in this case. So this is the CSS property that we will be using, and let's say we provide 5 pixels as the thickness for this underline. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the 5 pixels dotted underline that we can see for this HTML element. Let us change the style to the solid value so that it looks more decent over here. So when we change the value of the text decoration style in this case as solid, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. As you can see, this is the solid underline with the color red and having the width as 5 pixels with the help of the text decoration thickness CSS property. So guys, in this way you can easily use all these text decoration properties based on your requirements, and apart from that, you can also provide the simple text decoration CSS property, that is the shorthand property, in order to provide the values for all these CSS properties. So guys, let us check that as well. So I'll simply remove all these lines of code over here and simply let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So there is no text decoration that is being provided right now. So what we can do is simply we can provide the text decoration shorthand property in this case, and simply we are going to provide all these values one at a time over here. So first of all, the text decoration line should be underline followed by the space character, and then the color of the underline should be red color followed by the style, which should be the solid style in this case. And let's say we want the text decoration thickness to be 7 pixels. So simply we will provide the 7 pixels over here. So guys, this is the sequence that we can provide inside the text decoration shorthand property that will allow us, with the help of a single line of code, provide all the text decoration CSS properties. Now let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, there is an underline that is being provided to this HTML element based on the text decoration values that we have provided over here. Now instead of underline, let us say we want it to be the overline text decoration in this case. So simply instead of underline, we will say overline over here as the value for the text decoration line. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the overline now for this particular HTML element. So guys, this is the way that you can use the different text decoration properties and their values inside the HTML and the CSS code based on your requirements to be displayed on the web page. Now guys, apart from this, as you know that all the links in HTML are underlined by default. So basically it is not a good practice in order to manually underline a particular text value inside the web page, since the default way of providing the links to HTML is having the underline to that particular text, which is the hyperlink. But sometimes you will see that the links are styled with no underline, and how that is done with the help of text decoration value that is set to none, and it is used to remove the underline from links. So guys, let us check that as well with the help of example over here. So what we will do is, let us have the anchor tag over here, which will help us in order to provide a link. So over here we have a tag followed by href, inside which we are going to provide the URL of a specific web page. So over here we don't want it to be redirected to any other web page, so we will simply provide the hash character over here, and simply we will say click here in this case. So when we say click here, this is the text which will appear as a link on our web page. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the link that is getting displayed, and by default there is a underline, as you can see, with the help of a blue color over here. Now guys, let us say we don't want this underline to be displayed for this particular link. So what we can do is, simply inside the style.css file, for this a tag we will define the text decoration. So over here we provide the a tag in this case, and inside this we will say text decoration over here, and simply for this text decoration CSS property we will assign the value that is none in this case. So guys, the meaning of none over here is basically no text decoration will be applied to this tag, that is the a tag in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Before reloading, you can see that there is an underline for this click here link in this case, but when we reload this page, as you can see, there is no underline now for this particular link. So guys, this is the way that you can remove the underline from all the links on your web page by using the text decoration, which should be having the value as none, that will remove all the underlines from the link which is being displayed by default. So now we will see text transformation property in CSS. So guys, basically the text transform property is used to specify the uppercase and the lowercase letters in a text. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So simply I'll remove the previous lines of code that we had written in the HTML and the CSS file over here. And in the HTML file, simply we are going to have a tag which is representing the heading 2 with the help of h2 tag in this case. And we will say this is heading 2. So guys, basically we have simply defined the text, that is this is heading 2 over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have the h2 tag with the text, that is this is heading 2. Now guys, let us say we want all the characters, that is all the letters inside this heading to be uppercase letters. So what we can do is, simply inside the style.css file we have to define the tag. In this case we will define h2 tag over here, and simply we have the text transform property, which is a CSS property that can help us in order to provide the uppercase or the lowercase letters for the text inside the HTML elements. So as you can see, it has multiple values. We have capitalized, then we have lowercase, we have none, and then uppercase. So guys, by default the none value is being applied to all the HTML elements, but in case we want all the letters to be uppercase, simply we can provide the uppercase value over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, all the characters over here in this case are uppercase, and this is the way that we can use the text transform property with the help of the value that is uppercase in this case. Now guys, apart from this, let us say we want all the letters to be lowercase. So what we can do is, let's say we have another paragraph over here. So simply inside the HTML we will say p tag in this case, and we type this is a simple paragraph. So guys, if you notice, we have typed all the letters in the uppercase over here, so that we can see how the lowercase value for the text transform will work for this paragraph tag. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, by default all the letters are uppercase over here. So what we can do is, let's say we want all the letters to be lowercase for this p tag. So simply we will provide the p tag over here inside the style.css property, and again we will be using the text transform property in this case, and this time we will be using the value as lowercase. So when we say lowercase, all the letters for this text inside the HTML element, that is the p tag, will be converted to lowercase. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, all the letters are being displayed as lowercase letters now. Guys, apart from that, we have another value that is capitalized. So let us check that as well. So inside the HTML file, in this case, let us say we have the div element, and this time we will type all the letters in lowercase. So simply we will say this is a test div element. So guys, over here all the letters are in lowercase, so this is a test div element is the text that we have written inside the div element. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, all the letters for this div element is in lowercase now. So what we can do is simply we come to the style.css file, and for the div tag we want to apply the text transform property. So over here we say text transform, and this time we select capitalize value. So guys, what will happen when we say capitalize as the value for the text transform? Let us check that. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the first letter of all the words are now being converted to the uppercase letter now. So the word that is this is having the first letter as uppercase, and then we have this I as the uppercase, then we have A as uppercase, T is also uppercase, and then this D inside the div is also uppercase, and the last word that is element is also having the E letter as uppercase letter over here. So guys, this is the meaning of capitalized value for the text transform, which means the first letter in all the words will be converted to the uppercase letter, and it will be displayed on the web page based on your requirements. So guys, we have seen all the values of the text transform. This is the uppercase value, then we have the lowercase value, and then we have the capitalized value, and in this way you can set the text transform value based on your requirements. So now we will see text spacing property in CSS. So guys, basically there are multiple text spacing properties in CSS that we can use, and we are going to check this with the help of examples as well. So the very first property is text indent, which will help us to specify the indentation of the first line of the text. So guys, let us check this with the help of example in VS Code. So in the VS Code, we will remove the previous lines of code that we had written previously in the HTML file as well as the CSS file. We will remove all the content. So guys, in this case, what we are going to do is we are simply going to have a div element over here, and inside this div element we will simply generate the text with the help of the lorem emmet abbreviation, and then let's generate multiple sentences. So over here I'll just multiply it by 2 so that random text is getting generated over here. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, there are multiple lines inside this div HTML element. Now guys, what we will do is we will be using the text indent property and check how we can do the indentation of the first line of the text. So basically this is the first line inside this entire text over here, and there will be certain indent that will be provided on this first line. By indent we mean there will be some space that will be provided before the start of the statement over here. So let us check that in VS Code. So over here inside the style.css file, we will provide the div HTML element, and simply we are going to say text hyphen indent in this case. So guys, basically we are going to provide, let's say, 20 pixels of text indent over here. So this is the space that will be provided for the first line of the entire text. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser once again. So as you can see, this is the 20 pixels text indent that is provided over here. Let us increase the indent to 50 pixels so that we can see it more clearly that some kind of indentation is provided on the first line. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the 50 pixels text indent that is being provided, which helps us in order to provide certain spacing for the first line of the entire text in this HTML element. So guys, in this way the text indent property will work in CSS. Now let us move to another property, that is letter spacing. So guys, basically there is a default spacing that is being used over here in between each character that is being displayed inside this HTML element. So we can update that spacing with the help of the letter spacing, which helps us to specify the space between the characters in a text. So let us check that as well. So inside the CSS file, we will provide letter spacing CSS property. So this is the property that we are looking for, and let's say we provide 5 pixels of letter spacing. So let us check what happens over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have 5 pixels of spacing in between the characters that are present inside this text, and that is how the letter spacing will work. So in case you want certain spacing to be provided apart from the default spacing that is provided to the text, we can use the letter spacing over here. Let us reduce the letter spacing to 2 pixels. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the 2 pixels letter spacing helps us in order to read the text properly, so you can use it based on your requirements. Now let us move to another property over here. So we have something called as line height in this case, which will specify the space between the lines. So guys, basically the letter spacing helps us in order to provide the space in between the characters. But what if we want to provide the spacing in between the lines over here? So as you can see, there's a spacing in between the first line and the second line over here, which is currently being handled by the line height property, and this is the property we are going to check. So guys, let us provide this property as well inside the CSS file. So over here we will provide line hyphen height property in this case, and let us provide 5 pixels as the line height over here. Let us check what will happen. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, now the line height is very small. Since we have provided 5 pixels, the lines are overlapping each other. So let us increase the line height to, let's say, 20 pixels in this case. So over here we will provide 20 pixels as the line height. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the line height has increased. So if we comment out this line over here, so let me just comment out this line and check the line height once again. So guys, this is the default line height that is being provided on the UI, and the moment we provide the line height over here with some number, so let's say we increase the line height to 25 pixels in this case. So when we provide 25 pixels over here, let me just save this file now, and before reloading you will notice that the space in between the corresponding lines will increase. So when we reload this page, as you can see, the space in between the lines are increased over here. Now let us move to another text spacing property, and we have something called as word spacing in this case, which specify the space between the words in a text. So guys, basically there are spaces in between the multiple words over here that is being provided inside this text. How we can increase or decrease that space? We can do so by using the word spacing over here. So let me provide that word spacing CSS property as well. So in this case we provide word spacing, and let's say we provide the spacing of 10 pixels in this case. So spaces in between the words of the text should be set to 10 pixels in this case. Let me just save this file now, and when we reload this page, you will notice that the space in between the words will increase. So when we reload, as you can see, the width of this space has increased over here in between the words with the help of the word spacing CSS property. So guys, these are some of the text spacing properties that you can use based on your requirements. So comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is text shadow property in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see text shadow property in CSS. So guys, basically the text shadow property adds the shadow to the text that is present inside the HTML element, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. And this is the syntax that we will be using, that is text shadow property, and then we have the horizontal and the vertical measurements to be provided where the shadow will appear over here, and then followed by the optional color value as well. And apart from that, we will also see some other attributes that we can use inside the text shadow property. So guys, let us check this this with the help of example in VS Code over here. So basically I am going to remove the previous lines of code that we had written in the HTML file and the CSS file as well. And now we are simply going to have a simple paragraph over here using the p tag inside the HTML, and we will say this is a paragraph. So guys, we have a very simple statement, that is this is a paragraph in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have this is a paragraph. Now guys, what if we want to provide the text shadow to this paragraph over here? So let us check by using the text shadow CSS property. So inside the style.css, we will be using the p tag in this case, since we have provided the text inside the paragraph tag over here, and then we will say text shadow. So guys, basically this is the property, that is text hyphen shadow, that we will be using. And for this property, we will be providing the horizontal and vertical measurement as 2 pixels, and then followed by space, and then vertical measurement as 2 pixels over here. Let me just save this file now and let us check what happens when we provide the text shadow property with these values. So let me just reload this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, there's a shadow that is being provided to this text behind this particular text over here with the measurements that is 2 pixels at the horizontal and 2 pixels at the vertical side. So guys, in this way you can provide the text shadow over here. Now guys, this particular shadow is confusing us and it is not helping us to read the text properly. So what we will do is we will color the shadow over here. So after the measurements that we have provided, simply we can provide the color for the shadow. So let's say we provide the color as red in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, there is a red color for the shadow that is being provided over here. So in this way we can also provide the color to the shadow in this case. Guys, what if we provide 0 pixels for the horizontal and vertical directions? So let us check that as well. So when we provide 0 pixels of measurements to the text shadow, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, the shadow is just behind the actual text over here, and this is the reason we won't be able to see the shadow for this particular text in this case. And that is why we provide certain horizontal and vertical measurements over here. So let us provide that as well. This time let us provide 1 pixels of horizontal and vertical measurements in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, there is a red color shadow that is being displayed behind the scenes. Now guys, there is something called as blur effect that you can provide to this text shadow over here. So how we can provide the blur effect? So after the vertical and horizontal measurements that we have provided, simply we can provide another measurement over here that will reflect the blur effect. So let's say we provide 4 pixels over here as the measurement. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the blur effect on the shadow that we have provided behind this text. So guys, basically this third measurement is used in order to blur the shadow that is being displayed with the help of this color over here. So let us increase the horizontal and vertical measurements over here as well to see how it will look like on the UI. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the horizontal and vertical measurements has increased the size of the shadow as well, and this is the blur effect that you can provide in order to make the text more readable. And if we provide the measurements as 0 pixels over here, so the shadow will be just behind the text, but it will be displayed since we have provided the measurements for the blur effect over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, just behind the actual text we are also getting the red color shadow, but with a blur effect, which is making this text look more decent over here on the UI. So guys, in this way you can provide the shadow to the text based on your requirements. Now let us change the color of this text to white and the shadow color to black in this case. So let us check that as well. What we will do is we will provide the color as white color over here, and instead of red color for the text shadow, we will provide black color in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the white color text with a black color shadow in this case, and this is how it will look like. And let us do the reverse of this. So what will happen when we provide the color as black and the text shadow as white color in this case. So when we do that, but since we have the background as white color, so you won't be able to see the effect properly. So let us check that as well. I'll save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, the white shadow is not that visible over here. Let us provide certain background color in this case as well. So when we provide the background color of, let's say, gray color over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, to some extent there is a white color behind this black color text. So based on your requirements, you can choose the color of the text as well as of the shadow in order to display the text on the screen. Comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is fonts in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see fonts in CSS. So guys, basically there are multiple properties related to fonts in CSS, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. So basically the first property is the font family, which will help us in order to specify the font of a text. So guys, let us check this with the help of example in VS Code over here. So simply I'm going to remove the previous line of code that we had written from the HTML and the CSS files as well. So in the HTML file, we are going to have the div element in this case, and let us generate some random text over here. So as you can see, we have generated the random text using the lorem emmet abbreviation. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, this is the text that we have written inside our div element. Now guys, this is the default font family over here. We have not provided any font family in our external CSS file. So how do we provide the font family in the style.css file over here? So simply we are going to go inside the style.css file, and for the div element we are going to set the font family in this case. Now guys, when we provide the font family property, as you can see, there are multiple values in this case to be provided as the font family. Now guys, what is the meaning of these multiple values that are separated by comma? So over here, let us say we want to provide the Arial font family. So when we select this, as you can see, the first font family is Arial, and then followed by comma we have something called as Helvetica, and then we have sans serif. So guys, basically this is nothing but a fallback mechanism that will work in such a way that first of all the web browser will check whether the Arial font family is being installed locally on that particular browser, and if yes, then the text will be applied this particular font family, and if not, then the Helvetica will be checked whether it is present or not, and if it is present, then Helvetica will be provided, and if this is also not present, then sans serif is the generic font family name that will be applied, which is having the group of different values for the font family over here. So guys, basically the last name for the font family CSS property will be the generic font family. So as you can see, it specifies a prioritized list of font family names or generic family names. So some of the browser versions might not have the first or the second font family value, and this is the fallback mechanism that is being used over here. Now guys, let us check how this font family will be displayed on the UI. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, the font has been updated now with the help of the font family CSS property. Similarly, if we provide some other font family over here, so let's say we provide Times New Roman font family in this case. So first of all, this Times New Roman will be checked whether the browser is having this particular font family. If not, then this Times font family will be checked, and if this is also not present, then the serif generic family will be applied to the text over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. Before reloading, you will be seeing that the font family will be updated over here to Times New Roman. So when we reload this page, as you can see, this is the text that is being displayed with the font family of Times New Roman over here. Let us update to some other font family value in this case. So let us select Vardhana over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the font family has been updated over here, and this is how you can apply the font family to your text based on your requirements. Now guys, let us move to another property over here. So we have something called as font style in this case, which will specify whether the text needs to be displayed as italics. So guys, let us check that as well. So over here simply we can provide font style CSS property, and for this style we have multiple values, that is italic or normal or oblique. So guys, basically by default we have the normal value. So let us see how the text will be displayed when we provide the value as italic for font family CSS property. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the value of italic is being provided over here as the font style CSS property. Now guys, let us move to another CSS property. We have something called as font weight over here. So let us check that as well, which will help us in order to specify the weight of the font. So guys, over here simply we will say font weight property, and we have multiple numbers that we can provide. Also we can provide the value that is bold over here or bolder or lighter. So by default we have the value that is normal. So what if we provide the bold value in this case? Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the meaning of bold font weight in this case, and based on your requirements, if you want to display the text in this way, you can provide the font weight over here. Now guys, let us move to another property. We have something called as font size in this case, which sets the size of the text, and we can use the various units, which is pixels and EM over here. So guys, let us check this with the help of example in VS Code. So let us have another paragraph in this case. So we will have the p tag over here, and then simply we will say this is a paragraph. So guys, we are going to apply the font size property on this paragraph. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is a paragraph text is getting displayed. So guys, how do we provide the font size property to this paragraph? So simply we are going to come in this CSS file, we are going to provide the p tag, and we are going to say font size in this case. So guys, by default the font size is 16 pixels on most of the browsers, and let's say we want to provide 22 pixels as font size. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the size of this particular font has increased to 22 pixels. Let us inspect this element. So when we right click on this HTML element and click on the inspect option, you will be seeing all the CSS properties that are being provided to this paragraph tag over here. When we uncheck this font size, as you can see, this is the default font size for the paragraph tag, and when we check it with the 22 pixels value, the text is getting displayed with the help of font size of 22 pixels. If we increase the size to 26 pixels, so over here when we change it to 26, you will notice on the UI that the size will increase over here. So when we make it as 26 pixels, as you can see, the size of the paragraph has increased more. So in this way you can provide the various font size to the text. Let me just reload this page once again on the browser so that the changes that we have made on the CSS file is getting reflected on the page. And guys, apart from this, we have something called as EM unit as well. So basically one EM is equal to the current font size, and by default the current font size, that is the text size in the browsers, is 16 pixels. So when we provide one EM as the font size over here, it will be the default font size of the browser. So let us check that as well. We provide one EM as the font size in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, this is by default 16 pixels over here. If we want to double this size, that is 32 pixels, simply we can provide 2 EM in this case. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So this is the 32 pixels font size that is getting displayed over here. Now guys, what if we want to make the size as 28 pixels? So simply we can come to calculator over here, and for this 28 pixels we are going to divide it by 16. Since 1 EM is equal to 16 pixels, so we need to get a number that is corresponding to the EM unit, for which the pixels unit is 28. So let me just check that as well. So it is 1.75 EM. So guys, basically the EM unit also allows you to provide the numbers in decimal. So let us check this as well. When we provide 1.75 EM over here, what will happen? So we have provided 1.75 EM. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the size has been updated to 1.75 EM, which is equivalent to 28 pixels over here. And if we want to make it as 24 pixels, simply we will say 1.5 EM, which will correspond to the 24 pixels if you calculate this. So when we say 24 divided by 16, it will give us 1.5 as the EM unit. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the 24 pixels or 1.5 EM font size for this particular text. Now guys, it is very important that we use the text size, that is the font size, with the help of the EM unit, so that on different browsers the text is automatically scaling up or down, and it is recommended in order to use a combination of % as well in the body tag along with this EM. So guys, inside this style.css file, simply we can say body, and then for the font size property over here, so simply we are going to say font size as 100%. So guys, what will happen is the font size for all the HTML elements inside the body will be set as 100%, and whenever we are going to use the font size as the EM unit for the other HTML elements, it will properly scale up or scale down based on the browser and the device size on which the user is using the web page. So guys, this is one of the best practices that you must follow while providing the CSS property of font size to the different text element. Now guys, we have something called as font shorthand property that will help us in order to provide the values of all these CSS properties related to font in just one CSS property, that is font in this case. So guys, I'll leave this up to you as a homework for you so that you can practice on your own and use the different values for the different font properties that is related to text. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is icons in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see icons in CSS. So guys, basically icons can easily be added to your HTML page by using an icon library, and there are many popular icon libraries that you can use with the help of the HTML code. So guys, over here we have the font awesome icons that you can use, in which case you will be providing the script tag inside your HTML code and provide the icons inside the body tag in order to be displayed on the UI. And similarly we have the bootstrap icons, in which case you have to provide the CSS file, that is the external CSS file, using which you can provide the icons in your HTML page. And also we have the Google icons, which will help us in order to provide the external CSS file as well. So guys, we are going to use the Google icons this time. So we have to add the below line of code in the head section of the HTML page. So guys, basically when we add this particular line inside the head section of the HTML page, you don't have to download any of the icons to display them, but simply you have to refer to them by using the name of that icon. So guys, let me just copy this line of code over here, that is the link tag, which is of the relation style sheet and having the href to this particular URL that you can see. So let me just copy this file and provide it inside our HTML file over here. I'll simply remove the previous lines of code that we had written, and after this external style sheet, in this case we will provide this line of code which will help us in order to display the Google icons. So guys, over here we have provided the line of code inside the head section of the HTML page. Now guys, simply we can use this particular syntax in order to provide the icon on the page over here. So guys, let me just copy this line of code in this case, and over here inside the body tag we will have the paragraph tag, and we will say below are some of the Google icons. So guys, basically we are having the simple text over here, and then after this we are going to use this particular syntax that is having the I tag over here, and simply we are going to have the class attribute in this case, which is going to have the value as material icons, and simply we can provide the name of the icon that we want to display. So guys, in this case it is the cloud icon that we are going to display. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, below are some of the Google icons, paragraph is getting displayed, and this is the Google icon that is getting displayed with the help of this line of code that we had written inside the head section over here. Now guys, similarly if you want to display the icon for the computer, so what you can do is simply I'll copy the line of code in this case and paste it over here, and instead of having the cloud we will simply say computer in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the computer icon is getting displayed over here. Apart from this, let us say we want to display the home icon. So simply I'm going to copy this and paste this line of code, and over here we are going to provide the home keyword. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, home icon is getting displayed. Now guys, how you will come to know what is the name that you are supposed to provide for a particular icon, because not all the words that you will provide over here will have the icon in the Google Icons website. So guys, what you can do is, I have also provided the link over here to the Google Icons. So this is the link for the icons that are related to the fonts.google.com website. So let us check this URL over here. So I'll just go to this page in this case. So as you can see, if you scroll down, you will see all the list of icons that is present over here. So in case you want to display the settings icon, simply you have to provide the settings name over here inside your code in this particular syntax. So let me just copy the syntax and paste this over here, and instead of home we will simply say settings in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the settings icon is getting displayed. Now guys, what if we miss out the last S over here and simply we say setting in this case? So what will happen in such cases where the name of the icon is not matching with the list of icons that are present in the Google fonts over here? So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So since the name is not matching, the setting icon is not getting displayed in this case. So guys, it is very important that you match the name over here inside the Google Fonts icon according to your requirements and display them by using this particular syntax that we have seen over here. So I'll simply change it to settings in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the settings icon is getting displayed over here. Now let us display the search icon as well inside our HTML page. So simply I'm going to copy the syntax and paste this over here, and instead of settings we will say search in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the search icon is getting displayed over here. So guys, in this way you can easily include Google icons on your HTML page just by including this particular line of code over here that is related to Google Fonts. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is an exercise on text properties, font and icons in CSS. So stay tuned. So guys, it is important that you practice the CSS properties in order to understand them in a more better way. So we are going to check the exercise on the text properties, font and icons in CSS. So basically you are supposed to follow the below steps in order to complete this exercise. So guys, you can pause this video and make sure that each of the tasks are completed from your side before checking the solution for all these tasks over here. So let us move to the first task in this case. So we are supposed to create a div with 500 pixels max width and align it to the center of the page with some background color. So guys, let us move to the VS Code over here and implement this task. So I'll just remove the previous lines of code in this case from the HTML file as well as the CSS file over here. Now guys, we are going to have the div element in this case. So we will say div tag over here, and let's say we generate some random text over here with the help of the lorem emmet abbreviation. So guys, in this case we have generated the random text inside the div element over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have this text inside the div tag over here. Now guys, for this div element we are going to have the 500 pixels max width. So how do we do that? Inside the style.css file, first of all we will define the div tag over here, and inside this div tag we will have max width CSS property, and for this max width CSS property we will say 500 pixels. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this text is getting displayed within the 500 pixels width over here. Now guys, apart from this, we also want to align it to the center of the page with some background color. So let us do that as well. So in order to align this at the center of the page, simply we are going to use the margin property, and the value that we can use is auto. So guys, basically this auto value for the margin property will help us in order to have the div element at the center of the page. So let us check that as well. I'll save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So you can see that the text is getting displayed at the center of the page, and in order to make it more clear, we are going to have the background color as well. So simply we are going to provide the background color for this div element, and let's say we provide the color as aqua. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the background color is getting displayed over here, and also the div element is at the center of the page now. Now guys, let us move to another task. Keep the text color as red and align the text to the center of the div element. So basically we are supposed to have the text color as red color. So which CSS property do we use in order to make the text color as red? So over here simply we are going to use the color property, and we will say red color in this case, and also we are going to use the text align property that will help us in order to align the text at the center of the div element. So over here we will select the center value. So let me just save this file now. So two things will happen over here. First of all, the color of the text will be updated to red color, and the alignment of this text will be at the center of this particular div which is having this background color. So let me just reload this page. So as you can see, the text color is updated to red and the text alignment is now set as center over here. Now guys, let us move to another task. We need to provide the 5 pixels black border and the 2 pixels yellow outline to this div. So over here we will provide the border property first of all. So we will say border in this case, and it is going to be 5 pixels solid border with a black color. So guys, this will be the border, and the same way we are going to provide the outline property as well, which is going to have 2 pixels outline width and the color will be yellow. So over here we will say outline, in this case we will say 2 pixels as the outline width, and the outline style will be again solid in this case, and the color of the outline will be yellow. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the black border, and then after the border we have the yellow color outline. So guys, if you remember, first of all we have the border, and then after the border the outline property will be displayed for that particular HTML element. So this is the way that we have implemented the border and the outline properties as well. Let us move to the next task. So over here we are going to provide some line height to create extra space between the lines of the text. So guys, basically we have this default line height over here that is being displayed in between the lines. So let us provide the line height as well. So inside this div element we are going to say line height in this case, and let's say we provide the line height of 10 pixels. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the 10 pixels line height is not helping us to provide the required extra space over here. So instead of 10 pixels, let us say we want to provide 25 pixels as the line height. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, we have sufficient space in between the lines that are getting displayed inside this div element over here. Now guys, let us move to the next task over here. Make the font size as 24 pixels using EM unit. So guys, what will be the EM unit for the 24 pixels? So if you remember, whatever pixels we have, we need to divide it by 16. So over here we say 24 pixels divided by 16, since 1 EM is equal to 16 pixels. So in this case we will get the value in terms of EM. So we have 1.5 EM as the font size over here. So simply we are going to set the font size property as 1.5 EM. So guys, over here inside the div element we will say font size CSS property, and in this case we will say 1.5 EM. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the font size of the text has been updated now to 1.5 EM. Now guys, let us move to another task. So over here we need to add the icons of heart and computer on the last line of this div using the Google Icons CSS. So guys, basically in the previous video we have seen how we can include the Google icons line of code over here in order to display the icons inside the HTML page. So guys, this is the line of code that we are going to include related to the Google Fonts inside the head section of the HTML page over here. And then after this div tag, simply we are going to use the I tag over here, and the syntax that we are supposed to use, we have already seen in the previous video that this is the syntax in this case by using the I tag over here. So guys, I am going to simply copy this line of code, and this is the link tag that we are going to use inside the head section that we have already provided. So let us provide the syntax over here after the div tag, and the icons that we are supposed to provide is the heart icon and the computer icon over here. So simply we are going to say heart in this case as the icon name. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So guys, you can see that we are not having any icon over here. That's because the name of the icon is not correct. In this case, simply we have provided the heart. But if we go to the official website of the Google Fonts and search for the heart, as you can see, the name of the icon must be favorite over here. So let us provide this particular name, that is favorite in this case. So I am going to simply update this name to favorite over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the heart icon is getting displayed over here, but it is getting displayed outside of this div element. Can we get this heart icon inside of this div element? Let us try that. So what we will do is simply I'm going to remove this line of code over here, and inside the div tag in this case, simply we are going to have the line break over here. So let us have the line break, and after this we are going to have this I tag along with the favorite Google icon. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have this heart icon over here. So guys, basically we have just included this line of code in between the div starting and the ending tag, and that is how we can get the icons inside any of the existing HTML elements. Now guys, apart from this, we also want to display the computer icon as well. So what we will do is simply I'm going to copy this line of code and paste it after this, and we will say computer instead of favorite. So guys, basically this is the name of the icon that you want to display on the HTML page. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, computer icon is getting displayed over here inside the div element. So guys, in this way we have completed all the tasks that are being mentioned inside this particular exercise, and this is how we can practice on our own in order to understand the different CSS properties, so that it becomes easy for us when we are going to implement them based on our requirements. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video. Till then, stay tuned. So now we will see link styling properties in CSS. So guys, basically the links can be styled with any CSS properties such as text color, font family, background, and many other CSS properties that we are going to check with the help of examples as well. Now the links can be styled differently depending on what state they are in. So guys, basically links are used in order to navigate to other web pages on the same website or the different website. So as you can see, we use the A tag, that is the anchor tag, in order to represent the link, and in the CSS file we can use colon followed by link over here in order to represent a normal unvisited link which is not visited yet by the user. Apart from that, we can also use the A followed by colon and then the visited keyword in order to specify the CSS properties when the link has been visited by the user. And then guys, we also have A followed by colon and then we have hover, so that the CSS properties can be used when we get the mouse cursor on the link text. And apart from this, we also have the active state when the moment we click on that particular link, in which case the CSS properties that are defined will be activated the moment when we click on that particular link. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples as well, and we must note that the hover state must come after the link state and the visited state as well. And apart from this, the active state must also be defined after the hover state. So guys, let us check this in the VS Code over here. So basically we are going to define an anchor anchor tag in this case. So we define the A tag. So over here by default we have the href attribute, for which we will have the value of hash character over here, and then after this we are simply going to provide the text, that is click here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have the link over here with the text click here. So guys, when we get the cursor on this click here text, the icon of the cursor is converted to this hand tool over here. But guys, we are going to define certain properties in such a way that when we get the cursor on this link text, the color must be updated, and then when it is visited, then the color must be updated to some other color. So guys, let us check this with the CSS properties over here. So in style.css, what we are going to do is, first of all, we are going to define the A tag, and simply after this we are going to say colon, and as you can see, VS Code is suggesting us certain keywords that we can use after the colon. So basically we are going to use the link keyword over here, and this will be the default CSS properties for all the anchor tags that are present on the web page. So guys, what we are going to do is, let's say we don't want the underline, so simply we are going to say text decoration, and then we can say none in this case. And then apart from this, let us say we want the text color to be green, so simply we are going to say color, and over here we will say green color in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the text color as green, and then the underline is no longer present on this particular link text. Now guys, this is the normal way in which the links will be displayed over here by using the A followed by colon, and then we have the link keyword. Now guys, apart from this, we also have the visited state over here, in which case when the link is clicked and the URL is visited, then those CSS properties will be activated. So let us check that as well. So we have the A tag followed by colon, and then we have visited keyword over here. So guys, inside this what we are going to do is, simply we are going to change the color to red in this case. So guys, basically we are going to set the color as red when the link is already visited. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, there is no change. By default the green color is getting displayed, but the moment we click on this particular link, basically the text of the color will be updated to red color. So when we click on this, so as you can see, the link is visited now and the color is updated to red color in this case. So guys, in this way we can use the visited state of the anchor tag in order to define our CSS properties. Now guys, apart from this, we also have the hover property over here, in which case when we get the mouse cursor on this particular link, the CSS properties will be activated. So let us check that as well. So over here, after the visited state, we will have the A tag followed by colon, and then simply we can say hover in this case, and then after this we are going to provide the CSS property. So let's say we change the color to blue in this case. So we are setting the color to blue. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Now guys, the link is already visited, that is why the color is being set to red in this case. But when we get the mouse cursor on this particular link, as you can see, the color is getting updated to blue color now. That's because we have set the CSS property on the hover state of the anchor tag. So in this way we can set the CSS properties on the hover state of the anchor tag as well. And then apart from this, we also have the active state in this case. So let us check that as well over here. So in the VS Code, simply we are going to define the A tag followed by colon, and then we have the active state in this case. And then after this, let us say we want the color to be updated to black color. So simply we are going to define black color. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Now guys, the CSS properties defined in the active state will be implemented when we click on that particular link. So let us check that as well. So when we hover on this particular link, as you can see, blue color is getting displayed, and when we click on this link, as you can see, the color of the text has been updated to black color, and in this way the active state is getting implemented over here. So guys, in this way you can set any of the CSS properties for all these 4 states of the anchor tag. Now guys, apart from this, we have also seen how we can implement the text decoration. So basically, if you don't want the underline that comes by default, simply you can set the text decoration as none in this case. When we don't set this text decoration as none, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So you will be seeing the underline by default for all the anchor tags that you define in your HTML file. Now guys, apart from this, we have something called as background color as well. What we can do is simply we can set the background color for this link. So basically over here for the anchor tag in the link state, what we can do is we will set the background color over here, and let's say we set the background color as yellow. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the yellow background color is getting displayed over here behind this particular link. And then apart from this, we can also display the link as a button. So in order to do this, simply we can provide certain padding over here for the anchor tag with the link state. So inside this we will have the CSS property as padding, and simply we are going to say 5 pixels in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the link is getting displayed as a button now. Let me just provide the border as well for this button, and also we will remove the underline from the link. So over here we will again say text decoration as none, and let us provide the border as well. So over here we will use the border CSS property of 2 pixels border width, and let's say we provide the border style as solid border. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the link that is getting displayed as a button and a background color over here. So guys, in this way you can customize your links that you have provided in your HTML web pages. Comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is list styling properties in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see list styling properties in CSS. So guys, basically we can style the list items in HTML using the CSS properties, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. Now guys, the very first thing that we are going to see is the list style type CSS property. So let us move to VS Code over here, and simply I am going to remove the previous lines of code that we had written in the HTML and the CSS file in this case. And then guys, simply we are going to have the unordered list. So guys, basically there are 2 types of list in HTML that we can define, that is unordered list and the ordered list as well. So first of all, we will check the example of the unordered list. So simply we are going to say UL. So this is the Emmet abbreviation. So UL tag stands for unordered list over here, inside which we are going to have the list item. So guys, we can simply define the li tags in this case, and inside the li tags we can provide the content of the list. So guys, simply we are going to say unordered list item 1 in this case, and simply I am going to copy paste these lines of code so that we can have more items over here, and we will name them as item 2, item 3 and then item 4 respectively. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have the unordered list item from 1 up to 4. Now guys, by default this is the list style type that is getting displayed with the help of the bullets over here. Now guys, instead of displaying these bullets, we can display something else as well for these unordered lists. So let us check that with the help of example over here. So we need to do it inside the style.css file, and inside this, first of all, we are going to define the tag that is UL, in which case we are going to define the CSS properties for the unordered list. And then guys, we have something called as list style type over here. So as you can see, this is the CSS property that we are going to use. And then we can have many values. As you can see, we have circle. Apart from this, we also have square. We can also have none, in which case there will be no bullets that will be displayed by default. So let us say we want the elements to be displayed with the help of the circle over here. So we have set the value as circle in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So instead of bullets, we are getting circle in this case. Now let us say we want to display them as squares. So what we can do is simply instead of the circle value, we can say square value. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the lists are getting displayed with the help of the squares in this case on their left hand side. And guys, in this way, we can easily use the list style type for the unordered list. Now guys, apart from this, we can also have the list style type for the ordered list as well. So let us check that. So inside the HTML file, after the unordered list, we will have the ordered list tag. So we have the OL tag over here, inside which we are going to define the list items. So let's say we have the items as ordered list 1, and then simply I'm going to copy paste this line of code so that we can have the multiple items over here. We will say item. We missed out the item keyword in this case, so we have list item 1, and then we will say list item 2, 3, and then 4. So guys, basically we have the ordered list item 1 up to 4 in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, in the ordered list, by default we get the numbers that gets displayed, which will tell us the number at which the list item is present. Now guys, let us say we want to change the list style type over here, and we want to display the Roman numbers in this case. So what we can do is simply we can come inside the style.css file, and over here we will define the OL tag, since we want the list style type to be defined for the ordered list. And inside this we are going to say list style type CSS property, and let's say we provide the Roman numbers, and we want the upper Roman numbers over here. So guys, we have lower Roman and we also have the upper Roman. So we select this value, that is upper Roman. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, Roman numbers are getting used over here in order to define the item numbers, in this case inside the ordered list. So guys, this is the main difference. Inside the unordered list, we don't know at which number a particular item is present, but inside the ordered list we have the numbers, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, which will represent the items inside that ordered list. And we can customize the list style type over here by using this particular CSS property. Now apart from this, we also have the list style position. So guys, let us check this as well with the help of examples. So let us say we have some random text over here for this unordered list items in such a way that the items are occupying multiple number of lines. So guys, what we can do is inside this ordered list, I'm going to keep only 2 items in this case. So I'm going to remove the third and the fourth item over here, and we will change the content of the first and the second item. So simply we are going to generate some random text with the lorem emmet abbreviation, and then we multiply it by 2 so that we get some good amount of random text over here for the first item and the second item as well. So over here as well we will say lorem emmet abbreviation. So guys, basically in both the list items we have generated some good amount of content over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the list items that are occupying multiple lines in this case. So over here 4 lines are getting occupied for each list item in the unordered list. Now guys, let us use the list style position over here. That is the next CSS property. So we will move to the style.css over here, and inside the unordered list we will say list style position. So as you can see, this is the CSS property that we want to use, and by default the value of this list style position is outside. So basically when we set it to outside, we won't see any changes in this case. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, there is no change right now. So guys, what is the meaning of this particular CSS property, that is list style position? So guys, it is the position of this particular square that is representing the list item. So it is currently outside of the content of this list item. So as you can see, when we highlight this content, it is to the left of this content. But let's say if we want this square to be the part of this list item inside the unordered list, so what we can do is simply we can set the list style position to inside in this case. So as you can see, this is the list of values that we can set. So the other value is inside. So we are going to set that particular value. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now if you see, the square is now the part of this particular list item, and it is getting displayed inside of the list item that is being displayed on the page. So the second line over here, it is just below this particular square, which tells us that this particular list style position is set to inside value. So guys, in this way, if you want this square or circle or any other value that you have set for this list style type to be the part of the list item, then you can set the list style position to inside, and if you want it to be outside, then that will be the default value and you don't have to set it explicitly. Now guys, apart from this, we can also remove the default settings by setting the list style type to none. So guys, let us check that as well. So what we will do is simply we are going to have another list, that is the unordered list over here, and let's say we have the item 1 and item 2 in this case. So simply I am going to paste this list item over here and we will say item 2. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have item 1 and item 2 in this case. Now guys, let us set the ID for this particular unordered list because we already have another unordered list that we have set previously. So in this case, we will set the ID and the value that we are going to set is a remove style in this case. So guys, basically we are going to use this value of the ID in order to set the CSS property. So let me just copy this value and let me just save this file, that is the HTML file, and over here we are going to use the ID. So we say hash character followed by the ID, that is remove style. So guys, if you remember, if we want to provide the CSS properties with the help of the ID of the HTML element, then we use the hash character over here before specifying the ID of the HTML element, and if we want to use the class, then we use the dot character before the class name. So guys, inside this simply we are going to say list style type, it is equal to none. So guys, basically whatever default CSS properties are set for the unordered list, all those properties will be removed. So in this case, we will be saying that the square that is getting displayed over here will be removed and these will be simple item 1 and item 2 that will be displayed on the web browser. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, there is no bullet or any other list style type that is getting displayed, but we are simply getting the items, that is item 1 and item 2 being displayed on the web browser. So in this way you can remove the default settings from the list by using the list style type value as none. Now guys, apart from this, we also have something called as list style image. So instead of displaying the square or the circles over here or the Roman numbers in this case, we can also use the image icons that will help us in order to make them look more attractive. So guys, I'll leave this property, that is list style image, as a homework for you so that you can practice on your own. So comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is table styling properties in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see table styling properties in CSS. So guys, basically the look of the HTML table can be greatly improved with the help of CSS properties, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. So we are going to perform certain tasks. So as you can see, these are the tasks that we are going to perform in order to understand the CSS properties of the HTML table more clearly. So guys, first of all, we are going to create a table with the border and a padding for better readability. So what we are going to do is, I'll move to the VS Code over here, and simply we are going to remove the previous lines of code that we had written in the HTML file as well as the CSS file over here. We are going to define the table in this case inside the body tag, and inside this table we are going to have the first row which is going to have the headers over here. So guys, inside the tr tags in this case we will have the table header tag, that is the th tag, and we are going to define the simple headers, that is column 1 up to column 4. So guys, basically over here we have defined the column 2, column 3 and column 4 as well. So guys, in this way, inside the first row of the table we can define the table headers for the HTML table. Now guys, after this first row we are going to go to the second row, and this time we are going to use the td tag which defines the table data, which is going to say row 1 and column 1 in this case. Similarly, we will go up to column 4, and similarly we will have another row. So in this case, simply I'm going to copy these lines of code and paste it over here. I'm going to update all the rows, and the columns will be from 1 up to 4. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser to see how the HTML table looks like. So as you can see, the table headers are getting displayed over here from column 1 up to column 4 in this case, and below them we have the table data as well for row 1 and row 2 in this case. Now guys, this particular table is not looking that great because we are not having any background colors or the borders as well. So let us apply the borders first of all. So basically we will be defining the CSS properties inside the style.css. Now guys, over here simply we can say the table tag. You can also use the ID or the class name that you have provided to the table in your web page, and then over here inside the curly braces, so guys, basically we are going to define the border for the table. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this particular border is getting displayed for the table. Now guys, we also want the borders to be displayed inside of the table for all the TD tags as well. So what we can do is, if we want the same border to be implemented to the multiple tags, we have already defined the table tag, we want to also define the TD tag over here. So simply we can provide a comma and provide another tag in this case. So guys, always remember, if you want to apply the same CSS property to multiple tags, in this case you can provide all the tags which are separated by commas and then implement your CSS properties. So once we provide the TD tag over here after providing the comma character, simply we have to save this file now. Basically what this means is, the border will be applied to all the table data tags as well. So let us check how it will look like on the web page. So let me just reload this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the borders are getting applied to all the TD tags over here, but guys, it is not getting applied to the table headers. Why so? So let us check that as well. So inside the HTML file, as you can see, we have defined the table data, that is the TD tags, in order to define all the data. But for the columns, we had defined the TH tag over here, for which we have not applied the border. So let us apply the border for the TH tag as well. So inside the style.css file over here, simply we have to provide the comma once again and provide the TH tag as well. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now as you can see, we have the border for the table headers as well. But guys, if you notice, we have the double borders over here. That is, we also have the outside border in this case for the table, and individually we have different borders for all the table data and all the table headers. So how do we get rid of this and just apply one single border line for all the table data and the table headers? So let us check that. We have something called as border collapse. So can we apply this border collapse property for all these tags over here? So let's check that. So basically we are going to provide border collapse, and in this case we are going to use the collapse value. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now as you can see, there are no double borders in this case, and a single line is getting displayed for all the table headers and the table data cells over here for the HTML table. Now guys, apart from this, we can also provide the padding for better readability. So what we will do is, for all these table data and the table headers, we will provide the 5 pixels padding so that there is certain spacing between the border and the content of the table data. So in this case, simply we are padding property with the 5 pixel value. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the 5 pixels, and now the table is looking more readable in this case. Now guys, let us move to another task. We need to provide the green background color for the table headers with the white text over here. So let us apply this as well. Now in this case, we want the background color to be applied only to the th tag in this case. So what we can do is, we can say tr tag over here, and inside the tr tag specifically we want to apply the CSS property for the th tag. So we can say tr tag first of all, followed by the space character and then th tag. So guys, in case you want to go to the child element over here, first of all we say the tr tag, which is the parent tag for this th tag, which is the child tag. Then you can provide the space character in between them. Also we can have the table tag over here before the tr tag in order to make it more clear how this particular parent and child relationship works. So after this we are going to have the curly braces, and then inside this we are going color, which will be of the value green color in this case. And apart from this we will also have the white text color so that it goes better with the green background color, and the value will be white in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now as you can see, we only have the green color for the table header in this case. That's because we have specified that inside the table we need to go to the table row which is having the th tag over here. And if we simply change this th tag to td tag, so basically all the td tags, meaning this particular rows, will have the green color and not the th tags in this case. So let us check that as well. So I'll save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, there is no background color for the table headers over here, but all the table data, that is the td tags, are having the background color of green. So guys, in this way you can use the parent child relationship, and simply you are going to go in that particular sequence. You can also use the id of the table or the class name of the table by using the hash character or the dot character respectively in order to apply the different CSS properties. So guys, let us move to the th tag over here so that we apply the background color to only the headers of the table. And let me just reload this page once again. So as you can see, we have the background color for the table headers currently. Now guys, apart from this, we also need to provide the background color to the alternate rows over here. So basically alternate rows meaning we want to apply certain background color to this particular row, and then we need to ignore the second row and go to the third row in order to apply the same background color. So guys, in this case, let us increase the number of rows now in the HTML file. So I'm going to simply copy these lines of code and paste it over here, so we get the third row as well. So I'll update it, and again we are going to have the fourth row as well over here. So we are going to update the content of the fourth row, and let us say we have another row in this case. So simply I'm going to paste the code once again. So as you can see, total of 5 rows we have defined inside the HTML table. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the rows from 1 up to the row 5, and all the 4 columns have different data inside them. Now guys, what do we want to do is we want to apply certain background color to this particular row, and then we need to ignore this second row and apply the same background color to the third row as well, and then followed by the same background color to the fifth row. So alternate rows need to be provided with the background color. So inside the style.css property, what we can do is simply we can say table first of all in order to define the parent tag, and inside this we are going to go to the tr tag over here. Now guys, we don't want to apply the background color at the td level but at the row level in this case. So basically we want to color this entire row which is at the second number right now. So guys, if you remember, first of all we have defined the first row for the header of the table. So this is the first row, and then apart from this is the second row, which means it is the even number row, and then we have the third row which we want to ignore, and then this is the fourth row which is the even row. So guys, over here we need to define something called as nth child. So guys, how do we do that? So we provide the tr tag followed by colon, and then we have something called as nth child over here. So as you can see, VS Code is suggesting us this particular option, so we are going to use this, and inside this nth child parenthesis we can define the number of the child that we want to define. So guys, basically we want all the even number of child in this case, because we are going to apply the background color to these even number of rows. So this is the second row, and then we have the fourth row, and then we have the sixth row over here. So guys, let us use this particular even keyword, and inside these curly braces we are going to say the background color property. So we are going to define the normal CSS properties inside this after we have used this particular selector. So guys, this is one of the important selectors when you are going to use the tables or any other HTML elements and you want to navigate to a particular child of a parent tag over here, in which case table is the parent tag and tr is the child tag, and from this child tag we are selecting one of the child tags in this case, and specifically we are selecting the even number of children. So guys, basically we have the background color over here, and let's say we have a shade of gray color that we want to display as the background color. So simply we are going to define this particular color, that is a shade of the gray color. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now as you can see, we have the background colors getting displayed to all the alternate rows. Specifically the even number of rows are getting the background colors being implemented over here. So guys, in this way we can provide the CSS properties for the alternate rows inside the table. Now guys, let us move to the next task. We are going to update the hover color on the table rows as well. So what we can do is, we have already provided the background color to the even number of rows. Let us provide the hover color in such a way that when we get the cursor on the table row of the HTML table, then the color of the background must be updated. So what we can do is, simply in the style.css property, we will again define the table tag. You can also define the ID or the class of the table as well, and then after this we are going to have the tr tag in this case. Now guys, for the tr tag we want the hover state of the HTML element to be used in order to provide the background color. So simply we are going to have the colon, and then we are going to provide the hover property. So as you can see, this is the option that we can use. So basically when we are going to hover over the tr tag, then we need to have certain background color getting displayed. So guys, let us provide the background color over here. So in this case, let us say we want the background color to be aqua. So basically we are going to provide this particular value. So the meaning of this is, whenever we are going to get the cursor to any row of the table, then the background color of that particular row will be updated to aqua. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now if we get the cursor, as you can see, the color is getting updated to aqua color. So for the entire row of the table, the color is getting updated. So guys, in this way you can provide your own CSS properties on the HTML table based on your requirements. Comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is display property in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see display property in CSS. So guys, basically the display property is used to specify how an element is displayed on the web page. So every HTML element has a default display value, and depending on what type of element it is, the display value will be set on the web page. Now the default display value for most of the elements is either block or inline, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. Now the display property is used to change the default display behavior of the HTML elements. So guys, over here the first display value is the block level elements in this case. So basically a block level element always starts on a new line and takes up the full width that is available on the screen, which means it stretches out to the left and the right as far as it can. And basically these are certain examples of the block level elements over here. We have already seen that the div tag takes the entire width of the screen. Also the h1 up to h6 tags, which are the header tags, will take the entire width of the screen. So let us check these with the help of examples over here in the VS Code. So I am going to simply remove the previous lines of code in the HTML and the style.css file. So guys, over here inside the HTML file, inside the body tag, simply we are going to have the div tag in this case. So basically we are going to say this is a test div with block and then followed by hyphen, and we will say block element. So guys, basically we are going to identify that this is the block element over here, and apart from this we will also have the paragraph tag, and we will say this is a paragraph, and again we will say this is the block element. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have this is a text div which is a block element, and it is taking the entire width of the screen, and then again we have the paragraph tag which is taking the entire width of the screen. Now guys, to understand this more clearly, let us have the background color as well, so that it looks like this is already taking the entire width of the screen over here. So in the style.css file, in this case, simply we are going to have the div tag followed by the p tag as well. So both the tags we have separated using the comma, since we are going to have the background color over here, and the same color we are going to apply. So let's say we provide the background color of yellow in this case. So guys, when you want to apply certain CSS property, that is the same CSS property to the multiple tags or the multiple IDs of the tags or any other CSS selectors of the tags, you can use these comma separated tag names or the other CSS selectors as well. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now as you can see, the div element and the paragraph element is taking the entire width of the screen, and this can be proved by saying that we have the background color up to the width of the screen over here, right from the left up to the right of the screen. So guys, this is the way that the block level elements work, and these are certain examples. Apart from this, we also have the headers which are the block level elements, and then we have the form tag, header tag, footer tag, and the section tag over here. So you can try these tags as well as a homework for you and check how these block level elements work. And apart from this, we also have the second display element, that is the inline element in this case. Now guys, before moving to inline elements, let us verify the CSS properties of both these HTML tags. So simply I'm going to right click over here and click on the inspect option to see the CSS property. So as you can see already, for the div tag over here, we have the display as block, that is the default display value that is getting displayed. And let us check for the paragraph tag, that is the p tag over here. So again we have the background color that is yellow for the p tag, and then we also have the display equal to block for the p tag in this case, and automatically we also have the margins that are getting implemented over here. So guys, this is the default behavior for these tags, that is the div tag and the paragraph tag and the other list of tags that we have seen, in which case the display CSS property will be provided with the block value by default. Now guys, apart from this, let us see the other inline elements over here. So an inline element does not start on a new line, and it only takes up as much width as necessary. So guys, over here we have seen that the block element is taking the entire width of the screen, but in case of the inline element, it will only take the width as much as required by the content of that particular HTML tag. So guys, let us check that as well. Some of the examples are the span tag, and then we also have the hyperlink, that is the anchor tag over here, and then we also have the image tag. So guys, let us check the example of the span tag in this case. So what I'm going to do is simply inside the HTML file over here, we are going to define the span tag in this case, and simply we are going to say this is a span tag, and then followed by hyphen, and then we will say inline element. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the content is getting displayed. Currently we cannot see any difference between the span tag and the paragraph tag and the div tag, but the background color has made it more clear that both these tags are taking the entire width of the screen. We can also see whether this particular span tag is taking the entire width of the screen. Let us check that. So simply we can go to the style.css file over here, and let's say we want the same background color, that is yellow color, to be displayed for the span tag as well. So after the p tag, we are going to provide comma, and then simply we are going to provide the span tag in this case. So guys, all the three tags are having the same background color, but let us see what will be the difference. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the background color for this span tag is only applied up to this particular point where the content is getting displayed. So guys, basically it is not taking the entire width of the screen over here right now, but it is only taking this much space inside which the content is getting displayed. Now guys, let us provide another span tag after this first span tag over here inside our code. So what we can do is, let's say we provide a full stop over here, and then we have a space character at the end of the span tag, and let us define the other span tag, and we will say this is another span tag. So guys, basically we are defining another span tag over here, and if you notice, the content will be continued on the same line. That's because the span tags are defined as the inline elements over here, and whatever element that we define after the inline element, and if we have another inline element after the first inline element, then both the HTML elements, that is the content, will be displayed on the same line. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the content of both the span tags are getting displayed on the same line. That's because these tags are the inline tags over here. Let us provide the other example, that is of the anchor tag as well. So simply I am going to come on the next line after the full stop over here, and then we have the anchor tag in this case, and for the href attribute, simply we are going to provide the hash character over here, and we will say click here as the text of the link. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the A tag is also the inline element tag over here, and it is getting displayed on the same line rather than displaying it on the next line. But let's say if we have another block element after this A tag, so let's say we have the header tag over here. So simply we are going to define the h3 tag in this case, and we will say this is heading 3. So guys, basically since this is the block level element, then the h3 tag content should be displayed on the next line over here after providing certain spacing on the top and the bottom. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, automatically the heading content is getting displayed on the next line after this inline element. So guys, this is the difference between the block level element and the inline elements over here. Basically the block level element takes the entire width of the screen, and it also provides the automatic spacing to the top and the bottom of the HTML element, whereas the inline element only takes the required space as far as its content is concerned. Now guys, apart from this, we also have something called as display none over here. So guys, to understand this more clearly, what we can do is, let's say this click here, that is the anchor tag, we get it in between both these span tags in this case. So inside this HTML code over here, simply I'm going to cut this line of code and paste it in between the span tags. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the first span tag over here, followed by the A tag, that is the anchor tag, and then followed by another span tag in this case. Now guys, let's say we want to provide display none property for the A tag. Now guys, what is the meaning of display none? Basically it is going to hide this particular HTML element from the web page. So let us check that as well. So inside the style.css file over here, specifically for the A tag, we want the display property to be set as none. So in this case, we are going to provide the display CSS property, and the value will be none over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. If you notice, currently we have the click here text, which is the anchor tag in this case. Now when we reload this page, as you can see, now it is no longer present. So guys, we use the display none property in such cases where we don't want to display the HTML element, or we want to temporarily hide the HTML element from the user in order to achieve certain functionality. So if you go to the inspect option over here, let us go to the inspect option in this case, and we will be seeing that there is the A tag over here, but it is having the display property as none. So when we uncheck this property, so again it is getting displayed right now, and then when we check this property, it is getting hidden, And one important thing that you can notice is there is no space that is left for that particular A tag, and the other inline element is taking the space for that particular anchor text over here. So guys, this is the functionality of the display none property. Now apart from this, we also have something called as visibility is equal to hidden. So guys, we have the visibility CSS property that we can use in order to hide the HTML element, but there is a difference between the display none property and the hidden value of the visibility CSS property. So let us check that as well. So instead of providing display none over here, let me just comment out this line of code, and what we will do is simply we are going to say visibility CSS property in this case, and we will say hidden. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now if you see, instead of display property, since we are using visibility hidden, so the space that is required by that particular anchor text is still getting reserved over here, and the next inline element is getting displayed after the space that is reserved for this particular inline element over here. So guys, this is the main difference when we use the display none property. So if we check the display none property over here, the space is no longer present for that particular HTML element, but when we use the visibility hidden property, then the space will be reserved. So when we check this particular CSS property over here, so the HTML element is hidden, but the space is reserved for that HTML element. So based on your requirements, if you want to hide any of the, whether it is a inline element or the block element, you can either use display none property if you don't want to reserve the space for that particular element, and if you want to reserve that space, then you can use the visibility is equal to hidden property over here. Now guys, apart from this, we also have something called as inline block. So we have seen the block level element and the inline element as well. What is the meaning of inline block? So guys, let's say we remove the display and the visibility CSS property in this case. So guys, after removing the display and the visibility properties over here, let's say we want to apply certain height to this anchor tag. So we provide the height CSS property, and for this height, let's say we want the 50 pixels value to be provided. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So guys, as you can see, we have provided the height of 50 pixels over here, but let us say we want to provide certain background color as well, so that we can see that height of 50 pixels. So in this case, let us say we provide the background color, and this color will be aqua color over here. So let me just reload this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have provided the aqua background color as well, but guys, this particular height property is not getting implemented over here, and we have this little icon in this case, and it says the display inline property prevents height from having an effect. Try setting display to something other than inline. So guys, in this specific example, whenever you want to set the width and height of the inline elements, you can make the display property of that inline element as inline block. So guys, let us check that as well. So simply inside the anchor tag, we will have the display CSS property. By default, it is set to the inline value for this particular anchor tag, but in this case we will say inline hyphen block. So guys, this is the value that we are going to use, and this value will help us in order to set the height and width for that particular HTML element. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now if you see, we have the height of 50 pixels that is getting displayed, and it can be proved since we are getting the background color as aqua for this particular link tag, which is having the height of 50 pixels over here. And now there is no longer any icon that is getting displayed over here, so we can uncheck the height as well. So by default, it is taking the required height in this case, and when we check this option, so it is taking the 50 pixels height in this case. So guys, basically you can use the inline block display value in order to set the height and width of a particular HTML element, specifically for those elements for which the display value is inline. So guys, in this way you can use the inline and the block level elements over here based on your requirements. Comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is going to be an exercise to create the navigation bar in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will work on an exercise to create the navigation bar in CSS. So basically we are going to follow the below steps in order to complete this practice exercise on creating the navigation bar in CSS. So guys, you can pause this video and practice on your own using the CSS properties that you have learned so far. So first of all, we are going to create the unordered list and have the 4 items as links, that is home, blog, languages and contact. So guys, let us move to the VS Code over here, and simply I'm going to remove the previous lines of code that we had written inside the body tag of the HTML file, and also we will remove the content of the CSS file over here, and then inside the HTML file we are going to have the unordered list with the list item. So guys, over here as a shortcut you can also use the unordered list, that is the UL tag followed by the greater than symbol and then followed by the LI tag over here. So guys, as you can see, this is the Emmet abbreviation, and when you press enter, as you can see, you have the starting and the ending unordered list, that is the UL tag, and also the first list item over here with the help of the LI tag. And inside this we can define our list items as well, but these list items are going to be links in this case. So guys, basically we are going to use the A tag over here, and for the href attribute we are going to provide the hash character, and inside the A tag it is going to be the home tag over here followed by blog, languages and contact. So guys, let us define that as well. Simply I am going to paste this line of code, and then over here we will say blog followed by languages, and then in the end we have the contact list item in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have all the list items in this case, and since it is the unordered list, we have the bullets over here. Now guys, let us move to another task. We need to remove the bullets and the underline from the unordered list item. So what we can do is simply we have to provide the CSS properties inside the style.css. So guys, in order to remove the bullets from this unordered list over here, you can see these bullets. What we can do is we can use the list style type property for the unordered list tag. So in this case we say the UL tag over here, and simply we are going to provide the list type CSS property, and we will say none in this case. So guys, in order to remove the bullets from the unordered list or the numbers from the ordered list, we can define the list style type equal to none, so that there are no bullets or the numbers getting displayed for the list items. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, there are no bullets right now that are getting displayed. Now guys, what we can do is simply we can remove the underline from these links as well. So we will move to style.css property, and what we can do is we can use the UL tag as the parent tag followed by the space character, and then we have the LI tag, that is the anchor tag. So guys, simply we can also use the A tag over here, but as your application grows into the complex application, we need to be more specific as far as the CSS selectors are concerned. So guys, over here we are going to use the text decoration property in order to remove the underline from the anchor tags. So in this case we are going to use the text decoration property, and in this case we are going to use the value as none. So guys, basically by default we have the underlines for this anchor tag, but we can use the text decoration property in order to remove the underline by using the none value for this CSS property. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, there is no underline now, and we are seeing the pure anchor tags over here without the underline, and also it doesn't look like this is the list items inside the unordered list. Now guys, we need to convert this list into the navigation bar over here, which is going to have certain background color in this case. So guys, let us move to another task. So as you can see, make the items look inline with a black background color. So guys, what we can do is we need to make these list items look inline over here. So simply we are going to come inside the style.css file, and for the list items we are going to have the display property as inline block. So guys, let us do that as well. So inside the unordered list we are going to have the li tag over here, and for this particular CSS selector we are going to say display CSS property, and simply we are going to use the inline CSS property. property. So guys, basically this is the property that we are going to use in order to make all these list items look in line so that they are displayed on the same line over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the list items are getting displayed on the same line now. And guys, we will also have the background color. So for the UL, that is the unordered list, we are going to have the background color over here. So guys, for the unordered list, that is the UL tag, we will have the background. So let's say we have the background color and we define the background color as black in this case. And apart from this, for the black background color, we would want the text color of these links to be displayed as white color. So for the A tag, for which we have the text decoration as none, we will simply say color, and this text color we need to set it as white so that it looks more decent on the black color background. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the black background in this case, and then we have the white text color as well. Now guys, we can also have certain padding over here for all the links so that it becomes more readable, and also it looks like it is a navigation bar. So what we can do is, again inside the A tag, we are going to have the padding of 5 pixels. So let's say we have the padding of 5 pixels in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the padding as well as 5 pixels in this case. Now guys, apart from this, you can see there is certain spacing on the left of the home over here, and also above the navigation bar and to the left of the navigation bar. So guys, let us check the main reason behind this spacing and the margins. So let us go to the inspect option over here after right clicking, and let us check one at a time all the HTML elements. So as you can see, for the UL tag over here, we are getting the margin. So the orange color region over here above and below the black color background is displaying the margin of this UL tag. So guys, if you come over here, you can see that we have the margins that are getting displayed by default for this block level element. So what we can do is, for the UL tag, simply we are going to set the margin as 0 pixels. So in this case, we are going to say margin is equal to 0 pixels over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now as you can see, there is no margin right now when we hover over this UL tag in this case. But guys, again we have certain margin over here for the body tag. So as you can see, on the body tag, we are getting the orange color that is getting highlighted, which is the margin by default for the body tag that is getting displayed over here. You can see that it is the 8 pixels margin. So let us remove that as well. So before the UL tag, it is one of the best practices that you provide the body tag and then you provide the values of margin as 0 pixels and padding as well as 0 pixels over here. So guys, this is done as one of the best practices in order to remove the default margin and paddings from the body tag. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now as you can see, we don't have any spacing for the body tag over here as well. Now guys, we can also increase the spacing for the list items over here as far as the top and the bottom spacing is concerned for all these list items. So what we can do is, inside the li tag over here, for which we have displayed as inline block, we can provide the padding tag in this case, and let's say we want 5 pixels of padding over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Now as you can see, we have the padding that is getting defined for these list items on the top and the bottom as well. And guys, apart from this, let's say we want to come on these particular links, that is the home and the blog link, and we want a certain background color so that the user gets the confirmation that yes, this is the link that he or she wants to select. So what we can do is, specifically for this li elements over here, that is the list items, we want to provide the background color, but guys, it should be on the hover state, which means when we get the cursor on that particular list item, then the background color should be updated. So simply we are going to define the ul tag over here followed by the li tag, and this time we want to use the hover state. So In this case, we are going to use the colon followed by over state in this case. So guys, let me use this particular option. As for this state, we are going to provide the background color CSS property. So let us provide the CSS property, and let's say we want the background color to be red when we get the mouse cursor on this particular list item inside the unordered list. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now if you see, when we get the cursor over here, the items are getting displayed with the red color background, and this is one of the good practices that you can follow based on your requirements whenever you are creating project. So guys, in this way, out of a very simple unordered list that we have defined inside our HTML file, we have converted it into one of the attractive navigation bars by using the style.css properties over here for the unordered list and the list items and the anchor tags as well. So guys, this is one of the ways that you can use in order to create your own navigation bars over here. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is position property in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see position property in CSS. So guys, basically the position property specifies the type of positioning method that is used for an HTML element, and there are 5 different position values that we will see with the help of examples as well. So the very first position value is the static, which is the default position value. So guys, the static positioned elements are not affected by the top, bottom, left and right properties that we are going to see with the help of examples. Apart from the static value, we have the relative value of the position property. We also have the fixed value, and then we have absolute value, and then we have the sticky value. So guys, we will check all these in detail with the help of examples. So let us move to the VS Code over here, and we will remove the previous lines of code that we had written previously in the HTML and the CSS files over here. Now guys, in the HTML file, let us create a div. So over here we will have the div tag, and let's say for this div tag we are going to give the class name as static. So guys, we will give this class name so that we can create the properties related to this particular class, and we will identify the different div tags based on these class names over here. So guys, basically we are going to write the content that this is a div tag with static position. So guys, over here this is the content of this div tag. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have a simple statement that is, this is a div tag with static position. Now guys, we have not provided any CSS properties for now for this particular div tag, so let us do that as well. So what we will do is, over here in the CSS file, we will say div tag with the class name that is static over here, and then inside this we are going to give the border. So let's say we have the border of 2 pixels that is of the type solid, and then we have the color as black color for this border. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is a div tag with static position, which is the default position over here. Now guys, when we provide the other properties such as top or left or right or bottom, so these properties will not be implemented on this particular div tag. So let us check that as well. So let's say we want a certain spacing from the top. So basically we use the top property of the CSS in order to provide the spacing from the top, and let's say when we provide 30 pixels over here as the spacing. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, there is no change for now, since the default position, that is the static position, does not allow you to make any changes with respect to the spacing as far as these properties are concerned, that is top, left, bottom and right. So guys, this is the default behavior of all the HTML elements which have the position as static by default. Now guys, let us see another example over here. We have the relative value as well. So the element is positioned relative to its normal position. So guys, let us create another div tag over here. So in the VS Code, inside the HTML file, in this case we will create another div with the class name that is relative over here. So guys, simply you can use a dot character followed by the name of the class in order to create the div tag with this particular class name, and when we press on the enter button over here, as you can see, the div tag with the class name is created in this case, and simply we can say this is a div tag with relative position. So guys, over here this is the statement inside this div tag. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now as you can see, we have this is a div tag with relative position, and this is the default static position over here, since we have not provided the relative position explicitly inside the CSS file. So guys, this is the default behavior of all the HTML elements that you are going to write on this particular web page. So let us see how we can provide the relative position for this particular div. So guys, we will use the tag name, that is div, followed by dot since it is a class name, and then followed by the relative class name over here, and then we are going to say position in this case, and the value that we are going to use is relative. So guys, this is the value that we will be using. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, there is no change for now. That's because we have not provided any top or left property over here. Guys, again in this case we have missed out the position property, which is by default static. So over here we will mention the position as static in this case. So it doesn't matter whether you provide this position property with the value of static or not, since the default behavior, that is the default value of this position property, will be static always until and unless you provide the other value for this position property. Now guys, since there is no change for this div tag with the relative position, let us provide certain top and left properties of the CSS. So over here, let's say we provide the top property and we provide the value as 30 pixels, and for the left property as well we provide the 30 pixels in this case. Let me just save this file now. Notice that we had also provided the top property as 30 pixels for static, but this time we are providing the top and left property for the relative position over here. First of all, let us check how the top property will work. So let me just comment out this line of code. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the spacing that is being provided over here, which is 30 pixels right now from top, and this is the way that the relative position will work. So basically whatever its original position would be with static position property, from there onwards whatever value we provide, that is for the top or the left property or the other two, that is bottom and right properties, so those properties will be implemented over here. Let's say from the left also we want the 30 pixels of spacing for this particular div. So what we can do is simply we will uncomment this particular line of code, and also we will give the border of 2 pixels over here with the border style of solid and the color that is black in this case, and let me provide the background color as well over here. So we have provided the background color of yellow. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, from the left also we have the 30 pixels of spacing, and over here from top as well we have the 30 pixels of spacing. Now guys, one very important thing over here is this entire div is being shifted to the right in this case. So as you can see, we are getting the scroll bar, that is the horizontal scroll bar on the bottom. So it is going outside of the screen over here right now. That's because we have not provided any specific width for this particular div, and this is how the behavior of the position will work whenever we are going to use it along with the other properties such as top, left, bottom and right. So guys, this is the relative position example that we have seen so far, and it will overlap with the other div elements as well. So let us provide another element in this case in the HTML page. So let's say we have a p tag over here. So simply we are going to have the p tag with the statement that is this is a paragraph tag. So over here we have the very simple statement. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the statement that is this is the paragraph tag which is behind this particular div tag over here. Why so? Because this particular div tag was supposed to be over here at its normal position, but it has changed the position and now it is overlapping with the paragraph tag which is at its normal position right now. So guys, this is how the relative position will work. It might overlap with the other HTML elements if you provide the spacing properties, that is top, left, bottom or right. So if we remove the top spacing over here from the relative class, so let me just comment out this line of code and let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, there is no top spacing right now, and this is the normal behavior of all the HTML elements. Now guys, apart from this, we also have something called as fixed value. So the element is positioned relative to the viewport in this case, which means it always stays in the same place even if the page is scrolled. So guys, let us check the example of this particular fixed value of the position property. So let us use this example of paragraph tag in order to implement the position of fixed value. So let me just provide the class name as fixed over here in this case. So we have provided the class name as fixed, and then in the style.css file over here we will say p tag followed by a dot, and then we have something called as fixed over here. So guys, let us say we want this particular paragraph to be fixed at the bottom left of this page. So how we can do that? So we can use the position is equal to fixed property in such cases where we want to fix the HTML elements on the web pages. So guys, over here first of all we will provide the position property and the value will be fixed in this case, and in order to make it as fixed at the bottom left we have to use the bottom property, and it should be 0 pixels over here, which means we want no spacing as far as the bottom spacing is concerned, and from the left as well we don't want any spacing, so we provide the left property and we say 0 pixels in this case. Guys, apart from this, let us provide certain width and the background color as well for this particular paragraph tag. So let's say we provide the width of 500 pixels in this case. So simply we are going to say 500 pixels as width, and the background color as aqua. So over here we are using the aqua background color, and let us provide the border as well of 2 pixels, which is of the type solid, and the color will be black in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is a paragraph tag is now being fixed at the bottom of the page over here with the 500 pixels width. Now guys, even if you scroll this page, this paragraph will be fixed at the bottom left. So guys, how do we check this? Let us provide certain content over here so that we can scroll this web page horizontally. So we will have another paragraph tag, that is the p tag over here, and let's generate some random text on this page. So guys, over here we will use the lorem emmet abbreviation. So as you can see, we have generated some random text over here on this particular web page. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the enough content on this web page now in order to scroll this page. So guys, when we scroll this page, so as you can see, vertically we are scrolling the page. The other content, that is the static position and the relative position, will scroll itself and it will disappear from the page as we scroll down. But as you can see, the paragraph is still fixed over here at the bottom position in this case. So guys, in this way you can easily use the position is equal to fixed property in order to fix any particular HTML element on the web page based on your requirement. Now guys, apart from this, we also have another value, that is absolute for the position property. So in this case, the element is positioned relative to the nearest positioned ancestor. So guys, let us check this with the help of example now. So I'm going to remove this particular paragraph tag with the random text that we had generated, and we are going to create another div, but this time we are going to create the div tag inside this particular div tag, which is having the position that is relative over here. So guys, we have to come inside this particular div tag, and then we will say div with the class absolute. So guys, we have created the class that is absolute over here, and before providing any content, let us make some changes in the relative class as far as the CSS properties are concerned. So what we can do is, for the relative class over here, we will provide the top property as 30 pixels and the left property as well as 30 pixels over here. But guys, we are also going to provide the width. So let's say we provide the width of 400 pixels in this case. So we provide the width of 400 pixels, and also we want to provide the height of 300 pixels. So over here we have provided the width and height of 400 and 300 pixels respectively. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the div with the relative position. Now guys, the height is too much over here, so let me just change the height to 100 pixels in this case. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, we have the height of 100 pixels and the width of 400 pixels right now. Now guys, inside this particular div tag, we will be creating another div which is having the absolute position. So over here we will say this is a div tag with absolute position. Now guys, this is a statement, that is this is a div tag with absolute position. Let us see how it will look like on the UI. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this statement is just below the statement of the parent div tag, that is the relative position tag. Now guys, let us say we want this particular absolute position tag to be at the bottom right of this particular parent tag over here. So what we can do is, first of all, let us provide some background color over here so that we can identify the absolute div tag over here. So we will say div followed by dot, and then we have this absolute class name. Now guys, what we will do is we will provide the background color of, let's say, blue color in this case. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So we have this blue color as the background color. Let us use some light color over here. So instead of blue color, let's say we have this aquamarine color in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So this is looking good now. Now guys, let us say we want to decrease the width of this particular div tag because it is taking the width of its parent tag over here, which is 400 pixels. So let us provide the width as 300 pixels over here. So we will say width is equal to 300 pixels. Now guys, what is the meaning of absolute position? So based on its parent tag, which is this particular relative position tag over here, it will change its position. So let's say if we want this particular div tag to be at the bottom right of this parent tag, simply we can say bottom is equal to 0 and right is equal to 0. So it will position itself based on its ancestor, which is the parent tag over here. So let us try that. So what we will do is simply we will say bottom position, which should be 0 over here, and the right position as well, which should be 0 in this case. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So when we reload this page, as you can see, there is no change right now. Now guys, that's because we have not provided the position property over here. So let us provide that. So we provide the position property in this case, and simply we will say absolute over here. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, now it is at the bottom right of this particular parent tag, that is the relative div tag over here. So guys, in this way, whenever you are going to use the position is equal to absolute property for any particular HTML element, then the position of that particular element will be provided based on its ancestor, which is the parent tag over here. Now guys, there is another scenario. Let's say if this particular absolute div tag is not present in any of the parent HTML tags over here, but in case it is present directly inside the body. So in this case, what will happen? So when we remove this particular div tag and let's say we provide it inside the body tag over here, so in this case the body tag is its parent tag, that is the ancestor tag over here. So in such a case, the entire body, that is the entire page, will be considered, and then accordingly the div tag will be positioned over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, on the bottom right of this entire page, this particular div tag with the absolute position is now getting displayed. So guys, in this way, whenever you are going to use the absolute value for the position property, so based on the ancestor or the parent tag, the HTML element will be positioned on the web page. Now guys, apart from this, we also have something called as sticky value for the position. So whenever you want the element to be positioned based on the user's scroll position, then you can use the sticky value, and you must also specify at least one of top, right, bottom or left for sticky positioning to work. So guys, let us check this with the help of example now in VS Code over here. So what we will do is we will create another paragraph tag in this case, and this time we will say class is equal to sticky over here. So we will say class is sticky, and simply we are going to say this is a paragraph tag with sticky position. So guys, basically we have this statement that is this is a paragraph tag with sticky position, and let us provide the top attribute for this sticky position over here. So after saving this file, let us come to this style.css file over here with the p tag followed by dot. We have to use the class name that is sticky, and then inside this we are going to give the position property first of all, in which case we are going to say that this is the sticky position, and let's say we provide the top property with 100 pixels of spacing. And after giving the top property, let's say we provide the background color as well. So over here we will give the background color as a deep sky blue color over here. So let us provide this particular color in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have this is a paragraph tag with sticky position. Now guys, what is the meaning of sticky position? So whenever the user is going to scroll this particular web page, this particular paragraph tag will stick itself at the top of this page. So guys, let us check that as well. So we need to provide certain random text over here on the web page. So guys, we will create another paragraph tag in this case, and simply we are going to generate the random text over here. So guys, by using the lorem emmet abbreviation, we have created some random text after the paragraph, which is having the sticky class over here, and the position is also sticky for this particular paragraph. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have some random text that is generated over here, and we have the scroll bar that we can scroll in this case. Now guys, as we scroll down, you can notice that this is a paragraph tag will go up at the top of the page, and then it will stick at the top of the page. So when we are scrolling down over here, as you can see, now it is sticky. So guys, since we have given the top property as 100 pixels over here, that is the reason why it is keeping that space of 100 pixels in this case. Let us provide it as 0 pixels over here. So when we provide top as 0 pixel in this case, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now if you see, when we scroll down, it will go at the top of the page and then it will stick itself. So guys, this is the main functionality of the sticky position. So basically, you use the position is equal to sticky whenever you want to fix something at the top of the page or at the bottom of the page while scrolling the web page. So guys, in this way you can use all the 5 values of the position property based on your project requirements. Now guys, apart from this, it is very important to note that the Internet Explorer does not support sticky positioning, and the Safari browser requires a WebKit prefix for the sticky position over here. So this you should note while you are applying the position property in your project. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is Z-index property in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see Z-index property in CSS. So guys, basically the Z-index property specifies the stack order of an element, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. When the elements are positioned, they can overlap other elements, as we have seen previously with the position property. So guys, the Z-index property specifies the stack order of an element, that is, which element should be placed in front of the other element or behind of the other element, and so on. So guys, we will see how the Z-index property will get the elements in front or behind of the other HTML elements, and the element can also have the positive and the negative stack order. So when we say the Z-index is positive, then it will be displayed on the top, and when we say the Z-index is negative, then it will be displayed behind of the existing HTML elements, and by default the Z-index value will be 0. Now guys, it is very important to note that the Z-index only works on positioned elements, such as when the position is equal to absolute, or position is equal to relative, or if it is fixed, or if it is sticky position. Guys, the Z-index will not work with the position that is set as static value. And guys, apart from this, the Z-index will also work on the flex items, that is the elements that are direct children of the display is equal to flex. So guys, let us move to the VS Code over here in order to see how the Z-index works, and let me just remove the previous lines of code that we had written from the HTML file as well as the CSS files over here. Now guys, simply we are going to define the p tag over here, that is the paragraph tag, and we will say below is an example of Z-index property. So guys, over here we are just providing the simple statement, that is below is an example of Z-index property. And guys, now let us provide the image over here. So we use the img tag in this case, and we have a sample image in our directory over here. So this particular name we are going to provide in our src attribute. So in this case we provide the name, that is sample underscore image.png file, and let's say we provide the alternate text as test image over here. Apart from this, we will also have the width and height in this case. So let's say we have 150 pixels width and 100 pixels of height. So we set the height as 100 pixels over here. Now guys, apart from this, let us have another paragraph tag. So simply we are going to provide the p tag over here, and this time let's say we generate some random text using the lorem emmet abbreviation. So we have provided the random text over here. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have a simple statement, that is below is an example of z-index property, and then we have the random text that is getting generated over here. Now guys, let us provide the position property in such a way that this particular text should overlap with this image that we have provided over here on this web page. So guys, what we have to do is inside the style.css property, we have to provide the position property for this p tag over here. So guys, before providing the position property, let's say we provide certain id over here, and let's say we provide the id as para1. So guys, let me just save this file now, and over here we have to use this id, that is para1 in this case, so that we can identify that specific paragraph for which we want to set the position. So guys, let us provide the position as relative, and then guys, we will use the left and bottom attributes in order to get this particular text at the top of this image. So guys, let us do that as well. So over here inside the para1 id of the paragraph, we will say left is equal to 10 pixels in this case, so that there is certain spacing that is provided from the left, and from the bottom as well we should get some spacing so that the text is displayed on the top of the image. So over here we will say bottom attribute in this case, and let's say this time we provide 20 pixels from the bottom. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the text is now positioned slightly on top, but guys, still it is not coming on top of the image. So what we have to do is I will increase the spacing from bottom to 40 pixels over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, the text is now coming on top of this particular image. Guys, let us provide the bottom to 70 pixels over here so that we can easily identify some of the text that is coming on top of the image. So this is the text that you can see is coming on top of the image, and guys, you will face these issues while you are working on your project based on the requirements. So HTML elements are going to overlap with each other based on such positions or any other attributes that you will be giving to the HTML element. So guys, in such cases, based on the requirements, you have to decide which element needs to be displayed on top of the other element. So by default, the HTML elements which are written later in our HTML file will be displayed on top by default. So guys, over here, since the image is defined first and then followed by this p tag with the id para1, that is why this particular content of the paragraph is getting displayed on top of the image that we are displaying over here. Now guys, in order to get this image on top of the text that is getting displayed over here inside the paragraph, we need to provide the z-index property for this particular image. So guys, let me just move to the style.css file over here. So simply we are going to provide the image tag in this case, and then over here simply we can provide the z-index property, and for this property we can set the value as 1. So guys, basically by default the z-index property for all the HTML element is set to 0 over here, and that is what is being set over here for the para1, which is having the z-index value as 0. But when we set the z-index property to 1, which means this particular image tag should come on top of the other HTML elements that is having the value of 0 for the z-index property. Guys, apart from this, we also have to set the position is equal to relative for this particular image tag in order for this z-index to be effective, because by default the position is static over here for the img tag in this case. So let us test this scenario first before providing the position property. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the image is still behind this particular paragraph text over here. That's because, as I have already told you, the z-index only works on the positioned elements which is having certain position, and it should not be a static value. So guys, over here we need to provide the position property, and then this position property, let's say we provide it as a relative value over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now as you can see, the image is getting displayed on top of this particular paragraph text, since the image is now having z-index is equal to 1. Now guys, let us provide the z-index is equal to 2 for this paragraph text. So let us see what happens if we do so. So So basically we are going to provide the z index is equal to 2. So this time the z index of 2 is greater than the z index of 1 for the image tag over here. So the paragraph should come on top of the image. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this text is getting displayed on top of the image over here, and that is how the z index property works in order to stack the HTML elements on the web page. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is overflow property in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see overflow property in CSS. So guys, basically the overflow property specifies whether to clip the content or to add scroll bars when the content of an element is too big to fit inside the specified area. So guys, we will check this with the help of examples as well. So basically when the specified area, let's say we have a div tag, if it is smaller compared to the content inside the div tag, so basically the text content will go outside of the specified area, that is outside of the div tag, and we can handle it by using the overflow property. So guys, basically the overflow property has the following values. So as you can see, visible is one of the value, which is the default value over here. So the overflow is not clipped in this case. The content is displayed outside of the elements box. So guys, let us check this with the help of example in VS Code over here. So simply I am going to remove the previous lines of code that we had written in the HTML and the CSS files, and now guys, we are going to define the div tag with the class container over here. So simply we are going to say dot container in this case. So guys, basically this is the emet abbreviation that we can use in order to create a div tag with the class container over here. Now guys, let us generate some random text inside this div element over here. So guys, we have created some random text in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser to see how the content looks like. So as you can see, we have the div tag with the class container over here with this random generated text. Now guys, what we will do is we will change the width and height of this particular container over here, and we will also have certain background color. So let me just move to the CSS file over here. So simply for this container class, we are going to define certain CSS properties. So let me just provide this particular container class over here, and the CSS properties that we are going to provide is width is equal to, let's say we provide the width of 40% of the entire screen, and let's say we provide the height as 100 pixels over here. Apart from this, we will also have certain background color. So let's say we provide the background color as aqua. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser to see how it looks like. So as you can see, the width of this particular div tag with this background color that is aqua is set to 40% of the entire width of the screen that we have set over here inside the CSS file, and the height is equal to 100 pixels. Now guys, the problem over here is the text that we have provided inside the div tag is going out of the boundary of this particular div tag over here. Let us provide the border as well for this div tag. So we provide border of 2 pixels with solid style and the color as black. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the border is also getting displayed, but still we have the problem that is the text is going outside. So guys, this problem can be solved by using the overflow property, for which by default the value is visible over here. So as we can see, one of the values is visible, which is the default value. So if we provide the overflow value as visible, so nothing will change over here for now. So let me just provide the visible value in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, there is no change right now. The other value is hidden, in which case the overflow is clipped and the rest of the content will be invisible. So guys, basically whatever text is outside of the boundary of the container tag over here, that text will be invisible when we provide the overflow value as hidden. So guys, let us check that as well. So instead of visible, we will simply say hidden in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, whatever text was going outside of this container is now not visible over here, and simply we can see only the text within this particular container which is having this background color. color. Now guys, apart from this, if we want to see the other content which is already clipped and is not visible to the user, we can use the other value, that is the scroll value. So what will happen is the overflow is clipped and the scroll bar is added to see the rest of the content. So guys, basically we will be able to see a scroll bar over here inside this container when we use the value as scroll. So guys, let us check that as well. So when we provide the scroll value for the overflow property, so let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, we are getting the scroll bar now and we can see all the content which was clipped previously by using the hidden value for the overflow property. So guys, you can use this value as well, which will provide the scroll bar over here on the right and on the bottom. Now guys, apart from this, we also have the fourth value, that is the auto value, which is similar to scroll, but it adds scroll bars only when necessary. So guys, basically if you can see, there is another section at the bottom which is having the scroll bar section, but there is no scroll bar over here which will allow you to scroll horizontally. So you can avoid that since it is not necessary right now to scroll on the left or right. So we can use the fourth value, that is auto in this case. So guys, when we use auto, basically a scroll bar will be provided but only where it is required. So let me just reload this page once again. So as you can see, there is no horizontal scroll bar section over here, but we still have the vertical scroll bar that will allow you to read the entire content within this particular container. So guys, in this way, if you want to restrict the width and height of a specific HTML element within which you want to display certain text over here and you want some extra text to be displayed, then you can use the overflow property that will allow you to display the scroll bar to the user so that all the information is displayed to the user based on your project requirements. Guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is float and clear property in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see float and clear properties in CSS. So guys, basically the float property is used for positioning and formatting the content inside the HTML web page, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. So a very simple example as far as the usage of the float property is concerned is an example in order to let an image float left to the text in a container. So guys, basically we will create a container with the div tag, and inside the div tag we will have the image that will be displayed either on the left or the right of the container, and we will display the text accordingly besides the image which is present inside the container. Now guys, the float property can have one of the following values. So basically we will see the left value, in which case the element floats to the left of its container. When we use the right value, the element floats to the right of its container, and when the value is none, the element does not float. It will be displayed just where it occurs in the text, and this is the default behavior. And when we use the inherit option, basically the element inherits the float value from its parent tag over here. Now guys, let us move to the VS Code, and I'll simply remove the previous lines of code that we had written in the HTML and the style.css files over here. Now guys, in order to understand the example of the float property, we will have the div tag with the class container over here. So guys, basically we will define the div tag with the class container, and inside this, let us say we have the image. So simply we are going to provide the img tag over here, and the src attribute will have the sample image.png file in this case, which we already have in our directory over here. Now guys, apart from this, we will also have the alternate text as test image in this case, and then over here we will provide the width of 150 pixels and let's say the height of 100 pixels so that the image is properly displayed inside this container. And then guys, apart from this, let us have some random text over here inside the container. So we use the lorem emmet abbreviation over here. So guys, we have generated the random text as well. Let me just save this file now, and let us see how this particular image and the text will be displayed inside the div tag with the class container on the web page. So let me just reload this page over here on the browser. So as you can see, by default we don't have any float property that is provided in the CSS file, and the float property is set to none, and this is the way that the image is getting displayed over here inside the container, and to the right of this particular image we are having the text, that is the random text that we have generated. Now guys, let us say we want this text to be displayed exactly to the right of this particular image and without wasting this particular space that you can see, which is a blank space over here. So what we can do is simply we can say that this particular image tag should have the float property as left. So what we will do is over here in the style.css file we will say image tag in this case, and over here we will say float property for which the value should be left in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now as you can see, the image is set to the left of this particular div container over here. Let us provide certain border and the background color as well for the div container. So simply we are going to copy this class name and use it inside the style.css file. So we use the dot character for the class name, and then we will provide the CSS property. So let's say we provide the background color as aqua over here, and also we will provide certain border as well. So let's say we provide the border of 2 pixels which is of the type solid and the color is black. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the image that is floating to the left of this particular container and the text is getting displayed to the right of this particular image, and in this way we can easily use the float property in order to position a specific image or any other HTML element inside the container. Now guys, let us say we want this particular image to be displayed on the right. So what we can do is, instead of providing the value as left, we can simply say right over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the image that is getting displayed on the right of this container now. Let us provide certain padding as well to the container so that it looks more decent. So let me just provide the padding property of, let's say, 5 pixels in this case. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. So as you can see, we have the 5 pixels padding that is being provided inside the container, and in this way, based on your project requirements, you can use the float property over here. Now guys, apart from this, we also have the other value that is inherit, in which case the image will inherit the float property from its parent. So over here the parent is the div tag in this case. So guys, let us check that as well. So what we will do is, let's say we provide the float property as inherit over here. So by default the float property for the parent, that is the container class, is none in this case. So the way the UI was displayed by default initially, the same way the changes will be provided on the web page right now. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have this particular image and the text is getting displayed on the right of the image, but we still have the spaces on top of this text which we don't want to waste. So guys, what we can do is, since we are inheriting the value of float over here and the parent of this image is the div tag in this case, which is having the class container, we can provide the float property to this container as well. So over here, let's say we provide the float property and we can decide where we want to display the image. So let's say we want to display this image on the right hand side. So simply we will say right in this case. So basically this float is equal to right will be inherited by this particular image tag over here, since we have provided the float is equal to inherit value over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the float is equal to right, that is in action. Now guys, when we provide the float is equal to left, and now we are inheriting this value in the image tag. So basically the image will be displayed on the left. So let me just reload this page. The image is getting displayed on the left of the container. So guys, based on your requirements, you can provide the float property over here. So guys, in its very simple use, the float property can be used to wrap the text around the images, which we have seen with the help of examples as well. Now guys, as a homework for you, you can complete this example. You can create 3 div elements and place them next to each other by using the float property, which should be equal to left, and comment in the comment section below once you have completed this homework. Now guys, apart from this, we also have the clear property as well. So when we use the float property and we want the next element below, not on the right or the left, so we will have to use the clear property. So guys, whenever we are using the float property, we will have to clear it by using the clear property as well. Now the clear property specifies what should happen with the element that is next to the floating element, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. So the clear property has the value that is none by default, in which case the element is not pushed below left or right floated elements. Apart from this, we also have the left value, in which case the element is pushed below left floated elements. In the right value, the element is pushed below right floated elements, and by using the both value, the element is pushed below both left and right floated elements. And we also have the inherit value as well, so the element inherits the clear value from its parent. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So simply I am going to remove the previous lines of code in this case from the HTML and the CSS files over here, and then guys, what we will do is we will take this example that I have just mentioned, that is to display the div elements next to each other over here. So guys, what we will do is, first of all, we will have the container tag over here. So we have the class name that is container in this case, and let's say we have the 3 div elements. So first div element will have the ID that is div1 over here, and it will have the text that is div1, and then similarly we will have div2 and div3 over here. So guys, over here we have defined the 3 div tags with the IDs that is div1, div2 and div3 inside the class that is container. Now guys, what we will do is inside the style.css file, we will give separate background colors for all the div tags over here. So first of all, we will define the ID that is div1, and let's say we have the background color of aqua, and then let's say we have the div2 ID over here, and this time we will give the background color. So basically we will use the color that is yellow this time, and for the third div, let's say we use the div3 ID, and this time we will use the background color property, and let's say the color that we provide is coral this time. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the div1, div2 and div3 is getting displayed right now. We don't have the background color for div3. Let us check why so. So basically we have made a mistake over here. So instead of div3 we had provided div hash, which is not correct. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the background colors for all the div tags right now. Now guys, in order to get all these div elements next to each other, simply we can use the float property over here. So in the style.css file, for all these div tag elements, we are going to use the div tag this time, and simply inside this div tag we are going to use the float property, and for this we are going to use the value that is left over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, all the div elements now are floating to the left. Now guys, let us provide certain padding as well. So over here we will say padding of 5 pixels for all the div elements over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, now it is having a better readability. So all the div elements are placed next to each other, and that is the important thing. So guys, basically just by using the float property over here, we can have all the elements that are being placed next to each other. So let's provide the float value for the div tag that is having the ID div1 over here, and we provide the value as left. And from this div tag, I'm going to comment out this particular float property. Let me just save this file now and see what will happen over here to this particular div that is div1. Let me just reload this page once again. So as you can see, we have div1 element over here, but to the right of this div1 we again have div2 this time. So guys, we have not provided any float property over here to div2 element, but still it is to the right of the div1. So in order to clear this particular property of float that we had provided to div1, we need to use this clear property that we have just mentioned. So guys, what we will do is, for this div2 ID, we will simply say clear, and then we will say left in this case. So guys, what will happen is this div2 should come below of this div1 element. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have cleared the float property by using the clear property over here, and now this particular div2 is getting displayed below the div1 element. So guys, in this way, whatever next element is present inside the HTML file, we have provided the float property to div1, but if we want the next element, that is div2, to be present on the next line, we have to provide the clear property for this div2 element over here, and that is what we have mentioned inside the style.css file, that is clear, it is equal to left. Guys, apart from this, you can also try the other values of the clear property as a homework for you. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is an exercise on z-index, overflow, float and clear properties in CSS. So stay tuned. So now let us work on this exercise on z-index, overflow, float and the clear properties in CSS. So guys, you can pause this video and practice on your own and complete all these tasks in this particular exercise so that you get the better understanding on all these CSS properties. So we are going to follow the below steps to complete the practice exercise. First of all, we will create the two div elements, that is div1 and div2 IDs with the background colors and some padding. So guys, let us move to the VS Code over here. So simply I'm going to remove the previous lines of code that we had written in the HTML and the CSS files over here, and simply we are going to create the two div elements with the ID div1 and div2. So guys, over here we have the div1 and we are going to provide the text that is div1 over here, and similarly we will have the ID with the div2 for another div tag, and we will say that the text is div2 in this case. And after this we are going to move to the style.css file over here. Simply we are going to provide the ID that is div1 by providing the hash character followed by the ID that is div1 over here. We will provide the background color. So let's say we have the background color as yellow, and guys, for all the div tag we want the padding. So let's say we simply provide the div tag over here, and inside the curly braces we will have the padding of 5 pixels in this case. So guys, basically this padding of 5 pixels will be applied to all the div tags over here, and the background colors will be separately applied based on the ID of the div tag. So over here we have the second div, that is div2 over here, and then again we will have the background color, and let's say we have the background color of aqua. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have div1 and div2 getting displayed on the web page. Now guys, let us move to another task. Over here we have position the div2 above div1 with relative position and applying left and bottom properties. So guys, basically we have to move the second div above the first div over here by using the relative position. So guys, what we can do is, for this div2 we will set the position as relative this time. So over here we say position is equal to relative, and we will say left it is equal to 20 pixels. So guys, basically we want certain spacing from the left and the bottom as well, so that this second div element can be displayed on top of this first div element over here. So let's say we provide the left property with the spacing of 30 pixels. So we say 30 pixels, and from the bottom as well we provide some spacing. So let's say 20 pixels of spacing is provided over here from the bottom. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the div1 now getting displayed behind this particular div2 element. So guys, this happened because from the normal position of the div2 we have slightly moved it or positioned it from the left and the bottom with these numbers that we have specified in the CSS file over here. And apart from this, since we have defined the second element after the first element, and that is the reason why div2 is getting displayed on top of the div1. So guys, we have completed the second task as well, that is position the div2 above div1 with relative position and applying left and bottom properties. Now guys, we need to get the div1 above div2 using the z-index property. So guys, over here what we have to do is, at the same position we want to display div1 on top of this particular div2. So what we can do is, simply inside the style.css file, for this div1 we can provide the z-index property. So over here when we provide the z-index, by default the z-index of div2 is 0. So we want to provide a number that is greater than 0 for this z-index of the first div element. So over here we will provide the z-index of 1. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, there is no change right now. We were expecting that div 1 should come on top of div 2. So guys, why there is no change? Because we have not provided the position property for the first div. So guys, z index property will not work for the position is equal to static value, which is the default value for the position attribute, and by default the position value is now having the static value for this first div element. So simply we can say position is equal to relative this time, so that we are positioning this particular first div element as well. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser now to see whether the z index is effective this time. So when we reload this page, as you can see, div 1 with the yellow background color is now getting displayed on top of the div 2, which has now gone behind over here. So guys, let us reduce certain spacing from the bottom for the div 2 element so that we can see certain text over here for the second div element. So let's say we provide the 12 pixel spacing from the bottom. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, div 2 is still getting displayed behind of this particular div 1 element. So guys, in this way we have used the z index property. Always remember that it should have the position property as well whenever you are using the z index property, and the value of the position property should be anything other than static value. Now guys, apart from this, let us create div 3 with 40% width and 100 pixels height with random text that will overflow. So guys, let us check this as well. So over here, after the second div, let us create another div over here with div 3 id, and let's say we create some generate text over here by using the lorem emmet abbreviation. So over here we have generated certain random text. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have another div element over here. Now guys, in the same task, we want this div element to be having the width of 40% and height of 100 pixels. So let us set that as well. So inside the style.css file, we will say div 3, which is the id of this third div element, and for this third div we want the width of 40% this time as per the task over here. So we have the width of 40% and height is 100 pixels. So over here we will say height, it is equal to 100 pixels this time, and apart from this the random text will overflow. So guys, we will also have the background color. So let's say we have the background color of coral value over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the 40% width for this third div element and the height of 100 pixel. But guys, by default we have the overflow value as visible this time. So basically the text is going outside of this container. So guys, we have completed the task, but the text is still going outside of this particular container, that is the div tag. So what we will do is we will move to the other task, that is use the overflow property to create scroll bar for this div 3 element. So guys, what we will do is, since this particular text is going outside of the container, simply we can use the overflow property and have the scroll bar on this particular container, so that entire text is limited to be displayed within this particular container. So guys, let us provide this overflow property over here inside the style.css file. So over here we will say overflow property, and this time we will say scroll over here. So basically a horizontal scroll bar will be displayed. We can also use the value of auto over here for the overflow property. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, we have the vertical scroll bar over here, and this is the way that we can use the overflow property in order to make the extra text fit inside the container that is having the limited width and height over here. Now guys, apart from this, let us move to the other task, that is to create the div 4 and 5 that should float left and right respectively. So guys, what we will do is we will create more 2 div tags over here inside the HTML file. So after this div 3, we will have div 4. So let's create the fourth div with the id div 4 over here, and we will say div 4 this time, and again we will create another div with the id that is div 5 over here. So we have created div 4 and div 5 as well. We will also apply the background colors for this div 4 and div 5. So let us do that as well. So we say div 4 with the background color. So let's provide some background color over here. So we will provide the color as yellow green, and for div 5 as well we will provide some other color this time. So guys, over here we use the background color, and let me just see what can be the value. So we will use some light value over here. So let's say we use this particular color for the background color. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have both the divs that are getting displayed, but guys, we want both these divs to be displayed on the left and on the right respectively by using the float property over here. So both the divs should float on the left and the right side of the screen. So guys, what we can do is simply we can provide the float property for the div 4 element. So over here we will say float, it is equal to left, and for the div 5 element we can say float, it is equal to right this time. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have div 4 on the left and div 5 on the right, and that is how we can use the float property in order to make the HTML elements position on any side of the screen, on the left or the right of the screen. Now guys, let us move to another task. We will create another div, that is div 6, that should be displayed below div 4 and div 5. So let us create another div tag over here. So basically we are going to create another div tag for which the ID should be 6 this time and the value will be div 6 over here. Let us see how this will be displayed by default without providing any position. So in the style.css, simply we are going to provide the background color for this 6th div element. So over here we will say div 6, and then let's say we provide the background color, and we will use this particular color over here as the background color this time. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, div 6 element by default is getting displayed to the right of div 4 and to the left of div 5. But guys, based on our task, we want to display the div 6 below the div 4 and the div 5 element. So how this can be done? We can use the clear property, since we have already used the float property for the div 4 and div 5. So since the div 6 element is the next element to the div 4 and div 5 elements, we need to use the clear property over here in order to get this 6th div element on the next line. So guys, what we can do is simply we will say clear, and then we will have the value as both. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now as you can see, div 6 is getting displayed below this div 4 and div 5 respectively, and this is how we can use the float and clear properties as well. If we provide the left value over here, let us check what will happen. So when we save this file now and try reloading this page, so there is no change right now, and with the value that is right as well, probably there will be no change over here. So guys, basically the important thing is to make use of this clear property after we have used the float property on any of the HTML elements to make the other, that is the next HTML elements, appear on their original position. So guys, in this way we have completed all these tasks in our exercise over here. So comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is horizontal and vertical align in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see horizontal and vertical alignment in CSS. So guys, basically in order to horizontally center a block element, we can use the margin property and set the value as auto, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. It is very important to note that center aligning has no effect if the width property is not set or is set to 100%. So guys, whenever we are going to use the margin property with the value as auto, we need to have the width property of that particular HTML element. So guys, let us check this with the help of example in VS Code over here. So I'll simply remove the previous lines of code that we had written in the HTML and the CSS files over here. Now guys, in the HTML file, simply we are going to have the div element. So let's say we have the div tag over here, and simply we are going to say this is a div element. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have this is a div element over here. Now guys, let us have certain background color, padding, and the width of this particular div element. So what we can do is simply in the style.css file over here, we are going to define the div tag, and let's say we provide the width as 50% over here. So we say 50% of width, and then let's say we have the background color property and we set the value as yellow color in this case, and then apart from this, let us say we have the padding of 10 pixels from all the 4 sides. So guys, in this way we have provided the width of 50% over here, so only the 50% of the entire width of the screen will be taken by this particular div element. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the 50% width is being taken by this block level element, that is the div element over here inside this web browser. Guys, let us have the border as well. So over here what we will do is we will have the border property and we will say 2 pixels width of the border, and then the border style will be solid and the color of the border should be black color in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, it is now looking more decent over here. The div is now having the border of the black color and also the yellow background color. Now guys, this particular div element is aligned at the left hand side of the browser. What if we want this particular div element at the center of this particular web page? So what we can do is simply we can provide the margin property. So over here we will say margin and the value should be auto. So guys, when we set the value as auto, the margin from the left hand side of this div element and the right hand side of this div element will be set automatically in such a way that the left margin and the right margin will be same. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the left hand side and the right hand side margin is set as same, and in this way the div element is now placed at the center as far as the horizontal alignment is concerned. So guys, this is a very basic way in order to align the HTML element horizontally at the center location by using the margin equal to auto property over here. Now guys, apart from this, we can also center align the text over here by using the text align property. So guys, if you notice on this particular web page, the text is being aligned at the left hand side of this particular div element. What if we want this particular text at the center of the div element, that is over here? So what we can do is simply we will say text align property in this case. So we have text align and the value that we provide is center. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the text is now aligned at the center of this particular div element, and in this way you can also align the text horizontally based on your requirements. Now guys, apart from this, we can also center an image by using the margin equal to auto and display is equal to block. So guys, so far we have seen how we can display the div element at the center of the page. What if we have the image to be provided on the web page and it should be aligned at the center of the page? So guys, let us check that as well. So what we will do is after this div element, we will simply have the image tag over here, and for this image tag we will have the src, that is the source attribute, and simply we are going to provide the image name over here. So let's say we provide sample forest image in this case, which is already present inside the directory where this particular HTML page is being stored. And then guys, apart from this, for this alt attribute we will say test image in this case. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the image is getting displayed over here. Let us decrease the width and height of this particular image so that it can be displayed properly. So inside the style.css file over here, simply we are going to provide the img tag, and then guys over here let us say we first of all provide the display property and we want to display it as a block element. So guys, by default the image elements are displayed as inline elements, and we can display them as block element by using the display property over here. And then apart from this, we will set the width of let's say 100 pixels over here and also the height as 100 pixels. In this case we will be setting the width and height as 100 pixels so that the size of the image on the web browser is displayed properly. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the image that is getting displayed over here. Now guys, let us say we want this particular image to be displayed at the center of the page. So what we can do is simply we can provide the margin is equal to auto. So over here we will provide the margin property and simply we are going to provide the value as auto in this case, and for the display part we have already provided the value as block. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, now the image is getting displayed at the center of this web page. Apart from this, you can also increase the width and height of this image So let's say we provide the width as 200 pixels and height as 150 pixels over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now as you can see, the image is being displayed properly over here and it is getting displayed at the center of the page. So guys, just by using the margin property with the value of auto, you can center align the elements as far as the horizontal alignment is concerned. Now guys, apart from this, we can also have the elements center vertically by using the top and bottom padding over here. So guys, let us have another HTML element in this case, and this time let us say we have the paragraph tag over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have this is a paragraph tag over here. Now guys, let us provide certain background color and the height property to this particular paragraph tag. So what we can do is simply in the style.css file over here, we will have the p tag and simply we are going to say the background color, and this time we will say the color as aqua. And then guys, apart from this, let us have certain height as well. So over here we will say height, and let's say we have the height of 150 pixels in this case. So simply we are going to provide the 150 pixels value for this height attribute over here, and the width of this particular paragraph will be the entire width of the screen by default. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the background color as aqua for this particular paragraph tag, and we have this text over here, that is the paragraph tag in this case. Now guys, let us say we want to align this particular text at the center as far as vertical alignment is concerned inside this paragraph tag over here. So guys, what we can do is simply inside the style.css file over here, we can provide the padding property. Now guys, the padding property takes the values in such a way that the first value will be provided to the top padding, followed by the right padding, and then we have the bottom padding, and then we have the left padding over here. So simply what we can do is we can provide 70 pixels of top padding in this case, and 0 pixels from right, and then again 70 pixels from bottom, so that the top and bottom padding are same over here, which will help us in order to keep this text at the center of this particular paragraph tag. And then after this we have the 0 pixels for the left padding over here. So simply we are going to provide the 0 pixels in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the top and bottom padding are being provided over here. But guys, if you notice, we have also provided the height as well. So if we inspect this particular paragraph tag in this case, let us check the CSS box model over here. So as you can see, this is the content, but we also have the padding that is getting highlighted over here in the light green color. So the padding of top and bottom is getting highlighted, but apart from this we also have the height of 150 pixels over here. So guys, simply we have to remove the height of 150 pixels in order to see that the text is perfectly at the center of the paragraph tag as far as the vertical alignment is concerned. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now if you notice, we have the text at the center of this particular paragraph tag. As you can see, the vertical alignment is at the center of this background color now. So guys, in this way we can simply provide the padding property in order to vertically align the text inside the HTML element. Now guys, let us say we want this particular text at the center over here as far as the horizontal alignment is concerned. So guys, what we can do is simply we can use the text align property and we can set the value as center. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the text is now aligned at the center of this particular paragraph tag over here. So guys, in this way we can use the combination of the padding property and the text align property in order to center align the text inside the HTML element. Now guys, apart from this, we can also have the text aligned at the center vertically by using the line height property. So guys, I'll leave this task as a homework for you so that you can practice on your own, and comment in the comment section below how you can use the line height property in order to vertically align the text at the center of the HTML element. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is combinators in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see combinators in CSS. So guys, basically combinators are the way to select the HTML elements using the CSS selectors, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. So basically there are 4 different combinators in CSS. So the very first combinator is the descendant selector, which we use with the help of the space character over here. So guys, let us check this with the help of example in VS Code over here. I'm going to remove the previous lines of code that we had written in the HTML and the CSS files. We have the 2 paragraph tags inside the div tag in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have this is para 1 inside div tag, and we have this is para 2 inside div tag. Now guys, what do you mean by descendant selector? So basically inside the div tag, let us say we want to identify these 2 paragraph tags over here. So since both these paragraph tags are inside this particular div tag, simply we can use the div tag followed by the space character, and then we can mention this paragraph tag over here. So guys, let us move to the CSS file over here. We can provide the div tag in this case followed by the space character, and then we have the p tag over here. So basically this space character that we have provided in between the div and the p tag is the descendant selector over here, by which we are saying that inside the div tag we have the paragraph tag over here, and only for those paragraph tags we want to provide certain CSS property that we are going to apply over here. Basically the paragraph tags inside the div tags should have the background color as yellow. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, both these paragraph tags are now having the background color as yellow. That's because both of them are present inside the div tag, and we have provided the CSS property in such a way that the div tag should have the paragraph tag, then only the background color should be applied as yellow color over here. Now guys, let us say we have another paragraph tag which is outside of this div tag. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now if you see, this is the paragraph 3 outside div tag is getting displayed, but it is not having the background color as yellow. That's because it is not present inside one of the div tags over here. So if you notice, we have provided the CSS property to only those paragraph tags which are present inside the div tag over here, and this is how the descendant selector will work as far as the CSS property implementation is concerned. Now guys, apart from this, we also have the child selector over here, which can be used by using this greater than symbol. So guys, let us check the example of this as well. So by child selector we mean that this is the parent tag, that is the div tag over here, and inside this parent tag we have the 2 child tags, that is having the text that is this is para 1 inside div tag and this is para 2 inside div tag. Now guys, let us say we have another paragraph tag over here inside this div tag. So guys, basically this is the section tag which is the direct child of this div tag over here. So guys, basically we are saying this is a para tag inside a div section tag, which means first of all there is a div tag over here, and then we have the section tag which is the direct child tag of this div tag, and then inside the section tag we have the paragraph tag. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So if you notice, this is para tag inside div section tag is also having the background color as yellow. That's because we have provided this particular CSS property, that is the background color as yellow, for all the paragraph tags that are present inside the div tag. Now guys, let us say we only want to provide the background color to the direct child tags of this div tag. So what we can do is, first of all we provide the div tag and then use the greater than sign over here. So guys, this is basically the child selector that we are using, in which case we are saying that the parent tag should directly have the child tag over here in order to apply the CSS properties. Guys, basically we are going to provide the p tag over here. So we have the div tag followed by greater than symbol, which is the child selector, and then we have p tag. So guys, what change will you notice on the web browser? So basically, whatever direct childrens of this div tag are present will be having the background color as aqua, which means both these paragraph tags should have the aqua color, and then whatever descendants are present, which means the div tag, which is also having the section tag over here, which is again having the child tag as the paragraph tag over here, this paragraph should have the yellow background color now. So guys, let me just save these files now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the two paragraphs that are the direct childrens of the div tag are now having the aqua color because of this child selector over here, and this descendant selector is helping us in order to have the paragraph tag inside the div tag have the background color as yellow color over here. Now guys, apart from this, we also have something called as adjacent sibling selector. So guys, let us check that as well. So what is the meaning of adjacent sibling selector over here? So inside this VS Code, if you notice, we have this div tag over here, and inside the div tag we have the paragraph tags as well. Now guys, what do we mean by sibling selector over here? So basically, after this div tag we have this paragraph tag over here, which is the sibling tag for this particular div tag. So how do we apply the CSS property to this sibling tag? So simply we are going to use the plus character over here in order to provide the CSS properties to the adjacent sibling selector over here. So guys, what we will do is inside the style.css file over here, simply we are going to say div and then followed by plus, and then we have the p tag over here, and then inside this, let us say we want the color of the text to be displayed as red color. So over here we provide the color property and the value as red. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the text color of this paragraph tag is now updated to the red color. So this is the meaning of the adjacent sibling selector by using the plus symbol over here. So whatever tag that we use, that is in this case we have used the div tag over here followed by plus operator, and then we have the p tag, which means whatever sibling is present after the div tag should have these particular CSS properties over here. And since this particular paragraph tag was after this particular div tag, in this case the red color was provided as the text color to this paragraph tag over here. So guys, let us have couple of more paragraph tag after this para 3 over here. So simply I am going to copy these lines of code over here. Simply we will say this is para 4 and para 5 outside div tag. So the same CSS property will be applied to the remaining paragraph tags over here as well. So let us check that. Simply I am going to save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the para 4 and para 5 are now getting displayed, but it is not having the text color as red color. Why so? Because the plus operator that we have used in order to provide the CSS property for the adjacent sibling selector will only work to the direct sibling selector over here, and that is why only this first paragraph tag will have the text color as red. Now guys, in order to apply the CSS properties to the remaining siblings as well, that is the para 4 and para 5 as well, what we can do is we can use the fourth combinator, that is the general sibling selector, and this is the symbol that we are going to use. So guys, let us check this as well. So over here what we will be doing is, first of all we will provide the div tag over here, and then we will have the general sibling selector over here followed by the p tag in this case, and then guys we can have the color that we want to have based on our requirements. So let us say we provide the text color as blue color now. So over here we will provide the blue color as the text color. Let me just save this file now. Notice that we have used the general sibling selector now after the adjacent sibling selector. So guys, basically all the siblings should have the color as blue color as far as the text color is concerned. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the para 4 and para 5 are now having the text color as blue color now. So guys, this is the difference. When we use the adjacent sibling selector, only one sibling will be used in order to apply the CSS property, after this particular div tag that we had used over here. But when we use the general sibling selector, then all the siblings will be used in order to provide the required CSS properties that we have provided over here. So guys, in this way you can use the different combinators as we have seen in this particular examples based on your requirements in order to provide the required CSS properties. Comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is pseudo classes in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see pseudo classes in CSS. So guys, basically a pseudo class is used to define a special state of an element, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. So for example, pseudo classes can be used in order to style an element when a user mouses over it. Another example is to style the visited and unvisited links differently, and we can also style an element when it gets focused. So guys, we will check some of the examples how we can use the pseudo classes by using the CSS properties. So the very first example that we are going to see is how do we display the paragraph when the mouse is over the div element. So guys, let us move to the VS Code over here, and simply I am going to remove the previous lines of code that we had written in the HTML and the style.css files. So inside the HTML file over here, let us first of all define the div tag in this case. So basically we are going to have the div tag, and simply we are going to say this is a div tag, get mouse cursor on this div tag. So guys, basically we have a very simple statement that this is a div tag and we need to get the mouse cursor on this div tag, after which the paragraph tag will be displayed. So guys, basically we will have another paragraph tag over here. So simply we are going to have the p tag in this case, and then we will say this is a paragraph tag. So guys, we have a simple statement that is this is a paragraph tag. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have this is a div tag, get mouse cursor on this div tag. So basically when we get the mouse cursor on this particular div tag, we want this particular paragraph tag to be displayed. So guys, by default both the div tag and the paragraph tags are getting displayed right now. So let us define certain CSS properties in order to achieve this task in such a way when the user gets the cursor on this particular div tag, the paragraph tag should get displayed. So guys, over here inside the style.css file, first of all we are going to define certain CSS properties for the paragraph tag over here. So we will say background color as yellow. So we are going to provide the background color for this paragraph tag over here, and apart from that we are also going to have the padding of 10 pixels in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is a paragraph tag is now having certain CSS properties that we have already defined in the CSS file. Now guys, what we will do is simply we are going to provide display property, and the value that we are going to use is none in this case, so that the paragraph is not displayed by default, and when the user gets the cursor on this particular div tag, we want that paragraph to be displayed. So let us define those CSS properties as well. So we have provided the display is equal to none. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the paragraph is not getting displayed by default because we have provided the display property as none. Now guys, when we get the mouse cursor on this particular div tag, nothing is happening over here right now. So we need to define the pseudo class over here. So that is what we are talking about right now. So we can use the pseudo class in order to display the paragraph that is not getting displayed by default over here. So how do we do that? So we need to define the hover property on this div tag over here. So we need to define the div tag over here inside the style.css file, followed by colon, and then we have something called as hover. So guys, always remember that we use a single colon over here in order to define the pseudo class. So in this case, you can see there are multiple pseudo classes that you can use after a single colon over here. So basically, as you can see, these are all the pseudo classes that you can use. Now guys, after after using the hover pseudo class over here, we want this particular paragraph tag, which is the sibling, which means it is the HTML tag that is next to the div tag over here. So guys, basically this is the sibling of the div tag. So we want this particular paragraph tag to be displayed. So what we can do is, after this hover, the next paragraph tag that is a sibling needs to be displayed. So simply we are going to use the combinator that is plus over here, and then followed by the paragraph tag that is p in this case. So guys, what do we mean by this? So basically, whenever there is a div tag and we get the mouse on that particular div tag, the next sibling to that particular div tag, which is represented by the paragraph tag over here, should be applied the CSS properties that we are going to define inside these curly braces. So simply we are going to say display it is equal to block in this case. So guys, basically instead of display is equal to none, it will be set as display is equal to block. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now if you see, the paragraph is not getting displayed by default, but the moment we get the cursor on this div tag, as you can see, this is a paragraph tag is getting displayed below the div tag. So guys, in this way you can easily use this pseudo class in order to define your own state inside the style.css file over here based on your project requirement. So guys, this was one of the example of the pseudo classes over here, and we have used the sibling combinator in this case. There can be cases wherein the paragraph tag is inside the div tag over here. So let us check that example as well. So let's say we cut this line of code over here and paste it inside the div tag in this case. So guys, basically this paragraph tag is now the child of this particular parent tag, that is the div tag. So let me just save this file now. So instead of using the plus operator, simply we can use the space character over here. So guys, what do we mean by this? So basically we have the div tag, and when we get the cursor on this particular div tag, the paragraph tag inside the div tag should be displayed based on this particular CSS property, that is display is equal to block. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So there will be no change in the functionality. The only change that we have done is we have made this particular paragraph tag as the child tag of this div tag, which is the parent tag now. So guys, when we get the cursor on this particular div tag, the paragraph tag is getting displayed over here based on the CSS properties that we have defined. So guys, this is one of the examples of the pseudo classes over here. Apart from this, for the anchor tags, that is the link tag over here, we have different classes as well. So if you see, we have something called as link pseudo class, and apart from this we also have the active pseudo class as well, and then we also have the visited pseudo class. So guys, basically these are all the pseudo classes that you can use in order to define the CSS properties based on the state of that particular anchor tag, whether it is being visited by the user or not. And then guys, apart from this, we also have something called as first child pseudo class over here, which matches a specified element, that is the first child of another element over here. So guys, let us check this as well with the help of example. So if we take the same example, that is inside the div tag we have a paragraph tag over here, and let us copy this line of code once again, and we will say this is a paragraph tag 1, and for the second paragraph tag we will say this is a paragraph tag 2 over here. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now if we get the cursor on this particular div tag, both the paragraphs, that is paragraph tag 1 and paragraph tag 2, are getting displayed over here. That's because we have provided the CSS properties for all the paragraph tags inside the div tag over here. Now guys, let us say we only want the first child, that is the first paragraph tag over here, to have the display property in this case. So guys, what we can do is simply we can use the first child pseudo class over here. So in the same example, we are going to go in the style.css file over here, and after the paragraph tag, that is the p tag in this case, we will provide colon and then followed by first child in this case. So as you can see, this is the pseudo class that we can use. So guys, after this p tag we have the first child pseudo class. So guys, by this we mean that we need to take only that particular paragraph which is the first child of this particular div tag over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now if we get the cursor on this particular div tag, only the first paragraph tag is getting displayed over here. That's because we have instructed the CSS file in this case in order to display the paragraph which is the first child of this div tag over here. Guys, apart from this, you can also combine the HTML class name with the pseudo classes as well. So this I'll leave up to you as a homework for you so that you can practice on your own. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is pseudo elements in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see pseudo elements in CSS. So guys, basically a CSS pseudo element is used to style specified parts of an element, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. So for example, the pseudo elements can be used to style the first letter or the first line of an HTML element, or also it can be used in order to insert the content before or after the content of an element. So guys, some of the examples include, we have something called as first line over here, which is one of the pseudo elements. Now guys, it is very important to note that whenever you are using the pseudo elements in the style.css file, we need to have 2 times colon over here followed by the pseudo element that we are going to use. So guys, let us check this with the help of example in VS Code over here. So simply I'm going to remove the previous lines of code that we had written in the HTML and the CSS files over here. Now guys, we are going to have a div tag in this case. So simply we are going to have the div tag and we are going to define some random text over here. So simply we are going to have the lorem emmet abbreviation over here that can help us in order to generate the random text in this case. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have certain random text that is getting generated on the web browser. Now guys, let us say we want this particular first line of this div tag to be colored as red color over here. So how do we do that? So basically we can simply use the pseudo element, that is the first line in this case, inside the CSS file in order to have the text color as red. So guys, let us move to the CSS file over here, and inside the CSS file simply we are going to define the div tag in this case, and then as I have told you, we have to use 2 times colon over here and then followed by the pseudo element, that is first line in this case. So guys, basically we are going to use the first line pseudo element, and then we need to have the open and close curly braces inside which we are going to define the CSS properties. So guys, in this case simply we are going to use the color CSS property, and simply we are going to set the text color as red color over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the first line of this particular div tag, which is having 4 lines over here, is now having the text color as red color in this case. Guys, we can have other CSS properties as well being defined over here. So let's say we want the text size to be larger. So in this case simply we are going to use the font size CSS property, and simply we will say large value in this case. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the font size is increased to some extent. Now let us use some other value that is larger in this case, so that we can see the font size of the first line clearly larger compared to the other lines of this particular div tag over here. So guys, let me just reload this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the font size is larger now compared to the font size of the other lines of the same div tag in this case. Now guys, apart from this, we can also use the first letter pseudo element. So let's say instead of having the red color for this first letter, we want this first letter to be displayed in some other color. So guys, what we can do is simply inside the style.css file over here, again we are going to define the div tag, and then after this we are going to provide 2 times colon, and then simply we can say first letter pseudo element. So guys, basically we use the first letter pseudo element in order to define the CSS property for the first letter of this particular HTML element over here. So guys, inside this what we are going to do is, let's say we want a different color. So the color that we are going to use is blue in this case. So guys, we have set the color as blue, and let's say we want the font size to be larger over here. So simply we are going to define the font size as 32 pixels in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the color of the first letter of this particular div tag has been updated to the blue color now, and also the font size of this first letter is 32 pixels in this case, just like how we have defined over here inside the style.css file. So guys, basically this first letter pseudo element can help you in order to provide certain CSS properties to this particular first letter of this HTML element based on your project requirements. Now guys, apart from this, we also have something called as before pseudo element. So guys, let us check this as well. So what we are going to do is, before this div tag we are going to have a heading over here, which is going to be the h1 heading. So we will say this is heading 1 in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the heading and it is having its default font size over here. Now guys, let us say we want some icon to be displayed before this particular heading. So what we can do is, simply we can use the before pseudo element in order to display a particular icon or emoji before the HTML element. So guys, let us check that as well, how it can be done. So basically inside the style.css file over here, simply we are going to define the h1 tag in this case, and then followed by 2 times colon, and then we have something called as before. So as you can see, this is the pseudo element that we will be using. And then guys, inside this what we can do is, simply we are going to have the content CSS property, and we are going to say URL, and inside this URL we are going to provide the name of the emoji that we want to display before the heading. So guys, over here I have downloaded a smiley emoji over here. So we are going to use the same smiley emoji in this case. So basically we are going to provide the name of this png file, that is smiley.png. So guys, since we are using the before pseudo element, this smiley emoji will be displayed before the heading over here. So guys, let me just save this file now, that is the style.css file, and let me just reload this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the smiley emoji that is getting displayed just before the heading that we have defined over here. Now guys, in order to display this emoji after the heading over here, that is this is heading 1, so what we can do is, simply instead of using the before pseudo element, we can use the after pseudo element. So guys, what we can do is, simply inside the style.css file over here, instead of having before, we will have after in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, now the emoji is getting displayed after the heading over here, just by using the after pseudo element in this case. So guys, in this way we can use the different pseudo elements based on our requirements. Now guys, apart from this, we have something called as marker pseudo element as well, which is used in order to define the CSS properties for the unordered list or the ordered list markers, that are the numbers or the bullet points. So guys, this marker pseudo element I'll leave up to you as a homework for you, so that you can practice on your own as far as the list items are concerned. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is opacity or transparency in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see opacity or transparency in CSS. So guys, basically the opacity property specifies the opacity or the transparency of an element, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. The opacity property can take a value from 0.0 up to 1.0. So guys, basically we can provide the values that is from 0.0, and then we can also provide 0.1, 0.2, 0.3 and up to the value that is 1.0. So if you provide the lower value, the more transparent the element will be. So guys, by default the opacity will be set as 1.0 to all the HTML elements, and simply by decreasing this value towards 0.0, you will be increasing the transparency of that particular HTML element. So guys, let us check this with the help of example in VS Code over here. So simply I'm going to remove the previous lines of code that we had written in the HTML and the CSS files over here. Now guys, what we are going to do is we are going to insert an image in our HTML file in this case. So basically we are going to have the image, and for the source attribute we are going to define the sample image over here that we have already saved in our directory. So guys, basically we are going to use this particular sample forest image in this case, and then for the alt attribute simply we are going to provide test image as the alternate text over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the image that is getting displayed over here. Now guys, we are going to set the width and height of this particular image inside the style.css file. So over here simply we are going to provide the width and height inside the img tag over here. So guys, let's say we have the width as 200 pixels and height as 150 pixels over here. So basically we are going to define these width and height in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the image that is getting displayed over here on the web browser. Now guys, by default the opacity value is 1 over here. So simply when we provide the opacity CSS property, so as you can see, this is the opacity CSS property that we are talking about right now. So by default the value is 1 right now over here. So it is 1.0. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. When we reload this page, we won't be able to see any change because this is the default value that we have provided over here. So as you can see, after reloading the page, there is no change inside the image in this case. Now guys, let us decrease the opacity to some extent over here so that we can see certain transparency inside this particular image. So let's provide the value as 0.8 in this case. So the moment we provide 0.8 as opacity, transparency effect should be provided to some extent to this particular image. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, to some extent we can see the transparency inside this image now, and that is how the opacity CSS property works. Let us decrease the value to 0.5 now so that 50% of the transparency can be implemented on this particular image. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, 50% transparency can be seen in this particular image right now. Guys, what we will do is we will also provide the original image as well over here. So simply what we will do is, again we are going to copy this line of code once again over here. So this img tag is again having the source attribute as the sample forest image, and it is also having the alternate text as test image over here. Now guys, in order to identify, what we will do is simply we are going to provide couple of line breaks in this case. So first of all, for the first image, what we will do is we will say that this is the original image over here. So simply we are going to provide the paragraph tag in this case, and then we will say that this is the original image, and then after the line breaks again we are going to have the paragraph tag over here, and then we will say that this is the modified image in this case. So guys, for the original image we are going to have certain ID over here. So let's say we have the ID as original in this case, and for the second image, that is the modified image, we are going to have the ID which is going to be modified in this case. So guys, these IDs are provided so that we can identify between both of these images right now, since we are using the common width and height for both the images. So guys, what we will do is I'll simply remove the opacity over here from this particular image, and then we would define the ID of the modified image over here. So simply we are going to provide the hash character, and for the modified ID, so we are going to copy this modified ID and paste it over here, and we are going to provide the opacity as 0.5, that is the 50% of transparency. So guys, basically for the modified image we are going to provide the opacity as 50%, that is 0.5 is the value, and for the original image we have not provided any opacity, for which the default opacity will be 1 in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have this original image that is having the opacity opacity as 1, and we have the modified image over here which is having certain kind of transparency in this case. When we set the opacity as 1.0, so there will be no change in both the images. Let me just reload this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, there is no change right now, but when we decrease the opacity, so let's say we provide 0.3 as the opacity, so basically a lot of transparency will be provided to the modified image over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, 0.3 opacity is helping us in order to provide the transparency to this particular modified image over here. So guys, in this way you can easily use the opacity CSS property in order to provide certain transparency to your images or any other HTML elements based on your requirements. Now guys, apart from this, let us check another example. Let us provide the transparency on hover effect. So guys, what does this mean is, whenever we are going to get the cursor on this particular image over here, the transparency should be applied over here. So guys, what we will do is, instead of simply having the modified ID and providing the opacity as 0.3 over here, we are going to provide 50% transparency. So we are going to provide opacity is equal to 0.5, but this should be applied when we get the cursor on this particular modified image over here and not by default. So guys, what we have to do is, simply for this hash modified CSS selector, after this we are going to provide colon, and then we are going to use the pseudo class, that is hover over here. So guys, basically what does this mean is, whenever we are going to get the mouse cursor on this particular HTML element that is having the ID as modified, the opacity of 0.5 will be applied over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the original and the modified images both are looking same, because by default the opacity is 1 right now on both the images. But the moment we get the cursor on this particular modified image, as you can see, the transparency effect can be seen over here, since we have provided the hover effect on this modified image over here by applying the opacity is equal to 0.5 in this case. So guys, basically when we get the cursor over here, transparency is set to 50%, and when we get the cursor outside of this image, the opacity is again set to 1.0, which is the default value. So guys, in this way you must be seeing many websites wherein when you get the cursor on a specific image, the transparency is either increased or decreased. So this is how the CSS properties are applied on those websites in such a way that the hover effect will help you in order to increase or decrease the transparency by using the opacity CSS property. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is vertical navigation bar in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see vertical navigation bar in CSS. So guys, basically having an easy to use navigation is very important for any website, and with the help of CSS you can transform the boring HTML menu into a good looking navigation bar, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well by creating the vertical navigation bar using CSS. So guys, basically a navigation bar is nothing but it is the list of links, and we are going to create the unordered list inside which we are going to have the list of links, which we are going to convert it into the vertical navigation bar using CSS. So guys, we will be using the UL, which means the unordered list, and the li items to create a navigation bar. So guys, let us move to the VS Code over here, and simply I am going to remove the previous lines of code that we had written in the HTML and the CSS files over here. Now guys, simply what we are going to do is, as I have told you, we are going to use the unordered list over here. So we are going to have the UL tag, along with it we are going to have the li items as well, which are the list items, and we are going to have 4 list items initially. So guys, as you can see, we have created the unordered list inside which we are going to have the 4 list items over here. And then guys, apart from this, we are also going to have 4 links inside all these list items. So we are going to have the a tag over here, and then for the href attribute, simply we are going to provide the hash character in this case for the test purpose. Now guys, let us provide certain link text over here. So first of all, we are going to have home, and then we have news, and then we have contact over here, and then we are going to have the fourth item, that is about in this case. So guys, basically we have defined the unordered list inside which we are having the 4 list items, and each list item is having the anchor tag which are having the different link text over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have 4 links over here. Now guys, we are going to make use of the CSS file in this case, and we are going to use the different CSS properties in order to convert this list item into the vertical navigation bar over here. So guys, what we have to do is inside the style.css file which is attached to this HTML file over here, first of all we are going to remove these bullet items in this case. So we are going to have the unordered list, that is the UL tag over here, and simply we are going to say list style type CSS property, the value should be none in this case. So guys, basically what will happen is these bullets will be removed from the web browser. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, there are no bullets that are appearing inside this list. Now guys, let us remove the padding and the margin as well, that is present by default over here inside the UL tag. So simply we are going to provide padding and margin, it is equal to 0 pixels in this case. Let me just reload this page once again. So as you can see, there is no more padding and margin for the unordered list over here. Now guys, for these links, what we are going to do is we are going to remove the underlines that are present over here. So simply we have to provide the li tag inside which we have the anchor tag over here, that is the a tag. So for this particular tags, we are going to provide the text decoration for which the value should be none, so that the underline that is present by default for all the anchor text over here will be removed. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, the underline from all the text is removed over here. Guys, let us have certain background color as well for this unordered list in this case. So what we are going to do is inside the UL tag, simply we are going to say background color, and we are going to say the color will be black in this case. And for the anchor text, that is the a tag over here, simply we are going to set the font color as white so that the text can be easily seen on the black color background over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the background color over here as black color, and the text color is now getting displayed with the help of a white color now. Now guys, since the UL tag is the block level element over here, and that is why the entire width of the screen is being taken over here. So what we can do is simply we can define the width of, let's say, 100 pixels in this case. So let us check whether the 100 pixels width is enough or not. So let me just reload this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have a good vertical navigation bar over here. Now guys, let us provide certain padding as well to the li elements over here. So simply we are going to define the li tag in this case, and we are going to provide the padding of 10 pixels in this case, so that we have sufficient spaces around the li elements. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, we have the sufficient spacing now around the text that are getting displayed over here. Now guys, what we are going to do is when we get the mouse cursor on these elements, we want the background color to be updated so that the user comes to know that this is the particular link that he or she is going to click. So guys, what we are going to do is over here on the hover, so guys, simply we are going to use the hover pseudo class over here. So on li, we are going to provide the hover element in this case, and for the a tag we are going to change the background color. So over here simply we are going to set the background color as red. So basically what we have done is when we get the mouse cursor on the li element over here, the hover pseudo class will help us in order to set the background color of the anchor text as red color over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser, and when we get the cursor over here, we are getting getting the background color of anchor text as red color over here. Now guys, we want the entire li element to be having the background color as red color. So what we can do is, if we simply remove this a tag, so basically the entire li element should have the background color as red color over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now if you see, on the hover of the li element, the entire list element is now getting the background color as red color over here, and this is one of the important implementation as far as this vertical navigation bar is concerned. And guys, apart from this, let us say we are currently on this home page over here. So what we can do is, simply for this anchor tag with the home text, we are going to define the class as active over here, so that we come to know that this is the anchor tag which is active right now. So guys, let me just save this file now, and inside the style.css file, simply we are going to say the active class with the help of the dot character over here. We are going to define the background color. So guys, basically what we are saying is the active link text should have the aqua background color over here, so that we can easily identify that which of the pages is active right now. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the aqua color over here for the anchor text. Guys, let us change the color over here so that it is displayed properly with the white color text over here. And also we need to provide this class to the li element in this case. So simply I'm going to remove the class from the a tag and we are going to paste it for the li element over here. And for the active class, we are going to change the background color to, let's say, green color over here, which is a dark color, and it will go well with the text color that is white in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the active page, that is the home page right now, and then the user can go to the other options over here. Now guys, apart from this, you can also see certain spacing on the left of this navigation bar and on the top of this navigation bar as well. So what we can do is, simply for the body tag, we can remove the padding and margin over here, which is one of the best practices. So guys, simply we are going to provide the body tag at the start of the CSS file, and simply we are going to say margin is equal to 0 and padding also is equal to 0 in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now if you see, there is no more additional spacing on the left or on the top of this navigation bar, and simply we can increase the options of this navigation bar as well. So what we have to do is, inside the index dot, we can add more options over here. So guys, over here what we will do is, let's say we have photos as one option, and then videos as another option, and then we have languages as well. So guys, basically we are defining more options inside our vertical navigation bar, and the last option is sitemap over here. So guys, basically we have around 8 options in this case inside our vertical navigation bar. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is a very good looking vertical navigation bar that we have created, and based on your project requirements, you can also create similar kind of vertical navigation bar just by using the unordered list and the list items over here. And apart from this, these are the CSS properties that we have used inside the style.css file in this case. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is a horizontal navigation bar in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see horizontal navigation bar in CSS. So guys, basically navigation bar is a list of links which we are going to check with the help of examples as well, and by using those list of links, we are going to create a horizontal navigation bar. So guys, horizontal navigation bar can be created by using the display equal to inline property on the list of items. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. And previously we had seen how we can create the vertical navigation bar over here. So guys, similarly we are going to create a horizontal navigation bar in this case. So what we are going to do is, simply I'm going to remove the previous lines of code that we had written in the HTML and the CSS files over here. Now guys, simply we are going to have the unordered list in this case, inside which we are going to have the 4 list items. So basically we are going to define the 4 list items over here, and then inside these list items we are going to have the anchor tags over here, and they are going to have the href attribute with the hash character over here for test purpose. Now guys, let us define the text inside these anchor tags over here. So let's say we have home, and then we have blog, and then let's say we have photos, and then we have videos over here. So these are the 4 list items that should be present inside the horizontal navigation bar. Guys, over here we are going to go step by step in order to create a complete horizontal navigation bar with the help of these unordered list items over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have this unordered list which is present in the form of a vertical list over here. So guys, now first of all we are going to remove these bullets from the unordered list and also remove the padding and the margin that is present by default inside this horizontal list. So guys, inside the style.css file over here, simply we are going to define the UL, that is the unordered list tag, and then we are going to say list style type. So guys, basically this is the CSS property that is used in order to define what kind of bullet points we want to display as far as the unordered list is concerned. So by default it is the circle that is getting displayed over here. We can display them as square as well. So when we save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser, so as you can see, these are the square bullets over here. But guys, since we are creating the horizontal navigation bar, we don't want any bullets over here. So simply we are going to provide none as the list style type. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we no longer have any of the bullets over here. Now guys, simply we are going to remove the padding and margin as well from these unordered list. So we are going to say padding is equal to 0 and also the margin attribute as 0 over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, there is no longer padding and margin that is present by default inside this unordered list. Now guys, what we are going to do is we will be removing the underlines from all these anchor tags over here. So simply inside the li, that is the list item, we have the anchor tags over here, and then we are going to say text decoration, it should be equal to none, and also we are going to set the color as white in this case. So guys, basically we are going to set the text color as white and the background color of this unordered list as black. So guys, basically we are going to say background color as black in this case. So guys, when we are going to set the background color of this entire unordered list as black, so the background color of the navigation bar will be updated to black color and the text color of the anchor text over here will be updated to white color, and that is how we are going to make a perfect navigation bar. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the black background color over here and the text color of all these links is being updated to white color now. Now guys, one more important thing, we are going to have all these text in one line over here. So what we can do is simply these list items that we have created, we need to display them as inline since they are being displayed as the block level elements over here right now. So simply we are going to define the li, that are the list items, and we are going to say display is equal to inline in this case, so that all the list items are displayed in one line. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, all the list items are now getting displayed on the same line. Now guys, apart from this, let us provide certain spacing in between these list items as well. So what we are going to do is simply we are going to set the padding as 10 pixels over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have provided certain spacing around the list items over here. Now guys, apart from this, we also want the top and bottom padding as well. So let's say we provide the top and bottom padding inside the unordered list in this case. So simply we are going to say padding as 10 pixels for top and bottom, and for the left and right we are going to say it as 0 pixels over here. So guys, this is the way that we provide the top and bottom padding for any of the HTML elements, and the next number will be representing the left and the right padding over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have provided the top and bottom padding as well with the help of the padding CSS property. So guys, the horizontal navigation bar is almost complete over here, but the user should get at least some kind of confirmation that he or she will be clicking on one of these links. So guys, what we are going to do is when we get the mouse cursor on this particular list item over here, so the list item background color should be updated to some color so that the user gets the confirmation or the feedback that he or she will be clicking on these list items, which is the part of the navigation bar. So guys, what we are going to do is simply on the hover of the li item over here. So we define the li item followed by colon, and then we use the pseudo class, that is hover in this case. So when we get the cursor on the list item, we want to change the background color to red color over here. So simply we are going to say the background color CSS property, and then we are going to set the value as red color over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now if you see, we are getting the background color as red color over here, and user is at least getting the feedback that he or she will be clicking on that particular link, which is getting highlighted as red color over here. So guys, in this way we have created a very simple horizontal navigation bar that you will be seeing in many of the websites. So guys, this is one of the important ways in order to create the horizontal navigation bar by using the unordered list items over here and using some of the CSS properties that we have defined over here. Now guys, apart from this, if you notice, there is certain spacing on the left and on the top of this navigation bar. So how we can get rid of that? So basically it is the padding and the margin of the body tag over here. So guys, the body tag is representing the entire page, that is the web page on this particular web browser. So inside the body tag over here, simply we are going to set the margin as 0 and also the padding as 0 over here. So guys, this is one of the best practices that the programmers follow in order to avoid the spacing that is present by default in some of the web browsers. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now if you see, there is no spacing on the left or on the top of this navigation bar, and simply we can go and select one of the list items from this navigation bar. Guys, apart from this, we can also have more options over here. So simply you can add more options in this case. So over here, simply I'm going to copy these lines of code in this case, and simply we are going to have more options. So let's say we have languages over here, and then let's say we have news, and then let's say we have the contact option, and then the last option is the about option over here. So guys, let me just save this file now, and simply we have to reload this page. So as you can see, the other options are also getting displayed over here, and this is the way that you can create the horizontal navigation bar. Now guys, we have used the href attribute as the hash character over here for the test purpose, but these are going to be the real production links when you are going to implement them in your project. So guys, please make note of this href attribute over here, and apart from this, you can replicate these styling for your next project and you can practice on your own. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is creating a drop down option in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see how we can create the drop down options in CSS. So guys, basically we are going to create a hoverable drop down with the help of the CSS, and the drop down options should be displayed when the mouse is hovered over a button. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So simply I'm going to remove the previous lines of code that we had written in the HTML and the CSS files over here. Now guys, as far as the drop down option is concerned, simply you can have the select tag over here, and inside the select tag you can have multiple options in this case. So let's say we have one of the option as option 1 over here. So simply we are going to say 1 in this case, and then you can copy paste this line of code, and then we can change the text to the other options over here. So we have the 2. So we have the second option as 2 and the third option as 3 over here. So guys, basically you can simply have the drop down options with the help of the HTML tag, that is the select and the option tags over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have these drop down options over here, but guys, we are going to implement the drop down options by using the CSS in this case instead of using the select and the option tags over here. So what we are going to to do is we are going to define certain div tags over here and a button tag as well, and using the CSS file over here and certain CSS properties, we are going to display these options when we get the mouse cursor on that particular button that we are going to define. So guys, let us complete this exercise over here. So simply we are going to have, let's say, the h2 tag over here, and then we will say get your mouse cursor on below button. So guys, simply we are having this particular statement, that is get your mouse cursor on below button over here, and we are going to define the div tag in this case, which is going to have the class name as a drop down over here. So simply we are going to define the div tag followed by the dot character, and then we have the name of the class, that is drop down, and when we press enter, as you can see, a div tag with the class name, that is drop down, is getting created over here. Now guys, inside this we are going to have the button tag over here, and for this button tag we are going to say drop down as the text, and then guys over here we are going to have the class, and the class name will be button drop down in this case. Guys, we are going to make use of these class names inside the CSS files, and that is why we are defining these classes over here, and it is one of the best practices in order to create the classes or the IDs for the different HTML elements that you create based on your requirements. Now guys, apart from this, after this button we are going to have another div tag over here, and then we are going to have the class name in this case as the drop down content. So guys, basically this is the div tag which is going to display the drop down content, that is all the options. As you can see, these are the options that will be present inside this particular div tag over here. So guys, inside this what we will do is we will have the anchor tags in this case. So we are going to have the href attribute as the hash character, and simply we are going to provide link 1 over here, and then we are going to copy paste these lines of code, and simply we are going to say link 2 and link 3. So guys, basically what we are doing is we are having 3 options over here inside the div that is defining the drop down content in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the h2 tag over here which is having the simple statement get your mouse cursor on below button. So guys, when we get the mouse cursor on this particular button over here, all these link items that are the options should get displayed in this case. So guys, let us provide certain CSS properties to this button element first of all. So what we are going to do is we will copy the class of this button over here, and simply inside the style.css file we are going to use the dot character followed by the name of the class in this case. So guys, basically we are going to have certain background color. So let's say we have the background color over here and the text color as white. So guys, basically we have the color CSS property as white over here, and also we will have the padding of, let's say, 10 pixels in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have this particular button with the background color that is green and the text color is white, and we have certain padding that we have implemented over here. Guys, there is a default border that is getting displayed over here. So what we are going to do is simply inside this button we are going to say border it is equal to none, so that we can remove this border from this button. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we don't have any border right now over here. Now guys, what we are going to do is these link items are present in one line. We want them to be on the separate lines over here, and also we want the div section, that is the drop down content, it should have certain background color. So guys, what we are going to do is first of all we are going to style this drop down content div tag over here. So simply I am going to copy this class name, and then inside the style.css file we are going to provide the dot character followed by the class name over here, and then we are going to provide the background color in this case. So let's say we provide the gray color as the background color over here. So guys, we have the 6 times D characters in this case, which is representing a gray color shade over here. And then apart from this, we also want the width of this particular section to be limited, so we are going to provide the width as 100 pixels in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the background color as the gray color over here, but guys, apart from this we also want these links to be present on the next line. So what we can do is simply inside this class name, so we are going to provide dot followed by the class name, and whatever a tags are present we are going to provide the anchor tag over here and then inside this we are going to say display is equal to block. So guys, by default the display property is inline for this particular anchor tag, and that is why all the links are getting displayed on the same line. So we are going to provide display is equal to block so that all of them are displayed on separate lines over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, all the links are now getting displayed on the separate lines. Apart from this, let us remove the underline as well from these anchor tags. So we will provide the text decoration is equal to none in this case, and also apart from this, let us provide the color of this text as black color over here. So we are going to provide the color as black and also provide the padding. So guys, over here simply we are going to provide the padding as 5 pixels. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, we have the padding, also we have removed the underline over here, and we have the text color as black color right now. Now guys, apart from this, when the user gets the cursor on these particular links, we want the background color to be updated for these links. So what we can do is simply on the hover property of these a tag, we can change the background color. So simply I'm going to copy these lines of code and paste it over here, but we are going to provide the pseudo class in this case, which is the hover pseudo class, and on this hover pseudo class we want to change the background color. So simply we are going to say background color in this case, and let's say we have the background color as aqua. So guys, basically we are going to set this particular background color when the user gets the mouse on that particular link text. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now when we get the cursor over here on these links, that is the options, the background color of that particular option is now getting updated now. Now guys, very important thing is when we get the mouse cursor on this drop down, then only we want this particular section to be displayed, that is having the list of options. So by default all these list of options should be hidden over here. So what we can do is simply for this particular drop down content class, we are going to define the display is equal to none property. So over here we already have this drop down content inside our CSS file. So simply we are going to say display is equal to none this time. So guys, basically by default this particular div tag that is having the class that is drop down content will not be displayed over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, after defining all the CSS properties, we have set the display is equal to none property. So by default this particular section which is present over here right now, but it is not getting visible, and we want it to be visible when we get the mouse cursor on this drop down button over here. So guys, how do we make it visible? So basically we are going to set the display is equal to block property when we get the mouse cursor on this particular div tag over here. So what is the div tag in this case? So it is the div tag that is having the class equal to drop down. So simply I'm going to copy this class that is drop down over here, and then inside the style.css file simply we are going to say dot followed by the name of the class that is drop down, and when we get the mouse cursor on this particular div tag, we are going to provide the hover pseudo class over here. So basically it says that whenever we are going to get the mouse cursor on the div tag that is having the class drop down over here, then these particular CSS properties will be implemented. So what we want to do is we want to make the drop down content as visible. So guys, when we hover over this particular div tag, we want the drop down content, that is this particular div, to be visible over here. So we need to copy this class name that is drop down content over here, and after this hover we need to provide the space character, and the div that is with this particular class name should be displayed. So we need to provide the dot character since it is a class name, and then inside this we are going to say display it is equal to block this time. So guys, by default it was display is equal to none, but when we get the mouse cursor on this particular div tag that is having the class drop down, so on the hover pseudo class we want to get the drop down content to be displayed over here with the help of the display equal to block. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. here. So by default there is no drop down that you can see over here, but the moment we get the mouse cursor on this drop down button over here, you can see that the drop down content is now getting displayed over here. Now guys, if you notice, when we get the mouse cursor over here as well on the right hand side, the drop down content is again getting displayed. Why so? That's because we have provided the display equal to block on the drop down class, which is the div tag over here. And as you know, the div tag is the block level element. So let us right click over here and click on the inspect option. Let us see the length of the div tag over here. So as you can see, this is the div tag with the class drop down on which we have provided the hover property, and if you see, the entire width of the screen is getting highlighted over here. So guys, what we can do is simply for this particular div tag that is having the class drop down, we can have the display property as inline. So simply we are going to go inside the style.css file over here, and for this class that is the drop down over here, we are going to provide the dot character followed by the class name that is drop down, and simply we are going to say display is equal to inline. So basically it is going to take only that much width as required by the text inside this particular div tag over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now if you see the drop down div tag, it is not taking the entire width of the screen, but it is only taking the width of the button that is present over here right now. So guys, when we get the mouse cursor over here, as you can see, we are getting the drop down content that is getting visible right now. But when we get the mouse cursor on the right hand side now, there is no drop down content that is getting displayed. So guys, only when you get the mouse cursor on this particular button, then only the drop down content that is having the list of options to be selected will be displayed over here. So guys, this is the way that you can implement the drop down options by using CSS properties. Comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is attribute selectors in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see attribute selectors in CSS. So guys, it is possible to style the HTML elements that have specific attributes or the attribute values. So far we have seen the IDs or the class names that we have used as the CSS selectors in order to identify the HTML elements, but we can also use the attribute selectors over here. So basically this is the syntax. First of all, we use the tag and then followed by the square bracket, and then inside that we can use the attribute name and also the value that we can use in order to identify a particular HTML element. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So simply I am going to remove the previous lines of code that we had written inside the HTML and the style.css files over here. Now guys, what we are going to do is simply we are going to have the paragraph tag in this case. So guys, we have a very simple statement, that is, this is paragraph 1 over here, and for this paragraph tag let us have the title attribute as well, and we are going to have the title that is para over here. Now guys, similarly we are going to have more paragraph tags over here. So I am going to copy these lines of code in this case, and simply we are going to have this is paragraph 2, and then we have this is paragraph 3, and then we have this is paragraph 4 over here. And then guys, we are also going to update the title in this case. So let's say we have para 2 over here, and let's say simply we are going to say title in this case as the title attribute, and let's say for the fourth paragraph we don't have the title attribute over here. So guys, these are the 4 different paragraph tags which are having different statements, and they are also having the title attributes. The last paragraph is not having any of the title attribute over here. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have all these 4 paragraphs that are getting displayed with the statements that we have defined inside the HTML files over here. Now guys, what we have to do is, let's say we want to identify those paragraphs which are having the title attribute over here, and we want to have the background color as yellow for those paragraphs over here. So guys, in such problem statement we can use the attribute selector over here and check whether the paragraph is having the attribute that is title in this case. So simply inside the style.css file, first of all we are going to have the background color for all the 4 paragraphs over here. So simply for the p tag we have to define the background color CSS property in this case, and the value that we use is yellow over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, all the 4 paragraphs are now having the background color as yellow color now. Now guys, what we will do is we will color only those paragraphs with the background color as yellow, which is having the title attribute. So simply we are going to modify this particular style.css file in such a way that for this existing CSS property, that is for the existing CSS selector over here, that is the p tag, we are going to provide open and close square brackets over here, and inside the square brackets we are going to provide the title attribute. So guys, what is the meaning of this? So only those p tag, that is the paragraph tag, which is having the title attribute, should be provided the CSS property, that is the background color as yellow color over here, and the rest of the paragraphs should not have the background color. So guys, initially we have seen that all the 4 paragraphs were having the background color, but in this case, since the 4th paragraph is not having the title attribute, so the 4th paragraph will not have the background color now, since we are only selecting those paragraphs which are having the title attribute over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the first, second and third paragraphs are now having the background color as yellow. The 4th paragraph is not having the background color now, and in this way you can simply use the open and close square brackets over here and provide one of the attributes that must be present inside that particular HTML tag in order to provide the CSS properties based on your requirements. So guys, this is a simple example as far as the attribute selector is concerned. Now guys, we have certain more examples as well. Apart from this attribute, that is the title, we can also provide the value of that particular title. So let's say inside the style.css file, what we do is, let's say for this first paragraph over here, which is having the title equal to para, only this particular paragraph should be having the background color as yellow. So what we can do is simply we provide the title attribute and then followed by equal to, and then we provide the value that is para over here. So guys, basically what this means is only those paragraphs which is having the attribute that is title with a value that is para should have these CSS properties that are defined over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, only the first paragraph is now getting the background color as yellow. That's because this particular condition is getting satisfied with only the first paragraph, since that is the title value that is present over here. So guys, this is another example of the attribute selection. Apart from this, we can also use attribute followed by this particular symbol and then equal to, and then we can provide the value. So basically it will check whether the tag contains the value word or not. So guys, what we can do is simply inside the style.css file, we can use this particular symbol over here, and this expression is going to check whether the title attribute is containing the para word or not. So how many paragraphs that are having the title attribute is having the para word over here? We can see that paragraph 1 and paragraph 2 are having the title with a word that is para, that is present as the value of the title attribute. So guys, 1 and 2 paragraphs should be having the background color over here in this case. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, paragraph 1 and paragraph 2 are now having the background color as yellow color over here. So guys, apart from this, we can also have the attribute and then followed by the raised to symbol and then equal to symbol followed by the value, which means the attribute should start with the value that is getting provided over here. Apart from this, we also have this dollar symbol, which means that the attribute should end with this particular value, and also we have the star character over here, which means the attribute contains the value over here. Now guys, what is the difference between this particular symbol and the star symbol over here? So let us check that. So basically we have checked whether this title is containing this word para or not, and based on this condition, the first and the second paragraph were having the background color as yellow. But guys, let us say we only provide the substring from this particular word. So let's say we remove the last a character and then we provide par. So basically, can we use this in order to have the background color for both these paragraphs over here? So let us check that. So let me just save this this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we don't have any background color for any of the paragraphs. So guys, what we have done is this particular symbol, it checks whether the entire word is present for that particular attribute or not, but this word is not present. But if you want to use the substring from any of the word, which means this PAR substring is present in both the paragraphs, that is paragraph 1 and paragraph 2, then you can use the star character over here. So basically we can use the star character followed by equal to, and then we can provide the substring of any of the word that is present as the value for that particular attribute of the HTML element. So now guys, if we save this file and try reloading this page once again on the browser, as you can see, the title, that is PAR, is present in both, that is paragraph 1 and paragraph 2, and this is the substring that is getting matched over here, and that is why we are having the background color as yellow for both of these paragraphs. So guys, in this way you can use the attribute selectors over here. So guys, apart from this, the other two attribute selectors, that is attribute starts with and the attribute ends with, you can try on your own as a homework for you. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is an exercise on alignment, pseudo classes, combinators and the attribute selectors. So stay tuned. So guys, now we are going to work on an exercise on alignment, pseudo classes, combinators and the attribute selectors that we have seen previously. So guys, it is very important that you practice on your own so that you get the better understanding of all these concepts as far as CSS is concerned. So guys, we are going to complete the below task in order to finish this particular exercise. So first of all, we are going to create a div tag with a sample text and with a width of 50% and having the yellow background color and some border over here. So guys, let us create the div tag in this case. So I'm going to simply remove the previous lines of code that we had written in the HTML and the CSS files over here. Guys, if you are new to these concepts, you can watch my previous videos in the playlist. The link I have given in the description section below related to the CSS tutorial. So you get the better understanding of all these concepts that we are going to work on in this particular list of tasks. So guys, first of all, we are going to create the div tag in this case. So basically we have this div tag, and inside this div tag, let us have certain text over here. So simply we are going to say this is a div tag over here. Now guys, let me just save this file now, and inside the CSS file, what we are going to do is we are going to have the width as 50%, background color is yellow and some border for this div tag. So inside the style.css file, we are going to define this div tag, and then we will say width as 50% of the screen width, and then the background color as yellow. So we are going to say the background color CSS property as yellow color over here, and apart from this we are going to have the border as well. So let's say we have 2 pixels border of the solid type and the color as the black color for the border. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have a very simple div tag over here that we have created based on the first task inside this exercise. Now guys, we need to center align the above div tag horizontally using the margin. So guys, we had seen in the alignment video how we can align this div tag horizontally at the center of the screen over here. So basically we can use the margin CSS property in this case. So guys, inside the style.css file, simply we are going to say margin CSS property, and simply we can say the value that we are going to use is auto over here, so that from the left and right hand side the margin is equal and the div tag is centered horizontally as far as the horizontal alignment is concerned. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the way that we can center a particular div at the center of the screen as far as horizontal alignment is concerned. Now guys, apart from this, let us move to the next task. So over here we need to create a paragraph with random text on multiple lines. So guys, inside the HTML file over here, what we have to do is we need to create the p tag, that is the paragraph tag over here, and simply we are going to generate some random text in this case. So let us say we use the lorem emmet abbreviation over here in order to generate some random text that will be displayed on multiple multiple lines on the web browser. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, multiple lines are getting displayed over here inside the paragraph tag. Now guys, the next task is to color the first line of the paragraph as green color using the pseudo class over here, and also increase the font size to 28 pixels. So guys, if you remember, for this paragraph tag, what we can do is we can use the pseudo class, that is the first line, in order to implement certain CSS properties for the first line over here for this paragraph tag. So for the p tag in this case, simply we are going to provide colon, and then we have something called as first line over here. So we have first hyphen line in this case. So guys, this is the pseudo element that we will be using, that is the first line over here. And then inside this we are going to set the color as green color based on the requirements, and the font size will be 28 pixels. So as you can see, this is the 28 pixels, that is the font size that we have to set. So we have set the font size as 28 pixels over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the first line of this paragraph is now having the color as green color, and the font size is also 28 pixels, that is getting implemented over here. Now guys, let us move to another task. We need to create another paragraph below, and using the sibling combinator, make the background color as aqua over here. So guys, what we will do is, first of all, for this particular paragraph, we are going to provide the ID as para over here. So simply we are going to say para in this case, and the same ID we are going to use while we are using this pseudo element, that is first line. So guys, let me just copy this ID and provide it over here inside of the p tag. So basically we are going to use the hash character followed by the para ID over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, the pseudo element is helping us in order to implement the CSS properties that we have already defined over here. Now guys, let us complete the next task in order to create the paragraph. So basically we are going to create another paragraph over here below this paragraph that is having the ID as para. So we have the paragraph over here. Let us have another ID, that is para 1 in this case, and then we will say this is another paragraph. So guys, we have a very simple statement, that is this is another paragraph over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have a very simple statement, that is this is another paragraph. Now guys, what we have to do is we need to use the sibling combinator selector in order to make the background color as aqua for this particular paragraph. So guys, basically as per the requirement, we don't have to select this paragraph directly, but we need to select this paragraph that is having the ID as para, and then we need to find the next sibling, which is this particular paragraph, for which the background color needs to be set. So guys, what we can do is, since we have provided the ID as para over here previously, the same ID we are going to use, that is para, for this main paragraph, that is the first paragraph we have created, and then we are going to use the sibling combinator, which is the plus character over here. So guys, basically when we use the plus character, it is going to identify the next sibling over here, and the next sibling tag is the p tag over here. So guys, basically we are using the sibling combinator in this case in order to identify this new paragraph that we have created, and for this new paragraph we need to set the background color as aqua. So over here we are going to set the background color as aqua color. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the background color is now updated to aqua color over here. So guys, in this way we can easily use the sibling combinator selector in order to select the next sibling as far as the CSS selector is concerned. Now guys, apart from this, let us create another paragraph with the title equal to para and make the font weight as bold by using the attribute selector over here. So guys, let us move to the HTML file in this case, and then let us have another paragraph for which we need to have the title attribute over here, which should be equal to para in this case, and then let us say we have this is another paragraph with title attribute. So guys, basically we have a very simple statement, that is this is another paragraph with title attribute over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is another paragraph with title attribute. So what we have to do is we need to make the font weight as bold by using the attribute selector in this case. So guys, how do we use the attribute selector, that is title over here? So simply we can use the p tag inside the CSS file. So let me show you that. We have used the p tag previously, and then inside the open and close square brackets we need to provide the attribute that is title. So guys, this is another way in order to select the HTML elements by using the attribute selector, by providing the attribute inside the square brackets over here, and then followed by open and close curly braces. Simply we can have the font weight in this case, and simply we can say the value as bold over here. So guys, basically it is going to identify that paragraph which is having the title attribute over here. So far we have created the other two paragraphs with only the ID attributes but not the title attribute, but since this third paragraph is having the title attribute, the CSS property, that is font weight equal to bold, will be implemented on this third paragraph that is having the title attribute over here. So guys, let me just save the CSS file in this case, and let me just reload this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, font weight equal to bold is now getting implemented over here, and the text is appearing as bold text over here on the web browser. Guys, apart from this, we can also increase the font size over here. So inside the same CSS selector, that is by using the attribute selector, we can have the font size as 30 pixels in this case. So let's say we provide the value as 30 pixels. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, the font size is increased to 30 pixels over here. So guys, in this way we can also use the attribute selector. We can provide the value of the attribute as well. So since we have used the value as para, simply we can copy this value and paste this over here. So we provide equal to operator followed by double quotes, and inside the double quotes simply we can provide the para value for this particular title attribute. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. There will be no change since we have already applied the CSS properties previously. So let us provide another CSS property. Let us make this text as underline over here. So what we can do is simply inside this particular p tag that is having the title attribute as para, we are going to say text decoration in this case, and then we are going to say underline as the value for this text decoration. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we are getting the underline for this particular text inside this paragraph. So guys, in this way we can also use the attribute selector over here instead of using the tag or the ID or the class name as the selectors that we have seen previously. So guys, we have completed all the tasks in this particular exercise. Hopefully you have also completed all these tasks on your own. So guys, it is very important that you practice on your own so that you get a better understanding as far as the CSS concepts are concerned. Comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is styling forms in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see styling forms in CSS. So guys, basically the look of an HTML form can be greatly improved with the help of CSS, and this we are going to check with the help of example, and we are going to see how we can style the forms in CSS. So let us move to the VS Code over here. So simply inside this HTML file we are going to create a form. So basically we are going to create a div tag with the class container over here, and inside this div tag let us create a form in this case. So guys, basically we are going to use the form tag over here, and then inside this form let us have couple of text boxes over here. So what we will do is simply we will have the input followed by colon, and then we will have the text input. So basically we are going to set the name attribute as first name and also the ID attribute as first name over here. Also for this input let us have the label so that the user can recognize what kind of input is expected inside this text box over here. So guys, basically we are going to have the label tag, and for the for attribute we are going to paste the value of the name attribute over here inside the input, that is the first name in this case, and then we are going to have the label that is first name, and after the first name let us have the line break over here so that the input is displayed on the next line in this case, and also we are going to have the placeholder over here. So we are going to say your first name in this case. So guys, basically we have the placeholder that will be displayed, in which case this particular text will be displayed inside the text box of the first name. Now guys, after this let us have couple of line breaks over here so that we can have another text box for the last name input field. So guys, simply I'm going to copy these lines of code over here and we are going to replace this first name with last name over here. So I'm simply going to copy this last name and paste it to the ID attribute and for the for attribute as well, and over here we are going to say last name label, and for the placeholder as well we are going to say your last name in this case. So guys, in this way we have provided two text boxes. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have the simple text boxes which is having first name and last name over here. Now guys, let us have another input in this case, and we are going to have the drop down option for the third input. So what we are going to do is we will use the select tag over here, since it will help us in order to have the drop down options. So what are the options that we are going to set over here? So we are going to set the list of colors. So guys, basically I'm going to provide the name attribute as color over here, and also we will paste the same value to the ID attribute as well, and we are also going to have the label for the select tag, and we will say select your favorite color. So guys, basically you are going to select the favorite color over here. So guys, for the for attribute we will say color as the value, and the text that we are going to display for this label will be select your favorite color. So guys, basically the user will be allowed to select the favorite color from the list of options. Now guys, what are the options that we are going to provide? Simply we are going to use the option tag over here, and we are going to have some colors over here. So basically we will have the first color as blue, and let me just copy this line of code multiple number of times, and let us say we have the other colors as yellow, green and red. So guys, as you can see, we have different options over here for the color selection. We have blue, yellow, green and red colors. Now guys, apart from this, let us have the submit button as well after the select tag. So simply we are going to have couple of line breaks over here, and then after this we are going to have the input with the type submit. So guys, basically we are going to say input colon submit in this case, which is the emit abbreviation, and simply we are going to say value as submit in this case. Guys, after this label we are going to have the line break so that the list of options are displayed on the next line over here. So guys, as you can see, we have these lines of code inside our HTML form. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So this is how the form will look like on the browser without any CSS properties. So guys, this is a very simple form. It is not looking that attractive, but with the help of the CSS properties that we are going to see now, we are going to make this form little bit attractive with certain background colors and the borders as well, so that you can include it in your project, and based on your project requirements you can apply the different CSS properties. So guys, what we will do is inside the style.css file that is attached to this particular HTML file over here, first of all we will style this particular container div tag over here. So simply I am going to copy this class name, and inside the style.css file, first of all we will use the dot character followed by the container, and let's say we have certain background color for this div tag. So guys, basically we are going to have the background color for this entire form over here. So let us say we have the background color as this particular color, which is Alice blue over here, and then guys, let us also have some border in this case. So basically we are going to set the border as 2 pixels of the solid type, and let's say the color is gray color for the border. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have set the background color and the border for this particular container. Now guys, let us have certain space on the left and top of these particular labels which is inside the form, so that they can be placed a little bit away from the border of this particular container. So let us provide the padding of let's say 20 pixels in this case, and apart from this, let us have certain border radius as well for this container. So we will provide the border radius of 5 pixels in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have provided the padding which will help us in order to provide the spacing between the labels and the border of this particular container, and apart from this we also have the border radius. Now guys, let us decrease the width of this particular container since it is taking the entire width of the screen. So let us set the width to 30% of this particular screen width. So over here simply we are going to say width as 30%. Let me just save this file file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have set the width of this particular container as 30%, and also let us get this div container at the middle of the screen. So what we can do is simply we can set the margin as auto over here. Now guys, what is the use of this auto value for the margin property? So basically from the left and right of this particular div container, the margin will be set in such a way that this entire box will be placed at the center of the screen over here, which means the margin left and margin right will be equal. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have got the form at the middle of the screen. So in case in your project requirements, if you want to center the div element over here inside your HTML file, so simply you can use the margin CSS property and provide the value as auto so that the div can be placed at the center of the screen. Now guys, let us provide certain styling to the submit button as well. So what we will do is simply we are going to use the input tag, and what we are going to do is we will use the attribute selector over here, which is type equal to submit in this case. So guys, basically we have to use the square brackets, and then inside this we use the type equal to, and then inside the single quotes or double quotes we can use the value that is submit over here. So guys, basically we are using the attribute selector, which will help us in order to select this particular button. Now guys, what we will do is simply we are going to set the background color in this case. So basically we are going to set the value of this background color as green color over here, and apart from this let us set the color as well in this case, and the value will be white over here so that it goes well with the background color of green. Now guys, apart from this let us also set the padding of 5 pixels in this case so that the text can be easily displayed inside the button, and apart from this let us also have the width of the button as 100% over here so that the button takes the entire space as far as the width of this particular div container is concerned. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the button that is getting displayed over here. Let us remove this border that is already present by default, and also set the pointer when we get the cursor over here on this submit button. So guys, what we will do is simply we are going to set the border property as none in this case, and also we will set the cursor over here as pointer. So as you can see, this is the cursor CSS property, and simply we are going to set the value as pointer. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So the border is removed now, and when we get the cursor over here on this button, the cursor is changed to the hand icon or pointer over here, which is one of the good designs as far as HTML form is concerned. Now guys, when we get the cursor over here on this button, let us change the background color. So what we can do is simply we are going to use this attribute selector. So I'm going to copy this line of code over here and paste it, and on hover we are going to change the background color. So we are going to use the pseudo class that is hover over here, and then inside this we are going to change the background color of this button when the user gets the mouse on this particular button, that is the submit button. So guys, what is the color that we are going to set? So basically we are going to set some lighter version of this green color over here. So simply we are going to change this green color to little bit light in this case. So let us set this color over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Now if we get the cursor on the submit button, as you can see, the background color is updated now. So guys, whenever user wants to click on the submit button, the background color of the submit button will be changed, and this is one of the good designs as far as HTML forms are concerned. Now guys, apart from this, what we will do is let us also increase the width of these text boxes and the drop down option in such a way that it takes the entire width of the container over here. So what we can do is simply we are again going to use the attribute selector in this case. So we will say input, and this time we will say type it is equal to text this time, because both the input tags over here are having the type equal to text in this case. So we are going to say type is equal to text, and then apart from this we are also going to provide the same CSS property to this select tag as well. So guys, we are going to provide a comma over here, and then we are going to provide the select tag. So guys, in this way, if you want to provide the same CSS properties to multiple HTML elements, you can separate them with the help of the comma over here before providing the CSS properties. Now guys, what we will do is simply we are going to say width it is equal to 100% in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the width of both the text boxes and the select drop down options is updated to the 100% width of the div container over here. Apart from this, let us also have the border box in this case. So guys, basically we are going to have the box sizing CSS property, and then we will set the value as border box in this case. Let me just save this file now. This will help us in order to set the width of these two text boxes get aligned with the drop down option and the submit option over here. So guys, let me just reload this page once again in this case. So as you can see, the right hand side of both these text boxes are now aligned with the drop down option and the submit button as well. So guys, in this way you can use your own CSS properties just like how we have used over here in order to style our HTML form. Apart from this, you can also have the h2 header over here before the div container. So guys, basically we are going to have the h2 header, and then we will say below is the form to be filled. So guys, basically this is the header that will help the user to submit the form in this case. Now as far as submitting this form is concerned, it will be the part of the JavaScript tutorial which we will be covering in the upcoming videos. So comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is counters in CSS for automatic numbering. So stay tuned. So now we will see counters in CSS for automatic numbering. So guys, basically CSS counters are variables which are maintained by CSS whose values can be incremented by CSS rules to track how many times they are used. And guys, this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. So counters let you adjust the appearance of content based on its placement in the document. So guys, basically we are going to have certain list of values for which we are not going to have the numbers inside our HTML code, but we will be using certain CSS rules in order to number those list of items. So guys, let us move to the VS Code in order to check the example of counters in CSS over here. So simply I am going to remove the previous lines of code from the HTML and the CSS files that we have written. Now guys, inside our HTML file, what we are going to do is, first of all, we are going to have the h1 tag over here, and we will say below are some of the programming languages. So guys, basically we have this particular header that is below are some of the programming languages, and let us have certain programming languages inside the h2 tag over here. So guys, basically inside the h2 tag we will have certain programming languages. So let's say we have the first programming language as Java, and then let's say we have Python as the second programming language, and then we have C++, and then let's say we have C# over here. So guys, basically we have these four programming languages inside the h2 tag. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So guys, as you can see, we have the h1 tag and then followed by the h2 tags which are having the name of the programming languages over here. Now guys, let us say we want to number all these programming languages in such a way that the first language is Java, and then the second language in the list is Python, and then we have third language as C++, and fourth language is C#. So the first option is to use the numbers inside the HTML code over here, but guys, we don't want to use that. So the other option is to use the CSS counters over here. Now guys, how do we use the CSS counter? Let us check that. So inside our style.css file, which is attached to this HTML file over here with the help of the link tag, what we will do is, first of all, we will define the body tag in this case, and then we have the CSS property which is counter reset in this case. So guys, basically we use the counter reset CSS property in order to define a variable. So guys, let us say we provide the name of the variable as number. So guys, basically this variable we are going to use in order to provide the numbers to all these programming languages that we have displayed on the UI. So guys, what we are going to do is, after this we have to provide the tag before which we want to provide the number. So guys, basically what tag we have used over here in order to display the programming languages? We have used the h2 tag over here. So guys, basically we will use the h2 tag, and then we have to use the pseudo element that is before. So guys, 2 times colon we have to use, followed by the before keyword in this case. So guys, basically the meaning of this is whatever content we provide inside the curly braces for this particular selector, that content will be displayed over here before the content of the h2 tag in this case. So guys, what we have to do is inside this particular h2 tag, for which we have the pseudo element that is before, we have to use the counter increment CSS property. So guys, basically we use this counter increment CSS property and we use the same variable that is number over here. So simply we are going to set the variable that is number, and then guys, after this we have to use the content in this case. So this is the CSS property that we will be using, which is content over here, which will set this particular number before the h2 tag, which is displaying these programming languages. So guys, over here inside the content we will be using the function that is counter in this case. So guys, basically this counter is a function which will take one parameter and we are going to pass this number as the parameter over here. So guys, this is the function that is counter, and instead of this name we are going to provide number over here. So guys, basically what will happen is automatically the number will start from 1, and then for the second programming language 2 will be displayed, and then we have 3 and then 4. So guys, after providing the number we also have to provide certain space or the dot character as well. So after this counter function we provide the space character followed by double quotes, and let's say we provide a dot character and then followed by space. So guys, after this space the name of the programming languages will be displayed over here, as we can see in this particular web browser right now. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the counters are helping us in order to provide the numbers to all these programming languages, and this is how you can provide the counters in the CSS in order to provide the numbers to the list of items based on your project requirements. Guys, you can also change the format over here after the number. So let's say instead of the dot character we can also provide hyphen over here. So instead of the dot character in this case, let us have a space character followed by hyphen and then the space character again. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the hyphen character in this case instead of the dot character. Apart from this, we can also provide this number in the square brackets as well. So let us remove these formatting over here, and let's say we provide the open square bracket first of all. So simply inside the double quotes we provide the open square brackets, and then after this we have the space character, and then we will be having the number, and then let's say we have the square bracket over here which is ending. So we have the closing square bracket in this case, and then let's say followed by the space character, after which the programming language should be displayed in this case. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, these are the numbers that are getting displayed over here. So guys, based on your project requirements and the format in which you want to display the numbers, you can display them by using this counter method and providing the variable name that you have provided inside the counter reset. Now guys, apart from this, we can also have the nested counter. So let us check the example of the nested counters in CSS. So what we will do is, let's say inside this h2 tag we have certain paragraph tags over here. So simply we will say p tag, and then we will say this is some test data. So guys, basically inside each programming language we will have certain pointers to be displayed, and for testing purpose we are simply providing this test data over here. So let's say we have these two paragraph over here inside the Java programming language, and then let's say we have these three paragraphs inside the Python programming language, and apart from this, let us say we have one paragraph inside C++ language and two paragraphs over here inside the C# language. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have certain pointers over here after each programming languages. Now guys, we also want to number these pointers inside the programming languages. So what we have to do is, we need to provide another counter variable. So guys, inside the style.css, first of all, after the body tag, what we will do is, we want to provide the numbers inside these programming languages which are defined by using the h2 tag over here. So simply we have to use the h2 tag in this case, and we can provide the variable by using the counter reset, and this time instead of providing the variable name as number, we will say sub number over here. So guys, basically it is going to be a number like 1.1 or 1.2 in this case, and so on. So guys, basically we use the counter reset CSS property once again, and we provide the variable name as sub number over here. And then guys, what we have to do is we need to use the p tag followed by the pseudo element that is before. That's because we are using the paragraph tag over here, and before the content of this paragraph tag we want to display the number over here. So simply we use the p tag followed by 2 times colon, and then we will use the before pseudo element. And then guys, what we have to do is again we have to use the counter increment CSS property, and this time we will be using this sub number variable. So let me just copy this and paste this over here for the counter increment CSS property. And then after this we have to use the content CSS property. So guys, over here first of all we will have to use the number variable so that this particular number, that is 1, can be displayed followed by dot, and the sub number should be displayed after that. So basically we use the counter function once again over here. So we say counter, and then instead of name we will be using the number. And then guys, after this we want the dot character. So let's say we provide dot character over here followed by space, and this time we will be using the counter function once again, and over here instead of name we will be using sub number this time, because that is the counter that we want to display for all the sub points inside the programming languages that we are displaying on the web browser. So guys, this is the sub number that we are using. So basically this is the format. The first number, that is 1, will be displayed followed by dot, and the sub number, that is 1, will be displayed. So 1.1 will be displayed for this particular point over here, followed by 1.2 for this particular point over here. And then guys, for the Python programming language, 2.1 will be displayed followed by 2.1, and then followed by 2.2, and then followed by 2.3. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the numbers, that is 1.1, then 1.2, and then for the points inside the Python programming language we have 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, and so on. So guys, over here we have missed out the space to be provided over here. So simply we can provide the space character inside the double quotes in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the space characters are now getting displayed over here. So for the C++ programming language we have 3.1 as the pointer, and then for the fourth language, that is C#, we have 4.1, and then followed by 4.2 over here. So guys, in this way you can provide the auto numbering with the help of the counter method over here inside the CSS file in this case. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is the length units in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see length units in CSS. So guys, basically CSS has several different units for expressing a length, and many CSS properties take length values such as width, margin, padding, font size, etc. And this we are going to check with the help of examples as well, that what are the different units that we can provide to all these CSS properties over here. Now guys, length is a number followed by a length unit such as 10 pixels over here. So when we say 10 pixels, 10 is the length and pixel is one of the length units inside the CSS. Apart from this, we also have 2 em over here, where 2 is the length and em is the length unit that we are going to check with examples as well. So guys, let us see what are the different absolute lengths over here. So basically the absolute length units are fixed, and a length expressed in any of these will appear as exactly that size over here on the screen that you are viewing your web page. So guys, let us see how this cm, that is centimeters, will work. So let us move to the VS Code over here, and simply I am going to remove the previous lines of code that we had written in the HTML and the CSS files. Now guys, what we will do is simply we are going to have the paragraph tag over here, and then we will say this font size is in centimeters. So guys, basically we have the statement that is this font size is in centimeter over here, and then guys, what we will do is we are going to have the class for this particular paragraph, and simply we are going to say cm in this case, which represents the centimeter length over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have a very simple statement, that is this font size is in cm. Now guys, we have not provided any font size in this case inside our style.css file. So by default, if you see, the font size of this particular paragraph text will be 16 pixels over here. So most of the browsers provide the font size of 16 pixels for all the text that are displayed on the web page. So guys, let me just inspect this particular paragraph tag. So as you can see, if we scroll down, so we cannot see any of the CSS properties for this paragraph tag apart from these default CSS properties over here. So guys, what we will do is inside our style.css file, in this case, simply we are going to say dot followed by cm, that is the class name for this particular paragraph tag, and then we will say font size, it is equal to, let's say we have 16 pixels in this case. So guys, for test purpose, we are going to see whether the font size is going to change or not. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the font size is not updated for this particular paragraph tag, and the font size of 16 pixels is now getting reflected under this inspect option. Guys, you can also change the font size from here. So basically you can see that this is 16 pixels in this case. You can simply provide 20 pixels over here, and simply the font size is going to be updated in this case. You can also provide 22 pixels or any of the size over here. Now guys, the important thing is we are supposed to provide the font size in centimeters. So what we have to do is, instead of pixels over here, let's say we provide the font size as 5 centimeter, that is cm over here in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is a very big font size over here. So let me just change the length in this case. So let's say we provide 0.5 centimeter over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, this font size is in cm, and you can see that the cm class is having the font size as 0.5 centimeter. Let us increase the font size to 0.8 centimeter over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, this font size is in cm and the size has increased to 0.8 centimeter over here. So guys, in this way, this is one of the absolute lengths that you can use based on your project requirements. Now guys, apart from this, you can also provide the length in millimeters. So let us have another paragraph over here. So simply I'm going to copy this line of code over here, and then instead of cm, we are going to have millimeter, that is mm in this case, as the class name, and then we will say this font size is in mm over here. Now guys, let me just save this file now, and inside the style.css file once again, we are going to have the class name over here. So simply we will have .mm in this case, and for the font size, let's say we have 5 millimeter over here. So guys, 5 is nothing but it is 0.5 centimeter. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this font size is in and if we inspect this particular paragraph over here, it says 5 in this case. Now guys, let us update this particular font size to 8 which means it will be equal to 0.8 centimeter. So when we say 8 so in this case, both the paragraph, that is having the class that is cm, and the will have the same font size, because 0.8 centimeter is same as 8 millimeter over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the font size of both the paragraph is now looking same, and this is how you can use the millimeter length unit as well. Now guys, apart from this, we also have something called as inches. So basically 1 inch, it is equal to 96 pixels over here, which is equal to 2.54 centimeter. So guys, let us check this as well. So basically I'm going to copy this line of code over here, and simply we are going to have the class name as in, which is inches in this case, and then let us say we have this text as this font size is in inches. Let me just save this file now, and over here we are going to copy this line of code for the class inches, and let us change this class name to in this case, and let us have have some unit in terms of inches over here. Now guys, what is 1 inch? It is equal to 96 pixels, but it will be a very big font size. So let's say we want 0.2 inches in this case, which will be approximately 19 pixels over here. So guys, let us have 0.2 inches in this case. So IN is the unit that you can use when you want to provide the font size in terms of inches. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this font size is in inches and it is 0.2 inches right now. So when we inspect over here, it says it is 0.2 inches. And if we calculate how many inches it will be, so we multiply 96 pixels by 0.2 inches over here. So basically it is 19.2 pixels in this case. So guys, if we provide 19.2 pixels as the size over here, that is the font size for this paragraph, there will be no change in this case. So when we provide 19.2 pixels, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. You will notice that there will be no change for the font size of this particular paragraph tag over here. So when we reload, so as you can see, there is no change in this particular paragraph's font size and it is set in terms of pixels over here. So guys, basically this is the conversion that you can use, that is 1 inch, it is equal to 96 pixels based on your project requirements. And then guys, apart from this, we can also use the pixels unit which we were using till now. So basically let us use that as well. So over here what we will do is we will roll back this change to 0.2 inches in this case. And then guys, apart from this, let us have another paragraph over here, in which case the class will be px, which represents the pixels length in this case. So basically we are going to say the font size is in pixels for this paragraph. So let me just save this file now, and over here inside the style.css file, let us have the entry for the pixels class. So we have .px in this case, and let's say we have the 24 pixel size for this particular font size over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this font size is in pixels over here, and then when we inspect this particular paragraph, you can see that we have the 24 pixels font size. We can increase or decrease this font size. So let us say we provide the 28 pixels, and you can see that the size of this particular paragraph is increased now. So guys, in this way you can use the pixels length unit as well. And apart from this, we also have the pt, which represents the points length over here, and then we also have pc, which is picas length over here. Now 1 point, it is equal to 1 by 72 of 1 inch, and 1 pc is equal to 12 points over here. So guys, both these length units I'll leave up to you as a homework for you, so that you can practice on your own on different HTML elements and understand it in a more clear way. Now guys, apart from this, we also have certain relative lengths as well. So far we have seen what are the absolute lengths, which means these numbers will be directly applied to those HTML elements. Now guys, what is the meaning of relative lengths over here? So basically the relative length units specify a length relative to another length property, and the relative length units scale better between different rendering mediums. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples now. The first relative length unit is em over here. Now guys, it is relative to the font size of the element, and 2em means 2 times the size of the current font over here. So guys, let us check this with the help of example in VS Code. So what we are going to do is, let us copy this line of code over here, and simply what we are going to do is, for this paragraph we are going to say the class name is em, and then we will say this font size is in em over here. Now guys, as we know, the default font size for almost all the browsers is 16 pixels over here. So when we say 1 em, it will be equal to 16 pixels. So let us check that as well. Let me just save this HTML file and move to the CSS file over here, and simply we are going to have the entry for the class name, that is em. So we have .em in this case, and then guys, for the font, what we will do is we will set it as 1 em in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this font size is in em. Now guys, if we inspect this particular option over here, when we inspect this particular paragraph, you can see that the font size is equal to 1 em over here. So when we uncheck this, as you can see, the font size is not changing. That's because the default font size for this particular browser is 16 pixels, and that is what is getting applied over here when we uncheck this option. And when we check this option, it is set to 1 em, and 1 em is also equal to 16 pixels. So guys, what we will do is, let's say we want to change it to 2 em over here. So what will happen? So since 1 em is 16 pixels, 2 times em will be equal to 32 pixels, which can be calculated by 2 multiplied by 16. So guys, over here the font size will be increased to 32 pixels in this case. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is equal to 32 pixels right now. When we uncheck this option, it will go back to 16 pixels once again because we have not provided any font size. But when we provide the font size of 2 em, so it will change to 32 pixels. And guys, over here the decimal numbers also work. So let's say we want to provide 1.5 em in this case. So instead of 2 em, let's say we provide 1.5 em over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now the font size is equal to 24 pixels, which is equal to 1.5 em over here. So guys, in this way you can use the em length unit, which is a relative length unit in this case, where 1 em is equal to 16 pixels of the font size. Now guys, apart from this, we also have something called as rem, which is relative to the font size of the root element. So guys, what is the meaning of root element? So over here for the HTML document, we have the root tag as the HTML tag over here, which is this particular tag. So guys, whatever font size of this HTML tag is, basically based on that font size, the rem unit will work. So let us check that as well. So in this case, we are going to have the paragraph tag with the class name, that is rem, and then we will say this font size is in rem over here. Let me just save this file now and go to the style.css file in this case. And then guys, what we will do is, we will also have the HTML tag in this case, and inside this we are going to say font size, and by default let's say we have the font size as 16 pixels. So we are going to set the 16 pixels as the value for the font size inside the HTML tag. Now guys, we will have the rem entry over here. So basically we are going to have dot followed by the class name, that is rem, and let's say we have 1 rem as the length unit. So guys, basically for the paragraph which is having the class that is rem over here, the font size will be equal to 1 rem, which means it will be equal to 1 multiplied by the font size of the root element, that is 16 pixels. So basically it will be equal to 16 pixels in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the font size is in rem, and basically this font size is 16 pixels over here. And the moment we change this font size, let's say to 20 pixels in this case, for the root element, which is HTML element over here, the font size for this paragraph will also increase. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Notice that the font size for this particular paragraph will increase now. So when we reload this page, as you can see, the font size for this paragraph has increased over here. So guys, in this way you can use the rem unit over here. Apart from this, you can also increase the rem unit. So let's say we increase this unit to 1.5 over here. Let me just save this file now, and this time it should be equal to 30 pixels because the HTML font size is 20 pixels right now. So when we reload this page once again, you will notice that this particular font size will increase. So when we reload this page, so as you can see, the font size has now increased to 30 pixels this time. So guys, in this way you can use the rem unit as well. Now guys, apart from this, we also have two more important relative units, that is vw, which is relative to 1% of the width of the viewport, and vh, which is relative to the 1% of the height of the viewport. So guys, over here w stands for width and h stands for height, and v is nothing but it is the viewport. Now guys, what is viewport over here? So basically viewport is nothing but the visible area that you can see on this particular browser. So since we have opened console over here by using the F12 option on Windows, so basically this is the viewport. You can see that we can increase or decrease the width of the viewport, and the same number can be displayed over here. that what is the width of this particular screen right now. So when we increase the width to, let's say this is 688 pixels over here. So right now you can see it is 688 pixels. So what we are going to do is, let us create another paragraph tag in this case. So guys, over here what we will do is, inside the HTML file we will have another paragraph tag over here, and simply we are going to have the class name as VW, and then we will say this width is in VW. So guys, we are going to set the width property over here for this particular paragraph. So this width is in VW unit. So guys, let me just save this file now, and inside the style.css file again we are going to have the entry for this VW class. So guys, over here we have dot followed by VW, and this time let us have the background color for this paragraph tag so that we can identify that what is the width of this particular paragraph. So guys, over here we have the background color as yellow, and then what we will do is we are going to set the width in this case. So guys, basically as we have seen that VW is nothing but it is 1% of the width of the viewport. So guys, when we say 1 VW, it is 1%, but let's say we want the 50% of this particular viewport. So basically it is 688 pixels of width that we have seen just now. So what we can do is 50% of the VW unit will be equal to 344 pixels. So the same width we are going to set. So guys, basically we are going to set 50 length, and then the unit that we are going to use is VW over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have this paragraph which is having this width is in VW unit text over here, and we have the background color as yellow, and it is taking 50% of the width over here as far as this viewport is concerned. Guys, what we are going to do is we will just comment out the previous paragraphs over here so that we can understand the VW and VH units more clearly. So we have commented out the previous paragraphs over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, we are only seeing this particular paragraph over here. Now guys, if we increase or decrease the width, basically the width of this paragraph that is having the background color as yellow will also increase or decrease. So when we decrease the width, you can see that the width of the paragraph is also decreasing. That's because the viewport width is decreasing over here, and accordingly we are setting the 50% of this particular viewport as the width of the paragraph, and that is why the width of the paragraph is also decreasing in this case. And when we increase the width of the viewport, the width of the paragraph is increasing over here, and let's say we set it to 600 pixels over here as the width. So basically now the width of this paragraph is 300 pixels. So guys, let us check that as well. So instead of having 50 VW, let us comment out this line of code over here, and we are going to set the width once again, and this time we are going to set the width as 300 pixels over here. That's because the viewport width is 600 pixels. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. You will notice that there will be no change right now over here. So when we reload this page, as you can see, there is no change right now over here. And when we remove this line of code, let us comment out this line of code and let us uncomment the line of code having the viewport width, that is the VW unit over here. Let me just save this file now. It is same as 300 pixels, so there will be no change. So when we reload this page, as you can see, there is no change over here. And now let us decrease the width of this particular paragraph. So let us set it to 40 VW. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the width has been decreased now, and based on the viewport over here, it will decrease or increase in this case. Now guys, we can also see that the height is 404.67 over here. So what we can do is we can use another unit, that is VH, for the height. So basically it will be approximately equal to 202 pixels if we set the height as 50 VH in this case. So guys, let us move to the VS Code over here, and what we are going to do is simply for the same class, that is .vw over here, we are going to set the height CSS property, and this time we will use 50 VH, which is the viewport height in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the 50% height of the viewport that is getting displayed over here. So let us increase and decrease the height of the browser to see how it will affect the height of the paragraph as well. So you can see that the height is 300 pixels right now over here. So when we decrease the height, you can see that the color of the paragraph is also decreasing. So guys, in this way we can set the viewport width and the viewport height based on the viewport of that particular device on which the user is viewing your web page. So guys, these are some of the absolute and relative length units that we have seen, and based on your project requirements you can use them to complete your task. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is specificity and priority in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see specificity and priority in CSS. So guys, basically if there are two or more CSS rules that point to the same HTML element, then the selector with the highest specificity value will win over here, and its style declaration will be applied to that HTML element. Now guys, what is the meaning of specificity over here? So basically, let's say if you have identified a particular HTML element with the help of two or more CSS selectors over here, then the CSS selector with the highest priority will be applied in this case, and this is the priority list. The very first selector that will be used is using the inline styles that you can use inside the HTML element, and then after that the IDs will be used over here in the priority list, and then followed by the classes or the pseudo classes and the attribute selectors, and then followed by the elements and the pseudo elements over here. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code in this case. So let me just remove the previous lines of code that we had written in the HTML and the CSS files over here. Now guys, what we will do is in the HTML file, let us have the paragraph tag, that is the P tag over here, and simply we are going to say this is a paragraph tag. So guys, basically we have this very simple statement, that is this is a paragraph tag. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have this is a paragraph tag text being displayed over here with the help of a P tag. Now guys, what we will do is, let's say we want to change the color of this text. So what we can do is simply in the style.css file we can provide the P tag over here, and then inside this P tag simply we can set the color as, let's say we want to set the color as red color over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have this is a paragraph tag now getting displayed with the red color. So guys, this is a very simple CSS property that we have applied. Now guys, as far as priority is concerned, the very first priority is given to the inline style that we can provide over here inside the paragraph tag in this case, and then followed by the style that we provide inside the style tag under the head section, and then the style that is present, and then followed by the style that is present in the external files. So guys, let's say we provide the same paragraph tag over here inside the head section within the style tag. So we are going to define the style tag over here, and let's say we define the paragraph tag in this case, and we say that the color is blue this time. So guys, basically we are setting the color of the same text as blue over here. So we have defined the color inside the external file as well, but we are also defining the color inside the internal style as well over here under the head section. So in this case, what the color of the text will be set to, let us check that as well. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the text of this paragraph is now getting displayed with the blue color over here. That's because more priority is given to the internal styling over here when we provide the style tag under the head section in this case compared to the external styling that we have provided. Now guys, more priority will be given to the inline styling that we will be providing over here inside the HTML tag. So let us say inside the P tag in this case, let us provide the style attribute in this case, and then we are going to provide the color CSS property. And then guys, let's say we want to set the color as brown this time. So guys, when we set the color as brown, let us see what will happen. So let me just save this this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the text is now getting displayed with the brown color over here. So guys, basically this is the meaning of the inline styles, which is having the highest priority in this case. And after the inline styles, the internal styling will be given the priority, which is over here, that is defined inside the head tag, and then followed by the external styling over here. Now guys, apart from this, we also have something called as IDs and the classes for the HTML elements that we use. So what priority is given to such attributes? So guys, let us check that as well. So simply we are going to remove the inline styling from here, and in this case we are going to provide the ID as well. So let's say we provide the ID as para, and also we are going to provide the class. So let's say the value of class is class 1 over here. So guys, basically we have provided the ID attribute and the class attribute as well. So simply over here inside the internal styling, what we are going to do is, let's say we provide the ID. So basically we provide the hash character followed by the para, that is the ID of this particular paragraph, and then let's say we provide the color over here, and this time let us take some other color over here. So let's say we provide the color value as chocolate in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the text color is getting displayed with the chocolate color over here. Now guys, if we provide the class name as well, so what will happen? So let us provide the class name over here. So let me just provide dot followed by the class name, that is class 1, and then inside this let us provide the color attribute over here. So guys, let's say we provide the color as black this time, so that the text can be displayed as black. But notice that we have also provided the ID attribute over here as far as the color CSS property is concerned. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the text color is still set as the chocolate color over here. That's because the ID CSS selector is given more priority compared to the class CSS selector over here. So guys, even though this particular class selector is mentioned after the ID selector, still the ID selector will be implemented over here, and that is how the priority will work as far as the ID and the classes are concerned. So basically the very first priority will be given to the inline styles over here, and then followed by the IDs that you provide, and then followed by the classes, pseudo classes, attribute selectors, and then followed by the elements and the pseudo elements. Now guys, apart from this, the internal styling that we provide over here inside the head section will be given more priority compared to the external styling when we provide the CSS selectors over here. But guys, let us check one more scenario in this case. So let us say we provide the class CSS selector over here inside the internal styling, and let us remove the ID selector from here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the text color is now getting displayed with the black color over here by using the CSS selector. Now guys, what we will do is, inside the external style sheet over here, we will provide the ID selector with the color chocolate. So let us see whether this particular ID selector will be given the priority or this class selector will be given the priority inside the internal styling. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, ID selector is getting more priority compared to the class selector, even though the ID selector is provided inside the external style sheet over here. So guys, basically you need to remember that the highest priority will be given to the inline styling over here. So let us check that as well once again, since we have provided the ID selector. So when we provide style followed by the color CSS property, and let's say this time we provide the value as blue over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, blue color text is getting displayed. So in this way, the inline styling is given the highest priority, followed by the ID selector that can be defined inside the internal styling or the external styling over here, and then followed by the class selector that we have just mentioned, along with the pseudo classes and the attribute selectors that we have seen previously, and then after that the elements and the pseudo elements will be given the priority in the end. So guys, basically elements are nothing but these individual tags that we have already seen over here. So guys, let us remove the CSS properties one at a time. So let us remove the inline styling first of all. So when we remove the blue color from here, so basically next we have the ID with the color chocolate over here. So guys, let me just save this file now, and since we don't have the blue color over here, let me just reload this page. So the text is now getting displayed with the chocolate color this time. Now guys, apart from this, what we will do is, let us get this element selector inside the internal styling and after the class selector over here, so that the latest color is from this particular element selector. So guys, let me just save this file now, the HTML and the CSS files, and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So still the color from the ID selector is getting displayed over here from the external style sheet. So let us remove that as well. So when we remove the ID selector from here, the next priority will be given to the class selector this time. So the black color text should be displayed. So let me just reload this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the black color text is now getting displayed, and then finally we have in the end the priority that is given to the element selector over here. So we need to remove this class selector so that the red color text that is present for this particular color CSS property inside the element selector can be implemented on the paragraph. So when we save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser, so red color text is getting displayed over here. So guys, in this way, this is the list of priority for which the CSS properties will be implemented on the required selectors of the HTML elements that you want to implement based on your requirements. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is important rule in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see important rule in CSS. So guys, basically the important rule in CSS is used to add more importance to the property / value than the normal importance given to the CSS property. So guys, the syntax is in this way that you have to provide the exclamation symbol followed by the important keyword over here. So guys, if you use the important rule, it will override all the previous styling rules for that specific property on that element. So guys, previously we had seen the priority of the CSS properties that are applied. So first of all, the highest priority is given to the inline styling, and then followed by the IDs selector, and then followed by the classes, pseudo classes, and the attribute selectors, and then followed by the HTML element tags and the pseudo element selectors. Now guys, there is an exception over here. So even if we follow this priority list, still we can override this priority list by using the important rule over here, which can be done by using this exclamation mark followed by the important keyword. So guys, let us check this with the help of example in VS Code over here. So simply I am going to remove the previous lines of code that we had written in the HTML and the CSS files over here. Now guys, what we are going to do is, let us say we have a paragraph in this case, and we will say this is first para. So guys, basically we have this very simple statement, that is this is first para, and let me just copy this paragraph tag over here so that we can provide multiple paragraph tags in this case. So we have this is first para, this is second para, and this is third para over here. Now guys, let us provide the ID for the first para, and let's say we provide the value of the ID as first, and then over here for the second para as well we will provide the ID as second in this case, and then for the third para let us provide the ID as third over here. So guys, basically we have the ID for all these three paragraph tags this time. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have three paragraphs over here. This is first para, this is second para, and this is third para respectively. Now guys, let us set certain background colors to all these paragraph over here. So what we can do is simply inside the style.css file, we are going to provide the ID over here for the first para, and let's say we have the background color as yellow this time. So guys, basically we have the yellow background color for the first para, and similarly we are going to provide the ID of the second paragraph as well, and this time let us provide the background color as aqua color over here, and for the third paragraph let us provide the background color as some other color. So let's say we use this chart reuse color over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the yellow background color, aqua background color, and the chart reuse background color over here. Now guys, this is the normal CSS properties that we have defined inside the external file over here, and we have not used the important rule so far. Now guys, what happens when we provide the HTML element over here inside the ID? So let us provide the p tag instead of the ID of the third paragraph, that is hash character. Now guys, instead of having this ID that is hash character followed by the third ID over here for the third paragraph, paragraph, let us provide the HTML element. So let me just provide the p tag over here. Now what will happen? So let me just save this file now. So if you notice, we have the first paragraph and the second paragraph having their own background colors, and for the third selector, that is the p tag, we are going to have the chart reuse which will be applied to this third paragraph over here. So in short, there will be no change in this case. Why so? Because we have removed the ID from the style.css file for the third paragraph, and we are applying the CSS property by using the HTML element name. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, there is no change right now. But guys, if you notice, this HTML element also applies to the other paragraphs as well. So the first and the second paragraph is also having the p tag over here. So in case if we don't provide the first and the second ID over here, so let me comment out these lines of code in this case, and simply we are going to have this simple p tag over here, as you can see. So basically this background color will be applied to all the paragraph tags. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this chart reuse color is getting applied as the background color for all the paragraph tags over here. But since the ID is having more priority compared to the HTML element name, and that is why the background color will be updated to these colors respectively when we uncomment these lines of code. So now we are applying the background color as yellow and aqua this time. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the background color is now getting applied to all the three paragraphs based on these colors that we have applied to the ID and the HTML element name. Now guys, very important thing, we have seen previously that the ID selector is having more priority compared to the HTML element name over here. Now guys, what we can do is we can remove that priority by using the important rule over here. So simply after providing the value, what we have to do is we have to provide the space character followed by exclamation mark, and you can see that we already have this emmet abbreviation, that is important. So guys, basically this is the important rule over here. Now guys, what will happen is we have already seen that the yellow and the aqua background color was already applied to the first and the second paragraph without the important rule. But the moment we provide this important rule over here, so whatever CSS properties that were applied to the other paragraphs will not be applied over here, and only this particular CSS property will be applied to all the p tags over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the chart reuse background color is now getting applied to all the paragraph tags over here because we have used the important rule. So guys, this is the meaning of the important rule. It will override the value of the CSS property that we have provided over here compared to the same CSS property that we had provided using any of the selectors inside the external file or even the HTML file in this case. Now guys, let us check whether the inline styling will work over here or not. So what we will do is we will provide the inline styling over here for the third paragraph. So let me just provide the style in this case, and let's say we provide the background color this time, and the value that we are going to use is the red color over here. So guys, basically we have seen that the inline styling is having the highest priority compared to the other CSS selectors. So let us check this. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the red background color is not getting displayed over here for the third paragraph, even though we have provided the inline styling over here. That's because we have provided the important rule in this case, which is getting applied to all the paragraph tags. Now guys, the moment we remove this important rule from this particular CSS selector, let me just save this file now, and since we don't have any important rule over here, the yellow and the aqua background color will now be displayed for the first and the second paragraph since their IDs are getting mentioned over here, and then since we have the inline styling for the third paragraph, the red color should be displayed over here. So let me just save this files now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have yellow and the aqua colors, and this time we are getting the color from the inline styling, that is the red background color from this particular inline style that we have mentioned inside the paragraph tag over here. But guys, the moment you provide the important rule inside this particular element name, that is the p tag, let us provide that. So we provide the exclamation mark followed by the important keyword, and let's say we change this particular background color to some other color. So let's let's say we provide cyan color this time. So when we provide the cyan color, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the cyan background color is getting displayed over here for all the 3 paragraphs. So guys, it doesn't matter whatever color you apply over here inside the inline styling as the background color, still that particular change will not be reflected over here on your browser and you will be confused while you are debugging where the issue is. So guys, basically it is very important to note that it is good to know about the important rule. You might see it in some of the CSS source code as well. However, do not use it unless you absolutely have to. So guys, basically if it is possible to avoid the important keyword over here, you should be avoiding it in order to avoid the confusion while you are debugging your CSS properties. So even though if you are providing the CSS property as the inline styling over here, still those CSS properties will not be applied if the same CSS properties are being used with the important rule in your external or the internal styling. So guys, this is the way that you can use the important rule over here as far as the CSS properties are concerned. Comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is math functions in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see math functions in CSS. So guys, basically the CSS math functions allow mathematical expressions to be used as property values, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. So we will see the various functions such as the calc function and the max function and the min function over here. So guys, basically we can provide the mathematical expressions in between these parentheses that you can see inside this for these CSS math functions. So guys, let us check the examples over here. So basically the calc function performs a calculation to be used as the property value. So guys, let us check this with the help of example in VS Code over here. So simply inside this body section of the HTML web page, what we are going to do is we will simply have the div container over here. So we will define the div tag with the class container in this case, and then guys, basically we are going to generate some random text over here using the lorem emmet abbreviation. So guys, as you can see, we have generated some random text in this case. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, this is some random text that we have generated. Now guys, what we will do is inside the style.css file, we will provide certain CSS properties to this class container over here, which is associated with the div tag that we have defined. So guys, basically we are going to have the background color as yellow in this case. So we will use the background color CSS property. Also we will define the border as 2 pixels border width with the border style as solid and the border color as black color in this case. Let us also provide certain padding over here. So we will provide the value as 5 pixels in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the div with the class container with the required CSS properties that we have defined. Now guys, how do we use the calc function, that is the math function over here inside the style.css file? So guys, we can use the width CSS property in order to define the width of this particular div tag. So currently it is taking the 100% width of this entire screen. Let us set it to 50% width of the screen. So how we can do that? Simply by providing the width property over here, and then simply we can provide 50% in this case. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the 50% width in this case. Now guys, this is the direct way in order to provide certain value to the CSS property. But let's say from this 100% of the width of this particular div container that we have seen just now, so let us change it to 100% in this case. So let's say if we only want to remove the 200 pixels from the right, so what we can do is simply we can use the math function, that is calc over here. So as you can see, this is the function, and inside this we have to provide the expression that is 100% minus 200 pixels. So guys, basically this is the mathematical expression that we are providing. What we are saying to the web browser over here is from the 100% of the width, please remove 200 pixels. So whatever the result will be of this particular expression, that result will be set as the width of this particular class, that is container over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, from the right 200 pixels has been removed from here, that is from the 100%. We are subtracting 200 pixels of the width, and this is the way that the width of a particular div container or any other HTML element alignment can be set by using the calc math function over here. Guys, apart from this, let us say if we want to remove more 100 pixels from the right, so what we can do is from the 100% of the width, we want to remove 300 pixels from here. So simply we have to minus the 300 pixels. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, 300 pixels is removed from the 100% of the width of this particular div container, and in this way you can provide the mathematical expression inside the parenthesis of this math function, that is calc. Now guys, apart from this, we also have the max function over here, which uses the largest value. So we will be providing the comma separated list of values from which the largest value will be used in order to set the property value in this case. So guys, let us check this as well. So what we will do is, instead of using the calc math function, we will use the max math function over here, and inside this, let us say we only provide one value, that is 300 pixels over here. So guys, what will happen? So in this case, since the largest value is 300 pixels, because that is the only value that is present right now inside the max math function, so that is what is going to be set as the value for this particular width of the container. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the 300 pixels width of the div container. If we right click over here and click on the inspect option, we will be able to see the width of the container over here. As you can see, the content is 300 multiplied by 180. So over here 300 is the width of this particular div element right now. So guys, in this way you can use the max function with just one value, and apart from this, let us say we also want to provide another value, that is 50% of the entire width of the screen. So guys, over here we have to provide comma followed by 50%. So guys, this is another value over here. So currently 300 pixels is this much on the screen that you can see, and when we say 50%, it will be at the center of the screen where the right hand side of the div element must be present. So guys, somewhere over here the right hand side of the div element should occur when we apply these changes over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the 50% of the width of the screen is being taken right now, and the border is present at the center of the page over here as far as horizontal alignment is concerned. So guys, out of 300 pixels and 50% is greater right now, and that is what is being set as the value of the width CSS property. Now guys, apart from this, let us say we also have 70% as the width. So currently 70% of the width will be the highest number over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So 70% is being set as the width of the div container. So in this way you can also use the max math function inside the CSS for any of the CSS properties that you want to use the mathematical expression for. Now guys, similarly we will have the min function as well, which uses the smallest value from the comma separated list of values as the property value. So guys, let us check this as well. So out of all these three values that we have provided, 70% is the largest value, and that is what we have seen over here, that is 70% of the width is getting implemented right now for this div container. What if we provide the min function for this same list of values? So in this case the minimum value will be 300 pixels, because that is the smallest value out of all these three values, and that is what should be set as the width for this particular div container. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. Notice that we have provided the min function over here instead of max function. So when we reload this page, as you can see, the minimum value, which is 300 pixels out of all these list of values, will be implemented as the width of the div container. When we right click and click on the inspect option, you can see that the 300 pixels, that is the width, is being set for this particular HTML element. Apart from this, we can also reduce the width. So let's say we provide another value as 200 pixels. So currently 200 pixels is the smallest value out of all these values that we can see right now. So when we save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser, so as you can see, 200 pixels is being set as the width of the HTML element. And instead of using min, we can also use max function in this case. Let me just save this file now. So currently 70% will be set as the width of the div element. So when we reload this page, as you can see, this is the 70% of the screen that is being taken by this HTML element. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is rounded corners in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see rounded corners in CSS. So guys, basically in CSS, the border radius property can be used in order to provide the rounded corners to the HTML elements. And this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. Remember that we can easily use the border radius property and provide certain length unit in order to provide the rounded corners to the HTML element. So guys, let us check the example with the help of the div element that is having the background color over here. So simply I'm going to remove the previous lines from the style.css and the HTML file over here. Now guys, what we will do is simply we are going to have the div tag, and inside the div tag we are going to say this is a sample HTML element. So guys, basically we have this very simple statement, that is this is a sample HTML element over here. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have this is a sample HTML element which is inside the div tag. Now guys, let us provide certain CSS properties over here to the div tag. So inside the style.css file, we will be having the div tag over here, and for this div tag we are going to have the background color. So let's say we are going to set the color as yellow over here, and then apart from this we will also set the border. So border width will be 2 pixels over here. Apart from this, the border style will be solid and the color will be black in this case. And let us also provide certain padding. So let's say we provide 5 pixels of padding over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the yellow background color and also the border that is getting displayed for this particular div element. Now guys, since the div element is the block level element, that is why it is taking the entire width of the screen. So guys, what we can do is simply we are going to say display it is equal to inline, so that the div element only takes the width that is required by the content of this div element. So over here we will say display it is equal to inline. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, we have the div element that is taking only that much width which is required by the content of the div element. Now guys, simply we can use the border radius property over here in order to provide the rounded corners for this HTML element, that is the div tag. So simply we can provide the length unit of, let's say, 5 pixels over here. So guys, border radius is the CSS property that we can use, and the length unit that we are using right now is 5 pixels. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, we have certain rounded corners over here. Let me just zoom in little bit. So as you can see, these are the rounded corners that are implemented for this particular div tag. If we remove this border radius property, let me just save this file now. So currently there are no rounded corners, but when we provide the border radius CSS property along with certain value over here, so when we reload this page, as you can see, these are the rounded corners. Let me just increase the value to 10 pixels over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, these are the rounded corners that can be displayed for this particular HTML element. So guys, in this way you can easily use the border radius CSS property in order to have the rounded corners over here. Guys, apart from this, we can also use the value in terms of percentage for the border radius. So guys, let's say we provide 10% of border radius in this case. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So this is the 10% border radius that you can see over here. Similarly, if we provide 50% of border radius, what will happen? So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the 50% value for the border radius that we have provided. Now guys, you can also make a circle over here for a particular div element in this case. Now guys, you can also create a circle by using the border radius with the help of the div tag over here, but in that case you need to provide the width and height of the div tag in such a way that both the width and the height must be equal. So guys, let us check that as well. So what we are going to do is simply we will say width it is equal to 100 pixels and height it is again equal to 100 pixels over here, and apart from this we will remove this property that is display it is equal to inline right now, and then let us decrease some text over here. So simply we are going to say the word that is div in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is a circle that is getting implemented right now. Let us remove this text from the div tag over here, and guys, this circle is possible only when you provide the border radius it is equal to 50%. When you make it as 40%, it won't be the perfect circle. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, it is not a perfect circle right now. When we remove the border radius, there will be no rounded corners right now, and it will be simply a square since we have provided the width and height which is having the same value, that is 100 pixels. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, this is a square that is getting displayed right now with the help of the div tag. But when we provide the border radius of 50%, it will be the circle that will be displayed on the web browser. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So this is the circle that is getting displayed on the web browser. So guys, in this way, if you want a circle or the rounded corners for the HTML elements based on your project requirements, you can use the border radius property inside the style.css file. Comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is color gradients in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see color gradients in CSS. So guys, basically the CSS gradients let you display the smooth transitions between two or more specified colors, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. And there are basically three types of gradients that we will be seeing in the CSS. So the very first gradient type is the linear gradient over here, for which the directions can go from top to down or up, left, right, or diagonally as well. Apart from this, we also have the radial gradient that we can use, which is defined by their center, and then the third gradient is the conic gradients, which is rotated around the center point. So guys, let us check all these with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So simply I'm going to remove the previous lines of code that we had written in the HTML and the style.css file in this case. Now guys, let us simply provide the div tag over here, and for this div tag we are going to provide certain CSS properties. So inside the style.css file we will have the div tag, that is the CSS selector, and inside the curly braces, let us say first of all we provide the simple background color. So guys, basically this background color is the solid color that we are providing, and it is not a mixture of two or more specific colors over here. So let me provide the width and height of this div tag as well. So in this case, let us provide the width as 500 pixels and also the height as 300 pixels right now. So guys, over here we have provided the width and height properties as well. Apart from this, let us also provide certain border. So let's say we have 2 pixels border width, and then the border style is solid and the border color is black right now. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have this div tag that is having the background color yellow. It is also having the border and specific width and height that we have defined. So guys, this is the solid background color that we have seen so far. So basically what gradient colors allow you to do is have multiple colors, and there will be smooth transitions in between those two colors. So guys, basically we can have 2 or more colors in this case. So let us see how linear gradients can be used. So guys, in this case what we have to do is we need to comment out this background color CSS property, since in order to use the gradient colors we need to use the background image CSS property. So guys, over here we will say background image. So guys, this is the CSS property that you have to use in order to provide the gradient colors, and then over here simply we are going to say linear gradient in this case. So you can see this is the method that we have to use, and inside the linear gradient we need to provide the colors. So guys, let us say we provide yellow color as the first color and followed by comma, and then let's say we provide green color as the second color over here. So guys, basically these are the two colors that we want to be present as the background color for this div tag, and basically the default direction will be top to down in this case. So guys, you can see that we can go in any direction. We are going to see that how we can set the direction, but first of all the default direction will be top to down, and that we are going to check with the help of these two colors, that is yellow and green. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, on top we have the yellow color, and then as we go down the yellow color component is getting reduced, and then the green color component is getting increased over here, and at the end, that is at the bottom of this particular div element, we have the complete green color over here. So guys, in this way we can create the linear gradient from top to bottom, which is the default direction. We can also make the direction from left to right as well. So how we can do that? Simply before the first color we can also set the direction from left to right in this case. So how we can do that? Simply when we provide the first color over here, before that we need to provide the direction, that is to right in this case. So guys, basically we have this direction that is to right. We can change it to left, up, down. So basically by default we have to down over here. So since it is the default value, so we don't have to provide it, but in case if we want to change the direction, so simply we can say to right. So basically in this case yellow color will start from the left and then it will end with the green color on the right of this div tag over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, yellow color is starting from the left and it is ending with the green color on the right. Now guys, apart from this, we can also have multiple colors over here. We have just used yellow and green color right now. We can also provide the third color after providing comma. So let's say we provide blue color in this case. So blue color is the third color. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the yellow color on the left, and then when we move to the middle of this div tag, we are getting the green color, and then when we move to the right of this div tag, we are getting the blue color over here. And this is the smooth transition that you can see. So there is no sudden green color after a particular point on this div tag, and there is no sudden blue color after this point over here. So guys, basically this is the smooth transition that is happening between the colors that we have provided, and you can provide any number of colors over here. So guys, in this way we can use the linear gradient over here. So this was the simple example. In this case we can also use the angles instead of directions. So guys, over here what we have done is we have provided the direction to right, or we can also say to left over here. So basically the yellow color will start from the right and the blue color will end at the left. So let me just save this file now. So basically the colors will reverse themselves in terms of directions. The yellow color will come on the right and the blue color will go to the left, whereas the green color will stay at the middle. So when we reload this page, as you can see, the direction is to left over here. Now guys, how do we provide the angles? So basically when we say 0 degrees over here, so let me just provide 0 DEG. So in this way you can provide the angle over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. The color is starting from the bottom. So as you can see, we have the yellow color at the bottom and then the blue color at the top. And when we say 180 degree over here, let me just change it to 180 degree. This will be the default behavior when the yellow color is coming from top and the blue color is ending at the bottom over here. So as you can see, this is 180 degree right now. So guys, what will happen when we provide 90 degrees over here? Let us check that as well. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, it is coming from left over here right now. So in this way you can also provide the angles as far as the degrees are concerned as the first parameter before providing the first color. And what is the default behavior when we save this file now and try reloading this page? As you can see, the color is coming from the top, which means it is 180 degrees by default. So if we check that when we provide 180 degree over here, so let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So there is no change right now over here. So by default it is 180 degree. Now guys, apart from this, we can also have the rainbow colors over here. So before checking the random colors, we can also check how we can set the colors diagonally. So guys, let us go from top left to right bottom over here. So how do we do that? So basically simply we have to provide to right bottom in this case. So we say to right bottom. So guys, when we save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser, so as you can see, the yellow color is coming from the top left and then we have the green color. The direction is diagonal right now, and then in the end the bottom right is now having the blue color, and that is how you can set the gradient color as diagonal in this case. Now guys, let us check another example, that is how we can create the rainbow colors. So what we can do is simply we have to go from left to right. So over here we are going to keep to right in this case, and then we are going to define the colors of the rainbow. So guys, first of all, the first color is violet in this case, and then followed by indigo, and then we have blue, and then we have green, followed by yellow, and then we have orange, and then followed by red. So guys, this is the sequence of the rainbow color. So we have violet, indigo, blue, green, yellow, orange, red. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So remember that we have set the direction as to right. So basically it will go from left to right in this case. So when we save this file, so as you can see, these are the rainbow colors that you can see on this particular div tag over here. So guys, in this way we can easily use the linear gradient function for the the background image property. So guys, it is very important to note that we are using the background image CSS property instead of the background color property. Now guys, apart from this, let us move to the next gradient, that is radial gradients over here, which is defined by their center. So guys, let us check the example of the radial gradient in this case. So instead of using the linear gradient, simply we have to provide the radial gradient over here. So inside this radial gradient, what we have to do is, let us provide certain color. So we will provide yellow and then green color in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So guys, this is the radial gradient. Actually, it is the size of the ellipse over here. In between, you can see that it is the yellow color, and then the outside of this particular div element is the green color over here. When we provide more colors, so let us provide the blue color as well as the third color. Let me just reload this page. So as you can see, the ellipse is getting displayed on this particular web browser, which is the default shape when we use the radial gradient. So guys, in this way, if you want this kind of gradient to be displayed on any of the HTML element, you can use the radial gradient. And apart from this, we can also have the circle shape as well instead of the ellipse shape. So guys, by default, this is the ellipse shape, but before the first color, simply we can provide the keyword that is circle over here. So guys, what will happen is, instead of ellipse, we will have the circle shape for this particular radial gradient that will be implemented. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the circular shape of this particular radial gradient that is getting displayed inside this div element over here. So guys, in this way, you can use the radial gradients as well. Apart from this, we also have conic gradients, which is rotated around a center point. So guys, let us check this with the help of example over here. So simply what we have to do is, instead of radial gradients, we can say conic gradient in this case. So we have conic hyphen gradient, and let us use some color. So again, we will use the yellow color and the green color for this conic gradient, and then followed by semicolon over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So guys, as you can see, this is the rotation that is happening from this particular point over here. First of all, we have the yellow color, which is making a transition over here as we move in the clockwise direction, and then we go towards the green color over here. And then in this way, the conic gradient can help us in order to display the HTML element with this particular gradient color. Let us provide some other color over here. So let's say we provide the third color as the aqua color. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we are making the transition from the yellow color, and then we are moving towards a green color, and then again we are moving to the aqua color over here. So guys, you can use the conic gradient as well if this is the requirement. Apart from this, we can also mention the angles with the degree. So guys, over here by default, the angles that are provided to the different colors are equal over here, but we can mention the degrees as well. So let's say we provide certain angles in this case. So let's say we want the angle of the yellow to be 45 degree in this case. So simply we can set the 45 degree over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the yellow color is now spread towards the 45 degree angle over here right now. So based on your project requirements, you can mention the degree of the colors as well. And then apart from this, you can also have the starting point over here. So guys, simply we can use the from keyword in this case. So basically you can see that this is the starting point from where the colors are starting, but you can provide the angle from where you want those colors to start. So let us check that as well. So before the first color, what we can do is, let me just remove this angle over here. So before the first color, simply we use the from keyword, and let's say we provide 90 degree as the starting point from where we want to start this color, that is yellow, followed by green, and then followed by aqua color. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Notice that we have the start point over here right now, but when we reload this page, as you can see, the start point has changed over here. From the right hand side, the yellow color is starting now. So guys, in this way, if you want to change the starting point, you can use the from keyword over here, followed by the angle that you need to provide inside this conic gradient, and then followed by the colors that you want to set. So guys, in this way, you can use the conic gradients as well. So these are some of the gradients that you can use in the CSS. So we have the linear gradients that we have seen, radial gradient, and also the conic gradient as well. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is how to make a pie chart in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see how we can make a pie chart in CSS. So guys, basically we can easily make the pie chart in CSS using the conic gradient for the background image CSS property. So guys, previously we have seen how we can use the conic gradient, and apart from that we have also seen the linear gradient and the radial gradient for the background image CSS property. If you have not watched that video, you can check the playlist of the CSS tutorial. The link I have given in the description section below. So guys, basically we have seen that the conic gradient help us in order to have the gradient color being rotated from the center point. So guys, over here we are going to use that property of the conic gradient in order to make the pie chart in CSS. So guys, this is the example that we are going to make use of different colors, and we will be providing the angle for those colors as well. So let us check this with the help of example in VS Code over here. Let me just remove the previous lines of code that we had written, and then guys, inside the HTML file, what we are going to do is we are going to have the div tag over here, which will be a square div tag in this case. So we are going to define certain CSS properties over here. So let's say we provide the width as 300 pixels in this case, also the height as 300 pixels, since we want to have the square div tag over here, out of which we are going to make a pie chart in CSS. So guys, we have the width and height over here in this case. Let us also have the background color for now, which we are going to comment out later on. So let's say we have the color as aqua over here. Also we will provide the border of, let's say, 2 pixels solid border with the color that is black in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, this is the div tag with the width and height that we have set over here. So guys, what we have to do is, instead of using the background color over here, we have to use the background image. So let me just comment out this line of code, and simply we are going to say background image in this case. So guys, for this background image we have to use the conic gradient over here. So we say conic hyphen gradient in this case, and then followed by open and close parenthesis. So guys, using the conic gradient will help us in order to provide the gradient color from the center point and rotate it in the clockwise direction. So guys, let us check the example of that. So let me just set the first color as blue color over here, and second color as the yellow color, the third color as the green color, and fourth color as the red color over here. So guys, we have the 4 basic colors: blue, yellow, green, red. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we are starting from this particular point over here. The first color is the blue color, and then we have the smooth transition towards the yellow color over here, and then again we have the transition towards green color, followed by the transition towards the red color. So it is the sequence in which we have provided the colors over here inside the conic gradient. Now guys, how do we make a pie chart out of this square shape div element? So first of all, we need to convert the square shape to the circle shape. So what we can do is, simply we can use the border radius over here, and if you have seen my previous videos, we have the border radius equal to 50%. That will help us in order to have the HTML element in a circle shape only when the width and height values of that particular HTML element are same. So guys, basically we need to have the width and height to be same in order to have the circular shape with the help of the border radius equal to 50%. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the circular shape over here for this particular div element. Now guys, we don't want this particular smooth transition that is happening between colors. So what we can do is, simply we can provide the starting and the ending point for these colors. So first of all, the blue color, it is starting from 0 degree and then it is ending at 45 degrees. So we need to provide a comma, and then simply we have to provide blue again, and then we will say 90 degree over here. So guys, basically it is 90 degrees and not 45 degree. So basically it it will be the 1/4 of this particular circle over here right now, and then followed by again yellow color, which is starting from 90 degree from where the blue color got over, and then followed by once again the yellow color, which should get over at 180 degree right now. So we have 180 degree in this case. Let me just save this file now and see how the changes will look like. So when we reload this page, so there are no changes right now. Let me just complete this code. Over here we have the green color, which should start from the 180 degree right now. So we have 180 degree for the green color, and again we have green color over here. So we will say green color followed by 270 degrees. So we have 270 degree, and then we have the red color over here. So we need to have comma as well. So we have red color followed by 270 degree from where it should start, and then it should end at 360 degree. So we have red color followed by 360 degrees over here. So let me just save this file now. Guys, over here we have done a mistake. We have provided the space character over here. So always remember that when we are providing the angles, we need to provide the space character after the color, but not in between the value and the DEG string over here. So you need to remember this. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the perfect pie chart, and all the colors are taking the 1/4 area for this particular circle. We have the blue color followed by the yellow color, then we have green color, and then we have the red color. So guys, no longer we are having the smooth transitions over here in between the colors, because we have provided the strict angles over here, the starting and the ending angles right now. So guys, we can change these angles as well. So instead of having the 90 degree for the blue color, we can end it at 45 degree, which should be somewhere over here. That is the half of the quarter of this particular pie chart, and then we can start the yellow color from that particular point. So we have 45 degrees over here from where the yellow color should start. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the blue color is starting at the 0th degree, and then it is ending at the 45 degree, and then the yellow color is starting from the 45th degree, and then it is ending at the 180 degree over here. So guys, in this way, based on your requirements, you can provide the different angles for the different colors that you want to set inside your pie chart. So guys, in this way, you can easily create the pie chart by using the conic gradient for the background image CSS property. Apart from this, you can also display the legends for this particular pie chart along with the different values that those legends represent. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is text shadow property in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see text shadow in CSS. So guys, basically the CSS text shadow property applies the shadow to the text, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. Basically, in its simplest use, you can only specify the horizontal shadow and the vertical shadow. So guys, let us check this with the help of example in VS Code over here. So simply I am going to remove the previous lines of code that we have written in the HTML and the CSS file over here. Now guys, simply we are going to have the paragraph tag in this case, and simply we will say sample paragraph. So guys, over here we have the sample paragraph, that is the text getting displayed inside the paragraph tag. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, this is the sample paragraph text getting displayed. Now guys, let us provide certain CSS properties to this paragraph tag over here. So first of all, we will set the font size in this case. So let's say we set the font size as 3em, which means 3 times of 16 pixels, which is the default size for the web browser. And guys, apart from this, we have to provide the text shadow property. So simply we will say text hyphen shadow, and as you can see, this is the CSS property that we have to use. So guys, what value we need to provide for this text shadow? First of all, we need to provide the horizontal shadow and then followed by the vertical shadow. So for example, let's say we provide 2 pixels as horizontal shadow over here, followed by the space character, and then we have the 2 pixels of vertical shadow. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the font size of this particular sample paragraph is increased increased to 3 EM over here, and you can see to some extent that all the characters are now having the shadow just behind them. So guys, basically since we have used a very small value, that is 2 pixels for horizontal shadow and 2 pixels for vertical shadow, and without changing any color for the shadow, that is the reason we are not able to see the clear shadow over here. When we remove this shadow right now, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. As you can see, this is the normal text getting displayed, but when we implement the shadow once again, so we will be seeing the shadow to some extent over here. Now guys, to see this shadow properly, what we will do is we will change the horizontal shadow and we will take this particular shadow somewhere over here. So guys, currently what is happening is, if you see your shadow as well, when the sun is exactly above the top of your head, so you are not able to see your own shadow properly. But when the sun is at a particular angle in front of you or behind you, you will be able to see your own shadow, and that is what we are going to do right now. Let's say the sun is over here on the extreme left of this particular sample paragraph, so the shadow should occur somewhere over here on the right. So what we will do is we will increase the horizontal shadow over here. So let's say we provide 300 pixels in this case and 0 pixels for the vertical shadow. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the shadow that is appearing over here. Let us increase the horizontal shadow to 400 pixels. Let me just save this file now. So as you can see, now this is the shadow that is getting appeared over here on the right hand side of the actual text. So guys, basically the sun is on the left hand side and the shadow is appearing somewhere over here, and this is the meaning of the horizontal shadow right now. And when we use the vertical shadow, the shadow will come somewhere down over here. So let us check that as well. When we provide, let's say 50 pixels of vertical shadow, so the shadow should appear down somewhere over here. So let me just reload this page. So as you can see, the shadow has appeared down. So horizontally it is 400 pixels away and vertically it is 50 pixels away. So guys, in this way you can provide the horizontal and the vertical shadow over here. Now guys, how do we add the color to the text shadow over here? So guys, simply we have the third property in this case. So after the vertical shadow, we need to provide the space character, and simply we can provide the color for the shadow. So let's say we provide the color as red color. So let me just save this file now. So notice that we have provided the original text over here. So this particular color that we have provided inside the text shadow will only be applied to the shadow for this particular text. So this is the text that should get the red color. So let me just reload this page once again on the browser. As you can see, this is the red color shadow that is getting displayed over here on the right hand side. So guys, in this way you can provide the color after the vertical shadow value over here. Now guys, apart from this, we can also provide the blur effect to the text shadow. So guys, before implementing the blur effect, what we will do is we will get the shadow closer to the original text over here. So we will simply provide 2 pixels of horizontal shadow in this case and 2 pixels of vertical shadow. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the black color text, and just behind the black color text you can also see the red color shadow for this particular text. Now guys, in order to provide the blur effect for this particular shadow, we can simply provide the length unit before the color for the shadow. So over here, let's say we provide 5 pixels. So basically this will help us in order to provide the blur effect to some extent. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have provided the blur effect and it is not showing the solid color right now. So if you want to see that separately, once again let us provide the 400 pixels of horizontal shadow and 50 pixels of vertical shadow over here, so that we can see the text shadow somewhere over here right now on the web browser. So when we reload this page, you can see that this is the blur effect that is getting implemented over here. When we remove this blur effect, it will be the normal text that is getting displayed. But if we provide the blur effect, so 5 pixels of blur effect will provide the blur effect for this particular text shadow. And guys, this gives a good look as far as your text is concerned that you want to display based on your project requirements. So guys, let me just change this horizontal shadow to 2 pixels and also the vertical shadow to 2 pixels over here, and then reload this page once again. So now guys, this is giving a good look as far as the blur effect is concerned. Now guys, apart from this, we can also have the white text with the black shadow over here. So guys, let us check this as well. So what we have to do is, first of all, we will remove the text shadow from here and simply we are going to set the color. So this time we are going to set the color as white color, because what we are doing is we are setting the text color as white color and also we are having the background color as white color. So we won't be able to see the text by default. But what we are going to do is we are going to make its shadow as black color. So let us check that. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, we are not able to see the text by default, but it is currently present. When we highlight the text somewhere over here, you can see that the text is getting highlighted, which is having the white color as the text color. Now guys, what we are going to do is we will use the text shadow CSS property. So over here we have the text shadow, and again we are going to use the 2 pixels of horizontal and vertical shadow right now. And apart from this, we will set the color of this particular text shadow as black. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Notice that we don't have any text right now, but the moment when we reload this page, as you can see, we are getting the black color text shadow, due to which we are able to see the sample paragraph text to some extent. Now guys, how do we improve this? So basically we can also add the blur effect over here. So before the color and after the vertical shadow, simply we can provide the 5 pixels of blur effect. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, it is looking more beautiful now. So we can see that the text is coming on top and we are having the text shadow as the black color behind the original text, which is giving it a 3D look over here. So guys, in this way we can have the white text with the black color shadow over here, which can be displayed on the web browser. Now guys, apart from this, we can also have the multiple shadows over here. So to the same text shadow, we can add multiple colors. So what we have to do is, let's say we want to add the blue color text shadow once again to this existing sample text. So what we will do is, after this black color text shadow, simply we have to provide a comma, and then followed by we will provide 0 pixels of horizontal and vertical shadow this time. And then apart from this, we are going to increase the blur effect to 20 pixels, and the color that we are going to use is blue color over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we are getting the blue color text shadow to some extent, which is improving the appearance of this particular sample text. Now guys, apart from this, we can also add a darker version of the blue color as well as the third text shadow. So again we are going to provide a comma and then followed by 0 pixels of horizontal and vertical shadows over here, and this time we are going to use 5 pixels of blur effect and then followed by the dark blue color over here, which is the darker version of this particular blue color. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, now it is more improved. The text is looking more beautiful this time. So guys, in this way you can use the combination of the different colors for the text shadows along with the different blur effects that we have implemented over here based on your requirements. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is box shadow in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see box shadow in CSS. So guys, basically the CSS box shadow property is used to apply one or more shadows to an element, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. We can specify a horizontal and a vertical shadow to the box, in which case we can have any of the HTML element have the horizontal and the vertical shadow. So guys, over here the default color of the shadow will be the current text color, and as you can see, this is the syntax. We have taken the div HTML element over here, and simply we can use the box shadow CSS property and provide the horizontal and the vertical shadow based on our project requirements. So guys, let us move to the VS Code over here, and simply we are going to use the div tag in this case that is going to have the box shadow over here, and then we will say this is a simple div tag. So guys, basically we have a very simple statement, that is, this is a simple div tag over here. Let me just save this file now, and over here inside the style.css file we are going to provide certain CSS properties to this div tag. So guys, first of all, let us provide the width and height of this div tag over here. So let's say we have the width of 100 pixels in this case, and also the height of 100 pixels. And then guys, apart from this, let us have certain background color for this div tag. So let's say we have the yellow color as the background color for this particular HTML element. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have a simple square in the form of the div element over here. Let us provide certain padding as well. So in this case, we are going to provide the padding of, let's say, 10 pixels, and also we will provide the border of black color over here. So guys, let's say we have the border width of 2 pixels and the border style as solid and the color as black color in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, we have a good looking div tag over here which is having the background color. Along with it, we have the border as well. Now guys, how do we use the box shadow? So over here, as we can see, the syntax is box shadow CSS property followed by the horizontal and the vertical shadow that we can provide. So guys, inside the VS Code, simply inside the style.css file, we will say box shadow CSS property, and over here let's say we provide 5 pixels of horizontal shadow and 5 pixels of vertical shadow over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the shadow can be displayed over here as far as the 5 pixels length is concerned. Guys, what we will do is we will remove the border from this particular original div tag so that we can see clearly that it is a black color shadow. So we are going to simply comment out this line of code over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, it is a black color shadow right now, and the shadow color will be the text color by default, which is black color over here. Can we change that color? So let us try that as well. So simply we can set the color as some other color. So let's say we provide the color as blue color over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, the text color is changed to blue color now, and also the text shadow color is changed to blue color over here. Now guys, apart from this, you can also provide the shadow color inside the box shadow CSS property. So how we can do that? Simply after the vertical shadow that we have provided, we can provide the color of the shadow that you want to show. So guys, let's say we have the aqua color that we want to display as the box shadow over here for this particular div tag. So simply we can provide the color that is aqua. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, it is the aqua color that is getting displayed over here. Let us change it to some dark color in this case. So let's say we provide a dark blue color as the box shadow color for this particular div tag. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, we have the dark blue color as the shadow color over here. Now guys, apart from this, we can also have the blur effect over here for this particular box shadow. So we have specified the color for the shadow already as the third parameter, but the blur effect can be provided after this vertical shadow that we have provided over here. So guys, after this vertical shadow and before the color that we have provided, simply we can provide the length unit for the blur effect. So guys, what this will do is, instead of having the solid color, as you can see, this dark blue color is the solid color that you can see right now, we will be having certain blur effect for this particular solid color. So let us check that as well. We have provided the length that is 10 pixels over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, now it is having some blur effect for this particular dark blue color, and in this way it gives a good look as far as this particular div HTML element is concerned. Guys, apart from this, you can also design your cards based on your project requirements that you want to display on the website that you are building in this way, and it gives a kind of a 3D look over here, which means that this particular card is coming up and we can see the shadow behind this particular card in this case. So guys, this is the way that you can provide the blur effect inside the box shadow over here. Apart from this, we also have something called as spread radius of the shadow, which increases the size of the shadow. So guys, let us check that as well. So over here, instead of having the 10 pixels blur effect, let us have 5 pixels of blur effect. Let us check the changes over here. So as you can see, this is the 5 pixels blur effect. Now guys, you can increase the size of this particular shadow simply by providing another length unit after the blur effect, which we call it as the spread radius. So guys, let us check that as well. So if you provide 2 pixels of spread radius, let us see how the changes will look like. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, to some extent the shadow size has been increased for this particular div tag over here, and in this way you can provide the spread radius as well. So to summarize, first of all we have the horizontal radius, and then followed by the vertical radius, and then then followed by the blur effect that we have seen already, and then followed by the spread radius that you want to optionally provide. And then apart from that, we also have the color that we have displayed over here. Guys, we can provide any other dark color as well. So let's say we provide dark green color over here. So you will see the dark green color as the box shadow for this particular div tag. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, we have the dark green color as the shadow for this particular div tag over here. Now guys, apart from this, we also have something called as inset parameter, which changes from the outer to the inner shadow. So guys, if you notice over here, we are getting the shadow on the right hand side and at the bottom of this particular HTML element. What if we want the shadow on the other side, that is on the left as well as on the top as well? So guys, simply we can reverse the shadow by using the inset value for this particular box. So guys, simply we can provide the shadow on the left and the top by using the inset value for this particular CSS property, that is box shadow. So after the color, simply we can say inset over here, and let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, now the shadow is getting displayed on the other side of this particular div tag. So guys, in this way you can easily use the inset value as well. And apart from this, you can also have the multiple shadows which are separated using comma. So guys, let us check this as well. So I am going to simply remove this inset property. Also, we are going to remove the spread radius over here, and simply what we are going to do is we will set the box shadow as blue color over here, and in this case we are going to increase the blur effect to 20 pixels. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the blur effect of 20 pixels and the shadow color is blue right now. Guys, we can have more darker version of the blue color. So over here we are going to set another color, that is dark blue in this case. So how we can do that is we can provide comma after this blue color and then provide the horizontal and vertical. So let's say this time we don't want to provide the length units for the horizontal and vertical direction for the shadows, but simply we want to provide the blur effect. So over here simply we can say 5 pixels of blur effect, and the color that we want is dark blue in this case. So guys, this is the darker version of the blue color that we have already applied. So let us see how the changes looks like. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the dark blue color is also getting highlighted over here as the box shadow for this particular div tag, and in this way you can provide your own box shadow based on your requirements if you want to provide multiple box shadows for a particular HTML element in this case. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is text effects in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see text effects in CSS. So guys, basically we are going to learn various text effects properties in this particular video with the help of examples. So let us move to the VS Code over here, and simply I am going to remove the previous lines of code that we had written in the HTML and the style.css files. Now guys, over here simply we are going to have the div tag in this case, and inside the div tag we are going to have certain randomly generated text. So let's say we have just 10 words over here inside this particular div tag. So guys, in this way we can have the emmet abbreviation, that is lorem, followed by the number of words that you want to randomly generate. So when we press enter, as you can see, 10 words are randomly generated over here using the lorem emmet abbreviation. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the simple text that is getting displayed inside the div tag. Now guys, what we are going to do is we will provide certain CSS properties to this div tag over here. So let's say we have the 30% as the width for this particular div tag out of the entire width of the screen. Guys, apart from this, we will also set the border. So let's say we have 2 pixels of solid border with the black color over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the 30% width in this case for this particular div tag, and then apart from this, the entire sentence is getting displayed in 2 lines over here. Now guys, one of the important CSS properties as far as text effect is concerned is to use the white space CSS property with the value that is no wrap. So guys, in this case, when you want the text to be displayed displayed only on one line, you can use this white space CSS property. So guys, let us check this. So what we are going to do is we are going to say white space CSS property, and this time we are going to set the value as no wrap over here, which means the entire content should be displayed on one line. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the entire content is getting displayed on one line over here with the help of the white space CSS property, which is one of the important properties as far as text effects is concerned in CSS. Now guys, apart from that, if you notice that we have an issue now over here, the text is going outside of the border. So guys, if you remember, we have set the width of 30% in this case. So the border is set over here, as you can see on the right hand side, and the text is going to the right of this particular border. So guys, what we can do in order to solve this issue? So guys, over here we have something called as overflow equal to hidden. So guys, basically we can use the overflow CSS property in this case in order to hide the text that is going outside of this particular border. So guys, let us check that as well. So over here, what we are going to do is overflow CSS property is the one that we are going to use, and simply we are going to use this value that is hidden in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now. So what this will do is it will hide the content that is going outside of the border of the HTML element on the right hand side. So let me just reload this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the content that was going outside of this particular border is now hidden. But guys, as you can see, we can still see that some word is continuing over here, which gives a sense of incompleteness. So guys, over here we have another CSS property that we can use. So we have something called as text overflow, for which the default value is the clip value. So guys, let us check this as well. So when we use text overflow property, as you can see, we have the list of values which includes clip value and the ellipsis value. So let us first check the clip value over here. Let me just save this file now, and this is the default value that was set, and that is why we won't see any change over here right now. So let me reload this page once again on the browser. So there is no change that is getting reflected over here right now. But guys, the other value that we have apart from the clip value is the ellipsis value over here. So let us check that as well, what will happen. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have these three dots now getting displayed over here, which is due to this ellipsis value for the text overflow CSS property. So guys, in this way, if you want to show the user that there is certain text after this particular border, but you want to restrict that text before that border, so basically you can use this ellipsis value for the text overflow property. And guys, apart from this, you can also display the remaining text on hover. So what we have to do is we need to change the overflow property to visible value when the user gets the mouse on that particular div tag. So guys, let us check that as well. What we want to do is when the text overflow property is set to ellipsis that we have done in this particular case, and when the user gets the cursor on this particular div tag, we want the remaining text to be displayed outside of this particular border. So guys, let us check that as well. What we have to do is simply we will define the div tag followed by the pseudo class that is hover in this case, and then guys, whatever CSS property that we apply over here will get implemented when the user gets the cursor on this particular div tag. So what we want to do is we want to change the overflow CSS property to visible in this case. So basically when we change the overflow property to visible, then the remaining text that we had hidden by using this particular overflow property will be now visible. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Notice that by default we don't have any text that is getting displayed after this particular border, but when user gets the cursor on this div tag, as you can see, the remaining text is now getting displayed over here, and when the user takes away the cursor from the div tag, the remaining text is getting hidden with the help of overflow equal to hidden and text overflow equal to ellipsis values. So guys, in this way you can use the different text effects CSS properties that we have discussed so far. Apart from this, we also have something called as word wrap over here, which can be set to break word when there is a very large word which is going outside of the border. So guys, let us check that as well. So what we want to do is I'll simply remove these CSS properties, and simply we are going to see the default behavior of the div tag, which is having the width of 30% and the border as 2 pixels with the color black. So guys, let me just reload this page once again. So as you can see, this is the div tag that is getting displayed displayed over here. Now guys, let us say this particular word is very long, and while displaying it on the browser, it is going outside of the border. So guys, what we have to do is simply I'm going to provide certain letters after this particular word over here. So we are going to append certain random letters in this case. So guys, basically this is a very long word that is appearing over here, which is longer than the width of the div element. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So notice that by default the browser will try to get the words on the next line if we have the limited width that is provided to the HTML element. But guys, in this case, when a specific word is very long and it is going outside of the border of the HTML element, then in that case what we have to do is simply we can use the word wrap CSS property. So guys, over here inside the style.css file, simply we are going to say word wrap CSS property and we will say break word. So guys, what this particular value will do is it will break the word which is very long over here that is going outside of the border and continue that word on the next line in such a way that the entire content should be within this particular width of the HTML element. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the remaining letters inside this word is shifted to the next line over here in such a way that the content of this div tag is within the border of this particular HTML element. So guys, in this way you can use the different CSS properties as far as the text effects are concerned in CSS during your project implementation. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is 2D transform property in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see 2D transform property in CSS. So guys, basically the CSS transform allows you to move, rotate, scale and skew the HTML elements that we define inside our web page, and this we are going to check with the help of multiple examples over here. So guys, before moving towards the examples, let us understand the basic of the x-axis and the y-axis. That is going to be very important when you are going to use this transform property values. So guys, over here, if you have already learned about the x-axis and y-axis previously in your mathematics class, basically we have the x-axis in the horizontal direction over here. So basically we have the x-axis in this way. So this is the horizontal line that you can see, which is x-axis over here. Simply we are going to provide the text box that is x-axis in this case. So guys, basically we can move the HTML elements in this particular direction. When we provide the value as a positive value, then the element will move towards the right in this case on the x-axis, and when we provide the value as negative, then the HTML element moves towards the left of the x-axis over here. Now guys, similarly we have the y-axis as well, which is displayed in the vertical direction. So let us provide the y-axis as well. So over here we have the y-axis in the vertical direction in this case. So guys, basically this is the y-axis. Now guys, it is very important to note that during our mathematics class we were told that the positive y-axis is on the top over here and the positive x-axis is on the right hand side. So this is the first quadrant, and then followed by this is the second quadrant, in which case the x-axis have the negative values and the y-axis have the positive values. But guys, when we deal with the web browser, what happens is our web browser is present inside this fourth quadrant over here. So what will happen is when we provide the positive x-axis number, the HTML element should move towards the right, but when we provide the y-axis as the positive number, then the HTML element should move down in this case. So guys, basically this is the screen over here. So I'll simply draw the screen as well in this case. So this is the screen that we will be dealing with in our examples. So guys, now let us move to the different values that we can provide to the transform property. So over here, the first value that we can provide is the translate, which will help us in order to move an element to the specified position. So guys, over here we can say that the translate is a function which will take parameters over here. That is, the first parameter will be the x-axis, that is the length unit you have to provide in order to move the element towards the x-axis over here. If it is positive, then the element will move towards the right direction, and if the value is negative, then the HTML element will move towards the left direction. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So simply I'm going to remove the previous lines of code that we had written in the HTML and the style.css files. Now guys, over here what we are going to do is simply we will have the div tag, and it is going to have a specific width and height over here. So simply we are going to say width of, let's say, 100 pixels this time, and then the height as well of 100 pixels. Guys, apart from this, let us have certain border as well. So let's say we have the border of 2 pixels, and with border style as solid, and the color is black color in this case. And apart from this, we will also have the background color of yellow. So guys, over here we have a simple div tag, and then guys, apart from this, let us have the div tag at the center of the screen over here. So right now the div tag is at the top left. What we want is we want to get the div tag somewhere over here at the center of the screen. So what we can do is simply we can provide the margin, and we can say auto. So basically this is going to provide the automatic margin from the left and right, and simply let's say we provide the 10% for the top and the bottom margin as well. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So from the left and right we have the equal margin with the help of this auto value, and from the top we are providing the 10% margin over here. So it is somewhat at the middle of the screen. Let us increase this percentage to 15%. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, we have the div element at the center of the screen. Now guys, let us check the first example, that is the translate function inside the transform property. So guys, what we will do is over here we are going to have the hover effect for this particular div element. So simply we are going to say div followed by colon, and then we have the pseudo class, that is hover. So guys, what exactly we are going to do is when the user is going to get the cursor on this particular div tag, then we are going to see the different transform property values that we are going to define. So first of all, we will see how this translate works, which means it moves an element to the specified position. So guys, let us check this. So over here what we have to do is simply we have to use the transform CSS property, and as you can see there are multiple methods that you can use. These are nothing but the CSS functions that can be used over here, and based on the project requirements you can use your own functions that are listed over here. So the first function is the translate function, which will take two parameters. The first parameter is the x-axis. So let's say we want to move the HTML element by 20 pixels on the right hand side. So simply we can provide the value as 20 pixels. So in this case what will happen is when we get the cursor over here on the div tag, this particular square box should move to the right hand side by 20 pixels that we have defined over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Notice that this is the original position of the div tag, and the moment we get the cursor on this div tag, as you can see it has moved to the right hand side. So if you see, when we get the cursor back, it is going back to the original position over here. So guys, in this way the translate property works. Basically, since we have only provided the value for the x-axis, that is why it is just moving on the right hand side. If we want to get this particular div tag down as well, so we will be providing the length unit for the second parameter as well. So after this we need to provide a comma, and let's say we provide 50 pixels. So by 50 pixels the div tag should come down from the center of the screen. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So when we get the cursor on this particular div tag, as you can see it is coming down as well. So by 50 pixels the div tag is coming down over here. So guys, in this way you can use the translate function inside the transform CSS property in order to move a particular HTML element to the specified position over here. Guys, apart from this we also have something called as rotate, which rotates an element clockwise or counterclockwise according to the given degree. So guys, let us check this as well with the help of example. So over here, instead of translate, what we are going to do is on hover of this particular div tag, simply we are going to use the rotate function over here. And then guys, what it is expecting is it is expecting the angle in terms of degree. So let's say we have 20 degrees over here, by which this particular HTML element, that is the div tag, which is a square box, should rotate, and it will rotate in the clockwise direction by default. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So when the user gets the cursor on this particular box, as you can see it has rotated on the right with the help of the 20 degrees that we had provided inside the rotate function. So guys, in this way the rotate function works over here. Let us increase the angle as well. So if we increase it by 45 degree, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, it is rotating by 45 degrees over here in the clockwise direction. Guys, we can also change the direction, that is we can rotate it in the counterclockwise direction as well. So what we have to do is, instead of having the positive number, we should have the negative number and provide the angle. So let's say this time we provide negative 20 degrees. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So if you notice, it is now rotating itself in the counterclockwise direction over here with the help of the negative angle that we have provided. Guys, apart from this, we also have something called as scale function, which increases or decreases the size of an element. So guys, let us check this as well. So again, inside the hover pseudo class over here, we have to use the scale function in this case. So guys, basically this is the function that we are going to use, and simply we need to provide the number by which we want to increase the width and height of this particular HTML element. So guys, simply if we provide 1,1, so over here there will be no change because this is the original scaling of the HTML element. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, when we get the cursor over here on the div element, there is no change right now, but the moment we increase this number, so let's say we increase it to 1.5 over here as the width and 1.5 as the height of the HTML element. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser, and when we get the cursor over here, as you can see, it has scaled to 1.5 times the width and the height of the original div tag that we had defined. So guys, in this way you can scale up the HTML element that you want to scale by using this particular CSS function. Guys, apart from this, you can also decrease the size as well. So any number lower than 1 in this case will decrease the size of the HTML element. So let's say we change the number to 0.8 over here as the width and height in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So now if we get the cursor on this div tag, as you can see, it is decreasing the size and the width and height is decreasing over here. If you simply want to decrease the width, so what we can do is we need to keep the height as 0 in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this. So guys, based on your project requirements, you can scale up or scale down the HTML elements by providing the units that you want to provide inside the CSS function, that is scale in this case. Guys, apart from this, we also have something called as scale X and scale Y, which will be scaling the width and height respectively for that particular HTML element. So guys, I'll leave this up to you as a homework for you so that you can practice on your own and understand these CSS functions more clearly. Guys, apart from this, we have something called as skew as well. So it skews an element. So basically it skews an element along the X and the Y axis by the given angles. So guys, let us check this as well. So over here what we have to do is, instead of the scale function, we will use the skew function this time, and let's say we provide 10 degrees as the x-axis. First of all, let us check how the x-axis skew will work. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So this is the original position of the div tag, and the moment we get the cursor, as you can see, it has changed its position. So this is the functionality of the skew function that we have provided, and the angle is 10 degrees over here by the x-axis. And then guys, again, if we want the skew to be applied on the y-axis as well, simply we are going to say 20 degrees for the y-axis component over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser, and when we get the cursor over here, as you can see, the x-axis is having the skew of 10 degrees in this case, and the y-axis, as you can see, from this top left to the right over here, this particular direction, this is the skew of the y-axis in this case, and it is 20 degrees in terms of angle. So guys, in this way you can provide the skew CSS function based on your project requirement. Guys, apart from this, you have something called as skew X and skew Y as well, which will skew along the x-axis and y-axis respectively, which we have already discussed with the help of this particular diagram previously. So this is the x-axis in the horizontal direction, and this is the y-axis in the vertical direction as far as two-dimensional directions are concerned. Now guys, apart from this, we also have something called as matrix function, which will help us in order to provide the numbers for all the functions that we have seen so far. So guys, this is the sequence that you must follow. First of all, we can provide the scale X number that we want to mention based on the requirements, and then followed by skew Y, and then skew X, and then we have the scale Y, and then we have translate X followed by translate Y. So guys, let us check this example as well. So we have the example matrix function over here. So the first parameter is 1, which means the scale x will be 1 in this case. So basically it is not going to scale since we have provided one number over here. So simply we can increase the scale value to 1.2 this time, and then we have skew y, which is negative number. Skew x will not be implemented since it is 0, and then again we have scale y, which we should increase over here to 1.2 once again, and there is no translate x and translate y since we have provided the numbers as 0 over here. So guys, let me just copy this line of code and paste it for this particular transform CSS property. So what will happen, let us check this as well. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Notice that we have provided the scale x and scale y values, and also the skew x is in negative direction over here. So when we get the cursor on this particular div tag, as you can see, the size of the div tag, that is a square box, is increasing, and the skew value of the negative 0.3 is helping us in order to tilt the square box in a particular direction over here. Guys, apart from this, we can also have the translate x and translate y numbers as well. So what we will do is, let's say we provide 100 pixels over here as translate x and 100 pixels as translate y. So basically the box should come somewhere over here on the bottom right. So let us check that as well. So when we reload this page and when we get the cursor over here, as you can see, the square box is coming down over here on the right hand side in this case. So guys, in this way you can provide the matrix CSS function in order to provide the multiple values for all the functions that we have discussed so far, which belongs to the transform CSS property. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is 3D transform property in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see 3D transform property in CSS. So guys, basically the CSS also supports 3D transformations by specifying the axis, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. We are going to see the different CSS functions that are used with the help of the transform property. So guys, over here we have something called as rotate x, then we have rotate y and rotate z as well. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So simply I am going to remove the previous lines of code that we had written. We are going to write them once again so that you get the practice of writing the code in the HTML and CSS over here. So guys, simply we are going to have the div tag over here once again, and for this div tag we are going to have fixed width and height. So guys, let's say we have the width as 150 pixels over here, and the same 150 pixels for the height attribute as well, that is the height CSS property. So guys, over here we have width and height of 150 pixels. Let us have the background color of aqua color this time. So basically we have the aqua color as the background color for this particular div tag, which will be a square shaped div tag over here. And apart from this, we will also have the border CSS property. The border width is 2 pixels and the border style is solid, and the border color is black color over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have this square shaped div element in this case. Guys, apart from this, let us get this square at the center of the screen. So over here we will provide the margin as auto for the left and right margin, and for the top margin we will provide the 10% of margin in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, to some extent we have got this square box at the center of the screen. Now guys, let us see how this rotate x function will work with the help of the transform property. So guys, over here what we want to do is, inside the style.css file, when we get the cursor on this particular div tag, we want to rotate it. So let us check that how we can do it. So basically we have to use the div tag followed by colon, and then we are going to use the hover pseudo class over here, and on hover we are going to use the transform CSS property, for which we are going to use the rotate function. Now guys, previously we had seen the 2D transform properties which included rotate function over there, but now we have the different rotate functions in terms of 3D transformation. So we have rotate x, we have rotate y, and we have rotate z, which is expecting certain angles over here. So guys, let us see how this rotate x x will work. So let us say we provide a certain angle in this case. So we provide 30 degrees in this case. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the original position of the div tag, and the moment we get the cursor on this particular div tag, the div tag is rotating itself. So basically we are saying that the size of the div tag is decreasing, that is the height is decreasing over here. But guys, in reality the square box is rotating itself with the help of the x-axis over here. So guys, if you remember in the previous video, we understood the x-axis and the y-axis when we were learning the 2D transformation, but this time we are going to learn 3D transformation over here. So what exactly is happening in this case is, so this was the screen that we had seen previously. Let us remove this and we are going to have the square that we had just drawn on the web browser. So basically we have this square box that we have drawn on the web browser over here. Let me just change the color to some other color. So let's say we have yellow color over here. Now guys, what exactly is happening is, when we say rotate x, basically this is the x-axis in the horizontal direction. So when we are rotating this particular box with the help of the x-axis, so the height of this particular div tag is decreasing over here, but basically in reality it is not decreasing, but the box is rotating itself in this x-axis, and that is why it is looking like the height is decreasing over here. So guys, in this way the rotate x will work, that is the HTML element will rotate itself in the x-axis direction. Now guys, similarly when we use the y-axis over here, that is using the rotate y, so you will see that the width of this particular square box will decrease to some extent when we use the rotate y. So guys, let us check that as well. So over here we are going to say rotate y this time, and then let's say we use the same angle, that is 30 degrees over here. So simply we provide 30 deg, that is the unit. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser, and when we get the cursor over here, as you can see the square box is rotating itself with the help of the y-axis this time, and it looks like the width of this particular square box is decreasing, but in reality it is rotating itself with the help of this y-axis over here. So guys, in this way the rotate x and rotate y will work. Now guys, apart from this we also have something called as rotate z. So how this will work? So guys, in 3D transformation we have another axis, that is z axis over here, which is coming on top from the center over here. So guys, if I draw this particular z axis, it will look something like this over here when we draw the z axis. So basically it will start from the center, that is the origin, and it will come on top. So guys, basically it will look something like this over here. So this is the z axis as far as the 3D transformation is concerned. So guys, over here when we rotate in terms of z axis, it will actually look like the square bracket is rotating itself as normal rotation. So guys, let us check this as well. So basically what will happen is, this square will be displayed over here, and in terms of z axis it will rotate itself in the clockwise direction in this way. So guys, let us check this with the help of example over here. So instead of rotate y, we will say rotate z this time, and then we will also provide 30 degrees as the value over here. So simply we are going to provide 30 degree. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page, and when we get the cursor over here on the square box, that is a div element, as you can see it is rotating itself, and 30 degree is the rotation. So guys, in this way the z axis rotation will work. It will look like it is actually rotating, and that is how the z axis rotation works. Guys, apart from this we also have the translate x and translate y and the translate z as well. So let us check that as well with the help of examples. So over here simply we are going to provide translate x in this case, and let's say we provide 100 pixels over here as the value. So guys, basically the square box should go on the right hand side by 100 pixels over here when we say translate x. So let us check this as well. Let me reload this page once again on the browser, and when we get the cursor on this div tag, as you can see the box is going on the right hand side by 100 pixels over here, and this is how the translate x will work. Guys, apart from this we also have something called as translate y. So this time the square box should come down over here by 100 pixels. So let us check that as well. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So when we get the cursor over here, as you can see the box is coming down by 100 pixels, and that is how the translate y will work based on the axis that we have seen over here. And then guys, apart from this we also have something called as translate z as well. So guys, over here translate z will make the box to come on top by 100 pixels. So guys, it will be on the same position if we are viewing it from top. So let me just reload this page. So if we get the cursor over here, we won't be able to see any change right now, but actually it is at the ground, and from the ground it is coming at the height of 100 pixels over here on that same position, because that is how the Z axis will work, as we have seen over here in this particular diagram. So guys, in this way you can provide the translate in all the axes as well, and we can also provide the other functions related to scale as well. So guys, let us check this as well with the help of example over here. So let us provide the scale x this time, and we will provide 1.2 as the number by which the square box will increase its size with the help of x-axis. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So when we get the cursor on this particular div tag, as you can see on the x-axis direction, that is the width of this particular square box is increasing, and now it is becoming a rectangle. So guys, basically this div tag is increasing its width with the help of the 1.2 value that we have given over here. If we want to double the width, then we can simply provide the value of 2 for the scale x function. So let me just reload this page once again. So as you can see, this is the double width of the original width of the div tag. And then guys, apart from this, we can also provide the scale y, which will help us in order to increase the height over here. When we reload this page, as you can see, it is increasing the height of this div tag in terms of y axis over here. And when we say scale z, so let us check that as well. So over here, when we provide scale z this time, so let me just save this file now and try reloading this page, you won't be able to see any change. That's because we are scaling it in the bottom to top direction over here when we see the box from the top. So guys, basically this is the importance of the Z axis, that is the third axis as far as the 3D transformation is concerned, and you can use all these CSS functions by using the transform CSS property based on your requirements. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is transition property in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see transition property in CSS. So guys, basically the CSS transition allows you to change the property values smoothly over a given duration. So guys, so far we have seen how we can transform a particular HTML element with the help of the translate, rotate or the scale functions inside the CSS. But guys, those changes were made in such a way that there was no smooth transitioning over here. So guys, for example, if I show you over here, if we see the translate x function, and let's say we provide 50 pixels of translate x over here, so basically what will happen is it is directly moving on the right hand side by 50 pixels, and there is no smooth transitioning that is happening from the original position to the target position over here. So guys, we will check the entire HTML and the CSS code with the help of example, and we are going to make the smooth transition that will work over here. So guys, what we will do is simply I'm going to remove the previous lines of code that we had written in the HTML and the CSS files over here. We are going to start from scratch, and we are going to see how the transitions will work. So basically, in order to create a transition effect, you must specify two things. So what are those two things? So the very first important thing is the CSS property you want to add an effect to, and the second important thing is the duration of the effect. So guys, we will check the example now. Over here we are going to increase the width smoothly in 2 seconds for a particular HTML element. So guys, over here inside the body tag, simply we are going to have the div tag over here, and for this div tag let us define certain CSS properties. So let's say we have the width of 100 pixels and the height as well of 100 pixels over here. So basically we are going to have the square box with the help of this div tag, and apart from this let us also provide the border of 2 pixels with the black color in this case. So basically we have the border style as solid and the border color as black. Now guys, apart from this let us also have the background color as yellow color this time, and also we will get this div HTML element at the center of the screen. So basically we are going to use the margin equal to auto, so this will get the div tag at the center of the screen as far far as the horizontal direction is concerned, and for the vertical direction, let's say we provide the top margin as 15% over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the square div tag that we can see right now. So guys, what we will do is, let's say we want to rotate this particular div tag by 45 degree. So simply we can use the transform property that we had used previously, and we can say rotate by 45 degrees over here. So basically the value that we have provided is 45 deg, which stands for degrees. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, it is rotated by 45 degree. What we will do is we will apply the CSS property on mouse hover. So basically we want to use the div tag followed by colon, and then we will use the pseudo class, that is hover. So we are going to paste this transform property. So when the user gets the mouse, that is the cursor, on this particular div tag, then only the transform property should be applied. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, this is the original position, and when the user gets the mouse on this particular div tag, it is rotating itself. But guys, if you notice, there is no smooth rotation over here. Basically from the original position, it is getting the target position that is rotated at the 45 degrees over here without any smooth transitioning. So we are going to apply the smooth transition with the help of the transition property inside CSS. So we must have the two important things. So first of all, the CSS property that we want to use. So in this case, we are going to have the transform CSS property and then followed by the duration of the effect. So guys, basically how do we do that? So inside the div tag over here, simply we have to use the transition CSS property this time, and the very first parameter will be the CSS property that we want to use. So in this case, it is going to be transform over here and then followed by the space character, and let's say we want to rotate it in 2 seconds and not instantly as it is happening by default. So guys, over here simply we have to provide 2s, which stands for 2 seconds over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again over here. So with the help of this particular CSS property, what will happen is this div tag, that is the square box, will rotate itself with the help of the 45 degrees, but this will happen in 2 seconds. So it will look like a smooth rotation over here. So let me just reload this page once again, and when we get the mouse cursor on this div tag, as you can see, it is a smooth rotation that is happening over here, and when we get the mouse cursor away from this div tag, again it is a smooth transition, that is rotation towards its original position over here. So guys, in this way, this is the transition CSS property that we can use in order to provide the smooth rotation or any of the properties that we want to implement in a smooth way. So guys, let us check another example. Over here we can also add the multiple properties to the transition. So guys, notice that we also have another property, that is width over here, which is 100 pixels. So let's say during this transform, that is the rotation, we also want to increase the width to 200 pixels over here. So what we can do is simply we can provide comma after this 2 seconds, and we have to provide the CSS property that we want to change, that is width in this case, and let's say with that same duration of 2 seconds we want to increase the width. Now guys, how much we want to increase the width, that we need to provide on this hover property over here. So basically we want to change the width to 200 pixels this time, which is the double value of this 100 pixels, which is the original width of the square box. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now when we get the cursor on this particular square box, what will happen is the transform will happen in 2 seconds, which will rotate the box, and also it is going to increase the width within 2 seconds over here to 200 pixels simultaneously. So both these things will happen simultaneously over here in the span of 2 seconds in this case. So let me just reload this page once again on the browser, and when we get the cursor over here, so as you can see, in 2 seconds the square box got rotated to 45 degrees as well, and apart from that the width also increased to 200 pixels, and now it is a rectangle that we can see. And when we get the mouse cursor away from this HTML element, as you can see, it is coming back to its original position over here. So guys, in this way we can apply the multiple transition properties over here, and we need to provide the values to these CSS properties over here on the hover or any other condition that you want to implement based on the project requirement. So guys, apart from this, we can also have the transition timing function property, which is another property that you can mention over here. So guys, basically when you type transition, as you can see, this is the CSS property over here, that is the timing function. So we have multiple values that you can use over here. So basically when we provide the value of ease, it will start slowly and then in between it will move faster, and then in the end the transition will end slowly. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. When we get the cursor over here, as you can see, in the middle it was very fast, and at the start and at the end it was very slow over here. So guys, this is the meaning of ease value in this case. We can also provide linear, in which case the speed of the transition will be same throughout the span. So guys, over here there will be no slow start or slow end. So let us check that as well. So when we reload this page, as you can see, this is the linear transition that we can see over here. So guys, you can check out the other values for this particular transition timing function. As you can see, these are the list of suggested values over here. And then guys, apart from this, we also have something called as transition delay, which will help us in order to delay the transition. So guys, let us check that as well. So over here what we are going to do is simply I'll comment out this line of code, and basically we are going to have this transition delay CSS property. So guys, basically it is going to delay the transition. So let's say we provide 2 seconds of delay. So basically the transition is not going to start up to 2 seconds, and then after that the transition will start, that we have already mentioned over here. So let me just save this file now, and when we reload this page once again on the browser, and let's get the cursor over here. So 1 2. So after 2 seconds the transition is happening over here, and when we get the cursor away, again after 2 seconds the transition will occur in such a way that the HTML element will go back to its original position. So guys, in this way you can also provide the transition delay based on the project requirements, where you want to delay the transition for that particular HTML element. Guys, while doing so, can we change the background color as well? So let us check that as well. So what we will do is, over here let us remove the delay as well, and after this width we are going to provide the background color property as well, and within 2 seconds we want to change. So the original color is the yellow color over here. Let us change the color to some other value. So let's say we have the background color as aqua color this time. So guys, we are moving from yellow color to the aqua color, and within the span of 2 seconds over here the color should change. So guys, let me just save this file now. It will be a gradual change, if you can see. So let me just reload this page once again on the browser. So when we get the cursor over here, as you can see, the color is also changing to aqua gradually from yellow to aqua, and then when we get the cursor back from this particular rectangle right now, that is the HTML element, the color should change back from aqua to yellow. So guys, over here as you can see, gradually it is also changing the background color. So guys, whatever CSS properties that you want to change, you need to provide inside the transition CSS property, and then apart from that you have to provide the time duration during which the CSS property should get updated over here, and the final value should be applied, and when that CSS property will update its value, the transition will be applied to the HTML element. We can also have the different timings over here as well. So let's say we want to finish the background color transition within 1 second. So we have provided 1 second over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now if you notice, the aqua color has completed its transition within 1 second over here, and this is the way that you can provide the different times for the transition that you have applied for the transition CSS property. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is animations in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see animations in CSS. So guys, basically an animation lets an element gradually change from one style to another style, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. You can change as many CSS properties as you want and as many times you want. So guys, basically in order to use the CSS animation, you must first specify some keyframes for the animation. So what are these keyframes? So guys, basically the keyframes hold what styles the element will have at certain times, and the styles will transition from one particular style to another style for the element that we are going to select. So guys, let let us check the examples of the animation. So first of all, we will see @keyframes keyword that we can use in the CSS file over here. So guys, let us move to the VS Code in this case, and let me just remove the previous lines of code that we had written in the HTML and the CSS files over here. Now guys, what we are going to do is simply we will have the div tag over here, and we are going to create a square box out of this div tag. So guys, over here in the style.css file, simply we are going to provide certain CSS properties to this div tag. So let us say we have the width of 100 pixels over here, also the height of 100 pixels in this case, and let's say we have the background color of aqua over here. So guys, basically we have a div tag which is a square box with the background color that is aqua. So guys, let me just save these files now, and let us see how it looks like on the web browser. So as you can see, this is the square box that we have included on our HTML page. Now guys, let us have the border as well. So over here we will have the border CSS property with 2 pixels width, and the border type as solid, and the border color will be black in this case. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So we have the border for the square box over here. Now guys, let us say we want to move the square box from left hand side to somewhere over here at the middle of the screen. So how we can do that? So guys, basically we can use the animation, that is with the help of keyframes keyword, in order to animate the square box and move from one position to another. So guys, let us check that as well. So over here what we have to do is, first of all we will have to use the character, and then we need to use the keyframes over here. So guys, basically this is the keyframes keyword that will be used in order to provide the animations in CSS. Now guys, after this keyframe we need to provide certain name to the animation. So let us say we provide the animate name over here, and then after this, inside the curly braces, we need to define the animation inside the from and to keywords. So guys, let us say we want to move from left to right over here. So simply we can use the left CSS property in order to mention the position of the box. So guys, over here first of all we need to define the position equal to relative property, so that we can use the left CSS property over here. So inside the from keyword we need to first define the left, it is equal to 0 pixels over here, and then guys, after this we have something called as to keyword. So over here we can simply provide the left as 300 pixels. So guys, basically what exactly is happening over here is the initial position of this particular div should be left equal to 0 pixels, and then it should move to the left, which must be equal to 300 pixels. Now guys, we need to link this animation name, that is animate, with this div tag over here. So simply I am going to copy this animate name, and then inside the div tag we need to use the animation name CSS property. So guys, basically we need to provide the animation name CSS property. The value must be equal to the value that we have provided for this keyframes over here. So we have provided the animate as the value for the animation name, and apart from this we also have to set the animation duration over here. So let's say we want to move this box within 2 seconds. So simply we can provide the value as 2 seconds over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So when we reload, as you can see, the box is moving from left to right over here. So guys, in this way we can simply provide certain animations that we have seen over here with the help of the keyframes keyword. Now guys, apart from this, you can also use the percentages instead of from and to keyword, which is the starting and the ending position. So instead of from, we can provide 0%, which is the starting position, and instead of to keyword we can provide 100%, that is the ending position of the box over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, there is no change in the animation. The box is still moving from left to right over here. Now guys, apart from this, since we have provided the percentages, we can also provide the 50% or any other number that we want to provide. So let's say for the first 50% we want to move from left to right over here. So we have provided 50% in this case, and then we want to define the 100% as well, in which case we want to move the box from top to bottom over here, somewhere at the center of the screen. screen. So guys, what we will do is, instead of 50% over here, we will provide 100%. So from 0 to 50% the box is moving from left to right, and then for the 100% we want the top CSS property to be provided. So guys, over here simply we can provide the top CSS property, and let's say we want 200 pixels value from the top. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the box is coming from left to right, but guys, it is not going from top to bottom properly. So let us define the top property for the 0% and the 50% parameters as well. So over here the top CSS property must be 0, and for the 50% as well, the top CSS property must be 0 in this case. Now let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the box is now moving from left to right, and then it is going from top to bottom over here. So guys, in this way we have completed this particular animation as well. Let us complete the entire cycle. Let's say now we want the box to move from left to right, and then from right to bottom, and then from bottom back to the original position over here. So guys, what we have to do is, we need to make this as 33% over here, and then the next step will be 66%, and then the last step should be 100% in this case, for which the box should come at the original position over here. So guys, simply we will define this particular position for the 100% as well. So I'm going to copy this same line of code over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, it is coming from left to right, and then going from top to bottom, and then from bottom to top as well at the top left position over here. So guys, in this way we have completed the animation. We can also increase the duration to, let's say, 4 seconds over here, so that the speed of the animation is little bit slow. So as you can see, this is the animation that you can do with the help of the keyframes keyword over here. Now guys, there are some more CSS properties that you can use. We have already used the animation name and the animation duration over here. We can also provide the animation delay in this case. So guys, basically what is the meaning of animation delay over here? So let us check that as well. So when we provide the animation delay of, let's say, 2 seconds, so there will be a delay of 2 seconds first of all, after which the animation will start based on the CSS properties that we have defined inside this particular block of code. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, there will be delay of 2 seconds, after which the box has started to move over here. So guys, in this way you can use the animation delay as well. Apart from this, we also have the animation iteration count, which will help us in order to repeat the animation. So guys, by default the animation iteration is just 1 count over here, so we can make it as 2 count as well, so the animation will occur twice. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser over here. So as you can see, after the delay the animation has started, so it has completed 1 round over here, but since we have given the count of 2, it is completing the 2 rounds over here, after which it will stop itself. So guys, basically you can also use the iteration count as infinite in order to continue the animation on the web browser. Let us comment out the delay part over here so that we can instantly see the animation in action. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, the animation has started and it will continue infinitely until and unless you close the page or you want to change the animation iteration count CSS property. So guys, in this way you can use the animation iteration count as well. Apart from this, we also have animation direction. So guys, basically this is the default direction that the box is moving over here. So guys, we can also define the direction of the animation. So let's say we provide the animation direction in this case. Now guys, what are the values? The normal is the default value over here, but when we provide the reverse value, the animation will be in the reverse direction. So let me just provide the reverse direction over here, and let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the animation is in reverse direction now. First it is moving over here at the bottom direction, and then to the top over here, and then followed by to the left direction in this case, which is the reverse direction over here. Apart from this, we also have the alternate value as well. So first it will go in the normal direction, and then in the second iteration the box will move to the reverse direction, and then followed by the normal direction and then reverse direction, and so on the alternate directions will be used. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So this is the normal direction of the box box that is moving, and then it is moving in the reverse direction right now based on the animation direction that we have provided over here with the value as alternate. Now guys, apart from this, we also have something called as animation timing function. So guys, let us check that as well. So basically it will define the speed of the box that is moving over here. So guys, we can use this animation timing function over here, and by default, and we can provide the speed as linear in this case, which means the speed will be same throughout the animation. So let me just save this file now. If you notice, currently the speed is decreasing when it is moving towards the end of the animation over here, but when we provide the linear timing function over here, the speed will be same throughout the animation. So let me just reload this page once again. So as you can see, the speed is linear over here, and it is not increasing or decreasing at the end or at the start of the animation. So guys, these are some of the animation CSS properties that you can use. Apart from this, we also have something called as animation field mode, which can help us in order to define the status at the start or at the end of the animation. So guys, I'll leave this CSS property as a homework for you so that you can practice on your own. We can also decrease the line of code over here, since a 0% and the 100% is having the same CSS properties and the values as well. So simply I'm going to remove this 100% from here, and then we will provide comma after the 0% and provide 100% in this case, which means the 0% and the 100% state is going to have the same value over here. Let me just provide the animation direction as normal in this case. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, this is the original animation that we have provided, and with 0% and 100% that is having the same CSS properties over here. Now guys, apart from this, while this box is moving, we can change the background color of the box as well. So let's say initially we have the background color as aqua color over here, and then at the 33% state we want the color to be blue color. So simply we will provide the background color as blue color over here at the 33% state, and then for the 66% state, let's say we have the color as yellow over here. So guys, basically we are changing the background colors as well as the box is moving based on the different status of the animations. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, from aqua the box is changing its color to blue color, and then when the box is moving down, the color is changed to yellow color over here. So guys, in this way we can change the background color or any other CSS properties based on your requirements while you are providing the animations in CSS. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is loading animation in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see a simple loading animation in CSS with the help of example over here. So guys, let us move to the VS Code in this case, and simply we are going to remove the previous lines of code that we had written in the HTML and the CSS files over here. Now guys, we need to create a div tag that will help us in order to create a circle with the help of the border CSS property, and then we are going to rotate the div tag in order to create a simple loading animation with the help of CSS properties. So guys, first of all we will provide the div tag with the help of the loading CSS class over here. So basically we have used the div tag with the class name that is loading in this case, and simply we are going to use this class name over here inside the style.css file. So guys, we are going to paste this class name with the help of the dot character over here so that we can provide certain CSS properties for this div tag. So first of all we will provide the width as 200 pixels in this case, and also the height of 200 pixels so that we get a square box out of this div tag over here. And then apart from this, we will also provide certain background color to the body tag over here. So let's say we have a dark background color in this case. So we have provided the dark background color, and let's say the color of the text is white over here. Now guys, apart from this, we also want the background color of this div tag to be displayed. So let's say we have the background color for the div tag as white color in this case. And then apart from this, let us get this div tag at the center of the screen. So simply we are going to provide the margin CSS property with the value as auto over here. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the div tag that we have included on the HTML file. Now guys, we are going to make a circle out of this div tag. So how do we do that? So first of all, we will provide the border radius over here, which should be 50% in order to make the div tag as a circular div tag over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, with the help of this border radius equal to 50%, we have converted the square box to a circle over here. Now guys, we only want the border of the circle to be displayed. So what we will do is simply I'm going to comment out this background color in this case, and let's say we provide the border as 10 pixels with the color that is white, and the border style will be solid in this case. So guys, basically we have provided the 10 pixels solid white color border over here instead of the background color. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, we have provided the border over here for this particular circle. Let us increase the width of the border to 20 pixels so that we can see the loading animation properly. So as you can see, this is the circle that we have drawn over here, and this is just the border that we have included. Now guys, simply we can rotate this circle in order to see the simple loading animation, and in order to do that, we need to have one side of the border have a different color. So what we will do is we will divide this values for the border CSS property. So first of all, we will say border width of 20 pixels that we had defined, and then the border style should be solid. So over here we will define the border style as solid in this case, and then guys, for the border color we will provide the color as white. So simply we will say border color in this case. So all these are CSS properties that you can define separately. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, there is no change right now. We want the top border to be of the different color. So simply we will define the first color, which will be corresponding to the top border over here as gray color. So let's say we provide the gray color as the value for the top border, and then for the left and right border we want the white color, and then for the bottom side we also want the white color to be displayed. So guys, basically the first border color will be top color, followed by the right hand side, and then followed by the bottom side, and then we have the left hand side. So over here the gray color will be at the top side, and then this white color will be at the right side, followed by the white color at the bottom side, and then again, since we have not provided the fourth color, the left color will be taken from this particular white color over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the gray color at the top of the circle over here. Now guys, simply we want to rotate this circle with the help of the animation. So what we will do is we will simply define the keyframes over here, and then we will say loading as the name of the animation. So what we want to do is simply at the 0% we are going to provide the CSS property that is transform over here, and simply we are going to say rotate, and initially it should be 0 degrees in this case, and then after this for the 100% what we are going to do is we are going to define this as 100% over here. We are going to still use the transform CSS property, and this time we want to rotate it by 360 degrees over here. So guys, as you can see, we are going from 0 degree to 360 degree as far as rotation of the HTML element is concerned. And now guys, we are going to link this animation to the div tag over here. So basically for this particular block of CSS properties, we are going to provide the animation name over here. So simply we are going to provide the loading, that is the animation name we have provided in this case after the keyframes keyword, and also we need to provide the animation duration, which we can say 2 seconds in this case. So guys, basically within 2 seconds the animation should complete. Let me just save this file now and try reload this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the circle is rotating itself, and only once it has rotated itself. So guys, basically we can also use the iteration count as well for the animation. So over here we will say iteration count equal to infinite, so that it loads infinite number of times. So let me just reload this page. So as you can see, the div element, that is the circle, is rotating itself continuously within the span of 2 seconds over here. Now guys, if you notice, the speed of the animation is decreasing at the end of the animation over here. So what we can do is simply we can provide the speed as linear in this case. So we need to use the animation timing function, in which case we are going to provide the value as linear. So let me just save this file now and try reload this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the speed of the loading icon is linear over here, and this is the way that you can easily create the loading animation icon with the help of the HTML and the CSS properties. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is customized tooltip text in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see customized tooltip text in CSS. So guys, basically a tooltip is often used to specify extra information about something when the user moves the mouse pointer over an HTML element. So guys, we are going to check with the help of examples what is the meaning of tooltip and how we can customize the tooltip text with the help of CSS properties. Now guys, first of all, we will check the basic inbuilt tooltip that is provided by the HTML using the title attribute. So let us move to the VS Code over here, and simply I am going to remove the previous lines of code inside the HTML and the CSS files over here. Now guys, simply we are going to have the paragraph tag, that is the P tag in this case, and we will say get your mouse cursor on below text. So guys, we have a very simple statement over here, that is get your mouse cursor on below text in this case, and simply we are going to have the div tag with the class that is text in this case. So guys, inside this div tag we are going to have the hover me text over here so that the user can get the mouse cursor on this text, and basically by default we want to show certain tooltip. So we are going to use the title attribute over here that is provided by the HTML by default. So guys, in this case we are simply going to provide tooltip text over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, we have this paragraph that is get your mouse cursor on below text over here, and then when we get the mouse cursor on the hover me text, as you can see, the tooltip text is getting displayed, and we can provide any information inside this title attribute to be displayed when the user gets the mouse cursor on this hover me text or any other text based on your requirement. Now guys, this is the default behavior as far as the displaying of the tooltip is concerned. Now how do we customize this tooltip? So basically we can use certain CSS properties in order to customize this tooltip over here. So what we will do is simply I'm going to remove this inbuilt tooltip in this case, that is the title attribute, and we are going to have the span tag over here with the class name that is tooltip. So guys, basically we are going to provide certain CSS properties for the span tag as well, and simply we are going to say the text that is tooltip text over here that we had defined previously inside the title attribute as well. Now guys, inside the style.css file, what we are going to do is we will provide certain CSS properties for this class name that is corresponding to the span tag over here. So simply we are going to provide dot character followed by the tooltip, and let's say we provide the background color as the black color over here for the span tag. Apart from this, we want to have the color as white color, and also we will have the padding of 5 pixels in this case, so that the tooltip is displayed properly when we get the mouse cursor on the div tag. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, this is the tooltip text that will be displayed with different CSS properties that we have applied so far. We can also have the border radius over here. So simply we will have the border radius of 5 pixels so that the corners are rounded for this particular tooltip text. As you can see, this is the way that we have the rounded corners over here. Now guys, the important thing in this case is when the user gets the mouse cursor on this text that is hover me, then only the tooltip text should be displayed. So what we can do is simply we will provide the visibility equal to hidden in this case. So this is the CSS property that we are going to use with the value that is hidden. So by default, the span tag that is having the class name tooltip will be hidden on the HTML page. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. As you can see, we don't have any span tag over here, and when we get the mouse cursor on this hover me text, we are not able to see the tooltip text. So in order to display the tooltip over here, we have to provide the hover pseudo class in this case. So the class name that we are going to use is text in this case, which is corresponding to the div tag which is having the text that is hover me. So guys, let me just copy this class name and after the dot character we will paste this class name, and then what we have to do is on hover we need to display the span tag that is having the tooltip class over here. So simply we will use the hover pseudo class in this case, and then followed by the class name that is tooltip over here. So guys, basically when the user gets the mouse cursor on this div tag which is having the text, we need to provide certain CSS properties for the tooltip text, and in this case we are going to use the visibility. It is equal to visible over here. So guys, basically from visibility equal to hidden we are going to visibility equal to visible when the user gets the mouse cursor on this class name that is text, which is corresponding to the div tag that is having the text that is over me. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. And now when we get the mouse cursor on this hover me text, as you can see, we are able to see the tooltip text over here. So guys, in this way we can have the customized tooltip text over here with the help of the CSS properties. Let us get all these text at the center of the screen now. So simply we are going to provide the style for the body tag over here. So we will say style, and then simply we can say text align, it is equal to center. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. As you can see, when we get the mouse cursor on this hover me text, the tooltip text is now getting displayed over here. Now guys, currently the tooltip text is getting displayed at the right of the text. We can also display this tooltip at the bottom of this hover me text over here. So how we can do that? So first of all, we need to provide the position property for this class that is text over here, which is corresponding to the div tag. So guys, over here we will say position, it is equal to relative, and then after this, for this tooltip class we need to provide the position equal to absolute over here, so that we can provide the different CSS properties such as top, left, bottom and right. So guys, basically we will say absolute in this case, and then after this we need to provide the left property as 0 and then also the top property as 100% over here. So guys, basically what we are doing is, currently the div tag that is having the class name text is having the position equal to relative, and the tooltip text which is having the class tooltip will be having the position equal to absolute, and due to this we can use the left and top properties and other CSS properties as well as far as the positioning CSS properties are concerned. So from left we are having the 0 pixels and from top it should be 100%. So we are trying to get the tooltip text at the bottom of this text over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now when we get the mouse cursor on this hover me, as you can see the tooltip text is coming at the bottom of this hover me, but at the extreme left right now. So guys, in order to correct this, what we can do is simply we can use the display property, and this time let's say we provide the display as inline over here. Let me just reload this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the tooltip text is now coming at the bottom of this particular text. Let us also provide the width property to this tooltip text over here. So simply we are going to provide the width as 130% so that the text can fit the box over here. So let me just reload this page. As you can see, this is the tooltip text over here that can be displayed at the bottom of the hover me text in this case. So guys, in this way you can also provide the other positioning properties over here in order to get the tooltip text at the left or at the top of the hover me text over here. Now guys, let us move to the default position that is at the right in this case. So simply I am going to remove these lines of code, that is top and left over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So now we are able to see the tooltip text at the right of the hover me text over here. Now guys, how do we create an arrow for this tooltip text? So guys, let us check that as well. So we need to use the class name that is tooltip, and this time we are going to use the pseudo element that is after. So guys, we need to use the colon 2 times over here, and then we need to use the after keyword, and then guys simply we are going to use the content which is going to have a space character over here, and also we need to define the position as relative. So in this case we will say position is equal to relative, and we need to provide the border CSS properties over here. So let's say we have the border width as 5 pixels in this case, Apart from this, the border style as solid in this case. So over here we will have the solid value, and then we also have the border color over here. So guys, simply we are going to define the border color as yellow for now. We will change it to black color as well after positioning the border properly, so that we can create a arrow for this tooltip text. So guys, what we are going to do is, let's say by default we are going to remove this visibility equal to hidden, so that we can create the arrow for this tooltip text first of all. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, we have this border that is getting displayed over here right now. Now guys, the border is taking the entire height of this particular tooltip text. So we need to change the position value over here to absolute instead of relative. So let me just save this file now after providing the absolute value to the position and reload this page once again. So as you can see, this is a small square box that we have created. Now guys, we need to get this border at the left of this tooltip text over here. So what we can do is, simply we will provide the left CSS property and we will say 0 pixels over here. Apart from this, we have also provided the top CSS property as 50%, so that from top we have certain spacing over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, the small square box has moved to the left right now. And guys, instead of having this yellow square box inside the tooltip text, we want to have it outside of the tooltip text. So simply we will change this left CSS property to right CSS property, and over here we need to provide the value as 100%, which means from right it should be having the space of 100%, that is the entire width of the tooltip text. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, the small square box has come to the left of the tooltip text. Now guys, let us also provide certain margin at the top. So we need to have the margin top as a negative number. So let's say we have negative 5 pixels over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page, so that horizontally it is aligning with this particular hover me text over here. Now guys, apart from this, let us also provide the margin left property to the tooltip in this case. So simply we are going to say margin left, it is equal to 5 pixels over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, we have moved the tooltip text slightly to the right. Now guys, in order to have the arrow shape, what we want to do is, we need to have only one side of the border have the color. So let us change the border color to black color right now. So instead of yellow color, we will be able to see the black color for the small square box, and then we need to only have the right color as the black color. So guys, what we have to do is, the top color should be transparent over here, followed by the black color which is at the right side of the border, and then followed by the transparent that is at the bottom, and then again the transparent that is at the left hand side. So let me just save this file now. This particular line of code will help us in order to provide the arrow to the tooltip text. So let us check that as well. When we reload this page, as you can see, there is an arrow that is getting displayed over here for this tooltip text right now. And then apart from this, we can simply provide the visibility equal to hidden, so that when the user gets the mouse cursor on the div tag, the visibility will be changed to visible over here. Let me just reload this page, and when we get the mouse cursor over here, as you can see, this is the tooltip text that is getting displayed right now. So guys, this is a very simple way in order to customize the tooltip text. Apart from this, you can also provide the fade in animation for the tooltip text. So how we can do that? Simply we can use the transition CSS property. So guys, over here inside the tooltip class name, we are going to use the transition, and let us see whether we will be able to use it for the visibility CSS property or not. We will provide the duration as 1 second over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So when we get the mouse cursor over here, there is no fade in animation right now. But guys, when we get the mouse cursor out, there is a 1 second delay right now. So guys, with visibility equal to hidden and visibility equal to visible, the transition will not work, since the transition CSS property is expecting certain values that is 0 and 1, and the values in between as well. So instead of having visibility, we can use the opacity. So first of all, we will provide the opacity equal to 0, which will be same as visibility equal to hidden, which means the element will not be displayed on the HTML page when the opacity is set to 0 over here. And instead of having visibility equal to visible, we will have the opacity equal to 1 this time. So guys, by using the opacity CSS property, we will provide the transition CSS property have some values in between 0 and 1, such as 0.5 or 0.7 when there is a transition within the time span of 1 second over here. So guys, simply we are going to change the visibility keyword to opacity right now. Let me just save this file now, and let us see how the fade in animation will be displayed for the tooltip text when we reload this page. Now when we get the mouse cursor over here, as you can see, there is a fade in animation and the fade out animation as well within the time span of 1 second over here. So guys, in this way you can provide the fade in animation as well for the tooltip text, and apart from this you can also draw the arrow with the help of the border that we have just seen using different CSS properties. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is styling images in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see styling images in CSS. So guys, we can use the various CSS properties in order to style the images, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. So first of all, we will see how we can create the rounded images. So guys, let us move to the VS Code over here, and simply we are going to remove the previous lines of code that we had written in the HTML and the CSS files over here. Now guys, what we are going to do is simply we are going to have the div tag over here with the class name that is container in this case. So we have this class name that is container for this div tag. Now guys, apart from this, we will also have the image over here inside this container, and this image should have the src attribute, and the value that we are going to provide is the directory path of the image which we have already saved over here inside the directory where we have the HTML file. So guys, we have this sample forest image.jpg file in this case, and let's say we have the alternate text as test image over here. So this img tag will help us in order to display the image on the web browser. Let me just save this file now, and let us move to the style.css file over here, and we will provide the width and height for this particular image. So guys, let's say we provide the width as 300 pixels and the height as 300 pixels as well, so that the image is displayed as a square box over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, this is the image that is getting displayed right now. So guys, first of all, we will see how we can make this image appear as a rounded image. So it should be displayed inside the circle. So guys, what we are going to do is we need to convert the square shape image into a circular shape image. So simply we can use the border radius CSS property. So over here we say border radius in this case, and the value must be 50%. Always remember that if you want some HTML element to have a circular shape, we can simply provide the border radius CSS property, and the value must be 50% over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the rounded image that is getting displayed right now. Apart from this, we can also display the thumbnail images with the border. So what we will do is simply I'm going to comment out this line of code over here, and we will have the border of 2 pixels with the border type that is solid and the border color that is black color in this case. Apart from this, we will also have certain padding so that we can see the border clearly, and there is certain spacing in between the image and the border of the image. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, after this image we have the border which is having the width as 2 pixels and the color is black right now. Apart from this, we can also have the box shadow for this border. So what we are going to do is simply we are going to provide the box shadow CSS property, and we can say 0 pixels as horizontal shadow and then 0 pixels as vertical shadow, and simply we can provide the 5 pixels blur effect, and the color must be dark blue over here. So guys, basically the first parameter is the horizontal shadow followed by the vertical shadow that you can provide, and then we have something called as blur effect, that will help us in order to spread the color that we provide as the fourth parameter, which is dark blue in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, we have the dark blue box shadow over here. Apart from this, we can also have the multiple shadows as well. So after comma, we can provide another shadow. So let's say in this case, we have 20 pixels of blur effect and the color is blue. So we are providing the blue color for the box shadow, and let me just reload this page. As you can see, this is the blue color that is spreading out across 20 pixels over here after the border of the image. So guys, in this way we can provide the cool CSS properties in order to make our images look more attractive over here. Apart from this, we can also have the responsive images as well. So guys, let me just increase the width of this particular image to, let's say, 450 pixels over here. So when we provide 450 pixels, let me just save this file now. The width of this particular image must increase when we reload this page. So as you can see, this is the 450 pixels width and 300 pixels height right now. But guys, when we decrease the size of this browser, so let us see what will happen. So when we are decreasing the width of the browser slowly, as you can see, the image is getting cropped and certain information from the image cannot be seen without scrolling the horizontal bar right now. So guys, on smaller devices, it is very important that the images scale themselves up or down. So when the screen size is decreasing, the image size must also decrease at the same time, so that the entire image is displayed on the 100% width of the screen. So guys, in order to solve this issue, we can use the max width CSS property over here. So let me just expand this browser, and simply we are going to use the max width CSS property in this case for the image tag, and it must be set to 100% over here. So let me just save this file now. So guys, what is the meaning of this max width? Basically, we are telling the browser to have the maximum width of this image equal to 100% of the width of the screen. So even if your page is displayed on the smaller screen, the 100% width of the screen will be taken as the maximum width for the image, and there will be no horizontal scroll bar that must be displayed. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So now if we decrease the size of the browser, so as you can see, we are decreasing the size. You can see that the image width is also decreasing over here. So this is the way that we can create the responsive images with the help of the max width CSS property in this case. Now guys, apart from this, we can also center an image. So how do we do that? By default, the display CSS property for this image is inline. So simply we need to set the display property as block over here, so that we can simply use the margin CSS property, and the value must be auto in this case. So guys, basically for any HTML element that is having the display equal to block, we can use the margin CSS property as auto in order to get that HTML element at the center of the screen horizontally. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, now the image is getting displayed at the center of the screen as far as horizontal alignment is concerned. Guys, apart from this, we can also make the image as transparent by using the opacity CSS property. So by default, we have the opacity as 1 over here. Simply we can set the opacity as 0.5, which means we are providing 50% transparency for this image. Let me just reload this page. As you can see, we have provided the transparency effect over here. We can also increase the transparency by providing the opacity equal to 0.3 over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. As you can see, we have increased more transparency effect for this particular image that is getting displayed on the browser. Now guys, apart from this, we also can provide the text on the image. So what we can do is, let's say we want to provide the text, that is another div tag over here inside the container. So we will say div followed by the class name that is text over here, and simply we are going to say simple text in this case. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, the simple text is getting displayed over here after the image, but we want to display it on the image over here somewhere at the top left corner. So guys, what we can do is, first of all, let us remove this margin equal to auto and display equal to block property, so that the image is getting displayed at the left of the screen over here. So as you can see, the image is getting displayed right now at the left of the screen, and we only want this text to be displayed at the top left direction over here on the image. So simply for the container class, that is the div tag, which is the parent tag over here for both the image and the other div tag over here, we need to provide the position property as relative. So simply we will say container, and then for this container we will provide the position property over here as relative in this case. So guys, basically we have the position property as relative, and for the image we will provide the position property as absolute, and for the other div tag that is having the simple text, we will also provide the position property as relative. So over here we have the class name, that is text in this case, and then we say position, it is equal to absolute over here and not relative. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, both the image and the simple text is now getting displayed, and the top and the left CSS property for both these tags right now is 0 over here. Now simply we can provide the top and left CSS property in order to provide certain spacing for this text. So what we can do is, inside the dot text over here, we will provide the top as 5 pixels and also the left as 5 pixels over here. You can also provide percentages as well. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. As you can see, there is certain spacing at the top and at the left as well. Let us provide the percentages instead of pixels so that we get more spacing over here. So when we reload this page, as you can see, we are getting the simple text at the top left corner of this particular image. So guys, in this way you can provide the different CSS properties for the image in order to style them based on your requirements. Now guys, apart from this, we also have something called as image filters over here. So simply inside the img tag, we can simply provide the filter CSS property, and then as you can see, there are different methods that you can use and provide the different values as well. So let's say we have the brightness function that we are going to use. So let us increase the brightness to 150. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the brightness is increasing now. So guys, we have provided the opacity as 0.3. Let us provide the opacity as 1. So as you can see, this has increased the brightness right now. So guys, when we provide the brightness equal to 2 over here inside the parenthesis, and when we reload this page, as you can see, the brightness of the image is increasing. Apart from this, there are many other methods that you can use. We can also use the blur effect over here. So let us check that as well. So if we provide 2 pixels of blur effect, as you can see, there is blur effect to some extent for this particular image. So guys, you can use any of the methods that is provided by the filter over here in order to style your images based on your project requirements. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is image hover overlay in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see image hover overlay in CSS. So guys, basically we will create an overlay effect on image hover using CSS with the help of examples. So let us move to the VS Code over here, and simply we are going to remove the previous lines of code that we have written in the HTML and the CSS files. Now guys, over here we will define the div tag with the class container, and inside this container we are going to have the image. So let us provide certain sample image over here that I have already downloaded, that is the sample forest image.jpg file, which is present in the same directory where this HTML file is present. And then guys, for the alt attribute, simply we are going to say test image. This text will be displayed when the image is not getting displayed properly on the browser. Now guys, apart from this, we will also define certain CSS properties for this img tag over here inside the CSS file. So let's say we have the img tag in this case, and simply we are going to set the width as 300 pixels and also the height as 300 pixels over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, this is the image that is getting displayed right now. Now guys, what we are going to do is, when we get the mouse cursor on this image, we need to get another div tag that will be displayed on top of this image with a certain background color and a sample text. So guys, let us move to the VS Code over here, and simply inside the HTML file we are also going to define the div tag with the class that is text over here, and simply we will have the sample text that is hello world in this case. So guys, basically this text will be displayed with the help of the background color on top of the image that we have already displayed on the web browser. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. As you can see, currently we are simply getting the text at the bottom of this image right now. So guys, we are going to set certain CSS properties. So first of all, we will use the container class over here for the div tag, and simply we are going to use it inside the CSS file. So for this container div tag, we will set the position equal to relative over here, and then after this we need to have the position equal to absolute for the img tag as well. So over here we will say absolute, and also we will set the CSS property for this div tag as well. So we will use the text class in this case, and inside the CSS file we use this class name that is text, for which the position must be equal to absolute. So guys, we have set the position equal to absolute for img tag and the div tag that is having the class name that is text over here. Now apart from this, we will also set the top and the left CSS property as 0 over here for the div tag that is having the class text. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, the text is now getting displayed on top of the image right now. Now guys, apart from this, we also want to set the width and height for this particular div tag that is text over here. So simply we will set the width as 300 pixels, which is same as the width of image, and also the height must be same as that of the image. So again we will set the height as 300 pixels over here. Apart from this, we will also set the background color as well. So let's say we have the background color as aqua in this case. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, the div tag is now completely covering the image that we have displayed. Now guys, we also want the hello world text to be displayed at the center of this div tag. So what we can do is simply we will use the text align CSS property and set the value as center, which will help us in order to get the text at the center of the div tag as far as horizontal alignment is concerned. So we have got the text over here, and then in order to get the text at the center of this div tag, we can simply use the line height CSS property. So over here we can set the line height to 300 pixels, which is the actual height of the div tag. So over here we have set the value of line height as 300 pixels. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have got the text that is hello world at the center of the div tag. Now guys, what we want to do is when we get the mouse cursor on the image that is behind this div tag, we need to make this div tag visible so we can see the overlay effect. So in this case, simply we are going to set the opacity equal to 0 right now, so that by default the div tag that is having the text class is not getting displayed. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, we get the image that is getting displayed on the web browser. Now guys, what we have to do is simply we have to use the container class over here. So we will use this class in this case, and we need to use the pseudo class that is hover right now. So when we get the mouse cursor on this div tag, we need to get the other div tag that is having the text over here. So we need to use another class name that is text in this case. So we use dot followed by text. So on mouse hover on this particular main container, the dot text class that is the div tag must be displayed. So in this case, we need to set the opacity equal to 1. So basically it is going to change from opacity equal to 0 to 1 over here, and we need to make this transition within 1 second. So guys, basically we will use the transition as well with the CSS property that is opacity and the time period of 1 second over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. Now if we get the mouse cursor on the image, as you can see, we are getting the overlay effect over here, which is displaying the hello world text. So guys, in this way we can simply provide the overlay effect in this case when we get the mouse cursor on this particular div tag over here, which is displaying the image right now. So guys, based on your project requirements, you can also create your own overlay effect on top of the image or any other HTML element, as we have seen in this particular video. Comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is image reflection in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see image reflection in CSS. So guys, basically the box reflect property is used to create an image reflection, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. The value of the box reflect property can be below, above, left or right. So guys, let us move to the VS Code over here, and simply we are going to include an image inside the container. So guys, we have the div tag over here, and the class that we are going to set is the container in this case, and then inside this we are going to have the img tag over here. So guys, basically we are going to create an original image and we are going to create a reflection of that original image. So for example, we are going to have the sample forest image that is present in the same directory where we have saved this index.html file. So we are going to select this particular jpg file over here, that is the image file, and we are going to set the alt attribute as test image over here. Let me just save this file now and let us see how it looks like on the browser. So when we reload this page on the browser, as you can see, this is the image that is getting displayed over here. Now guys, we can set the width and height of this particular image in the CSS file. So over here in the VS Code, we are going to move to the style.css file in this case, and simply we are going to set the img tag and set the width and height CSS property for this particular image. So guys, let us say we have 400 pixels as width and 300 pixels as height over here. So basically we are going to set these width and height parameters. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the image. Let us reduce the size little bit so that we can see the reflection properly. So we are going to set the width as 300 pixels and height as 200 pixels over here. So as you can see, this is the image that is getting displayed, which is the original image in this case. Now guys, we want the image reflection to be displayed on the right of this image. So what we can do is simply we can use the box reflect CSS property. So let us move to the style.css file over here, and we are going to set the box reflect CSS property in this case. So guys, basically this is the CSS property that we are going to use, and we can set any of the 4 values. As you can see, we have above, below, left and right. Guys, it is very important to note that some of the browser versions does not support this box reflect CSS property. So you need to test on different versions of the browser if you are implementing this box reflect CSS property on production environment. So let us say we want the reflection to be present on the right hand side. So we select this right value over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. You can see that this is the original image and the right hand side of the image is somewhere over here. But when we reload this page, as you can see, this is the reflection that is occurring of the original image now. So guys, this is the image reflection that we can see for the sample image that we have displayed on the browser. Over here on the left hand side, you can see that there is a tree in the image, and the same thing can be seen over here on the right hand side in the reflection of the image. Now guys, we can also set the border radius for this particular image. So let us say we set the border radius to 50% so that the image is displayed in a circular shape. So let us provide the border radius of 50% in this case for this particular img tag. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have a circular shape image. It is not exactly the circle, since the width and height of this particular image is not having the same value, and it is looking like an ellipse shape over here. But guys, the main thing is this is the way that you can display the reflection of any of the images that you want to display on your web browser. Now guys, apart from this, we can also display the image on the bottom of this particular original image. So let us check that as well. What we are going to do is we will decrease the width and height. So let's say we have 200 pixels of width and 150 pixels of height in this case, and then what we are going to do is instead of having the box reflect as right, we are going to say below as the value over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have this original image on the top, and then at the bottom we have the reflection of this image. Now guys, similarly you can also set the reflection to be displayed on the left and above the original image. So I'll leave this up to you as a homework for you so that you can practice on your own. In order to check the image reflection on the left, you need to get the image at the center or at the right of the screen. So how you can do that? that basically the display property of the image is set as inline by default. So you can set it as block element, and then simply you can provide the margin equal to auto property over here, and then simply you can set the value of margin CSS property as auto. So guys, this will help us in order to display the image at the center of the screen. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the image is now getting displayed at the center of the screen, and in order to get this image reflection on the left of the original image, what we can do is simply instead of below we can set the value as left. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, this is the image reflection that is appearing on the left. So guys, similarly you can set the value of above as the image reflect CSS property, as the box reflect CSS property. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is object fit property in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see object fit property in CSS. So guys, basically the CSS object fit property is used to specify how an image or the video should be resized to fit its container, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. We are going to see how we can set the image fit property for the img tag over here. So guys, there are various values for the object fit property in CSS. The default value for the object fit is fill. The image is resized to fill the given dimension over here, and if necessary the image will be stretched or squeezed to fit. So guys, let us check this with the help of example in VS Code over here. We will remove the previous lines of code that we had written in the HTML and the CSS files in this case, and then simply we are going to have the div with the class container over here. Now guys, inside this container we are going to set the img tag in this case, and we are going to take the sample image that is already present in our directory where we have saved the HTML and the CSS files over here. Now guys, apart from this we will also set the alt attribute as test image in this case. Let me just save this file now, and apart from this we will also set the style for the img tag so that we can set the width and height properties for the image. So guys, let us say we have 300 pixels as width in this case and 200 pixels as height for the img. So guys, let me just set the width and height over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, this is the image that is getting displayed over here. Now guys, since the image is present inside the container, let us provide certain background color for the container as well apart from the padding property. So what we will do is for the div tag that is having the class container over here, we will set certain CSS properties. So guys, let me just copy this class name over here. So we use the dot character followed by the class name, and then what we will do is we will have the background color as yellow color over here, and then apart from this, since the display value is block by default for the div container, we are going to set the display as inline over here, and then apart from this we will also set the padding as 20 pixels. So guys, these CSS properties will help us in order to see the background color of the container as yellow apart from the image that is already present inside this container. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we are getting some background color for this particular div tag as well. Now guys, instead of setting the display as inline, we will set it as inline block over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have some kind of spacing over here after the image because of the padding property that we have already set to 20 pixels in this case. Now guys, we will see the different values of the object fit property while we are setting it to the img tag over here. So let us move to the style.css file in this case, and then we are going to set the object fit CSS property as fill over here, which is the default value in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. You will notice that there is no change right now. That's because this is the default value of the object fit CSS property. Now guys, apart from this, we have the second value that is cover, in which case the image keeps its aspect ratio and fills the given dimension. The image will be clipped to fit over here. So guys, let us check this as well. So inside the style.css file, we will set the value as cover over here, and let us see what will be the changes on the image. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, there is no change right now. That's because the width and height of this image has been set in such a way that the cover value will not make any changes over here. So guys, what we will do is let us decrease the width of this particular image to 200 pixels over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the cover value of the object fit CSS property is helping us in order to scale the image in such a way that the entire image can be seen within the width and height that we have already set. Now guys, apart from this, we also have something called as contain, in which case the image keeps its aspect ratio but is resized to fit within the given dimension. So guys, let us check this as well. So what will happen when we set the value as contain over here? Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. If you notice, the entire image is getting displayed over here. The entire width has been taken up by the image, but the height of the image is reduced. So guys, what will happen is the original image is getting displayed over here to the max width or the max height in such a way that no information should be lost while displaying the image. So guys, you can use this particular value, that is contain, for the object fit. Apart from this, we have the next value, that is none, in which case the image is not resized over here. So guys, let us check that as well. What will happen over here when we set it as none? So when we set the value as none, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, the image is of original size, and then within this particular width and height, the specific region of the image is getting displayed. So guys, in this way, the none value works for the object fit over here. And then apart from this, we have the last value, that is scale down. The image is scaled down to the smallest version of none or contain. So guys, either the none value or the contain value will be used when we use the scale down values. So let us check this as well. So over here, we can set it to scale down in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the contain value is getting used over here and the entire image is getting displayed for the width and height that we have already set. Now guys, in this case, the width has been 200 pixels, but the height that is being used over here is less compared to 200 pixels that we have used, since the entire image is getting displayed over here without any loss of information. So guys, in this way, you can use the different values of the object fit CSS properties based on your requirements. So comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is object position property in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see object position property in CSS. So guys, basically the CSS object position property is used to specify how an image or the video should be positioned within its container, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. Now guys, previously we have seen that the object fit CSS property has one of the values, that is cover over here, in which case the image will be displayed in such a way that only partial image will be displayed as far as the width and height is concerned for that particular image container. Now guys, along with this object fit equal to cover, we can use the object position property in CSS in order to display the specific region of the image that we want to display, and this we are going to check with the help of examples. So let us move to the VS Code over here. So simply I am going to remove the previous lines of code inside the style.css file, and inside the HTML file we have the div tag with the class container over here, and inside this we have the sample image with the help of the img tag over here. Now guys, what we will do is we will have certain styling for this particular container and the img tag as well. So before that, let us see how the page looks like over here. So as you can see, this is the original image that is getting displayed over here on the web page. Now guys, let us provide the width and height for this image, and for the container as well we are going to set certain CSS properties. So first of all, we will set the CSS properties for the container, in which case we will set the background color as yellow color over here, and then apart from this we will have the display property as inline block in this case, and then we will also have the padding property and the value will be 20 pixels. And then guys, apart from this we will have the img tag for which we are going to set the CSS properties over here. So let us say we have the width of 300 pixels in this case and a height of 200 pixels. So guys, we have set the width and height of the image as well over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the image that is getting displayed over here. Now guys, let us reduce the width of this particular image to 100 pixels instead of 300 pixels over here. So basically inside the style.css file, we will reduce the width to 100 pixels in such a way that it is less than the height of the image. Let us see how the image looks like. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, by default the object fit CSS property is fill over here, which is trying to fit the entire image within this particular width, that is 100 pixels in this case. So guys, what we will do is, instead of having the image fit in this particular width, only the portion, that is this particular part over here, you can see that there is a bridge inside this image. We will only display that bridge over here within the 100 pixels of the width. So what we have to do is simply we will set the object fit CSS property to cover in this case. So guys, basically we will use this object fit and the value that we are going to set is cover over here. Let us see how the image will look like now. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Notice that the entire image is getting displayed right now over here, since the default value is fill, but we have set the value as cover now. So when we reload this page, as you can see, only the bridge is getting displayed over here. So guys, in this way you can set the object fit CSS property as cover in order to display only the portion of that particular image. Now guys, this is the middle portion of the image. What if you want to see the right portion or the left portion of the image? So in this case, we are going to use the object position property, in which case the specific portion of the image can be displayed. So guys, let us check that as well. So inside the style.css file, after the object fit, we will have the object position CSS property, and simply we are going to set the percentages over here. So we are going to set 80%, and after this space character we are going to set the 100% in this case. So basically this will help us in order to see the right portion, that is the right part of the image. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the right hand side of the image. This is the right part of the bridge that we were able to see just now. And then when we reduce the number from 80% to let's say 70%, we will be able to see the left hand side of this image to some extent. So when we change it to 70% over here, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. It has come slightly to the left over here. Guys, similarly we can see the extreme left of the image as well. So let us say we set the 70% to 15% in this case. So this will help us in order to see the left side of the image. So when we save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser, so as you can see, this is the left hand side of the image that is getting displayed right now. So guys, in this way you can easily set the object position CSS property in order to set the exact portion or the exact part of the image that you want to display on the screen based on your project requirements. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is mask image property in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see mask image property in CSS. So guys, basically the CSS mask image property specifies a mask layer image, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. The mask layer image can be a PNG image or an SVG image, a CSS gradient or an SVG mask element. So guys, out of all these we are going to check the CSS gradient example over here, in which case on top of the original image we are going to create a mask image over here. Now guys, it is very important to note that most browsers only have partial support for CSS masking. You will need to use the WebKit prefix in addition to the standard property in most of the browsers. So this testing part you have to handle while you are implementing the mask image property based on your project requirements. So guys, let us move to the examples over here. So in the VS Code, what we are going to do is we will remove the previous lines of code that we had written in the HTML and the CSS files over here. Now guys, what we are going to do is we will simply create a div tag with the class container over here, and then after this we are going to create the img tag inside this div tag over here, and then we will set the sample image that we already have inside the directory where the HTML and the CSS files are present. And then for the alt attribute we will set the text as test image. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, this is the original image over here. Let us set the width and height for this particular image. So we will use the img tag over here, and let's say we have the square image in this case. So we will set the width as 300 pixels and also the height as 300 pixels over here. So guys, basically we have set the width and height of this image in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, this is the square image that is getting displayed. Now guys, in order to display the mask image on top of this particular original image, simply we can use the linear gradient or the radial gradient as well, apart from the other images that you can set as the mask image. So guys, let us check the example of linear gradient first of all. So inside the style.css file over here, for the div tag which is having the class container, we are going to set the CSS property. So guys, over here we have the dot character followed by the class name, and then the property that we are going to use is mask image over here, and then we will set the value as linear gradient, and then we need to provide the color. So guys, basically one side of the image need to be transparent in this case. So what we will do is, let us say we want the top side of the image to be transparent and the bottom side to be having the original colors. So guys, what we will do is, first of all we will set the value as transparent in this case followed by comma, and then we have the black color over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, some kind of transparency is added as a mask over here on top of the original image. So guys, this is the functionality of the mask image CSS property. It helps us in order to create a mask on top of the original image. Let us say we want this transparency at the bottom of the image. So simply we need to revert the changes. That first of all we need to set the color that is black over here, and then after this the second parameter can be transparent in this case. Let me just save this file now, and notice that the transparency is at the top right now, but it will come at the bottom when we reload this page. So when we reload this page, as you can see at the bottom there is a transparency that is added to this particular original image with the help of the mask layer. Now guys, apart from this we can also set the radial gradient value for the mask image. So let us check that as well. So what we have to do is, instead of having the linear gradient over here, simply we will use the radial gradient, and in this case let us provide the shape as circle over here, and then let us say we have the black portion of 50% and then followed by the RGBA component, in which case we will set the alpha component over here. So guys, we have 0 0 and then 0 once again for the RGB value, and then we will have 0.5 over here, and let's say we have the percentage as 50% in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the mask layer that can be displayed with the help of the radial gradient. So guys, over here we can decrease the percentage of the black component over here. So let's say we set it as 30%, and also we will increase the width of the image. So let us say we set it to 500 pixels over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So to some extent we can see the radial gradient over here, and then after setting the black component as 20% and RGBA component to 10% over here, we can see that there's a radial gradient as a mask layer on top of the original page, and we can see this circle at the right side of the image. So guys, in this way you can provide the mask layer for any of the original images based on your project requirements. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is button styling in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see button styling in CSS. So guys, basically we will use the different CSS properties in order to style the buttons. So first of all we are going to see how the default button looks like on the web browser. So guys, let us move to the VS Code over here, and simply in the HTML file we are going to have a simple button tag over here, and then for this particular button tag we are going to have the text that is default in this case, after which we are going to have a line break over here. So guys, we have the default text for this button. Let us see how it looks like on the web browser. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, this is the default button that appears on most of the browsers over here. Now guys, in most of the projects you will have to provide certain CSS properties in order to modify the look and feel of the button that you want to display. So guys, over here we are going to cover the various types of buttons. As you can see, we have the button color over here first of all, so let us check that as well. So after this particular default button, let us have the div tag, inside which we will have our customized buttons for which we will apply the CSS properties. So guys, over here we will set the button with the class that is background color, that is blue over here. So guys, basically we are setting the class name that is BG blue in this case, and then we will set the text as blue for this particular button. And then apart from this, we will also have the buttons with other colors as well. So we will have the blue, green and red color buttons over here. So simply we are going to set the class names as BG blue, BG green and then BG red over here, and the text that we are going to set is green and red in this case. So guys, basically these are the three buttons that will be displayed on the web browser, and they are present inside the div tag over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Notice that all these buttons are displayed in the default way. That's because we have not provided any of the CSS properties to these buttons. So guys, what we are going to do is inside the style.css file that is linked to this particular HTML file over here, we are going to provide certain common CSS properties for the buttons that are present inside the div tag. So after the div tag, we are going to provide the button over here, after which we are going to set certain properties. So let's say we provide the margin property as 10 pixels over here, and then apart from this we are also going to set the padding property as 10 pixels over here, and then we are also going to have the color as white color in this case, so that the text for all these buttons are displayed in the white color. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Notice that all these properties are applied to these buttons which are present inside the div tag over here. Now one by one we are going to set the background colors for all these buttons in this case. So guys, simply we are going to set the CSS properties for all these buttons, before which we are going to set the border equal to none for all these buttons, so that we don't see these black color borders that you can see right now. So guys, let us set the background color for all these buttons with the help of the class name over here. So first of all we have the BG blue class, in which case we are going to set the background color as blue color over here. Similarly, we are going to set the green and red color background for the classes that is BG green and BG red in this case. So guys, over here we are going to set the background color as green, and for the other class that is BG red, we are going to set the background color as red in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, these are the buttons with the different background color that we have provided with the help of the CSS properties, and you can see that there is a default button as well over here, which is looking less attractive compared to the other buttons for which we have provided the CSS properties. So guys, this is the way that you can provide the background color for the different buttons over here. Now apart from this, when we get the cursor on these buttons, we need to change the cursor to hand tool. So what we can do is, for all the buttons in this case that are present inside the div tag, we are going to set the cursor CSS property to the value that is pointer over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So when we get the cursor on the button, as you can see, it has been converted to the hand tool over here. So in this way you can set the cursor property as well. Now guys, apart from this, let us also see how we can set the button font size. So let us move to the HTML file first of all, and what we will do is we will copy these lines of code once again, and this time we are going to change the class name in order to set the font size over here. So let's say we have the font size of 12 pixels first of all, and then we have the font size of 16 pixels, which is the default font size for the button, and then we have the font size of 20 pixels over here. And then guys, for the text part, instead of blue we are going to have 12 pixels in this case, and then apart from this, for the screen we are going to say 16 pixels, which is the font size, and then for the red we are going to have 20 pixels over here. So we are going to have all these buttons with different different font sizes. And then apart from this, we will also have the background colors for all these buttons. So guys, simply we are going to set the BG blue for the first button, and then followed by BG green in this case for the second button, and then over here we will set BG red for the third button over here. So guys, in order to apply the CSS properties from multiple classes, you can provide the different classes inside the class attribute over here, which should be separated with the space character in this way. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Notice that we have got all the background colors for these buttons, but the font size is not set so far. So what we are going to do is we will set the font size using this font 12, font 16 and font 20 classes inside the CSS file. So guys, over here after this we are going to set the font size equal to 12 for this particular class. So simply we are going to set the font size CSS property to 12 pixels over here, and then similarly we are going to set the 16 pixels and 20 pixels font size. So over here we have font 16, it is equal to 16 pixels, and then we have font 20, it is equal to 20 pixels over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have 12 pixels, 16 pixels and then 20 pixels font size for all these respective buttons over here. Now guys, apart from this, we can also have the rounded buttons as well. So what we will do is simply we are going to copy these lines of code once again over here, and then what we are going to do is instead of having the font classes over here, we will have the class that starts with round over here. So guys, basically we have round 5, which will set the border radius as 5 pixels over here, and then we have the round 10, and then we will have the round 50, in which case we are going to set it as 50% in this case. So guys, over here we will set it as 5 pixels so that we can identify that this is the button with the border radius as 5 pixels, and then we have 10 pixels over here, and then in this case we will have 50% over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, we have all the buttons in this case, but we need to provide the border radius to all these classes. So what we are going to do is we will copy this round 5 over here, and then inside the style.css file we will have this class name that is round 5, and then for this class we are going to set the border radius, which will be equal to 5 pixels over here. Similarly, we will copy this line of code for the round 10 and the round 50 classes as well, for which case we are going to set the border radius as 10 pixels and then 50% respectively. So guys, over here we have set the border radius properties as well. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, this is the 5 pixel border radius, and then followed by the 10 pixel border radius for this button, and then this is the 50% border radius, which means approximately it will be a circular button over here when the width and the height of the button is same. So guys, in this way you can set the border radius for a specific button based on your requirements. And then apart from this, we will also have the colored button borders. So guys, so far we have provided the colors inside the button, but what we are going to do is we will have the button color, that is the background color, as white, but these colors will be the border colors for these buttons. So guys, let us check that as well. So what we will do is simply I am going to copy these lines of code over here once again, and then we will remove the class names over here from all these buttons. So we will set the border as blue over here, and then apart from this we will set the border as green for the second button. So let me just quickly set the border green class name, and then the last button will have the border red class name, and then we will set the text as blue, green and red respectively. So guys, over here we have set the buttons with the border blue, border green and the border red class name. So what we have to do is we need to set the background color as white for all these buttons, and then we are going to set the border color for these buttons. So let me just copy this class name, and then inside the style.css file over here, simply we are going to provide the CSS properties for these class names. So first of all, border blue, it will have the background color as white color over here, and then we need to set the border. So let's say we set the border as 1 pixel, which will be of the solid type in this case, and then the color should be blue color over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and let us see how it looks like on the web browser. So on the browser, let me just reload this page. as you can see, we have the border color as the blue color over here, but guys, we are not able to see the text because it is of the color white by default. So we need to change the color to black as well. So guys, over here we are going to set the color as black once again, and since this particular color property is having the black color over here for this border blue, so this black color will be implemented and it will override the previous value, that is color equal to white, that we had set for the button tag over here. That's because the recent color that we are setting is black in this case. So guys, always remember, whatever the recent CSS property is applied to any of the classes or the tags, that particular CSS property will be implemented or used when that HTML element is displayed on the web browser. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have this blue color button that is getting displayed. Similarly, we need to display the green and the red color buttons as well. So we are going to copy these lines of code and change the colors to green and red over here. So we have the classes border green, and over here instead of having the blue color border, we will have the green color border over here, and then for the border red class, we are going to have the red color border over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the blue, green and red buttons in this case, for which the background color is white and the border colors are blue, green and red respectively. So guys, in this way, instead of having the background colors, you can also have the border colors and your buttons will look attractive on the website. Now guys, apart from this, we can also have the hoverable buttons. So over here, what we are going to do is, when the user gets the mouse cursor on these buttons over here, we want to change its background color to that same color. So let's say when the user gets the mouse cursor on this blue button over here, so the background color should be set as blue and the font color should be set as white. So what we can do is, simply for this border blue class, we need to define the pseudo class, that is hover. So guys, simply we are going to copy this border blue class name followed by colon, and then on hover event, which is the pseudo class, we need to set the background color as blue color in this case. So basically we are setting the background color as blue and we want to set the color as white so that the text color can be displayed properly on this particular background color that is set as blue. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So by default, as you can see, this is the button that is getting displayed, but when the user gets the mouse cursor on this blue button over here, the background color is getting updated. So guys, in this way you can set the hover effect on the green and the red buttons as well. So let us do that as well quickly. So simply we are going to copy these lines of code, and over here instead of having the blue, we are going to have the border green class name, for which the background color should be green color over here, and for the border red hover event, we are going to have the background color as red in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. When we get the mouse cursor on green button, you can see that the background color is updated to green, and the red button, the background color is updated to red. In this way we can have the hover effect on the buttons as well, based on the CSS properties that we have seen by using the hover event over here. Now guys, apart from this, we can also have the shadow for the buttons. So let us create another button over here with the class button shadow. So guys, let me just change the class name to btn, and then we have shadow over here, and basically we are going to change the text to shadow button in this case. So guys, we have another button, that is shadow button over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So this is the button that is getting displayed over here. Let us change the CSS properties for this button shadow. So let me just copy this class name and then paste this over here after the dot character, and what we are going to do is, we will set the background color as aqua color over here. We will set the text color as black color in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have this shadow button over here. Now guys, in order to create the shadow for this button, we can simply use the box shadow CSS property. So over here inside the button shadow class, we will have the box shadow CSS CSS property, and first of all we will have to set the horizontal shadow. So let's say we have 2 pixels of horizontal shadow and then 2 pixels of vertical shadow, and then we need to provide the blur effect. So let's say 5 pixels of blur effect and the color of the shadow that we want to display. So let's say we have the black color over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the black color shadow that is getting displayed over here. Apart from this, we can also have the multiple shadows. So after the black color, we can provide comma, and then let's say we provide 0 pixels for horizontal and vertical shadow, and then for the blur effect, let's say we provide 20 pixels of blur effect over here. And then apart from this, let us say we have the color of the shadow as blue after this black color shadow. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. You will notice that after this black color shadow, there will be the blue color shadow that will be displayed for this particular shadow button. So when we reload this page, you can see that there is a blue color shadow that is getting displayed over here, which is making this button look more attractive on the web page. So guys, this is the way that you can provide the shadow effect for the button and the other effects as well based on the CSS properties that we have seen so far for the button HTML element. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is pagination in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see pagination in CSS. So guys, basically pagination helps to display the limited results on the web page across the various pages in the same view, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. We will see how we can create the pagination section so that the user can navigate through the different pages on the same view on the web page. So guys, first of all, let us see how we can create the simple pagination. So let us move to the VS Code over here, and simply we are going to create a div tag with the class pagination in this case. So guys, we have the div tag with the class pagination over here, and let us add certain links in this case so that the user can click on that link in order to navigate through the different pages. So guys, over here we have the a tag with the href attribute. We can provide the hash character over here, and simply we are going to number the pages. So guys, this is the first page, and so on we are going to create more pages over here. So as you can see, we have created the pagination div tag over here, and it is having 7 links in this case. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser, and let us see how it looks like. So as you can see, these are the links that the user can navigate to. Now guys, we can also add the previous and the next arrows over here. So simply I'm going to copy this line of code in this case, and then what we will do is we will use the special character in this case. So guys, we have the special character that is less than symbol, which will be displayed twice, and then at the end as well we are going to create another special character over here. So guys, this special character will be the greater than symbol, which will be displayed twice. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, these are the arrows over here, that is the less than symbol and the greater than symbol, which will represent the previous and the next pages that the user want to navigate to. Now guys, apart from this, let us get this pagination at the center of the page. So what we will do is we will have another div tag over here, and then we will have the class as a center in this case, and then we will end this div tag after the pagination tag over here. So guys, simply we are enclosing this pagination tag inside another div tag, and then in this case we will align the text at the center. So guys, let us move to the style.css file over here, and simply we are going to have the class name that is center in this case, and then we are going to say text align it is equal to center. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, these are the pages inside the pagination div tag. Now guys, we can also remove this text decoration which is coming by default over here. So simply we are going to move to the style.css file in this case, and then inside the pagination we need to go to the a tag over here. So simply we will say pagination class in this case, and then inside this we have the a tag, and then what we will do is we will have the text decoration as none. Also we will provide certain padding over here. So let's say we have a padding of 5 pixels so that there is enough space in between the page numbers. So let me just save this file now now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, now the pagination is looking more decent over here. Apart from that, we can also have the color for all these text. So let's say we have the black color instead of the default blue color for the link. So as you can see, we have provided the black color text for all the pages inside this pagination. Now guys, apart from this, we can also have the hoverable pagination, in which case when the user hovers over one of the pages over here, the background color can be updated so that the user gets the feedback that is the page number that he or she wants to click. So guys, what we have to do is simply inside the pagination, we need to have the pseudo element that is hover. So guys, inside the pagination class, we have the a tag, and for this we are going to create the hover pseudo class over here. So guys, what we want to do is we need to change the background color. So let's say we want to change the background color to aqua over here. So basically, when the user gets the mouse cursor on this a tag, so the hover pseudo class will help us in order to update the background color to aqua. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. And when the user gets the mouse cursor on these pages, as you can see, we are getting the background color updated to aqua over here. So guys, this is the hoverable pagination that we can create based on our project requirement. And then when the user clicks on any of the specific links, simply you can provide the required href attribute over here, the URL that you want to call based on the page number that the user has clicked on. So guys, this is the way that the pagination will work. Apart from this, we can also have the active page color over here. So let's say the second page is active right now. So what we can do is simply we will have the class over here and we will say active as the value for this class, and simply when the user clicks on any of the pages, you can set the class for that particular page as active and remove the class from this particular active page over here. So guys, what we have to do is inside the style.css file, simply we need to update the background color for this specific page, that is second, which is having the class equal to active. So guys, what we are going to do is simply I'm going to copy these lines of code over here, and then inside the pagination we will have a tag which is going to have the active class over here. So I'm going to remove this hover pseudo element and simply we will say a dot active in this case. So guys, basically whatever CSS properties that we provide inside this particular selector, it will be only applied to the a tag that is having the class active. So guys, what we want to do is, let's say we want to update the background color as green yellow over here for the page that is active. So currently we have made the second page as active over here. So let us see how it looks like. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the active page right now, and when the user goes to the other pages over here on hover, the background color is getting updated in this case. So guys, in this way you can also have the active page color. Apart from this, you can also have the hoverable transition effect. So guys, in this case on hover there is no transition currently, but we can provide the transition so that there is certain kind of animation that the user experiences. So guys, over here we can use the transition CSS property, and then simply we can use the background color because that is the CSS property that we are changing on hover event, and then we need to provide the timing. So let's say we provide 0.5 seconds in this case. So guys, basically what will happen is there is no background color by default for the a tag, but we are changing the background color on hover event. So that background color will be updated to the aqua color within the time span of 0.5 second instead of 0 seconds which was present by default. So guys, let me just save this file now. You will experience that the background color of the a tag will be updated to aqua with some transition. So let us reload this page once again on the browser, and when we get the mouse cursor over here, as you can see, there is certain transition that is fade in and fade out of the background color for all these a tags over here, which is nothing but it is representing the pages inside this pagination. So guys, you can have the transition effect over here, and then apart from this you can also have the bordered pagination in this case. So guys, basically we have not provided any borders to all these pages. So what we will do is simply inside the a tag we can have the border CSS property as well. So when we provide border of let's say 1 pixel of the type solid, we can provide the color as gray color over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, all the pages are now getting the borders over here, but guys, there is a space in between all the borders for all these pages. So what we can do is simply we can use the float property in this case, and the value should be left over here. Let me just save this file now. So this is used in order to remove the border spacing in between the two borders of these these pages. And when we reload this page, so as you can see, there is no more spacing between the borders of all these pages over here. So guys, in this way you can apply the borders as well, and this type of pagination is looking more decent over here along with the borders and the hoverable effect in this case. Now guys, apart from this, you can also apply multiple other CSS properties to all the pages inside your pagination div tag. You can have the rounded pagination as well, in which case you will be using the border radius, and you can also provide the space in between the link by using the margin property. So guys, I'll leave this up to you as a homework for you so that you can practice on your own, and based on your project requirements you can apply any of the CSS properties for all the pages inside your pagination. So comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is multiple columns in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see multiple columns in CSS. So guys, basically the CSS multi-column layout allows an easy definition of the multiple columns of text, just like the text inside the newspapers. So guys, this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. It is very important to note that some of the older browser versions might not support the column properties. So it is very important that you test the implementation of these column CSS properties on the various browsers when you are going to deploy your code on production. So guys, first of all we are going to see what is column count over here, which is one of the CSS properties in order to apply the column layout in CSS. So let us move to the VS Code over here, and simply I am going to remove the previous lines of code that we had written in the HTML and the CSS files over here. Now guys, simply we are going to create a div tag with the class newspaper over here, and above that we are going to have the h1 heading tag, and we can say that below is the newspaper. So guys, over here we are creating the layout similar to a newspaper over here, which will have multiple columns, and then inside this, let us say we have some random text that is getting generated. So over here we are going to create the random text in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser to see how it looks like. So as you can see, this is the random text that is getting generated over here. We are first of all having the h1 tag that is displaying below is the newspaper statement, and then we have the simple random text that is generated. Now guys, if we want this random text that is generated to be divided into multiple columns in the same web browser, so what we can do is simply we can provide the column CSS property to this div tag. So what we have to do is we will use the class name over here, and inside the style.css file we will provide dot followed by the newspaper, that is the class name, and simply we can use the column count CSS property. So guys, this particular column count CSS property helps us to specify how many columns we want to divide this particular div tag to. So let's say we want 3 columns out of this entire text over here. So simply we provide the value of 3 to this column count. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, these are the column numbers, that is 3 columns can be displayed over here out of the div tag that we have created. Now guys, apart from this, you can also increase the column count. So let's say if you want 4 columns to be displayed, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. As you can see, this is first column, second column, third column, and fourth column. So the more the number of columns that you are going to increase, the lesser will be the width of each column, and that is how the column CSS property will work. Now guys, apart from this, there is another column property, that is column gap over here, which means the gap in between both these columns in this case. So guys, by default we have certain gap that is provided in between all the columns, but you can modify it with the help of the column gap. So in this case, what we will do is simply we are going to provide the column gap of, let's say, 10 pixels over here. Let me just save this file now. You will notice that this particular gap in between all the columns will get updated over here. When we reload this page, as you can see, the column gap got updated in this case. Let us increase the column gap to, let's say, 30 pixels over here. Let me just save this file now. The column gap will increase now in between all the columns. So So when we reload this page, as you can see, the gap between all the columns is increased, and in this way you can simply use the column gap CSS property as well. Apart from this, we have something called as column rule style. So guys, let us check that as well. So just like border style CSS property, we have something called as column rule style CSS property, which will help us in order to provide multiple values over here. So as you can see, similar to border style values, we have the values such as dash, dotted, double, groove, and so on. So simply we are going to provide the solid column rule style over here. So guys, basically what will happen is a simple line will be displayed in between all these columns over here when we say column rule style that is equal to solid. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is a simple line that is getting displayed over here, and in this case we have provided the solid value. Apart from this, we can also provide the dashed value as well. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, these are the dashed lines that are getting appeared in between the columns. So guys, this is the way you can set the column rule style over here. Apart from this, you can also set the column rule width and the column rule color. So let us check that as well. So simply we can say column rule width in this case, and let's say we want only the width of 1 pixel to be displayed as the line in between the columns. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So there is a very thin line that is getting displayed over here. Let us increase the width to 10 pixels, and when we reload this page, so as you can see, these are the dashed lines that are getting displayed over here in between the columns. And let us change the color as well. So for color, we will have column rule color in this case, and simply we will set the color as dark blue over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, this is the dark blue color that is getting displayed over here. We can also display some other color. So let's say we want yellow color to be displayed. So as you can see, this is the yellow color column rule that is getting displayed over here. Now guys, apart from all these, we can also have the shorthand property that is column over here. So instead of providing the style, width, and color separately, we can have the simple column rule CSS property, in which case we can provide the width first of all, followed by the style that is solid in this case, and let's say we want the color to be displayed as gray color over here. So simply we can provide the gray color for the column rule. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, these are the column rule, that is the lines that are getting displayed in between the columns based on the CSS property values that we have provided over here, and this is the shorthand property for all the column rule CSS property. Now guys, apart from this, we also have something called as column width. So guys, basically what we have done so far is we have provided the column count over here, in which case it was 4 right now. So you can also provide the column width in such a way that the number of columns will be calculated automatically. So in this case, we need to comment out the column count over here, and simply what we will do is, let's say we want each column width to be only of 100 pixels in this case. So when we say column width equal to 100 pixels, all the column width that are getting generated over here will have the width of 100 pixels in this case, and it depends on the content that how many columns will be generated. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have set the column width as 100 pixels over here, and due to which there are 6 columns that are getting generated. And if we increase the column width over here, so let's say we change the column width to 150 pixels, so each column will have the additional width, and that is why the number of columns will decrease now. So when we reload this page, as you can see, now we are getting 4 number of columns, and when we increase the width more, so let's say we provide 200 pixels of column width, and when we reload this page, as you can see, now we are getting 3 columns, since the entire content can be displayed within 3 columns when we have the column width of 200 pixels over here. So guys, this is the way that you can use the column width as well, and the other CSS properties related to column based on your project requirements. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is a resize property in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see resize property in CSS. So guys, basically the resize property specifies if and how an HTML element should be resizable by the user. So guys, sometimes based on your project requirements, you want the user to resize the text field or any other HTML element that is displayed on the user. So in that case, you can use the resize property in order to allow the user to resize the HTML element. It is very important to note that the overflow property is required to make use of resize property. So guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So simply I'm going to remove the previous lines of code that we have written in the HTML and the CSS files. Now guys, let us say we have the div tag over here, which is having certain random text that is getting generated in this case. So we have the lorem emmet abbreviation, and let's say we have 30 words over here that are getting displayed right now. Now guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser to see how it looks like. So as you can see, this is the text that is getting generated right now. So guys, what we will do is we will display this text inside the box which is having a specific width. So inside the style.css file over here, simply we are going to provide the div tag, and let's say it is having the width of 500 pixels in this case. And then apart from this, we will also have the border of, let's say, 1 pixel solid of the color gray in this case. So let us have the border of 1 pixel with the gray color, and then apart from this, we will also provide the padding of 10 pixels so that there is certain spacing in between the border and the content of this div tag. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have this div tag with the border and the content inside this div tag. Now guys, let's say we want the user to increase or decrease the width of this div tag. So what we can do is simply we can provide the resize property over here. So we have the resize CSS property in this case that can be used in order to increase the decrease the width, and when we say horizontal as the value, it will allow the user to change the width, and when we say vertical, it will allow the user to change the height of the HTML element. So let us say we provide the value as horizontal. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So notice that on the bottom right, we don't have anything which will allow the user to increase or decrease the width. So guys, why this is happening? Because we have not provided the overflow property which is required in order to make the use of resize property. So simply we are going to make use of the overflow property, and simply we can set the value as auto over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see on the bottom right, we can simply click and drag the border of this div tag in order to increase or decrease the width of this particular HTML element. So guys, in this way you can use the resize property over here. Now guys, apart from this, we can also have the value as vertical, in which case the user will be allowed to update the height of the div tag. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Now if you see, user will be able to increase or decrease the height of this particular div tag, and automatically there will be a scroll bar if the text is not getting displayed within the height of the div tag over here. So in this way you can provide the vertical value to the resize CSS property as well. And then apart from this, in order to have both, that is horizontal and vertical value, which means the user should be allowed to update the width and height as well of this HTML element, then simply you can provide the both value to the resize CSS property. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. Now if you see, the user will be able to increase the width as well as the height of this div tag, and automatically there will be a scroll bar that will appear when the content of the div tag is not within the borders of this particular div tag in this case. So guys, in this way simply you can use the resize property in order to allow the user to update the width and height of any HTML element based on your project requirement. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is variables in CSS using where function. So stay tuned. So now we will see variables in CSS using where function. So guys, basically the where function is used to insert the value of a CSS variable, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. A very good way to use the CSS variables is when it comes to the colors of your design. So instead of copying and pasting the same colors over and over again for the different CSS selectors, you can place them in the variables, and you can use the variable names of those colors and apply add those colors to the different selectors based on your project requirements. So guys, this is the syntax. As you can see, we first of all use the var keyword followed by 2 times hyphen, and then we have the name of the variable. Now guys, apart from this, we also have the second argument, that is value, which is optional. So basically name is required, in which case the variable name must start with the 2 dashes, and basically this is the name of the variable for which you have already set the specific value. Apart from this value is optional over here, which is the second argument. It is the fallback value which will be used if the variable is not found. So guys, you will be having the list of variables that you have already set, but let's say if this particular specific variable is not present in your list of variables, then you will be using this particular value that will be provided as the second argument. Now guys, let us check this with the help of examples in VS Code over here. So simply I am going to remove the previous lines of code that we have written in the HTML and the CSS files in this case. Now guys, simply we are going to have the div tag over here, and then we will have the lorem emmet abbreviation with 30 words over here, and then apart from this, let us say we have a test button in this case. So guys, simply we are going to use the button tag and we will say test button over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser to see how it looks like. So as you can see, this is the div tag that is having the random text that is getting generated, and then we have the test button over here. Now guys, let us provide certain CSS properties to the background, that is the body tag over here, and to the div tag and to the test button as well. So let us move to the style.css file in this case, and then simply for the body tag we will provide certain background color, and this time we will be using some dark background color over here. So it is a shade of gray color in this case, and then apart from this, for the div tag also we will have certain background color in this case. So guys, let us say we have the same color, but we are going to have a darker version of this particular color. So let me just adjust the color over here. So as you can see, we can set this particular background color. Apart from this, let us also set the padding of 10 pixels over here, and also we want to set the text color with the help of the color CSS property to the same value that is present as the background color for the body tag. So simply I am going to copy this particular color over here. Now guys, apart from this, what we will do is also for the text button as well, we will have the background color and the text color as well, same as the background color and the text color that we have set for the div tag. So simply I am going to copy these lines of code over here. Now guys, if you notice, the same colors are being used as the background color over here and for the text colors as well. And in case your project size grows and if you use the same color across multiple selectors, it will be very complex in order to maintain them. And in case if you want to update any of the colors, you will have to update them in all the locations. So let us see how it looks like on the browser first of all. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the background color for the body tag, and then for the div tag as well, we have the darker version of the background color for the div tag and the button as well, and then the lighter version of the color being used for the text color over here. Now guys, what we can do is, instead of providing the fixed colors inside all these CSS properties, simply we can provide the variables and set these values to those variables and use those variable names as the values for these CSS properties inside these CSS selectors. So guys, how we can implement that? So first of all, we will see how we can use the global scope variable. So guys, there are two types of variables. One is global scope and the other one is local scope. So we use the colon over here followed by the root keyword, and inside this we can define our various variables that will be having the color values, and we will be using those variables inside individual selectors, and this is the way that we can use the global variables over here. Now guys, as far as local variables are concerned, we can define the variable inside a specific selector. So let's say we want a local variable to be defined inside this div tag. So simply we can define the variable inside this div tag and use it within this particular div tag over here. We cannot use the local variable outside of this div tag to any other CSS selector. So that is the limitation of the local variable. So guys, first of all, let us see how the global variable works. So in order to define the variable, we have to provide 2 times hyphen and then followed by the name of the variable. So let's say we provide a light color as the name of the variable followed by colon, and out of both these colors, this is the lighter version, that is 6 times A over here. So simply we are going to provide this particular hex color, that is light gray color over here, and then apart from this we want the darker version as well. So again we are going to provide 2 times hyphen and then we will say dark color in this case. So guys, basically this is the name of the variable that we have set, and then followed by colon, and then we need to provide the value of the dark color, that is 767676. So simply we can provide the hash character followed by the color value over here. So guys, this is the way that we can set the multiple variables which is at the global scope right now. So since we have already provided the variable names over here and we have also provided the values, simply we can use these names, that is the color names, instead of having the values across the different individual CSS selectors. So guys, let me just update all these colors over here. So the background color for the body tag is the light color over here. So instead of having this value, we will use the var keyword in this case, and then simply, as you can see, it is being suggested by the VS Code, we want to use this particular variable, that is light color over here. Always remember that you have to use 2 times hyphen character when you are defining the variable and when you are using the variable. Apart from this, we will have the dark color over here. So simply we are going to say var, and then we will use the dark color in this case, and the color CSS property will have the light color over here once again. So simply we will have light color as a variable, and then again we have the dark color and the light color as the background color, and the text color for the button. So simply we will set the dark color as the variable name over here and light color for the text color in this case. So guys, as you can see, now we are using the variable names instead of using the fixed color values that we had set previously. And in this way, whenever you want to change the color values over here, simply you have to change the color values only at this particular one location where you have set the variables. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Notice that there is no change right now. That's because we have set the same color values over here. Now guys, let us check another combination of colors. So let's say you want the light color to be the yellow color. So simply we can set the yellow color over here, and also we want some other version of the yellow color. So simply we are going to update this yellow color to this particular RGB value, and then apart from this, we want the dark color to be some other version of the black color. So let's say we have this particular color as the dark color in this case. So let me just save this file now, and notice that we have only changed the light color over here where we have defined this particular variable, but it will be implemented everywhere wherever we have used the light color and the dark color variables. So when we reload this page once again on the browser, as you can see, all the colors are updated now. The background color of the body tag is updated to the light color. Then we have the background color of the div tag, and the button is also updated with the dark color that we have specified over here, and the text color is also the light color that we have used. Now guys, let us say we want some other color for the test button, and over here we have not defined that particular color. So let's say we have another variable, that is another color over here. So guys, basically this another color is not yet defined inside the global variable, and in such cases, if you are not sure that you have not mentioned this particular variable inside the global scope, then simply you can provide the second argument over here. So let's say you want aqua color to be used in case this particular another color variable is not present. So in this case, what will happen is currently it is getting displayed as the yellow color as far as the text color of this button is concerned, but now since we are using another color as the variable name which is not present inside this root selector over here, so aqua color will be implemented as the text color for this button. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the text color of this button is now updated with aqua color over here, and in this way you can use the second argument, that is value, inside the var function over here in order to provide the required colors. Now guys, apart from this, you can also make use of the local variables over here. So what we can do is, let's say you have already defined the light color over here, but you want to define some other light color for the div tag. So simply I'm going to copy this line of code over here and paste it inside the div selector, and in case of using the yellow color, I want to use some version of the green color. So we are going to use some shade of green color over here as the light color in this case. So as you can see, we have updated the RGB color over here for the light color. Now guys, we have two variables with the same name. First of all, we have the light color over here which is having the global scope, and inside the div tag we have the light color which is having the local scope. So in this case, when we use the text color and provide the light color variable over here, so which color will be used? So guys, let us check that as well. So when we save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser, so as you can see, green color is getting implemented over here as the text color inside the div tag. So guys, this tells us that whatever variable we define inside the the specific CSS selector, which we call it as the local variable. So that value will be used wherever we use the light color in this case. And let's say when we use the light color somewhere else, let's say we use the light color over here to the button text. So guys, the light color is already defined as the yellow color over here. So instead of providing the aqua color, the yellow color should be displayed. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the global value, that is the yellow color for the light color, is getting displayed over here, and the local value is getting displayed for the div tag because we have provided the local variable over here. So guys, in this way, whenever you use the local variables, that particular value will override the value of the global variable that you have already defined inside the root selector. So guys, in this way you can easily use the variable names in order to avoid the confusion when you have several CSS selectors and you want to use the same set of colors based on the theme of your project. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is box sizing property in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see box sizing property in CSS. So guys, basically the CSS box sizing property allows us to include the padding and the border in an HTML element's total width and height. So guys, this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. So by default, we have seen so far the width and height of an element is calculated like below. So basically whatever width we provide to the HTML element, that is considered, and then the padding and the border is also considered in order to calculate the actual width of the HTML element. Similar cases with the height attribute as well. So when we have the height of the HTML element, the padding and the border is also added in order to calculate the actual height of the element. So guys, we can simply use the box sizing property in order to avoid the confusion and also include the padding and the border within the width and height that is already specified for the HTML element. So guys, let us move to the VS Code over here, and simply inside the HTML file we are going to create two div tags over here. The first div tag is having the class name, that is div1 in this case, and then we will say this is a sample div1 over here, and then similarly we will have another div tag with the class that is div2 in this case. So basically we will have div2, and then over here as well we will update it as div2 over here. Apart from this, between both the div tags we will have the line break. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, we have simple statements, that is this is a sample div1 and sample div2 over here. Now guys, let us provide certain styling inside the style.css file. So for the very first class, that is div1 over here, we will specify the width of 300 pixels in this case and a height of 100 pixels over here. And then apart from this, we will also set the border. So let's say we have 2 pixels solid border with the color that is black color over here. Now guys, similarly we will provide the CSS properties for the second div tag over here, that is having the class name div2 in this case, and again we are going to have the width and height, that is 300 pixels and 100 pixels respectively. We will have the different color border, and for the border part we will have a different color. So let's say we have the border color as blue color over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the first div tag which is having the width as 300 pixels and the height as 100 pixels over here, and for the div2 tag as well we have the same width and height values over here. We have a different border color in this case, that is blue color. Now guys, what we will do is let us provide certain padding to this particular div tag, that is the second div tag over here. So simply inside the div2 selector we will have the padding CSS selector, and let's say we have 20 pixels as padding. So guys, what will happen is apart from the width and height of this particular div tag, the padding number will also be added and it will increase the width and height of the div tag. So let us check that as well. So when we save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser, if you notice now the size of this particular div tag, that is the second div tag over here, is more compared to the first div tag. And if you notice in the code, we have the same width and height value over here, that is 300 pixels and 100 pixels for the div1 and div2 as well. So as you can see, the width and height of div2 is also 300 and 100 pixels respectively. So guys, this is the issue as far as the width and height of the HTML HTML elements are concerned on the same page. So in order to avoid this issue, simply we can use the box sizing CSS property over here. So guys, when we say box sizing, we have the value as border box, in which case the padding attribute will also be included within the width and height that you have already specified over here within this selector. So when we save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser, if you see now the exact width and height of this particular div tag, that is div2, is 300 and 100 pixels respectively, since we have provided the box sizing as border box. So guys, basically the content and the padding will be adjusted accordingly. Apart from that, the border will be also adjusted in such a way that the actual width and height of this particular div tag should be 300 pixels and 100 pixels. Now guys, if you notice, the first div tag is little bit larger as far as the width is concerned compared to the second div tag. Why so? Because the border of 2 pixels is taking the extra space over here for the first div tag. So again, if we provide the box sizing CSS property for the first div tag over here and we provide the value as border box, this particular issue should get resolved. So let me just save this file now, and when we reload this page, so now if you notice, the width of this particular div1 is exactly the same as that of the div2 HTML element over here. That's because we are using the box sizing equal to border box for both these div tags in this case. So guys, in this way, in order to avoid the confusion and to be consistent as far as the width and height of the HTML elements are concerned, it is very important that you use the box sizing CSS property for all the HTML elements. So instead of providing it to individual CSS selectors across the multiple CSS selectors over here, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again. Without the box sizing CSS property, you will notice that the dimensions are different, but simply you can have the universal selector over here with the help of the star, and then in this case you can simply provide the box sizing to all the CSS selectors over here. So simply with this particular single line of code within the universal selector, the dimensions of all the HTML elements will be consistent. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, the width and height of both these div tags are same, that is 300 pixels and 100 pixels respectively. And apart from this, the second div is also having the required padding of 20 pixels that we have provided over here. So guys, in this way you can easily use the box sizing CSS property in order to be consistent as far as the dimensions of the HTML elements are concerned in your project. This will help you in order to include the padding and the border width as well within the width and the height of the HTML element. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is Flexbox in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see Flexbox in CSS. So guys, basically before the Flexbox layout module, there were 4 layout modes in the CSS. So first of all, we have the block model, which is used for displaying the sections in a web page. Apart from this, we also have the inline model, which is used for the displaying of the text. And then we also have the table model, which is used for the 2-dimensional table data. And then we also have the position property in CSS, which is used for explicit position of an element. Now guys, we can use any of these models in order to display the content based on our website design. Now guys, apart from this, we can also use the Flexbox layout module, which we are going to check with the help of examples as well. So the flexible box layout module makes it easier to design flexible responsive layout structure without using the float or the position property in the CSS. So guys, let us see a very simple example of the flexible box layout module. So let us move to the VS Code over here. Now before writing any code in this case, what we are going to do is, first of all, we will understand how this Flexbox module will work. So guys, basically we can arrange the HTML elements in the row direction or the column direction. So when we move from left to right over here, it is the row direction, and then when the HTML elements move from the top to bottom, then it is called the column direction in this case. So guys, simply we can provide the text over here that this is row direction in this case. And then apart from this, we also have the column direction over here. So simply we are going to say column direction, that is going from top to bottom. So guys, these are the two directions in which the Flexbox module will work. Now guys, apart from this, when we talk about the row direction, we have two axes, that is the main axis and the cross axis. So the axis that is moving from left to right is the main axis over here, and the axis that is moving in the vertical direction, that is top to bottom, will be the cross axis over here. So simply we are going to provide the vertical axis in this case, which is the cross axis over here. So guys, basically this is the main axis that is going from left to right in this case, and then apart from this, the axis that is going in the vertical direction is the cross axis for the row direction. So guys, this is a very simple understanding of the Flexbox model. So by default, there is a row direction, in which case the HTML elements will be placed in such a way that they will be placed from left to right direction, and then we can also provide certain CSS properties in order to move the other HTML elements that is going beyond the screen on the right hand side to move at the bottom position as well, which we are going to check with the help of examples. And then guys, in the row direction itself, we have the cross axis which moves in the vertical direction over here. Now guys, similarly, when we say column direction in the Flexbox model, so basically the main axis and the cross axis will be opposite to each other. So in this case, when the Flexbox model is in the column direction, the vertical axis will be the main axis over here. So let me just draw that as well. So simply we are going to draw the vertical axis in this case, and then we also have the horizontal axis. So this is the horizontal axis over here, and in column direction, the vertical axis is the main axis. So let me just copy this main axis text over here and paste it at the vertical direction, and the cross axis will move from left to right over here, which is this particular axis in this case. So guys, basically it is the reverse as far as the column direction is concerned. So guys, these are the two things that you should know. In the row direction, the main axis belongs to the left to right direction, and the cross axis belongs to the vertical direction over here, whereas in column direction, the vertical axis is the main axis and the horizontal axis is the cross axis. So guys, let us move to the VS Code over here in order to check the examples. So simply we are going to provide the container class over here. So we are going to have the div tag with the class container, and then let us say we have 4 div tags over here. So we have the first div tag as 1 in this case, and then we have 2, 3, and then 4. Now guys, apart from this, what we will do is we will make this container as the Flexbox container. So it is very important that when you are going to use the Flexbox model, you need to have the Flex container as well. So we are going to treat this particular parent div tag over here as the Flex container. So simply inside the style.css file, we need to provide the container class in this case, and then simply we can say display it is equal to Flex. So guys, this is the way that we can use the Flexbox model. And then apart from this, let us also have certain background color. So let's say we have the background color as the black color over here, and then for the div tag as well, we are going to have certain CSS properties. So guys, over here we are going to have container, and then inside the container we need to provide the CSS properties to all the div tags over here. So guys, simply we are going to say background color of yellow color in this case, and then we are also going to provide the padding property of 20 pixels over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So let us see how it looks like. So as you can see, the black color background is for the div container, which is a Flexbox container over here. And then apart from this, we also have the Flex items in this case, that is 1, 2, 3, and 4. We have provided the required padding in this case, but we can also provide the margin as well, so that there is certain space in between the border of the container and the border of the individual Flex items over here. So guys, basically we can have the margin of 10 pixels for all the Flex items. So guys, basically the container is called the Flex container in this case, and whatever items are present inside the Flex container are called the Flex items. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have provided the margin of 10 pixels over here, and this is a very simple example of a Flex container in this case. We can also have more items over here. So inside the HTML file, simply let me just provide 2 more div tags over here, and the content we will provide it as 5 and 6 numbers. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, more items are getting added over here based on the HTML content that we have provided. So guys, this is the way that we can provide the Flex container with the help of the the display equal to flex value, and then apart from this we can provide the different CSS properties for the flex items inside the flex container as well. Now guys, apart from this we also have multiple other CSS properties over here. So as you can see, the flex container properties are, first of all we have something called as flex direction. So guys, this is nothing but the direction that we have just understood with the help of these graphs over here. So by default the flex direction is the row direction over here. We can change it to column direction as well. So let us check that how it looks like. So guys, basically what we have to do is, this flex direction is the CSS property for the flex container. So guys, simply inside the container class we need to provide the flex direction CSS property, and by default the value is row in this case. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So there is no change because this is the default value. Now guys, instead of row we can also have row reverse over here, in which case the items will be displayed from right to left in this case. So basically by default the items are getting displayed from left to right in this particular direction, but if we want the direction to be reversed, that is from right to left, we can change the flex direction to row reverse. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the items are now getting displayed from right to left. First we have the div tag with the content that is 1, and then we have 2, 3, 4 and so on. The content is displayed from right to left. Now guys, apart from this we also have something called as column direction over here. So instead of having row reverse, simply we can have the column value for this flex direction. So guys, what will happen is, over here just we have understood with the help of the graph, in the column direction this is the main axis, in which case the HTML elements will be displayed from top to left over here. So guys, let us check that as well. When we change the flex direction to column, the first element should be displayed at the top, and then the second element should be displayed below the first element, and so on. All the elements will be placed in the vertical direction over here. So guys, let me just reload this page once again. So as you can see, we have 1 and then followed by 2 and so on. All the elements are getting displayed over here. Apart from this, you can also set the width of individual element in this case, in order to avoid the div element taking the entire width of the screen. So guys, in this way you can also use the column direction over here, and then you can also use the column reverse as well, in which case the first element will be displayed at the bottom and then followed by 2 and so on. The last element will be displayed at the top. So when we reload this page, as you can see, first we have the 6th element and then we have 5th and so on. The elements are displayed in the column reverse direction. So guys, this is the way that you can set the flex direction over here. Apart from this, we also have something called as flex wrap. So guys, basically in order to understand this flex wrap property, what we have to do is we need to add more elements over here inside the container, and also we need to make the flex direction as row in this case, which is the default value. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, these are the elements that are getting displayed. Now what we will do is we will add more div tags over here. So let me just copy paste these lines of code, and then let me just change the content over here. So guys, basically we are updating the content, and let us set 14 number of div tags over here. So guys, we have 1 to 14 div tags in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So if you notice, we are going from left to right in this case, 1, 2, 3, 4 and so on. You can see at the bottom we are getting the horizontal scroll bar over here, and the content is going beyond the width of the screen. In this case, the last element is 14 over here. Now guys, let us say whatever elements are going outside of the width of the screen, in this case we want those items to be displayed below these items, that is 1, 2, 3 and so on. So basically we don't want this horizontal scroll bar to be displayed. So guys, what we can do is simply we can use this flex wrap CSS property. So guys, by default the value of this flex wrap CSS property is no wrap over here, in which case all the elements will go beyond the width of the screen, as you can see. But when we set the value as wrap in this case, so basically whatever elements that do not have any space left beyond the width of the screen will be displayed at the bottom over here within the same container. So guys, let me just save this file now after providing the wrap value to the flex wrap, and reload this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, 11, 12, 13 and 14 are now getting displayed at the bottom over here in the same container. So guys, in this way you can also use the flex wrap CSS property when you have more number of HTML elements within the same container which is going beyond the width of the screen. Now guys, apart from this, this, we also have something called as Flexflow over here, which is nothing but the shorthand CSS property for the flex direction and flex rep CSS property. So guys, let me just remove both these properties over here and let us see how it looks like on the browser. So as you can see, it is in the row direction and there is no wrap over here. So simply we can provide the Flexflow CSS property, and let's say we want the row direction over here. So simply we provide row followed by the space character and then we provide the wrap value over here. So guys, basically we are providing the values for flex direction and flex wrap in this shorthand CSS property, that is Flexflow. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, now the items are getting wrapped over here. Apart from this, instead of having row value, we can also have row reverse as well, so that the items are displayed from right to left direction. So when we reload this page, as you can see, the first element is at the right and then we have 2, 3, 4, last element is 10, and then the other elements are displayed on the next line, that is 11, 12, 13 and 14. So guys, in this way you can use the Flexflow CSS property, which is the shorthand method for flex direction and flex rep CSS property. Now guys, apart from this, we also have something called as justify content, which is used to align the HTML elements inside the flex container over here. So guys, let us check that as well, how we can use it. So simply let us move to the row wrap. So simply let us change this value to row so that the flex items are getting displayed in the default direction. Let me just reload this page. So as you can see, these are the HTML elements that are getting displayed inside the flex container. Now guys, when we say justify content, it is having multiple values. So as you can see, if we want to provide the HTML elements at the center of the container, so simply we can provide the center value. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, all the HTML elements now are being displayed at the center of this particular flex container over here. So let us check this with the less number of HTML elements over here. So what we will do is simply we are going to keep the div text from 1 to 5 over here, and let me comment out the other lines of code. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, this is the center value of the justify content, and if we want to align them at the left side of the container, simply we can say the start value for this justify content over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, the elements are now getting displayed at the start of the container, that is on the left hand side, and then when we say end, that means we can align the HTML elements at the right hand side of the container. So guys, as you can see, the elements are getting aligned at the right hand side of this main axis based on the row direction over here. Now guys, similarly for the column direction as well, we will have the justify content based on the main axis. So guys, in the column direction, our top to bottom axis becomes the main axis over here, and justify content will be used in order to align it based on the main axis. So I leave this up to you as a homework for you so that you can practice on your own. Apart from this, we also have something called as align items over here. So guys, let us check that as well. So what we will do is, let us say we want to increase the height of the container, that is the flex container over here. So simply we are going to set the height of flex container to 200 pixels, and let us say we have the justify content as the center value so that all the HTML elements are displayed at the center. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, the height of the flex container is now 200 pixels over here, and all the HTML elements are now taking the entire height of this particular flex container over here. Now guys, what is the meaning of the align items? So basically, just like how we have used the justify content in order to align the items horizontally, that is at the main axis of this row direction over here, the align items will be used in order to align these HTML elements against the cross axis. In this case, the cross axis is the top to bottom or the horizontal axis over here. So guys, let us check that as well. So simply we need to provide the align items CSS property for this container class, and then let us say we want to provide the value as center over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, vertically now all the HTML elements are at the center of this container. Similarly, if we want all these elements to be present at the top of the container, so we can say start value for this align items. So guys, if you notice, when we say start, the align items work with the cross axis over here, which is the vertical axis in this case, when we talk about the row direction of the Flexbox model. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again again on the browser. So as you can see, the HTML elements are now getting displayed at the top of this particular container, and similarly if we want these elements to be present at the bottom of the container as far as the cross axis is concerned, we can simply provide the end value. So when we reload this page, as you can see at the bottom of the flex container we are getting all the HTML elements. So guys, this is the difference between the justify content and the align items. So basically the justify content work towards the main axis of the Flexbox model, and the align items work towards the cross axis of the Flexbox model. Now guys, these directions will change when we change the flex direction to column direction over here. So in this case, the justify content will allow us to provide the HTML elements alignment towards the main axis, that is the vertical axis over here, and the align items will help the alignment across the cross axis over here, which is the horizontal axis as far as the column direction is concerned. Now guys, apart from this, we also have something called as align content over here. So guys, in order to understand this, we need to uncomment these lines of code over here so that we have more number of HTML elements. Let me just save this file now. And also for the align items over here, we will keep the alignment as the center value in this case. Let me just reload this page once again over here. As you can see, we have all the HTML elements. We have the align items as the center and also the justify content as the center. Now guys, the align content CSS property will help us in order to provide the spacing between these HTML elements as far as the cross axis is concerned. So guys, let us check that as well. So what we will do is simply we can say align content over here, and there are multiple values in this case. So let's say we provide space around value. So guys, let us check how it looks like. So when we save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser, notice that we have the same space on the top and at the bottom of all the HTML elements over here, and that is how the space around value will work. And then apart from this, we also have something called as space between over here. Let me check that as well. So when we reload this page once again on the browser, as you can see at the top of the first line and at the bottom of the second line over here, we have the equal space, and the equal amount of space is present in between all these HTML elements as far as the cross axis is concerned. Apart from this, we also have another value, that is space evenly over here. So let us check that as well. So when we reload this page, as you can see on the top, at the middle and at the bottom as well, all the spaces are equal in this case. So guys, based on your project requirements, you can simply provide different values for the align content CSS property, which is part of the flex container over here. So guys, these are some of the CSS properties that you can use based on your requirements as far as the flex container CSS properties are concerned. Now guys, apart from this, the Flexbox model also allows you to center a div element very easily using display equal to flex value. So guys, I'll leave this exercise as a homework for you. Simply you can provide justify content equal to center and also the align items as the center value over here. So guys, just by setting these two CSS properties, you can provide the div tag at the center of the container, just like how we have done with all these multiple HTML elements. Now guys, apart from this, we also have some of the flex item properties over here. So previously, whatever properties we have seen belongs to the flex container over here, which we have mentioned inside the dot container class, but we can also provide the CSS properties to the flex items, which are represented by these div tags over here. So guys, let us check that as well. So what we will do is, first of all, we have something called as order over here. So guys, let us check that as well. So basically, we are going to reduce the number of flex items that are getting displayed to 4 div tags over here. So we have 1 to 4 div tags. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Notice that we have the justify content as center and also the align items as center over here. So as you can see, these are the CSS properties that are making us display the div tags at the center of the container. Now guys, let us say we want to change the order of these div tags over here. So it is not necessary that all the div tags that you have provided inside the HTML file needs to be displayed in the same order. So let's say we have the ID for this 4th div tag as 4 over here. So what we have to do is we need to provide the order CSS property inside this particular HTML element. So guys, let me just save this file now, and we will copy this ID over here of the div tag, that is 4 in this case, and then we will provide the hash character followed by the 4, that is the ID of the 4th div tag, and simply we can say order equal to -1. So guys, basically by default the order of the HTML elements is 0 over here, so simply we can provide -1 in this case, so that this is given the highest priority. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Notice that the 4th element is now getting displayed first, followed by 1, 2, 3, which are having the other order values. Now guys, apart from this, let us also provide the ID for the second div element, that is 2 over here. So simply we will provide the ID as 2. Let me just save this file now, and over here we will provide this ID in this case, and what we will say is the order, it is equal to 1. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Notice that the second element is now getting displayed at the end in this case. So guys, by default we have the order as 0 for first and the third element, for which we have not provided the order property, and for the 4th element we have order equal to -1, which is then given the highest priority, and then the least priority is given to the 2, which is having order equal to 1. So guys, lesser the number will be having more priority as far as displaying that HTML element inside the container is concerned. So guys, this is one of the CSS property for the flex item over here. Apart from this, we have something called as flex grow in this case. So guys, if you notice, there is a lot of space that is available at the left hand side and the right hand side of all these flex items over here. So what we can do is we can occupy that space by using the flex grow CSS property. So let's say by default the width of all these 3 items, that is 1, 3 and 2, is same over here, and the remaining space that is present on the left and on the right, we want it to be occupied by this first element, that is the div tag having the content 4. So guys, what we can do is simply we can provide flex grow CSS property to this div tag that is having the ID equal to 4 over here, and then simply we can provide the value as 1. By default the flex grow CSS property is having the value as 0, but simply we can provide the value as 1, in which case only this particular div tag that is having the ID 4, which means only this first box over here will expand itself horizontally in such a way that the entire available space will be occupied by this 4th element over here. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the entire available space is now being taken by the 4th element over here, and the remaining space is being taken by the other elements over here. So guys, in this way you can also provide the flex grow CSS property. Now guys, apart from this, let us say we want the second element that is having the ID 2 over here, which is at the last place in this case. We want that element as well to expand, but it should be double compared to the 4th element, which is displayed at the first position. So guys, what we can do is simply we can provide flex grow, it is equal to 2 over here. So guys, what will happen is the flex grow CSS property for 1 and 3 will be 0, which means they will take only this particular space or width inside the container, and then for the 4th element we have the flex grow equal to 1, but we have the double of this one, which is equal to 2 flex grow for this particular second element. So guys, basically the width of this particular second element will be double compared to the width of this particular 4th element over here, and accordingly the space will be provided to both these elements. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So if you notice, the width of the second element is double compared to the 4th element over here, and 1 and 3 are taking the required spaces which they were taking at the original state. So guys, in this way you can provide the flex grow CSS property as well. Now guys, apart from this, we also have something called as flex shrink, which works opposite to the flex grow. So it will reduce the size of the HTML element as far as its functionality is concerned. So guys, I'll leave this up to you as a homework for you so that you can practice on your own. Apart from this, we also have something called as flex bases. So guys, basically this will help us in order to set the initial width of a HTML element. So guys, let us check that as well. So what we will do is, let us say for this first element we provide the ID as 1 over here, and simply we will provide the CSS property for this ID 1. So guys, let me just provide the CSS property of flex bases over here. So what we can do is simply we can provide the width of 100 pixels as the original width for this particular first element. So guys, simply you can provide the initial width with the help of the flex basis CSS property. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Notice that the first element is now having the 100 pixels over here, followed by the third element which is having the required width as necessary, and then apart from this we have flex grow equal to 1 for this fourth element and flex grow equal to 2 for the second element over here. So in this way you can use the flex basis CSS property, and then we also have something called as flex CSS property, which is nothing but a shorthand method in order to provide all these CSS properties, that is flex grow, flex shrink and flex basis over here. So guys, this as well you can practice on your own as a homework for you. And then apart from this we also have something called as align self. So guys, basically it is similar to the align content that we have seen for the flex container CSS property, but when we say align self, basically the value that we provide for the align self will override the value that we had provided in the align content over here. So guys, let us check that as well. In the flex container, that is the container class, we had provided the align content as spaced evenly over here, and they are at the center of the container. So guys, apart from this we have something called as align self over here, which is similar to the align items that we had provided in this case inside the flex container CSS property. So guys, whatever value we provide to the align self will override the value of the align items that we had provided. So guys, let us check that as well. So what we will do is, first of all, in the container, that is the flex container over here, we will comment out this line of code, that is align content, and then guys, for this align items we have center value. So let me just check that as well. So when we reload this page, as you can see, all the items are at the center as far as the vertical axis, that is the cross axis, is concerned. Now guys, let us say we only want this fourth element to be at the start of this container, that is at the top of the container over here. So simply we can use the align self CSS property specifically for this particular selector that is having the ID equal to 4. So guys, simply we can provide align self CSS property over here, and we can provide the value as start in this case. So guys, when we say flex start over here, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, now the fourth element is getting displayed at the top of the container because of this flex start value that we have provided to align self. So guys, simply the align self CSS property is used in order to align the specific HTML element, that is the flex item, inside the flex container. We can also have the align self CSS property for the second element as well. So over here we can provide the align self, and let's say we provide the flex end value. So basically the second element should be displayed at the bottom of the container. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the second element is now getting displayed at the bottom of this container. So guys, in this way you can use all these flex items CSS property based on your project requirements. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is media queries in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see media queries in CSS. So guys, basically the add media rule introduced in CSS2 made it possible to define the different style rules for different media types, and this we are going to check with the help of examples as well. There are different types of media over here. As you can see, the first type is all, which is used for all media type devices. Apart from this, we also have the print value, which is used for the print preview mode, and then the most commonly used, that is the screen value, which is used for the computer screens, tablets, smartphones, etc. So guys, basically we are going to check the examples with the screen media type over here, and basically the important implementation of this media queries is used in such a way that when you want to provide different CSS properties for smaller screen devices such as smartphones or the tablets, you can use the media queries over here, which we are going to check with the help of examples. Now guys, the commonly used media features are orientation, then we have max height and min height. Apart from this, we also have the max width and min width over here. So guys, let us check the examples of the media queries. So let us move to the VS Code over here, and simply I am going to remove the previous lines of code that we had written in the HTML and the CSS files in this case. Now guys, what we are going to do is, when we are going to reduce the screen width, that is towards the tablets or towards the smartphones screen width, we are going to change the background color with the help of the media rule over here. So guys, let us check this this feature over here. So inside the body tag, we are simply going to have the div tag over here, and simply we are going to have some random text in this case with 10 words over here. So guys, basically this is the emmet abbreviation that helps us in order to generate random text. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have the div tag with the simple text over here. Now guys, we are going to provide a different background color for the body tag in this case originally. So let us have the background color CSS property, and let's say we have the value as aqua for the body tag over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. As you can see, we have the background color for the body tag in this case. Now guys, let me quickly open the console over here. So when we are going to increase or decrease the width over here in this case, as you can see, these are the numbers, that is the width and height that are getting displayed over here for this particular screen. So guys, by default we have this particular background color that is aqua over here, but we are going to decrease the screen width, and let's say below 500 pixels of the width we want to change the background color of the body to yellow color over here. So we can simply use the media query in this case. So let us check that as well. So inside the style.css file, we are going to use @character over here, and simply we are going to use the media. So guys, this is the keyword that we are going to use, and then followed by the space character. We can simply omit this particular option, that is screen option over here, or we can provide this value so that the media query is applied only to the computer screens, tablets and smartphones and other types of screens. So guys, basically we are going to provide the value that is screen over here, and then followed by the end keyword, and then inside the open and close parenthesis we want the max width to be 500 pixels over here. So guys, below 500 pixels we want the background color to be updated, which is not updating right now. So currently it is 601 pixels that we can see. So simply we are going to set the max width, it is equal to 500 pixels. So guys, inside this we are going to provide the body tag over here, for which we are going to set the background color as yellow color over here. So guys, what is the meaning of this media query? So simply we are using the media keyword after the @character, and then followed by the media type, that is screen over here, and then followed by the end character. And the meaning of this max width is basically 500 pixels is the maximum value for the screen width over here. So any screens that are below 500 pixels should have the background color as yellow for the body tag over here. So let's say we have any of the smartphone in this case, or the tablet, which is having the width below 500 pixels. For that particular screen, the background color will be displayed as yellow, and the screen width which is more than 500 pixels, such as for the desktop computers, for that particular device we are going to have the background color as aqua. So guys, let us check this. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Notice that currently we have the default value, that is aqua, but when we reduce the screen width, as you can see, we have moved to 572 pixels over here, and then we are reducing it towards the 500 pixels slowly. So we are reducing it. So currently it is 500.67, and when we reduce it next, as you can see, the background color is now updated to yellow color. So guys, simply in this way we can reduce the screen width and test this particular media query over here, and whatever device is having the width below 500 pixels will have the background color as yellow for this particular page that is getting displayed. And when we increase the width over here above 500 pixels, again the background color is updated to aqua color over here. So guys, this is the main functionality of having the media queries. It helps us in order to provide the certain CSS properties to different devices that are having different screen width or the screen height as well. So guys, the other parameters that we can use is orientation, then we have the height as well, which involves max and min height, and then we also have width, which is max width and min width, in which case we are currently using the max width over here. Apart from this, we can also have another condition over here. So let's say we want the max width to be 300 pixels, and below 300 pixels we want some other background color. So let me just copy these lines of code over here, and we are going to have similar media query, but this time we are going to have the max width equal to 300 pixels in this case. So whatever devices that are having the screen width lesser than 300 pixels should have some other background color. So let's say we have this chart reuse background color over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So currently we have the aqua color, that is the default color, which will be displayed on the desktop computers. And then let's say when we reduce the screen width to below 500 pixels, it is having the yellow background background color, which will probably correspond to the tablet screen size. And then let's say we have max width equal to 300 pixels, which might correspond to some of the smartphone devices. So let us say we go beyond the 300 pixels, which means we are reducing the screen width to lesser than 300 pixels over here. So as you can see, we have a different background color over here. Now guys, let us say when we move towards this particular width that is below 300 pixels, we want to hide this particular div tag. So what we can do is simply inside the same media query, we can have the div tag that will help us in order to identify this particular div tag inside the body tag over here, and simply we can provide the display property equal to none. So guys, basically what this will do is when the screen width is below 300 pixels, the div tag will be hidden over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. As you can see, we are below 300 pixels, that's why we cannot see the div tag over here. So currently we have the screen width of more than 500 pixels over here. Let us reduce it to below 500 pixels. As you can see, we have the yellow color and the div tag is getting displayed. Now let us reduce to less than 300 pixels over here as far as the screen width is concerned. So as you can see, when we move from 305 over here to 298, the background color is updated to the chart reuse color and the div tag is getting hidden over here. So guys, in this way we can simply use the media queries in order to provide the different CSS properties as far as the screen width, orientation or the height is concerned. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is flex responsive in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see flex responsive in CSS. So guys, basically we are going to check the example of a responsive design over here with the help of the CSS Flexbox model, and we are going to use the flex direction in this case. So guys, inside the Flexbox model, we are going to update the flex direction to column when the screen size reduces to 400 pixels or below. So guys, by default we are going to keep the flex direction of the Flexbox as row over here for the desktop computers, and then when the screen size reduces to, let's say, the size of the tablet or the smartphone over here, which can be below 400 pixels, we are going to change the flex direction to column. So guys, let us move to the VS Code over here, and let me just remove the previous lines of code that we had written in the HTML and the CSS files over here. Now guys, simply we are going to have the div tag with the class container over here, and then apart from this we are going to have two div tags inside this class container. The first div tag is having the content that is 1 over here, and the second div tag is having the content that is 2. We are also going to have the ID that is 1 and 2 for both these div tags over here. So guys, this is the content that is div 1 and div 2, which are having the IDs 1 and 2 over here inside the class container. Now guys, we are going to make this div tag that is having the class container as the flex container over here, which is one of the first important step as far as the Flexbox model is concerned. So simply we are going to copy this class name over here, and inside the style.css file for this container class, we are going to make the display it is equal to flex in this case, and let us have the background color as yellow color over here. So guys, simply we have the yellow color as the background color in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, we have the content that is 1 and 2 over here. Now guys, let us provide certain CSS properties for this flex items as well. So simply we will be using the dot container class over here, and then inside this we are going to provide the div tags in this case. Now guys, let us provide the padding as 20 pixels for both these div tags over here, and then apart from this we are also going to provide the background color as black color. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. As you can see, we have the div tags that are getting displayed over here, but we cannot see the content. That's because the color of the text is black color and the background color is also black. So let me just set the color to white in this case, which is the text color. So as you can see, we are getting 1 and 2 over here. Now guys, let us provide the CSS property that is flex in such a way that both these flex items takes the entire width of this flex container over here. So what we can do is simply we can provide the flex value, it is equal to 1 in this case. So both the div tags are having flex equal to 1. So the entire remaining space will be taken by both the div tags. So let me just reload this page. As you can see, we have 1 and 2 2 over here. Let us change the background color of this first element, that is the first div tag, to some other color over here so that we can identify both the div tags separately. So what we can do is simply we will use the ID of this div tag, that is 1 over here, and we will use the hash character in this case, and then we will be using the background color and we will provide the value as blue over here for the background color CSS property. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, we have the blue color as the background color for the first div tag and the black color as the second div tag over here. Now guys, if you notice, both the div tags are getting displayed in the horizontal direction, that is by default the flex direction is row in this case. So let us open the console over here so that we can increase or decrease the width of the screen. So as you can see, the width is getting displayed over here on the top right hand side when we decrease and increase the width over here. So guys, basically this is width multiplied by height in pixels that is getting displayed in this case. Now guys, what we will do is we want the 400 pixels to be the threshold value, and below this 400 pixels we want this second element to be displayed below this first element, so that on smartphone or the tablet devices the HTML elements are displayed in the vertical direction over here. So guys, what we have to do is we can use the media query over here. By default the flex container is having the flex direction as row direction, but when the width of the screen is reduced to 400 pixels or below, we want the flex direction to be the column direction over here. So simply we are going to use the media query in this case. So we use @ character followed by media screen over here, and then apart from this we have the end keyword, and then we provide the max width CSS property inside the parenthesis. Now guys, the max width CSS property should have the value of 400 pixels because that is the threshold value that we are looking for, and then when the width is below 400 pixels we want this flex container to have the flex direction as column direction over here. So simply we are going to use this class name, that is container in this case, and then we will simply change the flex direction to column over here. So guys, this is the way that we can change the flex direction from row to column based on the max width of the screen device. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Notice that previously we were not getting this second item below the first item over here when we increased or decreased the width of the screen. Now guys, when we decrease the width of the screen now after reloading the page, currently it is 404 pixels. When we reduce it to below 400 pixels, as you can see, the second element is now getting displayed below the first element over here, and in this way you can easily create the responsive design for your web page based on your project requirements. Now guys, when we increase the width of the screen to more than 400 pixels, again the flex direction is now set to row direction and the HTML elements are now getting displayed from left to right. And then when we reduce the screen width, now the second element is going below the first element over here. So guys, in this way you can easily create the responsive web design based on the Flexbox model and also the media queries that you can use based on the different screen devices. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is creating navigation bar using Flexbox in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see how we can create a navigation bar using Flexbox in CSS. So guys, basically we can easily create a navigation bar that is horizontal or vertical direction using the Flexbox model in CSS. So let us move to the VS Code over here, and simply we are going to remove the previous lines of code that we had written in the HTML and the CSS files. Now guys, what we will do is simply we will have the div tag with the class that is navbar over here, and then inside this we will have more div tags inside which we are going to have the links which will help us in order to navigate through different pages of the website. So guys, first of all we have the home page over here, and then apart from this similarly we will have more links such as blog in this case, and then we will have videos as well, and then apart from this we will have the about page as well. So guys, we have the 4 items inside the navigation bar over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, this is the default way in which the links, that is the A tags, are getting displayed over here. Now guys, what we can do is simply we will make this class, that is navbar, which is the div tag, as the flex container over here. So let me just copy this class name. In order to make this as a flex container, we can provide it inside the CSS file, and then simply we can provide the display property equal to flex over here. And then apart from this, we will have the background color as black color for this navigation bar over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the items are getting displayed with the dark blue color over here in the horizontal direction, because the flex direction is row by default for this particular flex container. Now guys, apart from this, we have the margin over here by default at the top, left and the right direction over here. So simply we are going to provide the star character, inside which we will make the margin as 0 and also the padding as 0 in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now. This is used in order to remove the spaces at the top, left and right direction of the navigation bar. Now guys, apart from this, we will also provide certain CSS properties for these flex items that you can see. So first of all, we will use this navbar class over here after the dot character, and then for the div tag we are going to provide certain CSS properties over here, and then after that we are going to provide certain CSS properties for the A tag as well inside the div tag, which is present inside the flex container. So first of all, let us provide the CSS properties for the A tag, and then we will provide the color as the white color over here, because currently it is the default color, that is dark blue color you can see in this case. And also we are going to provide the text decoration CSS property as none, so that there is no underline for the different links that are getting provided. So let me just reload this page once again on the browser. As you can see, these are the links that are getting displayed over here. Now guys, for the div tag we need to provide certain padding in this case. So let's say we provide 5 pixels of padding over here from all the 4 sides. Let me just reload this page. As you can see, we have provided certain padding over here for the div tag. And then guys, what we will do is, when we get the mouse cursor on these links over here, which is the flex items, that are the navigation items in this case inside the navigation bar, we want to change the background color of the div tag. So what we can do is, simply I'm going to copy this line of code over here, that is navbar, and then inside this we have the div, and then on hover event. So in this case we are going to use the pseudo class, that is hover. In this case we can provide the background color over here. So simply we can say the value as red color in this case. So guys, basically this will help us in order to change the background color to red when we get the mouse cursor on the different div tags that are present as the flex items inside the flex container. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. When we get the mouse cursor now on this div tag, as you can see, the background color is now getting updated to red color over here. So guys, in this way we have easily created the navigation bar just by using the display equal to flex, and then we have provided certain CSS properties for the flex items, which are nothing but the links inside the navigation bar. Now guys, apart from this, we can also display these items at the center of the navigation bar as well. So what we can do is, for the flex container that is having the class navbar, simply we can provide the justify content CSS property, and simply we can say center as the value. By default the value is start over here, which helps us in order to display this flex item at the left hand side of the screen. But when we say center value, it will display all the flex items at the center of the flex container. So when we reload this page once again, as you can see, all the items are now getting displayed at the center of the flex container over here. Apart from this, if we want all these items to be displayed on the right hand side of this particular flex container, simply we can say and value over here for the justify content. Let me just reload this page once again. So these are the navigation items that are getting displayed at the right of the flex container over here. We can also increase the padding as far as the left and the right padding is concerned. So basically we have provided 5 pixels from all the 4 sides, so we can provide the 10 pixels to the left and right direction. So guys, basically the first unit is corresponding to the top and bottom padding over here, and this second parameter is representing the left and right padding over here. Let me just reload this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the padding that is increased over here. Now guys, apart from this, if you want to add more navigation items over here, simply you have to come to the HTML file and you can copy paste these lines of code over here. And then let us say we want another item to be sitemap over here, and then the next item, that is the 6th item, to be contact us over here. So So guys, simply we can provide the different menu items inside the navigation bar. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, automatically the number of navigation items have increased and you don't have to change anything inside the CSS file once you have set all these CSS properties with the help of the flex container over here. Now guys, apart from this, when you decrease the width of the screen over here, so let me just open the console in this case. So as you can see, when we increase or decrease the width of the screen, basically the navigation bar is still being displayed as the horizontal navigation bar. How do we display it as a vertical navigation bar? When the width of the screen is less than 500 pixels over here. So in this case, we can simply use the media query over here. So what we will do is, inside the CSS file, we will use @ and then we will use the media screen query over here, and then after this we will have the end keyword, and inside the parenthesis we will provide max width in this case as the CSS property, and it should be 500 pixels over here. Now guys, when the width of the screen is 500 pixels or below, we will be using the CSS properties inside this media query to be implemented on the web page. So guys, we will be having the navbar class over here inside the media query, and for this navbar, that is the flex container, we need to provide the flex direction as horizontal. So guys, what this will do is, basically the flex direction is row in this case, which is the default flex direction value, and that is how we are able to display this navigation bar from left to right over here in the horizontal direction. But when we decrease the width of the screen, we want this navigation bar to be displayed in the vertical direction over here. So simply we will set the flex direction equal to column in this case, which will help us in order to display all the items in the vertical direction when the screen width decreases to below 500 pixels. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Currently the screen width is more than 500 pixels, but when we reduce the width of the screen, so as you can see, currently it is 502 pixels, and then when we move it below 500 pixels over here, you can see that the items are now getting displayed in the vertical direction over here, and in this way you can easily change the navigation bar from horizontal to the vertical direction based on the width of the screen in this case. So guys, this is one of the important implementation as far as responsive web design is concerned. So basically your web page or websites will be used on different screen devices which will have different width. So guys, basically the desktop computers and the smartphones and the tablets all have the different screen sizes over here, and accordingly you need to handle all these HTML elements. So Flexbox model helps you in order to create the responsive web design so that the user experience is better on all the screen devices. So guys, in this way you can create the horizontal and the vertical navigation bar based on your project requirements with the help of the flex container over here and the media query as well that we have seen with the help of the examples. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is simple responsive design using Flexbox in CSS, in which we are going to create a simple UI using the Flexbox model in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see a simple responsive web design using the Flexbox in CSS. So guys, in this example we will create a simple responsive design using Flexbox model. So let us move to the VS Code over here, and simply I am going to remove the previous lines of code inside the HTML and the CSS files. Now guys, what we are going to do is simply we are going to create a div tag with the class container over here. Inside this div tag, first of all we will have the header class over here, which means we are going to have the div tag with the class header, and inside this we will say this is heading. So guys, we can have the heading for the web page in this case, and then apart from this we will also have another class, that is row over here, that will have certain content. Now guys, inside this row class, that is the div tag with the class row, we are going to have three elements over here. First of all we will have the navigation bar, that will be a vertical navigation bar over here. So we have the nav bar, inside which we will have 4 items items over here. So we will have the div tag. Inside the div tag we will have the links with the help of the a tag over here. So we have the hash character for the href attribute, and then we are going to have the home as first item inside the navigation bar, and then similarly we will have other items over here. So guys, let us say we have blog in this case as the second item, then we have the videos as well, and then we will have the about section over here. Now guys, apart from this, inside the same row we are going to have the main content div tag as well. So simply we are going to say content over here, and then we are going to say a simple statement that is, this is a div tag with content. So guys, basically in order to identify that this is the content div tag over here, we have provided a simple statement in this case, and then apart from this we can also generate certain random text in this case. So guys, let us say we have 40 words as the random text that is getting generated over here. And then guys, apart from this, in the same row on the right hand side we will have another div tag which will be the content at the right hand side. So simply we will have the class name that is content, and then followed by hyphen, and then we have the right keyword over here, and in this case we will say this is a div tag with right content. So guys, basically we have a simple statement over here, and then apart from this we will have certain random text that is getting generated. This time we will have only 10 words over here. So guys, this is the HTML content that we have written inside our web page, which we are going to make responsive. So guys, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, this is the content that we have provided, which is getting displayed from top to bottom over here. Now guys, inside the style.css file we need to provide certain CSS properties in such a way that we need to make this web page as a responsive web page. So first of all, we will make use of this container class over here, and we will make it as a flex container in this case. So guys, basically we will make use of this display CSS property, and the value we are going to use is flex over here. And then apart from this, what we will do is we will set the flex direction as column in this case, so that all the elements are getting displayed from top to bottom. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, all the elements by default were displayed from top to bottom, and there is no change over here. Now guys, for the heading part, what we will do is we will make use of this class name that is header, and we will provide certain CSS property for this header class over here. So guys, first of all we will change the background color to yellow in this case. Apart from this, we will also have the margin bottom property, and we will set it to 10 pixels over here. We will also set the padding as 20 pixels in this case. Also we want to set the font size over here to, let's say, 2 em in this case. So basically it will be 2 times the default font size over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, we have this is heading text over here, and it is also having the background color as a yellow color over here, and it is also having certain margin bottom property as well. Now guys, what we will do is this row container that we have, that is the div tag with the class row, we want to make it as a flex container which should be having the flex direction as the row direction, so that all these elements are getting displayed from left to right instead of top to bottom. So guys, inside the style.css file over here, simply we will use the class name that is row in this case, and we will use the display property. We will set the value as flex in this case, and the flex direction should be equal to row over here, which is the default value. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the navbar is displayed on the left, and then we have the main content that is at the middle, and then the side content that is present on the right hand side over here. Now guys, we will also provide certain spacing in between them, so let us provide those CSS properties as well. So what we will do is, inside the row, whatever div tags are present, we want certain padding and the margin to be provided over here. So we have the div tags inside the row class over here, and simply we are going to provide certain padding in this case. So let's say we have 10 pixels of padding. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, we have the padding that is getting applied over here. Now guys, the padding is also getting applied to the div tags inside the navbar as well. So in order to avoid that, we want the padding to be applied to the direct div child of the row class over here, so that only these div tags, that is the navbar, then the content and the content right classes, should have the padding, and not these div tags which are the part of the navigation items. So guys, let me just save this file now after providing this greater than symbol, which means the direct child should be affected with these CSS properties over here. And when we reload this page, as you can see, now there is no padding that is applied to these navigation items over here, and we have also provided the spacing practicing in this case. Now guys, let us provide certain CSS properties to this navigation bar and make it a proper vertical navigation bar over here. So what we can do is simply for this nav bar, we will make it as a flex container which will have the flex direction as column over here. So guys, we have the navbar class name in this case. We will have the display equal to flex over here and the flex direction should be column in this case. So guys, basically we have the column value. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, there is no change right now. So guys, inside this navbar, we want the A tags to be having certain CSS properties and also the div tags as well. So guys, what we will do is simply I'm going to copy these lines of code over here, and then inside the navbar we have the div tags in this case, which should have certain padding over here. So guys, basically we will have the padding of 5 pixels this time, and then for the navbar as well, we are going to have certain background color. So let's say we have the value as aqua, which is the background color for the navbar. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, we have the padding and the background color that is getting displayed over here. Now guys, apart from this, for the A tags as well, we want to provide certain CSS properties. So inside the navbar class name, we have the div tag followed by the A tag over here. First of all, we will set the color equal to black. So basically this is the text color that we are setting, and then apart from this, we also want the text decoration to be none, so that the underlines that are getting displayed over here should not be displayed. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, there are no underlines over here. Now guys, when we get the mouse cursor on these div tags, what we want to do is we want to change the background color. So guys, what we can do is simply we will copy these lines of code over here, and we need to provide the hover event for the div tags in this case, for which we want to change the background color. So guys, basically we want to change the background color to this chart reuse color, which is a light color over here. Let me just reload this page. So as you can see, the background color is now getting updated when we get the mouse cursor on one of the items for this navigation bar over here. So guys, in this way we have completed the CSS properties for the navigation bar. You can provide your own CSS properties for the navigation bar while you are practicing on your own. Now guys, apart from this, let us say we want the width of this particular content to be 4 times larger compared to this particular navigation bar and 2 times larger compared to the right content over here. So guys, we can use the class names in this case. So what we will do is the navbar should have the flex equal to 1 over here. So simply we will come to this navbar in this case, which is a container, and we will say flex it is equal to 1 in this case. Basically it is a container as well as it is the flex item inside this row container over here. And then apart from this, we will also have the class names, that is content and the content right in this case. So guys, basically we will have the dot content over here. For this flex item, we will set the flex as 4 in this case. Basically this flex CSS property is nothing but it is flex grow over here, but we are using the shorthand method, that is the flex CSS property. And then apart from this, we will also have the content right class name, and then for this class name we will set the flex value equal to 2. So guys, let us check that as well. When we set the flex equal to 2, and also we will change the background color to aqua background color once again, so that the colors are same for the navigation bar and the right hand side content as well. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the flex equal to 1 for this navigation bar and 4 times flex for this particular content in the middle and 2 times flex for this right hand side over here. If we want to change the width of this content in this case, we can simply increase the flex number for the content class name. So let us check that as well. So instead of having the 4 number, we can have 6 in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the width of this content has increased to 6 times compared to the navigation bar over here and 3 times compared to the right hand side content over here, because we have provided flex equal to 2 for this right hand side content. So guys, this is a very simple basic design of the website or the web page that we have created over here. Now guys, what we want to do is let us open the console in this case, and when we decrease the width of this particular screen, we want the flex direction of this row container over here to change to the column direction. So when we change the width of the screen now, as you can see, it is not completely responsive, and now we are getting the horizontal scroll bar over here. But we need to use the media query in such a way that when the width of this particular screen is less than 500 pixels, then all the items inside this particular row should have the flex flex direction as column, and also the navigation should have the flex direction as row over here, because currently it is the column direction in this case. So guys, what we will do is we have to set the media query in such a way that the max width should be 500 pixels over here. So let us check that as well, how we can implement it. So basically we use @character followed by media screen over here, and then after this we provide the AND keyword, and then we have inside the parenthesis the max width CSS property over here, after which we provide a colon, and then we say 500 pixels over here. Now guys, for this particular situation, in which case when the screen device width is less than 500 pixels, we want to set the flex direction of this particular row to column over here. So basically this flex direction is equal to row, but we want to change it to column when it is less than 500 pixels. So simply we provide row class name over here, and then we say flex direction, it is equal to column in this case. And then guys, apart from this, the flex direction of the navbar, it is currently column over here, we need to change it to row in this case. So basically the items that are getting displayed from top to bottom, we want to display it from left to right when the width of the screen is less than 500 pixels. So guys, let us change that as well. So over here within the same media query, we will provide the class name, that is navbar over here, and then we will change the flex direction, it is equal to row this time. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. Notice that we don't have any change right now because the width is greater than 500 pixels, and when we reduce it to less than 500 pixels over here, so as you can see currently it is 507 pixels. When we reduce it to less than 500 pixels, the navbar is also changed from column to row direction over here, and the entire row content is now getting displayed from top to bottom in this case. So guys, in this way we have handled the situation in which case when we want to see this particular web page on a screen width that is below 500 pixels, we can use this media query over here. You can provide any of the measurement over here for the max width based on your project requirements, and then your responsive web design will be updated accordingly when the user accesses your web page on different screen devices. So guys, in this way you can make a simple responsive web design and practice on your own based on the different measurements of the screen devices. Either you can display the flex direction in the row direction or the column direction. So currently it is in the row direction over here as you can see, but when we reduce the screen width to below 500 pixels, now it is in the column direction and the navbar is in the row direction over here. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video. Till then, stay tuned. So now we will see grid layout in CSS. So guys, basically the CSS grid layout module offers a grid based layout system with the help of rows and columns, which makes it very easy to design the web pages without having to use the float and the position CSS properties that we had seen previously. So guys, we will check with the help of examples how you can easily design the web pages with the help of the grid layout using CSS. So guys, first of all, we will understand the concepts of rows and columns in the grid layout in CSS. So over here on the browser, let us move to the sketchpad first of all. So guys, what is the meaning of grid layout in CSS? So basically we have the concept of rows and columns as far as the grid layout is concerned. So basically the horizontal lines, as you can see, this is one row over here, and then we have the second row in this case. So this is the second row that we have included, and so on. There can be multiple rows in the grid layout over here. So guys, let us label these rows in this case. So let me add the text over here. So basically we have row 1 over here. So basically this is row 1, and then guys, similarly we have row 2 and row 3 as well. So these are the three rows that we have included in our grid layout. Now guys, similarly we have the columns as well that can be defined as far as the grid layout is concerned. So basically the vertical lines that are going from top to bottom, these are the columns that can be defined inside the grid layout. So let us have three columns over here. So as you can see, these are the column 1, 2 and then 3 respectively. So guys, basically the grid items are aligned in such a way that they will be present in the row and the column format over here. And then guys, we also have some more properties such as column gap. So over here you can see that there is a gap over here in this case. So this is nothing but it is a column gap that we can define with the help of CSS properties that we are going to see. And also there is a gap between the row over here, between row 1 and row 2, and then between row 2 and row 3. So guys, these are nothing but the row gaps and the column gaps that we are going to define. By default there will be no gaps between the rows and columns, but we can include them with the help of CSS properties. So guys, this is the basic understanding as far as the grid layout in the CSS is concerned. So guys, let us check some of the examples now. Basically we can define the container as a grid layout with the help of the display CSS property. So guys, let us move to the VS Code over here, and simply we are going to define the div tag with the class container, and inside this container we are going to have multiple grid items. So guys, let us say we have the div tag with the class item over here, and the first item is having the number 1. So guys, similarly we are going to have multiple items in this case. So guys, as you can see, we have the div tags with the numbers from 1 to 9. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser to see how it looks like. So as you can see, these are nothing but the div tags that are getting displayed from 1 to 9, and since by default the div tags are having the display equal to block, that is why all the numbers are getting displayed on the new line over here. Guys, let us provide certain CSS properties now in order to make a grid layout out of this container over here. So guys, basically we have this class container in this case, and then what we will say is display it is equal to grid this time, so that we can make a grid layout out of it. Now guys, apart from this, we will also have certain background color so that we can identify the background of the container as well as the items over here. And then we will also have certain padding that we can provide. So padding is equal to 20 pixels in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the background color for the grid container over here. Now guys, by default the grid layout is having just one column over here. Let us provide certain CSS properties to this div tags as well, which is present inside the container. So over here we will provide container class, and then followed by the space character, and then followed by the div tag, which means whatever div tags are present inside the container will have these CSS properties that we are going to define. So guys, first of all, let us have certain background color over here. So let's say we provide the background color of yellow in this case, and also we will provide the padding of 10 pixels over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the yellow background color for all the div tags inside this container grid layout, and all the div tags currently are displayed on the new lines over here. Now guys, let us say we want to arrange all these items into 3 rows and 3 columns, just like how we have designed the layout over here. So what we can do is, inside the container class in this case, we have the CSS property that is grid template columns, and then guys, inside this grid template columns CSS property, we can define how many number of columns we want inside our grid layout. So guys, by default it is just having one column over here, and we are supposed to provide the width of all the columns which are separated by the space character. So guys, let's say we want the width to be set automatically by the browser, so simply we can provide the auto keyword. Now this means only one column will be present. So let me just save this file now to show how it looks like and reload this page on the browser. As you can see, there is no change right now. That's because we are telling the grid layout to have only one column over here. In order to have multiple columns, we need to provide the space character and provide the second parameter as well. You can provide any width in terms of pixels or any other length measurement over here. We are setting it as auto in this case. So basically this is the 2-column grid layout, since we have provided auto keyword twice over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So now if you can see, the first div element that is having 1 is displayed over here, and then we have this second column in this case. Now guys, in order to identify these 2 columns over here, let us provide certain column gap. Like we have seen in our design, these are nothing but the column gaps in between the columns. So how we can do that? So again, over here we can provide the column gap CSS property. So as you can see, this is the column gap CSS property, and let's say we want to provide the gap of 20 pixels over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have provided the column gap of 20 pixels in this case, and that is helping us in order to segregate the columns over here. Similarly, we can divide the rows as well. So in this case, we can also provide the row gap CSS property. So this is the property that we can use, and we can provide 20 pixels over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, in between the rows we are getting the gaps over here, and this is how we can create the grid layout and also provide the column gap and the row gap over here. Now guys, apart from this, if you want to increase the number of columns, then what you have to do is simply inside the grid template columns, you can provide the third parameter, which means another column will be added over here and the existing data will be adjusted accordingly. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, now we are having the 3 columns and the 3 rows grid layout over here as per our requirement, and this is the same design that we had drawn over here on the sketch pad. So guys, in this way you can have the grid layout with the help of the display equal to grid, and then using the grid template columns CSS property, and also providing the column gap and the row gap over here. Now guys, we can also provide certain other properties. Let's say if we want to center this text inside the div element, that is the child element inside the container. So what we can do is simply we can provide the text align, it is equal to center over here. Let me just reload this page. So as you can see, all the text are now aligned at the center of the div tag. We can also have the 4th column over here. So what we will do is, let's say we want the 4th column to be small. Let's say we want the width of the 4th column to be 20 pixels over here. So simply after the space character, instead of providing the auto keyword, we will provide the 20 pixels as the width of the 4th column over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the 4th column is now added and it is only having 20 pixels as the width of that particular column, and the other columns are taking the remaining space automatically. That's because we have provided the auto keyword over here. Let's say we want the 2nd column to have the width of 100 pixels. So simply instead of having the auto keyword, we will provide the length as 100 pixels over here. Let me increase the width of 4th column to 40 pixels as well, since it is very small right now. And now when we reload the page, as you can see, now this is 100 pixels wide and then this is 40 pixels wide over here, and the 1st and the 3rd column are automatically taking the width as per the keyword that we have provided inside the grid template columns over here. So guys, in this way you can define the different CSS properties as far as grid layout is concerned. So far we have seen how we can use the grid value for the display CSS property. We have also seen how we can define the grid layout with the help of grid template columns, which will define the number of columns over here. And then apart from this, we have also seen the column gap and the row gap in this case. Now guys, there is a shorthand method that you can use for the column gap and the row gap over here. So instead of having 20 pixels for both the CSS properties, simply you can provide the gap CSS property over here. So guys, first of all you need to provide the row gap in this case. So let's say we provide 20 pixels as the row gap, and this time let us say we want to increase the column gap, so we provide 30 pixels as column gap. So guys, first of all, the first parameter that is taken by the gap CSS property is the row gap over here, and the second parameter is the column gap. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. You will notice that the row gap will be same, but the column gap will be increased now. So when we reload this page, as you can see, this column gap is 30 pixels wide and the row gap is 20 pixels wide over here. So guys, you can provide the required gap between the items of the grid layout as per your requirements. Apart from this, let us now understand what is the meaning of the grid lines. Now guys, since we have provided all these elements inside the grid layout, all these div tags are called as the grid items over here. And then guys, on the extreme left there is a grid line in this case. So if I show you back again in the sketch pad, so before this column 1 there is a virtual vertical line over here, which is line 1 in this case, and then between column 1 and column 2 there is a second line over here, and then we have the third line in this case, and then there is a fourth line over here. Similarly, we have the lines for the rows as well. So over here we have the virtual line before row 1, and then between row 1 and row 2 we have the second line, and so on. There are lines in this case that we can use over here. Now guys, how we can use these lines I will show you with the help of the other CSS properties over here. So basically we have something called as grid column start and then grid column end. So guys, let's say as per your requirement over here on the user interface, you want the first number to occupy 2 columns over here. So guys, currently it is occupying just 1 column, that is the first column in this case. But let's say if you want to increase the width in such a way that it should occupy 2 columns over here, that is first column and second column. So we can simply use the grid column start and grid column end CSS properties. So guys, let us check that as well. So over here what we will do is, for the first element over here we will provide the ID, that is 1 in this case, and we are going to use this ID in the style.css file. So over here we will define the ID, that is 1, with the help of the hash character, and then we are going to use the grid column start over here. So guys, basically we have the grid column start and it should start from the first line over here. So guys, this is the significance of understanding the grid lines. Basically this item should start from the grid line 1 over here and it should end in this case after the second column, which means the grid line 2 is present over here between the column 1 and column 2, and the grid line 3 is present over here between column 2 and column 3. So we are supposed to provide the numbers from 1 up to 3 over here. So basically the grid column start will start from the number 1 and the grid column end should have the value of 3 over here, so that the first item should occupy the space between the column 1 and column 2 in this case. So guys, when we provide the end as 3, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. You will notice that now the first element is taking the span of 2 columns, that is the first column and the second column, and the other div elements are adjusted accordingly and all of them are taking just 1 column. So guys, this is the way you can use the grid column start and grid column end CSS property in order to make the HTML element occupy multiple number of columns over here. We also have the shorthand method for this. So simply we can have the grid column in this case. So guys, let's say we provide grid column CSS property, and over here we provide the column start as 1 and then followed by the /, and then simply we can provide the grid column end parameter value, that is 3 over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, it is now taking the space of 2 columns, that is first and second. Now guys, let us say we want to increase the width up to 3 columns over here. So simply we need to provide the grid line number 4 over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the first element is now taking the space of 3 columns, that is first, second and third, by using the grid line numbers from 1 up to 4 over here. So guys, this is the second line, and then we have the third vertical line followed by the fourth vertical line. Apart from this, instead of providing the line numbers for the grid column CSS property, you can also provide the span keyword, and then we can number the number of columns to be used in order to make the div element occupy those many number of columns. So guys, when we provide the span, so let's say we want this particular item to occupy only 2 columns over here. So simply we provide span keyword followed by 2 columns in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the first element is now occupying the space of 2 columns over here. So guys, similarly you can use the grid row start and grid row end as well, and apart from that you can also use the grid row CSS property as the shorthand method. So guys, let us check that as well. Let's say if you want the first column to have the 2 number of rows over here, which means it will occupy 2 rows in this case. So what we can do is simply we can provide the grid row over here. So this is the CSS property that we are providing, and then it is going from the first grid line up to second and then the third grid line in this case. So guys, simply we can provide 1 followed by / and then 3 over here, so that it takes 2 number of rows as far as the first element is concerned. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, now it is taking 2 number of rows as far as the vertical spacing is concerned. We can also provide the span keyword over here, but this time we have to provide the number 2 instead of 3 since we are providing the span keyword. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page As you can see, it is taking 2 rows over here. If you want it to occupy 3 rows, so simply we can provide span 3 in this case. Let me just reload this page. As you can see, now it is taking the 3 rows as far as the vertical spacing is concerned. So guys, in this way you can easily use the grid column or the grid row CSS properties based on your project requirement. So guys, apart from this, we also have some other properties, that is justify content over here. So similar to how we have seen in the flex layout model, the justify content will help us in order to align the items as far as horizontal alignment is concerned. So guys, let us check justify content with the help of example over here. So inside the container class, what we will do is, let's say we have the justify content CSS property over here, and we want all the elements to be present at the center of the container. So simply we can provide the center value over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, all the elements are now at the center of the container, which is having the background color that is aqua. So guys, in this way you can simply use the justify content as well. If you want a certain space to be in between all the elements as far as horizontal alignment is concerned, you can provide the space between value as well. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, in between all the elements there are equal spaces, and then we have other values as well. We can also provide space evenly over here. So as you can see, there's even spaces on the left and the right of all the div elements as far as horizontal spacing is concerned. Apart from this, we also have the vertical spacing that you can use based on the align content CSS property. So let us check that as well. So when we provide align content CSS property, let's say we want all the elements to be at the center as far as vertical alignment is concerned. So we provide the center value. Let me just reload this page once again on the browser. So all the elements are currently at the center as far as vertical alignment is concerned. We can provide some other values as well. So let's say we provide the start value and reload this page. So as you can see, there is no change right now. So what we will do is, let us increase the height of this div container over here. So simply we will provide the height value, and then let's say we provide 300 pixels as the value of the container height. So as you can see, the height has been increased now, and since we have provided align content at the start, all the div tags are at the start as far as the vertical alignment is concerned, which means they are at the top of the container. Let's say we want them to be at the center of the container, so simply we can provide the center value. Let me just reload this page. As you can see, now the div elements are present at the center of this div container as far as the vertical alignment is concerned, and let us get them all at the end of the container, which means at the bottom of the container. So when we reload this page, as you can see, all of them are at the bottom, which means they are aligned at the bottom of this particular container tag. So guys, in this way you can simply use the justify content and the align content over here in order to align the items inside the grid layout. Now guys, apart from this, we have something called as grid area as well, which is a shorthand method in order to use the grid row and the grid column over here. So guys, let us check the example of this as well. So what we will do is, simply I'm going to remove the grid row and the grid column that we had used previously for the first div tag over here. Let me just reload this page once again on the browser. Also, we will remove the height of the container over here. So as you can see, this is the container which is having the div tags inside the grid layout. And then guys, apart from this, we will also make the width of all the columns as auto in this case. So let me just remove this 100 pixels and make it as auto over here, and also the 40 pixels as auto in this case, so that all the columns are now having the equal width over here. Now guys, apart from this, we will also remove the justify and the align content in this case, so that all the div tags take up the available space on the left and the right as well. So as you can see, this is a simple grid layout inside the container. Now guys, by using the grid area, we can define the grid row and the grid column start and the end CSS property. So guys, let us check that as well. So what we will do is, for the first element, let us say we want this element to have 2 number of rows and 2 number of columns. So basically this much area must be occupied by the first row. So simply we can provide the grid area shorthand CSS property over here, and the first value that is expected inside the grid area is the grid start row. So in this case we have the start row as 1 and then followed by the /, and then it is expecting the grid column start, which is again the first column over here. So again we provide 1 over here. Apart from this we have the / character, and then it is expecting the grid row end, which means it should end at the third line over here as far as the row line is concerned. So this is the first line, second line, and then this is the third line over here. So simply we can provide 3 in this case, followed by the /, and then we can provide the column line as well, which is, in this case we want the first element to be over here. So basically this is first, second, and the third line as far as the column line is concerned. So we have the grid column end as well. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the first element is now taking the space of 2 rows and 2 columns respectively. So guys, in this way you can easily use the grid area as well. Now guys, apart from this grid area will be useful in order to order the elements also. So basically, let's say we want this 5th column to be present at this particular position where the element 2 is present. So what we can do is, first of all, for the element 5 we are going to define the ID, that is 5 over here. So simply we have defined the ID of 5, and then what we will do is simply we will provide # character and then the ID, that is 5 over here, and we are supposed to define the grid area in this case so that we can order the elements inside the grid layout. So guys, it is not necessary that whatever sequence that you have provided inside the HTML elements, with that same sequence all the items must be displayed, but you can order them based on your project requirements over here. So we want this particular 5th element to be present at this second position with the help of the CSS property, that is grid area in this case. So guys, what we have to do is we need to identify the row line and the column line for this particular position. So the row line is starting from the 1 and it is ending at 2 over here. So let us define that first of all. So we start from the row line, that is 1 over here, and then we have to end it at second row line in this case. And then guys, we also have to provide the column start and the column end. So this is column line 1 and then followed by column line 2 over here, and then we have 3 in this case. So we should start from the column line 3 and then end to the column line 4 over here. So when we say 3, that is the column start, and then followed by 4 as the 4th parameter over here. So guys, this is the grid area that we have defined. So using this we can get the 5th element at this particular position since we have provided the grid area CSS property. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, this 5th element is now getting displayed at this position, and then all the elements have adjusted accordingly based on the grid layout. So guys, in this way you can easily use the grid area CSS property as well, so that you can order the HTML elements based on your project requirements inside the grid layout. So guys, these are some of the CSS properties that you can use as far as the grid layout in CSS is concerned. Comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is an exercise on grid layout in CSS in order to make the sidebar and the content. So stay tuned. So now we will work on an exercise on grid layout in CSS, and we will be making a sidebar and the content with the help of the grid layout. So guys, we will design a sidebar and content area on left and right sections by using the grid layout in CSS, and apart from this we will also add the header and the footer sections. So guys, let us move to the VS Code over here, and simply I am going to remove the previous lines of code inside the HTML and the CSS files that we had written previously. Now guys, what we will do is simply we will have the container div tag over here. So we have the div tag with the class container, and then inside this we will have the sidebar and the content areas. So basically we are going to have the class name, that is sidebar over here. Simply I am going to have the content, that is sidebar, for this div tag, and then we are going to also have the content class, which is another div tag over here. So guys, basically we have the content keyword in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, these are the two div tags that we are starting from scratch, and we are going to have the sidebar on the left hand side of the screen and the content on the right hand side. So guys, what we have to do is we need to make this container class as a grid layout container. So simply I'm going to copy this container class over here, and then inside the style.css file we are going to define certain CSS properties. So first of all, we have the display is equal to grid, and then apart from this we will also have certain background color. So let's say we have the background color of yellow, and also we will provide certain padding. So let's say we have 20 pixels of padding over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, this is the container that is having the two div tags, that is the sidebar and the content. Now guys, we need to make two columns out of this container. On first column we will have the sidebar, and then inside the second column we will have the content. So guys, what we will do is simply we will use the another CSS property, that is grid template columns, which helps us in order to provide the number of columns over here. So since we have provided the two values in this case with the help of the auto keywords, there will be two columns that will be created. And then guys, apart from this, we also want a certain column gap in between both the columns. So we will say a column gap of 20 pixels over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the sidebar and the content are now getting displayed horizontally in this case. Now guys, we will also have certain CSS properties to both these div tags so that we can identify and separate them as far as the grid container is concerned. So what we will do is inside the container class, we will provide the CSS property to div tags that are having the sidebar and the content classes respectively. So simply we are going to use the class names over here, that is the sidebar and the content, and we are going to have certain common CSS properties over here. So first of all, we will have the background color. So let's say we have the background color as aqua color over here, and also we will provide the padding of 10 pixels in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, we can now see the two columns over here, that is sidebar and content in this case, and also we are having the column gap of 20 pixels over here. Now guys, what we will do is we will decrease the width of the sidebar and increase the width of the content, since the sidebar takes only around 20 to 25% of the screen width over here. So what we have to do is simply we will provide the 200 pixels as the size of the first column over here instead of the auto keyword. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, the width of the sidebar is now reduced in this case. Now guys, apart from this, we also want to add the header and footer sections over here. So simply we are going to add two more div tags in this case, and then we are going to have the class names as header and footer respectively. So guys, over here we have the header and footer in this case, and then inside this div tag, that is the header div tag, we will have the h1 tag over here, and we will say this is a heading. And also for the footer tag, we are going to have the statement that this is a footer section over here. So guys, we have this is a heading section, and we have this is a footer section inside the header and the footer classes respectively. Now guys, let me just save this file now and let us see how it looks like on the UI. So when we reload this page, as you can see, this is a heading is now getting displayed over here on the first row, and the sidebar is also getting displayed on the first row and the second column. So what we have to do is we need to define the grid column start and grid column end over here, so that this particular heading takes the entire space, that is from left to right over here. So inside the style.css file, for the header and the footer classes, we are going to have certain common CSS properties. So over here we have defined the header and the footer classes in this case. So what we have to do is we need to make the grid column start, that is this particular CSS property start from the first line over here, and then it should end at the third line. Why so? Because we have two columns over here. Or we can also say that the header and the footer div tags must occupy the space of the two columns. So we have to define the grid column end as well. So over here we provide the grid column end in this case, and then we provide the line number 3 over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, we have this is heading section, and then we have this is footer section over here. Apart from this, let us also provide certain padding at the background color over here. So let's say we have the padding of 10 pixels again, and the background color as well. So let's say we use this chart reuse background color over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, we have this is heading section and then we have this is footer section over here. Now guys, there is one problem in this case. We have three number of rows, that is first row is over here, then the second row is sidebar and the content, and the third row is the footer section. We need to have certain gap in between all the rows. So what we can do is similar to column gap, we can have the row gap as well, and this time let's say we have 10 pixels of row gap. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, these are the gaps that we have provided over here. Now guys, apart from this, we also want to align this text at the center of the div tag. So simply we are going to use the text align CSS property and the value as center. So when we reload this page, as you can see, the header and the footer section are now having the text at the center of the div tags over here. So guys, this is the way that we have designed our sidebar and the content over here. Let us have certain content in the form of links inside the sidebar. So what we can do is simply over here in the HTML file, instead of having the sidebar over here, we will have the unordered list in this case, and inside this we will have the list items over here, and inside the list item we will have the A tags in this case. So guys, let us define certain links inside the sidebar. So we have these many links over here. We will rename the content inside the links. So first of all, we have the home link in this case, and let's say we have the blog and then followed by videos, and then let's say we have certain programming languages. So first of all we have Java, and then let's say we have HTML, and of course we are going through the CSS tutorial. So over here we have the CSS link as well. So guys, if you are new to this channel, we are making a lot of CSS tutorial videos which you can find in the playlist that I have given in the description section. So you can go through all the videos as well if you want to practice with the help of examples. And please make sure that you subscribe to this YouTube channel, that is Programming for Beginners, so that you get the notifications on the upcoming videos as well. So guys, over here we have defined certain links inside the unordered list. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have all these list items inside the sidebar over here that you can navigate to. And then guys, inside the content we can have certain random text over here. So instead of content, what we will do is we will use the lorem emmet abbreviation over here. So basically we are going to define certain random text in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the random text that is getting generated over here. So guys, in this way we have easily designed our header section and the footer section as well. You can have your own CSS properties for these header and the footer sections respectively. And apart from this, on the left hand side we have the sidebar content, which is having the list of links in this case, and we also have the content section over here. We can also have the right hand side sidebar over here of, let's say, some of the popular videos or the popular blog post in this case. So you can simply provide the third column in this case, which should be present only in the second row over here as per your requirements. So guys, I'll leave this up to you as a homework for you so that you can practice on your own and add a right hand side sidebar that might have certain popular videos or the blog post which users can navigate to. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is how to center the HTML element inside the div element using CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see how to center the HTML element inside the div tag in CSS. So guys, basically one of the problems of centering the HTML elements inside the div elements can be solved by using the Flexbox layout, and we are going to check with the help of example as well. So let us move to the VS Code over here, and simply I am going to remove the previous lines of code that we had written in the HTML and the CSS files. So guys, over here first of all we are going to define the div tag with the class container in this case, and then inside this we are going to have a simple div tag that will say this is a simple div tag. So guys, we have a very simple statement over here inside the container class. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, this is a simple div tag is getting displayed over here. Now guys, let us have certain background color for the container class and also the div tag that is the child tag over here. So we are going to copy this class name, and then inside the style.css file we are going to provide the background color over here. So let's say we have the yellow color is the background background color. Apart from this, we will also provide the padding of, let's say, 20 pixels in this case. And then guys, for the child tag over here, inside the container class, we are going to define the div tag in this case, and then we will say the background color of, let's say, aqua color over here, and again we are going to provide the padding of, let's say, 10 pixels over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the container tag that is having the yellow background color is going from left to right, and it is taking the entire width of the screen over here. Apart from this, the child tag that is having the aqua background color is also going from left to right, and it is taking the entire width of the screen. Now guys, what we will do is we will reduce the width of this child tag over here, and we will set it only up to this required width that is required by the content of this div tag. So inside this div tag, that is the child tag over here, simply we are going to provide the display property, and we will say inline block as the value. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, only the required width is now being taken by this particular div tag. That's because the default value of the div tag as far as display CSS property is the block value. So when we say block, which means it is going to take the entire width that is from left to right over here, but we are limiting that width by using the inline block value for the display property. Now guys, what is the scenario over here is we want to center align this particular div tag as far as the container is concerned. So we need to get this child div tag at the center of the container. Let us have another situation over here. We will also have the height of this container. So let's say we provide the height as 300 pixels. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, we have the height of the container as 300 pixels over here. So how do we get this particular div tag at the center of the container somewhere over here? So let us try that. So what we will do is, first of all, let us provide the text align CSS property. We will check out different scenarios how we can achieve our task of getting the child div tag at the center of the container. So when we say text align equal to center, let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, now this div tag is present at the center as far as the horizontal alignment is concerned. But how do we get it at the center as far as the vertical alignment is concerned? Another CSS property that we can use is using the line height over here, and we can set the value equal to the height of the container that we have set over here. So simply we will set the value as 300 pixels so that the line height of the container is exactly the same as the height of the container over here. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have provided the line height of 300 pixels. The text is also coming at the center of the container now, but we can see that there is a background color that is running from the top to the bottom of the container, which is not required in this case. So guys, this is a limitation of using the line height over here. Along with it, we have also used the text align CSS property. So we don't want it in this way. So let me just comment out these two lines of code over here. So now we are back to our original position, that is top left over here. So guys, we can simply use the Flexbox layout in order to center align the div tag over here. So let us try that. So for the container class, what we are going to do is simply we will set the display property as flex over here. Now guys, since we have set the display property as flex, all the child items inside the container will be the flex items now, and they will be running from left to right by default because the flex direction is row by default for any of the flex container. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, the background color is now going from top to bottom over here in this case. Let us provide another CSS property, that is justify content, for this flex container, which will define the horizontal alignment as far as flex items is concerned. So guys, we will set the value as center because we want the flex item, that is this particular div tag, at the center as far as horizontal alignment is concerned. So when we reload this page now, as you can see, the flex item is now at the center as far as the horizontal alignment is concerned. Now as far as vertical alignment is concerned, we can use the align content CSS property, which will help us in order to align the flex items across the cross axis over here. So guys, since the flex direction is row by default, the justify content will help us in order to align the items on the main axis, which is going from left to right over here, and the align content will help us in order to align the items across the cross axis, which is going from top to bottom or the vertical axis over here. So we have just set the value as center for the align content over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, there is no change right now. That's because we have done a mistake. Instead of using the align content, it is align items that we must use. Because basically align items will help us in order to align the flex items as far as the cross axis is concerned, in which case it is the vertical axis over here. So when we save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser, so as you can see, now we have perfectly aligned the div tag at the center of the container, and this is the way that you can center align the HTML element inside the container by using the Flexbox layout over here. So guys, these are the three important CSS properties that you must use, that is display is equal to flex, and then justify content is equal to center, and the align items is equal to center over here inside the flex container in this case. So comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. The next video that we are going to talk about is optional and required pseudo class in CSS. So stay tuned. So now we will see optional and required pseudo class in CSS. So guys, basically we will see how to style the HTML form elements using the optional and the required pseudo class. So let us move to the VS Code over here, and simply I'm going to remove the previous lines that we had written in the HTML and the CSS files over here. Now guys, what we will do is, first of all, we will define the div tag with the class container, inside which we are going to have the form over here. So before having the form, we will have the header tag, that is the h2 tag, and we will say field below form in this case as a heading. Now guys, after this we are going to have the form tag over here, and we will have the id as form in this case, and simply we are going to have three fields over here. First of all, we will have the username field, so we will have input colon text over here. So basically it is the input tag with the type text in this case, and we will have the name as username and id as the username value. Apart from this, we will also have the placeholder attribute, and we will say enter username. So guys, basically this is the text that will be displayed by default as a placeholder, and then we will make this field as required so that user has to fill this particular field in this case. And after this we are going to have certain line breaks over here so that the next input is displayed on the next line. So I'm going to copy paste this line of code, and this time we are going to have password as the text field, and again we are going to have the id as password, and we will say enter password over here, and it is again a required field in this case. And instead of having the type equal to text, we will say the type is equal to password over here. And then guys, apart from this, we will have the email field as well. So again we will have the type as email over here, and we will set the name and the id as the email values, and we will say enter email in this case, which is not required over here. So we will remove the required attribute from this particular input tag. So guys, basically we are going to provide the CSS properties with the help of this required or the optional attribute over here. So whatever fields we have marked as required will be provided a set of CSS properties, and the other fields which are by default optional, which means user is not required to provide the data inside those optional fields, such as the email field over here, those will be having the set of other CSS properties. And then apart from this, we will also have two buttons over here. The first button will be the submit button in this case. So we will have the input type is equal to submit, and the value will be submit over here, and also we will set the id as submit in this case. And then apart from this, we will also have another button which will have the value as clear over here. So guys, this is simply for the displaying purpose. We are going to have two buttons, that is submit and clear, inside the form. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page on the browser. So as you can see, this is the way the form is displayed over here. We have the heading first of all, field below form over here. So we need to change this keyword to below form in this case. So we have field below form as the header over here, and then we have the three fields, that is username, password and the email fields over here. Let us have certain background color for the container class as well in this case. So what we will do is we will copy this class name over here, and inside the style.css file we will have the container class name. And what we will do is, let's say we have have the background color as aqua color over here. Also we will provide the padding of let's say 20 pixels in this case. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, this is the container that is having the background color over here. Now guys, we will reduce the width of the container to the width of these particular text boxes. So what we can do is simply we can set the width, it is equal to min content over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page. So as you can see, now the width is set in such a way that it is only taking up the required space over here. Apart from this, we also want to center align this particular container. So what we will do is simply we can provide margin, it is equal to auto over here. So as far as horizontal alignment is concerned, we are getting the div tag at the center of the screen over here. Now guys, how we can provide the CSS properties to these required and the optional attributes that are present inside the form. So simply what we have to do is we have to provide the input tag and then we can use the pseudo class over here. So let's say first of all we want to provide certain CSS properties to these required fields that are username and password. So over here inside the style.css file we will say input tag followed by colon and then simply we can say the required keyword. So guys, this is the way that we can use the pseudo classes over here. So basically we need to provide the single colon and then the name of the pseudo class. So in this case it is the required pseudo class that we are using, and whatever CSS properties that we will be including inside this required pseudo class will be applied to all those fields that are marked as required over here inside the form. So guys, let us check that as well. So what we will do is first of all we will provide the padding of 5 pixels over here. Let me just save this file now. You will notice some kind of spacing inside these username and the password text boxes. So when we reload this page, as you can see, there is extra space that is added over here. Apart from this, we will also provide certain background color so that we can identify the changes that are happening inside those two text boxes, that is username and password. So what we will do is we will set the background color as green over here and let us change the green color to some lighter version of green color over here. So we have this very light green color in this case with the help of the RGB values. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the light green background color for these required text boxes over here, that is username and password. Apart from this, we can also have some more CSS properties, that is let's say we have the border radius of 5 pixels over here. So basically the corners of these text boxes will be having the rounded corner. So this is the 5 pixels border radius that we have applied over here. So in this way, based on your project requirements, you can provide any CSS properties by using the required pseudo class in this case. Now guys, apart from this, the other field, that is enter email, which is the email field over here, is not having the required attribute. So basically by default it is the optional field inside the form. So guys, what we can do is simply we can define the input tag followed by colon and then we can have the pseudo class that is optional over here. So whatever CSS properties that we define inside the optional pseudo class in this case will be applied to all the fields that are marked as optional or not having the required attribute. So let us provide the same CSS properties in this case, that is padding is equal to 5 pixels and border radius is equal to 5 pixels, but this time we are going to change the background color. So we will have the version of the red color over here as the background color. So let me just change the red color to some lighter version of this red color in this case. So as you can see, this is the RGB value that we have set over here. Let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. So as you can see, we have the lighter version of the red color to this field which is not marked as required, but it is the optional field in this case. Guys, if you notice, we also have this red color to this submit and the clear button. So what we can do is we can provide the CSS properties of username and password to this submit button by using the ID of the submit button. So what is the ID of this button? It is submit in this case. So what we will do is the CSS properties for the required fields are present over here. So simply we are going to provide comma and then we will provide the hash character followed by the ID of the input button, that is submit in this case. So guys, basically these CSS properties will be applied to the submit button as well as the fields that are marked as required over here, and in this way we can also provide the multiple CSS selectors. So let me just save this file now and try reloading this page once again on the browser. As you can see, the same CSS selectors that are provided to the required fields are now provided to the submit button as well, and the clear button can have the CSS property that is provided to the optional field over here. So guys, in this way you can use the required and the optional pseudo classes over here, and based on your project requirements you can provide any of the CSS properties inside these pseudo classes. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video. Till then, stay tuned. So now we will create a very simple calculator with the help of the HTML and the CSS. As you can see, this is the simple calculator that we are going to create. So first of all, we are going to create a folder over here inside the HTML CSS projects folder. So we are going to create the folder that is named as calculator, since we are going to create a simple calculator over here. Now guys, inside this calculator folder, we are going to create the HTML and the CSS files. So first of all, we will create index.html file in this case, and then we are going to create another file in order to provide the styling with the help of the CSS file. So guys, over here we have the style.css file as well. So guys, inside the index.html file we will have our HTML elements. So we are going to use the emet abbreviation, that is exclamation mark, in order to create the HTML template over here, and for the title part we are simply going to provide the string that is simple calculator. Now guys, apart from this, inside the body tag we are going to provide our code. So what we are going to do is, first of all, we are going to create a div tag with the class that is main class over here, and inside this we are supposed to have the text area. So for reference over here, I have opened the calculator. In this case, that is a standard calculator. So this box over here where all the numbers will appear will be represented by this particular text area. So guys, over here we will provide the text area as the name and the ID as well. So I have provided the text area value for the name and ID part, and then initially we will provide the data as 0 in this case. Now guys, after this we are going to have another div tag with the class container, where we are going to define all these buttons that you can see. So guys, we can create all these buttons with the help of the div tags over here. So we are going to have the div tag with the class row in this case, and every button will be represented with the help of this particular class that is row over here. So guys, first of all we have this button that is CE. So in this case, let us provide the data as well, and I'm simply going to copy this line of code over here, and we are going to provide other buttons that is C, and then backspace, and then we have divide. So guys, over here for the clear part we will provide the capital X letter, and then over here we will provide the divide symbol. So guys, basically we have created the 4 div tags with the help of the class that is row over here, which we are going to use inside the style.css file. Let me just save this file now and try opening this file on the browser. So simply I'm going to copy this path over here, or simply you can also use the live server feature. So basically you can install the live server extension on the VS Code that will help you in order to go live over here. So guys, simply we can use this feature as well. So let me click over here on the go live button. As you can see, so it is starting right now, and basically by default this will be the URL where your server will be live and you will be able to view the HTML web page. Now guys, whatever changes you make in the HTML and the style.css file over here will be reflected on this HTML page. So over here we have not defined the CSS file to be linked to this particular HTML page. So simply we are going to use this link tag over here along with the rel attribute, that is style sheet, and the href attribute will have the style.css file, the file that we have created over here in order to define the CSS properties. So guys, let me just save this file now, and the changes will be automatically reflected over here. Now guys, what we want to do is, we want all these buttons, that is having these particular text, to be present on one particular row over here, and also we want them to have certain background color along with the fixed width and height. So guys, what we will do is, first of all, for the main class, that is for the main calculator over here, we will define certain CSS properties. So let's say we define the background color as a yellow color for the entire calculator, and we want it to be present at the middle of the screen over here. So guys, what we have to do is, let us also provide certain padding of 20 pixels. So let me just save this file now, and without actually reloading the page, you will see that the changes are now getting reflected on this particular URL. That's because of the live server that we are using. Now guys, what we want to do is, we want to have the fixed width of this particular calculator. So let's say we have the width of 40% over here as far as the entire width of the screen is concerned. So as you can see, this is the 40%. Let us reduce the width to 30% over here. So as you can see, this is the 30% width, and also in order to get this particular calculator at the middle of the screen, simply we can provide margin equal to auto over here. So guys, when we provide margin equal to auto, let me just save this file now, and as you can see, now the calculator is getting displayed at the middle of the screen over here. Now guys, let us provide certain CSS properties for this div tags in such a way that all these elements are displayed in one particular row over here. So what we have to do is we need to use this particular container class in this case. So guys, let me just correct the spelling of this container class over here, and then inside the style.css file we need to make use of this particular class, that is container, and then guys we need to provide the display property, it is equal to grid. That's because the layout that is getting displayed on this calculator app, it is in the form of the grid layout over here. So guys, similarly we are going to make use of this grid layout in this case. Let me just save this file now, and if we see the changes, there are no changes right now. That's because only one column is configured by default, and that is why all the div tags are coming inside just one column over here. In order to increase the number of columns, we need to make use of the grid template column CSS property, and then for this particular CSS property we need to provide the width of the columns. So guys, either you can provide some length measurement, or else you can also provide the auto keyword so that the width of the columns is taken automatically. And since we need 4 columns over here in order to provide the buttons inside the calculator in the form of the grid layout, we will be providing the auto keyword 4 times over here. So when we save this file once again, and if you notice the changes over here, as you can see, all the div tags are now getting displayed on just one line, and they are separated with the help of the columns inside the grid. Now guys, apart from this, also we want to provide certain CSS properties to all these buttons which are represented with the help of the div tag over here. So let me just copy the class name, that is row in this case, and then guys what we will do is we will provide the fixed width and height over here. So let's say we have 40 pixels of width and then also the 40 pixels of height in this case. So we provide the height attribute as well, and also we want to provide certain background color. So let's say we have the background color as gray color over here. So when we save this file, you will see that these are the changes that are getting reflected in this case. We have all the columns that are getting displayed over here, and we have the fixed width and height for this particular div tag. Apart from this, we will also get these characters at the center of the box over here. So what we will do is simply we will provide the text align, it is equal to center, and in order to get the letters vertically aligned, we can provide the line height attribute as well. So simply we will provide the line height attribute in this case, which must be equal to the height of this particular row class. So it is 40 pixels over here. When we save this file now, so as you can see, all the letters are now getting displayed at the middle of the button. Guys, we can provide a lighter version of this gray color over here. So let me just change the gray color to this particular lighter version. So when we save this file now, as you can see, these are the buttons that are getting displayed. Now guys, let me just zoom in little bit so that we can see the calculator properly over here. So as you can see, these are the top 4 buttons that are getting displayed over here. Now guys, apart from this, also we want to align this content inside the text area at the right hand side. So simply what we can do is we can have the text area tag over here, and simply we can provide the text align attribute. So in this case, we will provide text align, it is equal to right over here. So when we save this file, as you can see, now the number is getting displayed on the right hand side. Now guys, similarly what we will do is we will have these numbers and also the multiplication icon over here inside the second row as far as this container is concerned. So simply we have to come inside the index.html file, and I'll copy these lines of code over here, and simply we need to provide the content, that is 7, 8, 9 and then multiplication. So over here we will provide 7 as the number, then 8 and then 9, and then this multiplication as the small x letter. So let me just save this file now, and if you notice a change over here, as you can see, these are the buttons that are getting displayed on the second row now. Guys, apart from this, we can also provide certain row gap over here so that there is certain gap in between the rows in this case. So simply inside the CSS file for the container class, we can provide the row gap over here, and a row gap of 5 pixels can provide a good amount of gap in between the rows. So when we save this file now, as you can see, we have got the gaps in between the rows now. Now guys, apart from this, we will also provide the other numbers as well. So let me just copy paste these lines of code once again over here inside the HTML file. So guys, we have the third row over here inside the container, and this is how the buttons look like in this case. Apart from this, let me just quickly provide the last 2 rows over here as well inside this calculator. So guys, as you can see, we have also provided the last 2 rows over here, and apart from this, we have also adjusted certain width of the main class and the text area as well, in which case we have provided the number of columns and the number of rows in such a way that it aligns better along with the other buttons over here inside the container. Now guys, what we can do is, in order to make these buttons to look more decent, we will provide the background color of white for all these numbers over here. So simply for the numbers inside this calculator, we are going to provide another class name, that is number in this case. And then guys, let me just copy this class name to the other numbers as well, so that only for these numbers we are going to have the white color as the background color. And then after providing the background color as well, we are going to also have the hover pseudo class that will change the background color when we get the mouse cursor on the buttons over here. So simply inside the style.css file, we will provide the number class in this case. And then guys, we are simply going to provide the background color of white color over here. Let me just save this file now. So as you can see, we have all these numbers with the white color in this case. Apart from this, we can also have certain borders as well. So guys, as you can see, we have the white colors for all these numbers right now. Apart from this, let us have some different shade of white color over here. So basically we are going to have this shade of white color over here. So as you can see, this is the background color. Now guys, when we get the mouse cursor on this particular row, that is the button, we want to change the background color to some different color in this case. So what we can do is, for this row class over here, simply we are going to have the hover pseudo class, and inside this we are going to have the background color. So let's say we want to have the background color as gray color in this case. Let me just save this file now. So now if we get the mouse cursor over here, as you can see, it is changing the background color to the gray color, which means it is giving some feedback to the user that this is the button that is going to be clicked in this case. Apart from this, also we will provide the cursor, it is equal to pointer over here. Let me just save this file now. So as you can see, the cursor is getting updated to the pointer icon over here. We can have some other version of the gray color as well based on your requirement. So let me just change it to some lighter version of the gray color over here. Let me just save this file now. So as you can see, the buttons are now getting a different background color in this case. So guys, based on your requirements, you can have the different background colors or any other CSS properties with the help of these class names, just like how we have defined inside the CSS file over here. Guys, we can also have multiple class names for a particular HTML element. As you can see, these numbers are having two class names over here, and from two different class names we are having the multiple CSS properties, and the CSS property that is defined at the later stage inside the external CSS file will be implemented on the user interface that is on the web page over here. So guys, in this way we have successfully created a very simple calculator with the help of the HTML and the CSS properties. Comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll be creating more HTML and the CSS projects in the upcoming videos, so stay tuned. So guys, we are going to create a responsive navigation bar that will look like this. That is a horizontal navigation bar over here, along with some background color when we get the mouse cursor on this navbar items, and then when we decrease the width of the screen over here, which means when we view this on smaller devices, the navigation bar will be converted to the vertical navigation bar over here. So guys, we will check this with the help of the HTML and the CSS code. So guys, over here inside the HTML CSS projects folder, we are going to create another folder that is navigation bar in this case. And then inside the navigation bar folder, we are going to have the index.html file and the style.css files over here. So guys, let me just create the style.css file as well. So guys, we have created both the files over here. So inside the index.html, we are going to have the HTML code. So let me just use this Emmet abbreviation, that is exclamation mark, in order to have the default HTML template. And then guys, for the title part, we are going to have the navigation bar as the title of this page, and also we are going to link this style CSS file with the help of this link tag over here. Now guys, apart from this, inside the body tag, we are going to define the HTML elements. So what we are going to do is, let's say we have the div tag with the class navbar over here. So simply we are going to create the div tag with the class that is navbar in this case, and then guys, inside this we are going to have more div tags that are going to have the navigation bar item. So guys, simply we are going to create the div tag with the class item over here, inside which we are going to have the a tag with the hash character as the href, and the first element that we have for our navigation bar is the home. So basically this is the first item inside the navigation bar, and similarly we are going to have multiple items over here. So let's say we have the second item as blog, then the third item as videos, and then the fourth item as languages that are programming languages over here. Let me just save this file now and click on this go live icon that can help us in order to display the web page on the browser. So guys, this can be done with the help of the live server extension on the VS Code. So if you see on the web browser over here, these are the 4 items that we want to include inside a navigation bar. Now guys, these are looking just like simple links on the web page, but we want to convert it into a horizontal navigation bar, and when we reduce the width of the screen over here, the navigation bar should be updated to a vertical navigation bar. So we will check that as well with the help of the media queries over here. So guys, simply we have to go inside the style.css file in order to actually make this navbar class look like a navigation bar. So over here what we will do is simply we are going to provide certain CSS properties for the class name, that is navbar. So we need to provide a dot character followed by the class name, that is navbar over here. And then guys, inside this let us have certain background color first of all. So we will have a dark background color, that is black color over here. And then apart from this, we also want to make the display equal to flex, so that all the items inside the navbar class, that are these tags over here, must be displayed in a row by default. Guys, when we provide the display equal to flex over here, by default the flex direction is a row and all the elements will be displayed in one row over here. So when we save this file now and check the changes on the browser, as you can see we have the black color as the background color in this case, and also we have all the links over here that are getting displayed with the blue color over here. Guys, we are going to make certain changes for these div tags. So what we have to do is simply we will use the class name, that is item, since the item class name is representing all the div tags over here, that is individual items inside the flex container. So guys, simply we have to provide this item class over here, and first of all we will provide the padding of 10 pixels in this case. And then apart from this, what we want to do is all the A tags inside this item class must have some CSS properties. So we are going to define the item class and then all the A tags inside the item. So we are going to use the A selector over here. First of all, we will have the text decoration as none, so that we don't have any underline for any of the text that are getting displayed. Apart from this, we will also change the font color to white color. So instead of the blue color that is getting displayed over here, the white color must be displayed for all these characters. So guys, let me just save this file now and check the changes. So as you can see, these are the changes that are getting displayed over here. So guys, basically this is a very simple navigation bar that we have just created. Now what we will do is when we get the mouse cursor on any of these div tags over here, we want to change the background color for that particular div tag, that is the navigation bar item. So since the div tag is represented with the help of this item class over here, I'm going to copy this item class, and then we need to provide the hover pseudo class over here, for which we want to change the background color. So guys, we will change the background color to red color in this case when the user gets the mouse cursor on the div tags with the class item. So let me just save this file now and let us see the changes. So as you can see, when we get the mouse cursor over here, the background color for the div tags are now getting updated to the red color, and this is how the user will be able to get the feedback that he or she will be able to click on that particular navigation bar item. Now guys, you will notice there is certain space on the left hand side and on top of this navigation bar. That's because by default certain margin is provided to the body tag over here. So simply we will provide the body tag in this case, and then let me just provide the margin is equal to auto and also padding is equal to auto. And then apart from this, we will also provide the box sizing CSS property as border box over here. So guys, it is a best practice in order to provide these 3 lines of code at the start of the CSS file, so that there is no margin and padding that is provided by default to any of the HTML elements that we are going to define on our web page. And then apart from this, when we say box sizing equal to border box, so any of the padding or the border spaces that are included for the HTML elements, the width and height that is taken by those parameters, that is borders and padding, will be also included as part of the width and height of the HTML elements. So guys, that is one of the important aspect when you are designing your web page. So when we save this file now, you will notice that there is no space on the left hand side and on top of this particular navigation bar right now. So guys, if you want to add more navigation bar items over here, simply you have to come inside the HTML file and you can simply copy paste these lines of code in this case. And then guys, simply we can provide some more items as far as navigation bar items are concerned. So let's say we provide the contact tab over here, and then apart from this we will also provide about us option in this case, and let us also provide certain programming languages. So over here we can provide Java, for which I have created a separate playlist. If you want to learn more about Java tutorial and the Java programs as well, I have provided the links to the playlist in the description section below. Apart from this, I have also created the playlist for the Python programming language, so you can watch out those videos as well. The links I have given in the description section below. So guys, when we save this file now, if you notice, there are more items that are getting displayed over here on the navigation bar. So guys, in this way we can simply create a navigation bar using the display equal to flex and the other CSS properties that we have just seen. Now guys, the problem in this particular navigation bar right now is it is a horizontal navigation bar, and when we decrease the width of the screen, so let's say I have opened the console section over here, and when we decrease the width, as you can see, some of the items are now going on the right hand side, and now at the bottom of the screen we are getting the horizontal scroll bar over here. Guys, this is not one of the best practices as far as designing web page is concerned. So what we can do is simply we can see what is the maximum width. So as you can see over here, we are decreasing the width, and somewhere over here around 550 pixels the horizontal navigation bar is looking fine in this case. And then guys, after this, when we reduce the size more, you can see that it is trying to reduce its size. Let's say at around 500 pixels or less, we want the navigation bar to be displayed as a vertical navigation bar. So guys, what we can do is simply we can use the media query over here. So how do we do that? So inside the style.css file, we will use a media query in this case. So we use media screen over here, and after this we use the and keyword, and then inside the parenthesis we use the max width in this case. So guys, we need to provide the max width of 500 pixels, and then inside the curly braces what we have to do is, since we have provided the display equal to flex for the navbar over here, simply I'm going to copy these lines of code in this case and paste it inside the media screen. And then guys, we want this navbar to have the flex direction as column. So by default the flex direction is row in this case, so simply I'm going to provide the flex direction instead of the other CSS properties, and we are going to change it to column over here. So guys, whenever the width of the screen is 500 pixels or below, the flex direction equal to column will be implemented for that particular navbar class over here, which is the navigation bar. So let me just save this file now, and when we decrease the width of the screen now, so as you can see, below 500 pixels the navigation bar is looking like a vertical navigation bar right now. So guys, in this way we can easily use the media query in order to convert the navigation bar from horizontal to vertical or vice versa. And then apart from this, we have already implemented the other hover properties and the background color changes as well. Guys, based on your requirements, you can provide your own CSS properties in the same code in this case. So comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video in which we are going to create more HTML and CSS projects. So stay tuned. So guys, we are going to create this kind of login form over here that is going to have certain border radius, and apart from this it is also going to have some box shadow as well. And when we get the mouse cursor on the submit button, it is going to increase its size with the help of the scale function that will be used with the help of the transform CSS property. So guys, over here let us create the login form folder in this case. So simply we are going to create another folder over here inside the HTML CSS projects. And then guys, apart from this, inside this login form folder we are going to create two files, that is the index.html file and the other file in order to handle the CSS properties. So we will have style.css file as the external CSS file over here. Now guys, what we will do is simply inside the index.html file we are going to write our HTML elements. So over here inside the title tag we are going to say login form in this case. So we are going to create a very simple login form over here, and also we are going to link the external style sheet with the help of the link tag over here. and the href attribute, it is equal to style.css file in this case. So guys, simply we are going to create a form tag over here inside the container class, which will be represented by the div tag in this case. So guys, over here we have the container class with the help of the div tag, and then inside this we are going to create a form tag over here. Also we are going to assign the id for this form tag. So over here let us provide the value as form over here. Now guys, simply we are going to have two fields in this case, that is username and password. So let me just provide the first input with the help of the type, that is text over here, and simply we are going to have the name as username and id also equal to username over here. Let us also have couple of line breaks in this case, so that the next input, that is password, can be displayed on the new line. So guys, over here we have the type is equal to password, and simply we are going to have the name and id values as password over here, and then again we are going to have the line breaks in this case, and then guys after this we are going to have the submit button over here. So simply we are going to have the input tag with the type button in this case, and the value must be submit, just like how we have in the other forms. So guys, let me just save this file now, and let us click on this go live button, so that with the help of the live server extension we are able to see our web page on the web browser, and whatever changes we make inside this particular HTML and the CSS files will be directly reflected on this particular web page over here. So as you can see, these are the two input boxes that we have provided, and this is the submit button. Now guys, let us provide certain CSS properties to all these HTML elements. So first of all, inside the form what we are going to do is we will have the h2 tag over here, and we will say fill below form. So guys, basically this is the instruction to the user in order to fill the below form in this case. Also we are going to have certain background color for this div tag, which is represented by this container class. So let me just copy this class name, and inside the style.css file we are going to have the background color over here, and let's say we provide the background color as aqua color. Let me just save this file now. So if you notice that this particular color is getting displayed for the div tag, which is taking the entire width of the screen. So guys, we can reduce the width of this particular div tag by providing the width CSS property, and let's say we provide 30% as the width in this case. So basically we have reduced the width over here. Also we will provide the padding. So let's say we have the padding CSS property, and we provide the value as 20 pixels over here. So as you can see, we have provided the padding as well, and then apart from this, let us also get the div tag at the center of the screen by providing the margin is equal to auto, and also we will have some margin from the top side as well. So let's say we have 20 pixels of margin from the top. So as you can see, we are getting this div tag, that is the container class, at the center of the screen now. Now guys, let us say we want all these HTML elements, that is the input fields and the submit button, to be present at the center of this particular container. So what we can do is simply we can use the text align CSS property and provide the value as center over here. So as you can see, all the HTML elements are now present at the center of this particular container. Now guys, apart from this, we will also provide some placeholder over here, so that the user comes to know what kind of data is expected over here. So inside the input tags, we are going to provide the placeholder, and then we will say enter username over here for the username input field, and also for the password field we are going to provide enter password in this case. So let me just save this file now. So as you can see, we are getting the placeholders over here. Now guys, what we will do is for both these input fields we are also going to provide certain padding in this case. So simply we are going to provide the IDs, that is username and password in this case. So since we are going to have the common CSS properties for both these fields, we are going to provide the ID and separate them by using the comma in this case. So guys, over here what we want to do is we want to provide the padding of, let's say, 5 pixels in this case. Let me just save this file now. So as you can see, there is certain spacing when the user provides certain data over here. Now guys, apart from this, we will also provide certain CSS properties to this particular submit button. So simply we are going to use the ID, that is submit over here, with the help of the hash character, and then let us provide certain background color first of all, and it will be the version of the green color. So guys, let us pick one of the colors in this case. So as you can see, this is the color that we want over here. Let me just save this file now, and as you can see, there is no color that is getting implemented over here. That's because we have not provided the ID to the submit submit button in this case. So let us do that as well. So simply we are going to provide the ID is equal to submit. So now if you see, there is the color that is getting displayed. Apart from this, we will also provide the padding of let's say 5 pixels over here. And then guys, after this also we want some box shadow to be implemented. So let's say we provide the border as 1 pixels solid black color over here. So let us provide the black color border in this case. So as you can see, this is the black color border, and also let us provide the border radius as well before the box shadow. So we will provide the border radius of 5 pixels. So as you can see, this is the border radius. If I zoom in little bit, you can see there is a border radius that can be seen. So guys, after this what we want to do is also we will provide the box shadow over here. So simply we will provide the box shadow, and the horizontal and the vertical shadow we want to keep it as 0 pixels, but we want to provide the blur effect. So let's say we provide the 5 pixels as blur effect, and the color must be black in this case. Let me just save this file now. So if you notice, there is a box shadow that is getting implemented over here for this particular submit button. Now guys, when we get the mouse cursor over here, the cursor icon must be updated to hand in this case. So simply we will provide the cursor, it is equal to pointer over here. So when we save this file now, as you can see, the cursor is now getting updated to the hand icon over here. And also we want it to scale little bit so that the size of this button increases when the user gets the mouse cursor on this particular button. So guys, what we want to do is simply we need to make use of the hover pseudo class over here. So when we say submit followed by colon, we have something called as hover pseudo class. So in this case, simply we can make use of the transform CSS property, which is having scale as one of the functions. So guys, we need to provide the value of scaling over here. So when we provide 1.2, it is going to increase its size against the horizontal and the vertical dimensions. So when we save this file now and let us see the changes. So as you can see, the button size is increasing now, and it is due to the scale function that we have used with the help of the transform CSS property. Also guys, we want a smooth transition when the scaling is happening. So simply we can use the transition CSS property over here. So we will use the transition CSS property, and in this case we want to transform it smoothly. So over here we will make use of this transform CSS property, and the time must be let's say 0.3 seconds over here. So simply we provide the time as 0.3 seconds. When we save this file now, and when we get the mouse cursor over here, there's a smooth transition that you can see right now as far as the scaling of this button is concerned. So guys, in this way we have created a simple login form over here. Instead of providing the string that is field below form, we can say login form in this case. So as you can see, this is the login form. Now guys, similar to the box shadow and the border radius that we have provided to this button over here, we can provide the border radius and the box shadow to this container as well. So what we will do is inside the style.css file, for this container, simply we are going to define the border radius of let's say 10 pixels over here. So when we save this file now, as you can see, there's a border radius of 10 pixels right now, and also we want a certain box shadow over here. So let's say we provide a box shadow with the help of the blur effect over here, and we provide the black color as the box shadow. So as you can see, this is the black color box shadow that is getting provided to this container, that is the login form. And also we can provide multiple box shadows over here. So after providing comma, after the first box shadow, we can provide the second box shadow that is having 20 pixels of blur effect, and let's say we want the dark blue color this time that will be spread across 20 pixels after the border of the container. So when we save this file now, you will notice that there is a dark blue color that is getting displayed after the border of the container, which is giving this particular login form a decent look over here. So guys, in this way, based on your project requirements, you can create attractive login forms so that the user can provide the username and password and any other details as per the project requirements. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video where we are going to create more HTML and the CSS projects. So stay tuned. So now we are going to create a search bar that will have a glowing effect when the user clicks on this particular search bar over here. So as you can see, we have the border color and also the box shadow CSS property has been implemented over here in order to provide the glowing effect for this particular search box. So let us move to the VS Code. So first of all, we will create another folder inside this HTML CSS projects. So basically we will say glowing search bar over here. So guys, we have this folder name inside which we are going to create two more files, that is index.html and the style.css files. So guys, we have the index.html file over here and the other file, that is style.css, that will help us to provide the CSS properties. Now guys, inside this index.html file we are going to create the HTML elements. So let us provide the title of this particular web page. So basically we are going to say glowing search bar in this case, and then after this we are going to link the style.css file with the help of this link tag over here, and the rel attribute will be style sheet and the href attribute will be style.css file. Now guys, inside the body tag what we are going to do is, let us first of all have the div tag with the class container over here, inside which we are going to define the input with the type search in this case. So guys, basically this is the input with the type search that will help us in order to create a search bar. So we are going to have the value as search for the name and the ID attribute over here, and apart from this we are also going to provide the placeholder for this input field, and we will provide the value as for your search. So guys, basically this is the placeholder text that will be displayed inside the search bar. Let me just save this file now and let us open the live server in this case with the help of the go live button that you can see. So guys, basically this is the search bar that we have created. Now guys, let us provide certain CSS properties for this search bar and the container class as well, which is represented by the div tag over here. So first of all, we will have the container class in this case, and also we will have certain background color. So let's say we have the white version of the background color over here. So simply we are going to provide the white color in this case, and let us have this particular shade of white color over here. Let me just save this file now. As you can see, this is the shade of the white color. It is a kind of grayish color that is set as the background color for the container. We will also have certain padding over here. So let's say we have a padding of 20 pixels, and also we will set the text align as center so that we can see the search bar at the center of this particular container. So as you can see, this is the search bar that is getting displayed over here. Now guys, what we want to do is, when the user gets the mouse cursor over here inside the search bar and clicks on it, we want to have a glowing effect outside of this particular border of the search bar. So simply we are going to provide certain CSS properties to this search bar first of all. So we will use the ID, that is search in this case. So we have to use the hash character followed by search over here. So basically we are going to increase the padding. So let's say we provide the padding of 5 pixels over here. So as you can see, there is certain spacing that is provided inside the search bar over here. Now guys, when we get the mouse cursor over here, we need to make use of the focus pseudo class in this case. So simply I'm going to copy paste this line of code over here. We are going to remove this padding CSS property, and we will say focus, that is the pseudo class, with the help of this colon over here. And then after this we need to make the border color. So let's say we have the border of 2 pixels and it is of the type solid, and we will provide some blue version of the border color over here. So simply we are going to provide blue color in this case, and let us change the color to light blue over here, and let's say this is the color that we want to have as the border. So let me just save this file now, and now when we get the mouse cursor over here, you will not be able to see any changes over here. That's because there is a default outline that is getting displayed right now. So guys, what we can do is simply we can provide outline, it is equal to none in this case. When we save this file now, as you can see, there is a blue color border that is getting displayed over here right now. Let us change the background color of this container to some darker version. So let's say we have the black color for this background color over here, so that we can properly see the border color of this particular search bar. So when we save this file now, there is no change right now. So as you can see, we have not provided the semicolon over here. So guys, it is very important that we provide the semicolon after the values of the CSS properties. So as you can see, now we have the border color that is light blue color for this particular search bar. Now guys, what we can do is simply we can also provide the box shadow over here with the same color. So we are going to provide the box shadow of, let's say, 0 pixels horizontal and the vertical shadow in this case, and let's say we provide 20 pixels of the same color as the blur effect for the box shadow. So I'll just copy paste this particular RGB color over here. Let me just save this file now, and now when we get the mouse cursor inside this particular search bar and click on it, you can see that there is a glowing effect that can be seen over here due to this box shadow and the border that we have provided in this case for this particular search bar. So guys, in this way you can provide the glowing effect for the search bar with the help of these CSS properties. Apart from this, we can also have the border radius as well. So let's say we have the radius of 10 pixels. So you can see that there is a radius that is getting provided over here, and when we click on the search bar, you can see that there is a glowing effect that can be seen over here. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video where we are going to create more HTML and the CSS projects. So stay tuned. So now we are going to create a simple loading animation that will look like this. As you can see, this is a circular loading animation, and we can display this loading animation with the help of just HTML and CSS whenever you are retrieving data to be displayed to the user. So guys, let us move to the VS Code. So guys, over here inside the HTML CSS projects folder, we are going to create new folder over here, and we will say loading animation in this case. And inside this folder, we are going to create a couple of files over here. So the first file will be index.html file, and the other file will be representing the CSS file, that is style.css file. So guys, basically we are going to make use of this external CSS file over here. So inside our HTML file, in this case, we are going to make use of this particular Emmet abbreviation, that is exclamation mark in this case, that will help us in order to create this particular HTML template in order to create the web page. So guys, over here for the title tag, we are going to provide the string that is loading animation over here, and also we are going to link this external style.css file over here with the help of the link tag inside the HTML file. So guys, after this, inside the body tag, what we are going to do is simply we are going to create a div tag with the class that is loading over here. So guys, basically this div tag will help us in order to create the loading animation on the web page. So let us provide certain CSS properties to this div tag over here. We are going to make use of this class name that is loading, and inside the style.css file we will provide the dot character followed by the name of this class. Now guys, what we will do is simply we are going to provide a fixed width and height for this particular div tag. So let's say we have 200 pixels of width and 200 pixels of height over here. So basically it is a square box initially, and apart from this we are also going to provide the background color. So let's say we provide the gray color as the background color, and then guys, for the body part as well, we are going to provide certain dark color as the background color. So you make use of this body tag, and inside the curly braces we will provide the background color, and let's say we provide the black color as the background color over here. Let me just save this file now, and let us make use of this live server. So simply we have to click on this go live in this case. So guys, as you can see, we have the black color as the background color over here, and we have created the div tag successfully, that is in the form of a square box in this case. Let us get this square box at the center of the page over here. So what we will do is inside the style.css file for the loading class, simply we are going to provide the margin, it is equal to auto, and then apart from this, from top as well we are going to create certain margin. So let us provide the 20 pixels of margin from top. Let me just save this file now, and if we see on the web page right now, the div tag is at the center of the screen over here. Now guys, since we want a loading animation out of this div tag, first of all we will have to convert the square box to a circle. So what we will do is simply we can make use of the border radius CSS property, and when we provide the border radius as 50%, the square shape will be converted to circular shape over here. So let me just save this file now, and as you can see on the web page, there is a circle that is getting created over here. Now guys, instead of using the background color, that is coloring this circle as a gray color, we will make use of the border color over here. So let me just comment out this background color in this case, and simply we will provide the border of, let's say, 20 pixels, and the border type will be solid in this case, and the same color, that is gray color, we are going to provide for this particular border. When we save this file now, so as you can see, we have created a circular shape div tag over here. Now guys, on one side we want the border color to be white color. So let's say on the top side we want the border color to be white color, so that we can see the loading icon out of this div tag. So what we have to do is we need to separate out these values that we have provided inside the border CSS property. So I'm going to comment out this line of code, and we are going to separate it in such a way that we have to provide all these values separately. So first of all, we will provide the border width over here of same value, that is 20 pixels, and then the border style must be solid in this case. So we provide border style CSS property, and it is of the type solid, and the border color must be gray. So simply we make use of this border color CSS property. Now guys, when we provide the value for this border color, the first color will represent the top color over here, followed by the right color, and then we have the bottom color, and then we have the left color in this case. So the first color that we want to provide is white color, that will be provided at the top side of the border for this particular circular shape div tag, and then after this on the right hand side we want the gray color, and then on the bottom side we again want the gray color, and on the left side as well we want the gray color over here. So guys, basically only the top side must be white in this case, so that we can see the loading icon. So when we save this file now, as you can see, there is a border color of white color at the top of this particular circle. Now guys, simply in order to make this circle look like a loading animation, we need to rotate it by 360 degrees, and we have to continue the rotation. So what we can do is we can make use of the keyframes over here, which is very important when you make any of the animations inside the CSS. So guys, we make use of @ followed by keyframes keyword over here, and then followed by the space character, and then simply let us give the name to this animation that is loading over here, and then after this we need to provide the curly braces. Now guys, we need to define the different stages of the loading. So let's say at the 0%, which is at the start of the loading, we don't want any rotation, so simply we can provide the transform CSS property, and inside this we are going to make use of this rotate function, which is going to have the value as 0 degrees over here. So at 0% we don't want any rotation. Now guys, similarly at 100%, that is at the end of the animation, we want the rotation to be 360 degree, which means this particular circle should start from the 0 degree, and then at the end of the animation it should be completely rotated by 360 degrees over here. So for 100% in this case, we need to provide transform CSS property once again, and then we need to make use of the rotate function, and simply we provide the value that is 360 degree over here. So guys, in this way from 0% to 100% we have provided the different animations. You can also provide the animations to the intermediate percentages, that is 10%, 25% or 50% and so on, based on your animation requirements. So guys, in this case currently we only want to rotate this particular icon, and that is why we have provided the transform CSS property with the help of the rotate function over here. Let me just save this file now, and you will not see any changes right now on this web page. That's because we have to link this particular keyframes that is loading with this particular div tag that is having the class name that is loading over here. So what we can do is inside this loading class we can make use of the animation name CSS property, and in this case we need to make use of this name that is loading over here, and then after this we also have to provide provide the animation duration. So let's say we want the duration to be 2 seconds. So within 2 seconds, the icon will rotate itself from 0 degrees to 360 degrees over here. And then after this, we want to rotate it infinite number of times. So basically, we make use of this animation iteration count over here, and we provide the value that is infinite in this case. Let me just save this file now, and if you see the web page, as you can see, in 2 seconds the icon is getting rotated over here, and in this way we can easily create the loading animation. Now guys, you can see that the speed is decreasing at the end of the animation. So simply we can make use of another CSS property, that is animation timing function, in order to keep the speed linear over here. So simply we provide the value that is linear in this case, that will keep the speed of the loading animation same throughout the animation. So when we save this file now, you will see that the speed is linear right now, and there is no decrease or increase in the speed as far as the loading animation is concerned. So guys, based on your requirements, you can have the different color for this particular loading animation that will match along with the background color of this particular web page. And then based on the JavaScript code, once your data is successfully retrieved from the database or from the internet, you can hide this particular loading animation. It becomes very important in order to keep your users engaged with the help of such animations on the web page whenever you are retrieving data with the help of JavaScript. So guys, this is one of the ways in order to create the loading animation on your web page with the help of the HTML and the CSS. Comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video with a different HTML and the CSS project. So stay tuned. So guys, we are going to create these social media icons that will help your users on the website to share the URL to the different social media platforms. And when the user gets the mouse cursor on these social media icons, they are going to scale up little bit, and that is how you can provide a good user experience for your users. So guys, let us move to the VS Code. So let us create another folder over here. Since it is the 6th project, we are naming it as 06 underscore, and then we will say social media icons in this case. And then guys, inside this folder, let us create two files, that is index.html file, which will help us in order to create the web page. And then apart from this, we will also create the style.css file that will help us in order to provide the different CSS properties. Now guys, over here inside the index.html file, let us create the HTML template over here, and for the title part we will say social media icons. So guys, basically this is the title, and then we are going to link the style.css file by using this link : css emmet abbreviation, and then we are going to provide href it is equal to style.css. Now guys, apart from this, in order to create the social media icons, we can include the external style sheet over here. So as you can see, we are going to make use of this boxicons.com website, which helps us in order to provide the different icons. And basically we are going to make use of this style sheet. So let me just copy this link. I will provide both these links in the description section below. So guys, over here, after copying the external CSS file, we are going to paste it inside the head section of the body tag over here. So basically this is the link that is going to be used in order to make use of the different icons that are present on the website. So guys, over here what we will do is, first of all, we will create a div tag with the class container over here, inside which we will have different social media icons. And then in this case we are going to have the a tag. So over here we have the a tag in this case, and let me just provide the class as link in this case. And then after this, inside the a tag we can have the I tag. Now guys, how you can display the links over here? So let us open this website, that is boxicons.com. So basically this is the website that we are going to use, and then you can see that there are different icons you can provide on your web page. So guys, over here, let's say first of all we want the Facebook icon. So the moment you search for Facebook, you can see different social media icons that can be used on your web page. So let's say we want to make use of this particular icon. So when we click on this, additional information will be provided on the right hand side. We need to switch to the font section over here, and as you can see, this is the link that is provided. So let me just zoom in little bit so that you can see properly. So basically this is the font, and this is the tag that we are supposed to include. So let me just click on this and basically it will get copied on the clipboard. So over here inside the A tag we are supposed to provide this I tag over here that we have copied, and basically it is having the class with this particular value. So guys, what this will do is it will display the icon on the web page. So let us check this on the web browser. Let me just save this file now and let us open the live server over here by clicking on this go live button. So as you can see, this is the icon that is getting displayed over here on the top left. Now guys, similarly what we will do is we will make use of the other icons as well from that same website. So let me just copy paste these lines of code over here, and simply instead of Facebook we are going to make use of the other social media icons. So we have Twitter over here, and then we also have YouTube in this case, and then let's say we have Instagram as well. So over here we provide the Instagram. So basically you just need to change the class name in this case. You can also come over here on the box icons website, and then you can provide the icon that you want to display. So let's say you want to search for YouTube over here, so YouTube icon will be displayed, and then simply you can copy paste this I tag from this particular website. So guys, basically we have included 4 icons over here. Let us add another one, that is Snapchat as well. So instead of Instagram we will say Snapchat in this case. It is best practice to copy this I tag from this website so that you don't get any issues while you are renaming the class names over here. So guys, let me just save this file now, and when we see the same web page over here, as you can see, these are all the icons that are getting displayed in this case. Now guys, since we have included all the social media icons inside the A tag, that is why we are getting the underline, and all of them are having the color that is blue color in this case. So what we will have to do is we will provide the CSS properties for all these classes that we have provided over here. So first of all, let us copy this container class in this case, and then let's provide some CSS properties over here to the container class. So first of all we will say display it is equal to flex, and then we want to get it at the middle of the screen. So let's say we provide justify content as center over here. Let me just save this file now. As you can see, all the icons are now getting displayed at the center of this page as far as horizontal alignment is concerned. Now guys, let us also provide certain margin from top so that we have some spacing from top of the page as well. So we provide 50 pixels of margin from top over here. Now guys, let us provide certain CSS properties to this link class as well so that the properties will be applied to the icons. So over here we provide dot followed by the class name, that is link in this case, and then what we will do is first of all we will provide the width and height for this particular link class. So let's say we have the width of 30 pixels over here, and also we will provide the height of 30 pixels in this case so that we get a square box out of this link class over here. And also we want to make this link as a circular shape link. So what we will do is simply we will say border radius it is equal to 50% in this case, and let us temporarily give some background color over here so that we can identify the area of this class that is link. So let me just save this file now. So if you notice, we have all these circular shaped link over here. Now guys, inside the circles we want all these icons to be present at the center of the circle. So what we will do is again we will say display it is equal to flex this time, and then we will say justify content it is equal to center so that they are at the center as far as the horizontal alignment is concerned, and then we will get them at the center as far as vertical alignment is concerned. So we have to make use of the align items over here, and again we will make use of the center value. So as you can see, all the icons are now at the center of the circle in this case. Now guys, we will have to remove the underlines that are coming over here. So simply we will say text decoration it is equal to none, and also we will change the font color over here. So let's say we provide the color as white color in this case. So simply we provide the color as white. We need to have certain dark background color in this case. So what we will do is let's say we provide the dark background color that is black this time. So when we save this file, so as you can see, the background color of the circle is black in color and the icons are displayed as white in color. Now guys, apart from this, we will also have to provide certain spacing in between all the links. So let us provide the margin for all the links over here. So we simply have to provide the margin CSS property, and let's say we provide 10 pixels of space from all the sides. So when we save this file now, as you can see, all the icons are now separated with certain space in between them. Now guys, instead of giving the black color as the background color over here, we need to provide the colors that are actually present on these websites of the social media icons. So what we will do is simply we will comment out this line of code that is background color over here, and we will provide the inline style property in this case. So basically inside the A tag, which is having having the class link over here. Since all the links will be having different background colors, so we are going to provide the style attribute in this case, and let us provide the background color CSS property. And the Facebook social media icon is having some version of blue color over here, so let us set that as well. So this version of blue we have set already, so let me just save this file now, and you can see that Facebook is now having the blue color as the background color over here. The other icons are not visible right now because their color is white in color and the background color is also white in color for now. So guys, let us set the background color for the other social media icons as well. So I'll quickly make the changes over here. So as you can see, we have provided the background colors for all the links over here. Apart from this, for the social media icons, that is Instagram and Snapchat, we have provided the icon color as black so that it matches well with the light color background over here. So let me just save this file now, and when we see this page on the web browser, as you can see, this is the way that the icons are getting displayed over here, which is giving it a decent look after we have provided the background colors for the icons and having the background as a circular shape. Now guys, when we hover over this particular social icons, we want to scale the icons to some extent. So what we will do is simply inside the style.css file over here, let me just provide the link class in this case, and then we will provide the hover pseudo class over here, and simply we will say transform in this case, and then we will say scale by 1.2, that is the measure by which we want to scale the icon. Let me just save this file now, and now when we get the mouse cursor over here, as you can see, the social media icons are increasing its size along with the background over here. Now if we want the smooth transition, what we will do is simply inside the link class over here, we will provide transition, it is equal to all, so that whatever changes happen to the link class, all of them will have the transition. And then apart from this, we will have to provide certain timing. So let's say we want 0.5 seconds during which the transition will complete. So let me just save this file now, and now if you see the transition, as you can see, it is a smooth transition which is helping the icon to increase its size along with the background that we have provided. So guys, in this way we can create the horizontal social media icons that can help the users in order to share your link on the different social platforms that they are using. Now guys, apart from this, since we have provided the display, it is equal to flex value, and by default the flex direction is horizontal in this case, that is the row direction over here. If you want the social media icons to be displayed in the vertical direction, simply what you have to do is inside the container, after display is equal to flex, you can provide flex direction over here. By default it is row, but this time we can make it as column so that all the items are getting displayed in the vertical direction. So when we save this file now and view this page on the web browser, as you can see, these are the social media icons that are getting displayed in the vertical direction over here. So guys, in this way you can change the direction of the icons that are getting displayed based on your project requirements. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video in which we are going to create more HTML and CSS projects. So stay tuned. So now we will create a button animation, and this is the button that is getting displayed over here. And when we get the mouse cursor on this button, as you can see, this is the animation that we are going to create just with the help of plain HTML and the CSS properties. So guys, let us move to the VS Code. So let us create a new folder inside the HTML CSS projects. So over here we will create the folder and we will name it as 07, and then we will say button animation in this case. So guys, basically this is the new folder that we have created. Inside this we will create our HTML and the CSS files. So we have index.html file and the style.css file as well. So guys, basically we have both these files over here. Now inside the index.html file, we will make use of this emmet abbreviation, that is exclamation mark, and when we press enter, as you can see, we have this HTML template that is getting generated. So over here for the title part, simply we will say button animation this time, and then after the title we will link the style.css file that we have created using this link : CSS emmet abbreviation. So guys, basically we have to set the href, it is equal to the name of the file, that is style.css file over here. Now guys, inside the body tag, what we have to do is we will make use of the a tag, that is is the anchor tag over here, and we will have the class name that is button in this case. So guys, basically we are going to convert this a tag into a button, and we will have the animation inside the button over here. So guys, we have set the text as hover me in this case. So guys, let me just save this file now, and let us start the live server over here from the bottom right. So as you can see, this is the link that is getting displayed, that is having the text hover me in this case. Now guys, let us provide certain CSS properties to this a tag so that we can convert this link into a button. So guys, over here inside the style.css file, first of all we will have the body tag over here, so that we can have the button tag at the center of the screen, so that we can get this a tag at the center of the screen in this case. So let me just provide the display, it is equal to flex, and then simply we will say justify content, it is equal to center. Let me just save this file now. So as you can see, we are getting the link at the center of the screen over here. Apart from this, we will also provide align items, it is equal to center in this case. So as you can see, we are getting the link at the center of the page as far as the horizontal alignment is concerned. Now guys, what we will do is simply we will provide certain CSS properties to this button class over here. Let me just rename this class name to btn, because the button keyword is also reserved for the button tag in this case. Let me just rename this class name to btn so that we don't get confused with the button tag inside HTML. So guys, over here we are going to make use of this class that is btn. So inside the style.css file, we have the dot character followed by the btn. Now guys, over here, first of all, let us provide the padding of 10 pixels from top and bottom, and 20 pixels from left and right in this case. Also, we will have certain border over here. So let's say we have 2 pixels of border, which is of the type solid this time, and then we will have the color that is 764 ABC as far as the hex color is concerned. So guys, this is the color that we are going to use in order to have the border color, and also the text color must be the same color. So guys, it is a best practice in order to copy this value of the hex color and save it inside a variable. So guys, over here inside the body tag, we will create a variable that is button color over here. So guys, basically we have this button color variable, and let us provide this hex color this time. So basically this is the variable that we can use anywhere we want to make use of this color inside the body tag. So guys, over here simply we have to make use of the var function, and inside the var function we will make use of this variable that we have defined, that is button color over here. Remember that we have to provide 2 times hyphen while using the variable, and also while declaring the variable over here, either inside the root selector or the body selector. So let me just save this file now, and let us see the border over here. So as you can see, we are getting the border that is of the 2 pixels solid type this time. Now guys, this text color should also have the same border color over here. So what we will do is simply we will say color, it is equal to var function, and then we will make use of this variable. So let me just save this file now. So as you can see, both the colors are same now. And then apart from this, what we will do is simply we will remove the underline by using the text decoration, it is equal to none, and also we will provide certain border radius so that we get a good corners for this particular button. So simply we will have the border radius of 20 pixels. Let me just save this file now. So as you can see, the link is now converted to a button that is getting displayed over here. Apart from this, let us also provide certain margin from top so that we have certain spacing from top. So we have provided the 50 pixels margin from top of this button. Now guys, let us create the animation inside this button over here. And before that, simply if you want to change the color of the button, you can simply come over here and make changes to this color. So let's say we want to change it to some green color over here. So when we change this color to green, let's say we are using this particular color. Let me just save this file now. So as you can see, the button border is now converted to green color. Along with it, the text is also changed to green color over here. So guys, this is the way that you can make use of the variables, and simply you can make the changes at one location so that the changes are applied at all the locations wherever you have used that particular variable. So as you can see, this is the color that we are using. Now guys, apart from this, what we have to do is we have to create a rectangular shape element on this web page so that we can create the animation for this button when we get the mouse cursor on this particular button. So simply we will make use of this button class over here, and we can make use of the pseudo element that is before. So guys, basically this before and after pseudo elements will help us in order to create new HTML elements without having to provide those HTML elements inside the HTML page. So guys, let us check that how we can do it with the help of the before pseudo element. So over here we have made use of this button class, which is representing this a tag over here. Always remember that if you want to create the new HTML elements by using the before or the after pseudo element, you can do so only for the container tags. You cannot do it for the tags which are not containers. So let's say if you have the input tag which is not a container tag, you cannot make use of the before and after pseudo elements in order to add new HTML elements. So guys, inside the curly braces, first of all we have to make use of the content CSS property, and simply we will keep it as blank over here, that is double quotes in this case. Now guys, apart from this, we also have to make use of the position CSS property. It must be absolute. So guys, whenever we are making use of this position equal to absolute CSS property, we need to have the container. So currently the container is button class over here, and we have to make the position as relative for this parent container this time. So over here we set the position as relative, and then for the position equal to absolute, we can provide the top left, bottom or right CSS properties. So where do we want this box to occur? Exactly over here at the top left corner of the button. So simply we will say top it is equal to 0 and also left it is equal to 0, so that the top left corner of this particular new element is aligned over here at the top left of the button. Now guys, apart from this, we also want this element to have the width equal to 100%, which should cover the entire button, and also the height of 100% over here. So simply we will say width it is equal to 100% and also the height CSS property as 100% this time. And then apart from this, let us also have certain background color. So simply we will make use of the same color by using the where function, and then we will use this button color over here. Let me just save this file now. And now if you see on the web page, there is a square box that is covering the entire button over here. Now guys, this particular square box is present on top of the button that we had already created. So basically if we don't provide the top and left CSS property over here, let us see what happens. So we have commented out these lines of code. Let me just save this file now. As you can see, it is getting placed somewhere over here and not exactly at top of the button, which is behind this particular rectangular box. And then guys, we also want this rectangular box to be present behind the button. So what we can do is simply we will set the Z index CSS property to -1 over here, so that it goes behind the current button that is already present on the web page. So when we save this file now, it has gone behind the button over here, and since the text color is also having that variable, we are not able to make it out because the text color of the hover me text is also having the same color over here. What we will do is, instead of having this color, simply we will set the color as white this time. So when we say color it is equal to white, you will be able to see the hover me text, which means the button is now at the top of the rectangular box. And when we remove the Z index over here, which is -1, now the rectangle shape is on the top of the button. So guys, this is the way that you can make the rectangular box that you have created by using this before pseudo element go behind the button this time. So guys, when we save this file now, so basically this particular rectangular box is present behind the button right now. And then guys, what we will do is simply I'll remove this color over here and uncomment this line of code. And also we want the top and left to be 0, so that the box comes exactly on top of the button. So let us remove these comments over here, and then let me just save this file now. So as you can see, the box is exactly at the top of the button. Now guys, we want to move this box on the left hand side, and when we get the mouse cursor on this button over here, the box should come behind the button so that we can see the cool animation. So what we will do is we will make use of the transform CSS property, and then we will say translate X this time. So guys, basically this will help us in order to move the box, and we will say -100% this time. So let me just save this file now. So as you can see, the box has moved to the left right now, and when we get the mouse cursor over here, the box should come behind this particular button. So simply what we can do is we can make use of the hover pseudo class over here. So guys, basically we will make use of this button class over here, and on hover event, which means we make use of this hover class, we want this portion, that is before portion over here, to come on the right hand side. So simply after the hover pseudo class, we will make use of the before pseudo element over here in this way. And then after this, what we have to do is the before element should move on the right. So simply we will say transform, and then we will say translate X, which should go to the original position, which is 0th position over here for the X coordinate. So when we say 0, let me just save this file now, and when we get the mouse cursor now on the button, as you can see, the rectangular shape element is now coming behind the button over here. Now guys, we want the smooth transition this time. So simply what we will do is we will say transition CSS property over here for the button class. We will say all and then we will say 1 second as the timing, and the same line of code should be present for the before element as well for the button class. So over here we have provided the transition all, it is equal to 1 second. Now guys, whatever changes happen to the button or the rectangular element over here, it will happen with a transition of 1 second. So when we save this file now, and now when we get the mouse cursor over here, as you can see there's a transition of 1 second that we can see. Now guys, we also want to hide this rectangular element before we get the mouse cursor over here on the button. So what we can do is simply inside the button class we will say overflow CSS property, it must be hidden. So guys, whatever elements are present outside of the border of this particular button class will be hidden by default. So let me just save this file now. So as you can see there is no element that can be seen, and when we get the mouse cursor over here, as you can see this is the way that the animation is happening. Now guys, when the element covers the button, we want to change the text of the hover me that is present over here to white color. So what we can do is simply we will say button class, and then we will have the hover pseudo class over here, and then we will have the color, it is equal to white color. Let me just save this file now, and now when we get the mouse cursor over here, as you can see there is a smooth transition that is happening, and the color of the hover me text is also getting converted to white color in this case. So guys, in this way you can create a cool animation over here with the help of the HTML and the CSS properties. Now guys, if you want to change the color of the button, simply as I have told you, you can come to this variable and then change the color. So let's say we want some version of the green color over here, so let's set the color to green color this time, and when we save this file now, as you can see this is the button that is getting displayed on the web page, and when we get the mouse cursor over here, you can see the cool button animation that is happening. So guys, in this way you can set the required color based on your requirements as per the project. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video in which we are going to create more HTML and CSS projects. So stay tuned. So now we are going to create a card hover animation over here. So basically we are going to create this simple card along with some box shadow over here, and when the user gets the mouse cursor on this card, as you can see on the right hand side, we are going to animate certain HTML elements with the help of the pseudo elements that we will define inside the external style sheet using the CSS properties. So guys, basically this is the card hover animation that we are going to create. So guys, let us move to the VS Code. So now we will create a new folder inside HTML CSS projects. So in this case we are going to create 08 underscore and then card hover animation as the name of the folder. And then guys, inside this we are going to create two files, that is the index.html file and the style.css file as well. So guys, basically we have both these files inside the card hover animation folder, and then inside the HTML file we are going to make use of this Emmet abbreviation in order to generate this HTML template. So guys, inside the title tag we are going to say card hover animation as the title of the page, and we are going to link this style.css file as the external style sheet over here by using the link :CSS Emmet abbreviation. So guys, basically for the href attribute we have to provide the external style sheet, as you can see. Now guys, inside the body tag we are going to create the div tag with the class container. So basically we have the class over here for the div tag, and inside this div we are going to create another div tag over here, and then simply we are going to have the class name, that is card. And then inside this div tag we are going to have two more div tags. First of all, we will have the div tag with the class name over here. So for this we are going to set the name as programming for beginners. That is the name of this YouTube channel that you should definitely subscribe if you have not done so. And then apart from this we are going to have another div tag with the class role over here, and then for this div tag we are going to say YouTuber and coder over here. So guys, basically we have these two statements inside the div tags. Let me just save this file now and let us see how the changes look like on the browser. So we are going to run this live server over here. So these are the two statements that are getting displayed over here. Now guys, we are going to provide certain CSS properties in this case. So first of all, for the container class, let us define certain CSS properties over here. So guys, let us provide the width in this case. So let's say we have 250 pixels of width and also a height over here. So basically we will provide the height height of 600 pixels this time. Apart from this, we will also provide the white color as the background color over here. Let us change the version of the white color this time, and let us provide this grayish color as the background color for this particular container class. Let me just save this file now. So as you can see, this is the container that is getting displayed. Let us adjust the height in this case so that we can see the card properly on the screen. So we have provided the width of 200 pixels and the height of 300 pixels over here, and this is how the card will look like. Now guys, what we will do is we want to get this card at the center of the screen over here. So simply we will provide margin as auto value this time. So when we save this file, as you can see, the card is now present at the center of the screen. Apart from this, we will also provide certain CSS properties to the card class that is present inside the container. So guys, what we can do is we can simply provide the card class name over here, and also we will set the width and height as 100% so that the card class takes the entire width and height of the container class over here. And then apart from this, we will also provide display it is equal to flex, and we will say justify content as center so that we are able to get this text at the center of this particular container. So when we save this file now, as you can see, we are getting programming for beginners and then YouTuber and coder over here. Guys, by default the flex direction is row over here. So what we have to do is we need to make the flex direction as column so that both these strings are displayed vertically. So guys, over here we will say flex direction it is equal to column. Let me just save this file now. So as you can see, now both the text are now present at the center of the container as far as vertical alignment is concerned. Apart from this, we will also provide text align it is equal to center so that we get them at the center of the container as far as horizontal alignment is concerned. Apart from this, let us also provide certain border radius over here for the container class. So let's say we have the border radius this time of 20 pixels, and also we will provide the box shadow over here. So we will provide the blur effect with the color that is black in this case. So guys, basically we have 0 pixels of horizontal and vertical box shadow, and we are providing the blur effect of 20 pixels with the black color. When we save this file now, as you can see, it is giving the shadow over here for this particular card. Let us also adjust the background color over here to some extent so that it looks more decent. So as you can see, it is now looking more decent over here after adjusting the background color. Guys, as per your requirements, you can provide your own background color based on the project requirements. Now guys, apart from this, we will make use of the before and after pseudo elements in order to create more HTML elements over here that will help us in order to provide the hover animation. So what we will do is, for the card class, we are going to create the before pseudo element. So in this case, we make use of the card class followed by 2 times colon, and then we will say before pseudo element. And then guys, over here what we have to do is, first of all we will have to provide the content it is equal to blank. So we provide 2 times double string over here, and then apart from this, we also have to set the position it is equal to absolute. Now guys, since we are making the position equal to absolute over here, we need to make the position equal to relative for this particular card class. So over here we will provide the position it is equal to relative this time. And now since we have provided the position equal to absolute for this before pseudo element, we can simply provide the top CSS property as 0 and also the left CSS property as 0, so that this new element starts from the top left corner of this particular card. And then apart from this, we will also set the width as 100% over here and also the height as 100% so that it takes the entire width and height of the card in this case. Now guys, apart from this, let us also provide the background color over here. So we will provide a blue version of the background color this time, and let us set this lighter blue version as the background color for this before element. When we save this file now, as you can see, the entire card is now getting covered with the help of this before pseudo element. Now guys, apart from this, what we have to do is we will provide the transform CSS property as well, in which case we are going to provide the skew over here. So we are going to provide the skew by 30 degrees. So when we save this file now, as you can see, this is the skew CSS property that is applied on this particular pseudo element, and let us also translate it to the right hand side. So basically for this transform CSS property, after the skew function that we have provided, we can simply provide the translate function as well. So we will provide translate x and we will move it by 50% over here. When we save this file now, as you can see, we have moved it by 50%. Let us move it by 100% over here and see how it looks like. So in this case, we have moved it to 100% this time. So guys, in this way we have provided one of the HTML elements by using the before pseudo element, which is part of this particular card class over here. Now guys, let me just adjust the background color for the pseudo element to this particular blue version of the color. So as you can see, this is the pseudo element that is getting generated over here. Now guys, similarly we will have another HTML element with the help of the after pseudo element over here. So simply I'm going to copy paste these lines of code over here, and instead of having before, we will say after this time, and all the CSS properties will be same except the skew, for which we have to provide -30 degrees so that it is opposite to the one that we have already created. So when we save this file now, as you can see, this is the way that the after element is also getting created over here. Now guys, the portion that is going outside of this particular card, we want to hide it. So simply what we can do is, for this container, we can again provide the position, it is equal to relative again, since it is a container, and simply we will say overflow, it is equal to hidden, so that whatever HTML is outside of the boundary of the container, it will be hidden. So when we save this file now, the portion of the pseudo elements that we had created, which was going outside of the card, is now hidden this time. Now guys, apart from this, we will also provide certain opacity as well to both these pseudo elements. So over here we will provide the opacity CSS property, and let's say we provide the opacity, it is equal to 0.7, so that we have certain kind of transparency which can be used in order to display this text when we get these pseudo elements at the center of this card during the card hover animation. So guys, we have provided the opacity as well of 0.7 for both these cards. Now guys, similarly we will create the before and after pseudo elements for this container class as well, but this time we will make changes as far as translate x is concerned. So over here simply I'm going to copy paste these lines of code once again, and instead of the dot card over here, we will have dot container this time for both before and the after pseudo elements, and then we are going to keep all the CSS properties same over here except the translate x this time, in which case we are going to make it as 85% over here. So guys, basically the translate x for both, that is before and after pseudo elements, will be 85% this time. When we save this file now, as you can see, we have another layer of the same pseudo elements that is getting displayed over here. Now guys, apart from this, we can also provide certain box shadow for the pseudo elements that we had created previously, so that we can see them properly over here. So inside this card class with the before element, simply we are going to provide the box shadow this time, and then we will have the 10 pixels of box shadow, and we will have the color as blue. So let us see how it looks like when we save this file now. As you can see, this is the box shadow that is getting appeared over here. Similarly, we are going to have the box shadow for the after pseudo element as well. So when we save this file now, as you can see over here, we are getting the box shadow this time. Now guys, when we get the mouse cursor on this card, we want the pseudo elements to come towards the left hand side over here. So what we can do is, simply on hover event, we can change the translate x CSS property. So guys, over here, first of all, for the card class, we are going to define the hover pseudo class over here, and then after this we want to change the translate x property for the pseudo element over here. So guys, simply for the card class, in this case we are going to make use of the hover class over here, and then we are going to make use of the pseudo element that is before, and then what we have to do is, we will simply say transform, and then we can say translate this time, and we will have translate x, and it should come to 50% over here. So guys, basically we are moving the before pseudo element by 50% on left hand side. And then guys, similarly for the after pseudo element as well, we want the same transformation. So we provide comma and then we provide the after pseudo element over here. So basically, as you can see, the skew is getting removed over here. So simply what we can do is we can also provide the skew as well. So we need to provide it separately. So over here we have provided the translate x, it is equal to 50%, and also we will keep the skew as 30 degrees over here. And then apart from this, for the after pseudo element as well, we will again translate it by 50%, and the skew this time must be negative 30 degrees. So over here we can provide the negative 30 degrees as the skew parameter. So guys, when we get the mouse cursor over here, as you can see, it is moving now towards the left. But guys, basically we want the smooth transition as well. So what we will do is we have to provide the transition CSS property to all these pseudo elements. So basically we will say transition all, and then we will provide 0.5 seconds over here, and simply I'm going to copy paste these lines of code for all the pseudo elements so that we have the transition that is smooth this time. And then apart from this, let us also increase the translate x so that it doesn't go towards the extreme left of the card. So basically we are going to keep it as 80% over here for both these pseudo elements this time. So when we save this file now, as you can see, this is the way that the transition is happening over here. Similarly, we will provide the transition for the container pseudo elements, that is before and after. So instead of having the class, we will simply say container over here, and then we will provide the translate x. This time it should be 65% over here. So when we say 65, so that there is a gap of 15% between the pseudo elements of both, that is the card class and the container class as well. So when we get the mouse cursor over here, as you can see, we are getting the animation for this particular card over here. So guys, basically we have the issue over here. When we get the mouse cursor on this particular pseudo element, the other pseudo element is going back to its original position. So in order to solve that, we can simply provide the container hover class for all these transformations that we have provided. So let me change that quickly over here. So guys, as you can see, we have the hover pseudo class for the container class over here, and then after that we have provided the before and after pseudo element for the card class, and also the before and after pseudo element for the container class as well. So when we save this file now you can see that all the elements are now coming together as far as the animation is concerned. So guys, in this way you can create the simple card hover animation over here. Based on your requirements, you can change the colors as well, and then apart from this, we can also make some changes to the text that is getting displayed over here. So we can also provide certain scaling as far as the transformation of this text is concerned when the user gets the mouse cursor on these cards over here. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to the channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video, in which we are going to create more HTML and CSS projects. So stay tuned. So now we are going to display these analytics icons. As you can see, this is the like or the heart icon, and then we have the comment icon as well, and then we have the share icon as well. And when the user gets the mouse cursor over here on these icons, they are going to scale themselves by 1.5 times. So guys, let us move to VS Code. So guys, let us create another folder over here inside the HTML CSS projects folder. So in this case, we are going to have the folder name as analytics data. So guys, basically we have this new folder over here inside which we are going to create the index.html file and the style.css file as well. So now we have created both the files over here. Now inside the index.html file, we are going to quickly create the HTML document, and we have the title, that is analytics data for Instagram. So guys, simply we are going to have three icons over here in order to have the like button, comment button, and the share button in this case. Now apart from this, we will also link the external style sheet, that is style.css file, with the help of the link tag over here, and the href, it is equal to style.css. Now guys, inside the body tag over here, simply we are going to have the div tag with the class container this time, and then inside this we are going to have the a tag first of all. So basically we make use of this a tag, inside which we are going to make use of the box icon. So guys, basically in order to make use of the icons, you can simply use the boxicons.com website, where you will find the CSS link over here. So simply I'm going to copy this particular link. I will provide both these links in the description section below. So let me just copy this link and paste it under the head section of the HTML file. So guys, basically this is the URL from where the icons will be referenced and will be displayed on the web page wherever we are going to make use of the box icons. Now guys, after this we have to go to the website, that is boxicons.com. So simply let me just open this website on the browser. So guys, over here this is the box icons website. Now over here simply you can search for the different icons. So the first icon that we want to use is the heart icon this time. So simply we have searched for heart, and when we press enter, as you can see, this is the icon that we want to use. You can use any of the icons based on your project requirements. Now guys, we will click on this particular icon, and as you can see on the right hand side, we have to go to this font option, and then we have this I tag over here with the class name. So guys, basically this class is used in order to refer to this particular icon from the box icons website. So let me just copy this I tag over here inside the A tag, and then after this we will also have the span tag over here, and simply we will have the class as data for the span tag, and then we will have the content as 60 over here. So we can have any dummy data over here in order to show the count of the hearts. And then apart from this, let me just copy paste these lines of code, that is the links, multiple times over here. Instead of heart in this case, we are going to have the other icons, that is comment and the share button. So over here we search for comment, and basically this is the comment that we want to show on the web page. So when we click on this, we are going to copy this particular I tag, and similarly let me copy the I tag for the share icon as well. So guys, over here as you can see, we have the I tags with the different class names that will help us in order to display the icons on the web page. Now guys, let me just save this file now, and let us start the live server over here. So guys, as you can see, these are the three icons that we have displayed on the web page. So guys, now we will provide certain CSS properties to these classes that we have defined inside the HTML file. So inside the style.css file, for the container class, let us provide certain background color over here, and this time we will provide the white version of the background color over here. So guys, basically we will set this particular background color this time, and also we will provide the padding. So let's say from top and bottom we want 10 pixels of padding, and from left and right we want 20 pixels of padding. Let me just save this file now. As you can see, this is the div tag that is getting displayed over here. Now guys, apart from this, we will also set the width as well. So let's say we provide the width of 30% over here. When we save this file, as you can see, this is the div that is getting displayed, and then after this also we will make the display it is equal to flex, and also we will set the justify content it is equal to center, so that all the icons are displayed at the center as far as the horizontal alignment is concerned. Now guys, you can see that there is no spacing in between these icons. So what we will do is, instead of providing the center as the justify content, we will say space evenly over here. So when we save this file now, as you can see, there is enough space over here in between all the icons. Now guys, what we can do is simply we can also provide the border radius as well. So we will provide the 20 pixels value for the border radius, and also we will provide the box shadow. So let me just provide the horizontal and vertical box shadow, and over here we will provide the shadow as dark blue color this time. So when we save this file now, as you can see, we are getting the dark blue color as the shadow for this particular div tag. Now guys, let us get this div tag at the center of the screen. So simply we will provide margin it is equal to auto. So as far as the horizontal alignment is concerned, we have got the div tag at the center of the screen. Guys, this is just a part of the web page, in which case you can provide all these icons, which is the part of the analytics, and user can interact with these icons in order to like, comment or share. And if you are new to this YouTube channel, please make sure that you subscribe to this YouTube channel so that you get the notifications for the upcoming videos in which we are going to create more HTML and CSS projects. Now guys, so far we have provided the required CSS properties for this particular div tag. Now inside the div tag we need to provide the CSS properties for all these links which are being represented by this A tag over here. So guys, what we will do is simply we will provide the class name over here as link this time for the A tags, and then let me just copy the class names for all the a tags over here, so that we can provide the CSS property to this link class. So guys, let me just copy this link class name over here, and then inside this, first of all, we will provide text decoration as none, so that we don't get this underline, as you can see. So when we save this file now, there is no more underline. Apart from this, we want to change the font color to black by default. So we provide the black color as the font color. So when we save this file now, you can see the changes this time. Now guys, what we want to do is we want to change the font colors of these icons as well. We will keep this heart icon as red color. So instead of providing the CSS properties inside the external style sheet, we will simply provide the inline style over here. So for this particular eye class that is having the heart icon, simply we will provide the style and we will say color, it is equal to red this time. So when we save this file now, as you can see, we are getting the red color over here. Apart from this, we will also provide the color CSS property for the other two icons as well. So for the comment part, let us provide the color as blue over here, and for the share part, let us provide the other color, that is green color this time. So guys, basically we have the red, blue and green color for all these icons. When we save this file now, as you can see, these are the colors that are getting displayed over here. Now guys, when the user gets the mouse cursor on these icons, we want to increase its size. So what we can do is simply inside the link class, we need to refer to this I tag over here. So we come to the style.css file, we provide this link class and then the I tag over here, and then after this we want to make use of the transform CSS property, in which case we will make use of the scale function over here. We will say that it should scale by 1.3 times this time. So when we save this file now, so if you see the changes, already there is a scaling that is happening over here. Now guys, we want the scaling on the mouse hover, so we have left out the hover pseudo class this time. So simply we provide the colon after the I tag and then we say hover pseudo class. When we save this file now, as you can see, these are the default sizes for all these icons, and when we get the mouse cursor over here, you can see that the scaling is happening by 1.3 times over here. Let us increase the scaling by 1.5 this time so that it gives a decent look. So when we save this file now, as you can see, this is a scaling that is happening, and we want the scaling to happen smoothly. So simply for the link class, we can provide the transition CSS property and we can say all over here, and let's say we provide 0.5 second as the timing. So when we save this file now, we still cannot see the transition that is happening smoothly. So guys, we have done the mistake over here. This CSS property should belong to the I tag this time. So basically we will provide the link class followed by the I tag, and then over here we will provide the transition CSS property. We will say all and then 0.5 seconds. So since we are making the changes for this I tag, the transition property should be associated with the I tag over here. So when we save this file now and get the mouse cursor over here, as you can see, the transition is happening now. The scaling of the icon is happening to 1.5 times with the 0.5 seconds timing. So guys, in this way you can provide your own buttons based on your requirements with the help of these icons. The links I have already given in the description section below. So comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video in which we are going to create more HTML and the CSS projects. So stay tuned. So guys, now we are going to create this simple registration form, in which case we are going to have multiple input fields over here along with the password input field as well. And when the user gets the mouse cursor on any of the input fields, as you can see, when we click on this input field over here, we are going to get this feedback with the help of this box shadow on that input field. So guys, basically when you click on any of the input fields over here, we will have the box shadow for that particular input field. And apart from this, when we get the mouse cursor on this register button, it is going to scale itself with the help of the scale function. So guys, we are going to create this registration form. So let us move to the VS Code. So now we will create another folder over here inside the HTML CSS projects. we will name it as registration form. So guys, basically we have this new folder that is created. Inside this we are going to create the HTML and the CSS files. So basically we have the index.html file and the style.css file, which will be the external style sheet over here. Now guys, inside the HTML file we are going to create this HTML document, and then we will have the title, that is registration form over here for the title tag, and then we will also link the external style sheet with the help of this link tag over here. So we have the href, it is equal to style.css file. Now guys, over here inside the body tag we will have the div tag with the class container, inside which we are going to have the different input fields that will help the user in order to complete the registration. So guys, basically we have this div tag with the class container over here. Now let us provide certain input fields over here. So we use the input tag along with the type, it is equal to text, and then the first input field will be the full name over here. We will also keep the ID value as same, that is full name this time, and then we will also have the placeholder and we will say enter full name over here. So guys, basically we have the full name as the first input field. Apart from this, let us also have the class attribute this time, and then we will say input hyphen field over here. So guys, basically we are going to provide certain CSS properties to this class name, and then after this let us provide certain line breaks over here. So we have couple of line breaks this time. Now guys, similarly we will provide more input fields over here. So let me just copy paste this line of code, and then after the full name we will ask the user to provide the username over here, and then the same value we will provide for the ID part as well and for the placeholder as well. And then for the third input field we will ask the user to provide password so that the user can set the username and password over here. So basically we have the password as the third field, and then we will ask to confirm the password. So basically user is supposed to provide the password once again so that there is no mistake that is made by the user. So basically we have confirm password as the placeholder this time. Guys, for these two input fields, that is password and confirm password, we will keep the type as password over here so that it is not visible to anyone else on the screen. So basically we have set the type as password over here, and then guys, in the end we want the email of the user to be set. So basically, so we have provided the name value as email over here and also the ID as well, and for the placeholder as well we have updated the enter email this time. So guys, basically we have all these input fields inside the container, and then guys, after this also we will provide the button as well for registration. So simply we provide the button tag over here, and also we will provide the class as register over here. So this is the button tag with the class register, and also we will have the text that is register for this particular button. Let me just save this file now and start the server so that we can see the changes on the web page. So guys, as you can see, these are all the input fields by default that are getting displayed over here. We have not provided any CSS properties so far. So guys, basically we are going to provide the CSS properties one by one in order to make this registration form look more attractive. So guys, what we will do is inside the style.css file, first of all we will make use of this class name, that is container over here. So we simply provide dot followed by the container class, and then we will have the width of 30%. So let's say we have the width of 30% over here. Also we will provide certain background color. So let's say we have this light version of green color as the background color this time. So let me just save this file now. As you can see, we have this light version of the green color as the background color over here. Apart from this, we will also set the display, it is equal to flex, and since all the flex items must be present in a column, so basically we will set the flex direction as column over here. So when we save this file now, as you can see, these are all the flex items that are displayed right now. Now guys, apart from this, we also want to set the padding as well. So simply we will keep the padding as 20 pixels, and also we will provide certain border radius over here. So we provide the border radius of 20 pixels once again. We will provide the box shadow. So over here we will provide 10 pixels of blur effect with the color that is black color over here. When we save this file now, as you can see, this is the registration form that is getting displayed this time. Now guys, apart from this, we also want the margin it is equal to auto, so that we can get the registration form at the center of the screen over here as far as the horizontal alignment is concerned. So as you can see, this is a very simple registration form that the user can use in order to register himself or herself. Now guys, after this, let us provide certain CSS properties for these input fields over here. So simply we are going to make use of this class name, that is input hyphen field. So let me just copy this class name, and then inside the style.css file we will make use of this class name over here. First of all, let us provide certain padding. So let's say we have the padding of 10 pixels over here. Also we have the border radius of 10 pixels. Let me just save this file now. As you can see, this is the way that the registration form is getting displayed this time. Apart from this, let us also remove the line breaks that we have provided, since it is creating the extra spaces in between the input fields. So guys, over here we have only kept one line break. Let me just save this file now, and as you can see, these are all the input fields that are getting displayed over here. Now guys, what we want to do is, when the user gets the mouse cursor over here and clicks on any of the input fields, we want a certain box shadow to be provided to these input fields. So simply inside the style.css file, we have to make use of this class name, that is input field over here, and we will make use of the pseudo class, that is focus this time. So guys, basically this pseudo class is responsible in order to provide any CSS properties when the user gets the mouse cursor on the input field and clicks inside the input field over here. So that is the time when those CSS properties will be applied. So guys, over here what we will do is, simply we will provide the box shadow over here, and this time we will say 10 pixels of box shadow, and we will provide the blue color as the box shadow this time. When we save this file now, when we get the mouse cursor over here and click on it, as you can see, we are getting the blue color over here, and when we click on the other input fields as well, we are getting the blue color as the box shadow. Let us increase the blur effect to 15 pixels over here. When we save this file now, as you can see, the blue color is now getting more visible over here with the light green background color that we have provided to the container. Now guys, apart from this, let us also provide certain CSS properties to this register button over here. So simply we will make use of this register class, and then we will provide certain CSS properties to this register class by using the dot character. So over here, first of all, we will provide the width as minimum content over here. Let me just save this file now. As you can see, only the required space is being taken by this particular button. Also for this container, we will set the align items so that we get all the items at the center of the container. So when we say align items, it is equal to center. As you can see, all the input fields and the register button is now at the center of the container, and for the input field we will set the width as 80% over here, so that there is no extra spaces that is left, as you can see on the left hand side and the right hand side of the input fields. So basically we will keep the width as 80% over here. So as you can see, 80% of the space is being taken by all the input fields this time. Now guys, for the register button, let us provide more CSS properties over here. So we will provide the background color over here as green color. Also we will set the color as white color, that is the font color over here. And then apart from this, we will also set the padding of, let's say, 5 pixels this time, and the border radius as well. So simply we will say border radius of 10 pixels. When we save this file now, as you can see, this is the button that is getting displayed over here. We will also remove the border. So simply we will say border it is equal to none, and let us increase the padding to 10 pixels this time. So this is a decent register button that is getting displayed over here. Also we want to change the cursor icon, so we will set the cursor it is equal to pointer. So when we get the mouse cursor over here on the register button, it is getting converted to the hand tool over here. Now guys, apart from this, when the user gets the mouse cursor on this register button, we want to scale the button. So how we can do that? So simply we will make use of the hover pseudo class over here. So we will say register colon hover, and then simply we will say transform, and this time we will make use of the scale, and it should scale by 1.2 times over here. So when we save this file now, and when we get the mouse cursor over here, as you can see, the button is scaling itself by 1.2 times that we have provided. And if we want the smooth transition, simply we will provide the transition CSS property to this register button over here. So we provide transition and we will say all, and this time we will say 0.5 seconds as the timing. When we save this file now, and now when we get the mouse cursor, as you can see, there's a smooth transition that is happening over here. The register button is increasing its size. So guys, basically this is the way that you can provide the transition effect to any of the HTML elements based on your requirements. And then guys, when we get the mouse cursor over here and click on any of the input fields, basically we are getting the box shadow of the blue color this time, so that the user gets the feedback that this is the input field that is getting clicked and you are supposed to provide the data inside this field. So guys, simply let us provide certain data over here. So we have programming for beginners, that is the name of this YouTube channel, which you should definitely subscribe if you have not done so, and let us provide the programming as the username. Also we will provide the password. So let's say we provide some password over here, and also we want to confirm password, so simply we provide the password, and then we will provide certain email ID over here, so program@gmail.com, and then simply the user have to go to register over here in order to register himself or herself. So guys, this is a very simple registration form that we have created just by using the plain HTML and the CSS properties. So guys, comment in the comment section below whether you have learned something out of this video. Please make sure that you like this video so that it reaches to more people, and subscribe to this channel so that you get the notifications on upcoming videos as well. I'll see you in the next video in which we are going to create more HTML and the CSS projects. So stay tuned.